in pursuit of becoming the most formidable practitioner of ocular techniques. I have chosen to forego a prestigious career. Yet one has chosen a profession deemed unworthy even by a dog, that of a lighthouse keeper. It is solely due to my binding with the divine ocular technique system. From that moment on, he ascended to the status of a master of divine ocular techniques. With but a single glance, one can subdue all realms. All I need to do is check in daily to acquire a form of ocular technique. 10 distinct ocular techniques can be amalgamated to create a novel ocular art. The higher the grade of the Polonia tree, the greater the likelihood of merging into a formidable Polonia tree. At this moment, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have collected 10 pristine white Polonia. Would you like to merge them?" I glanced at the progress displayed on the panel for the past 2 hours and decided to head to school first. Jiangnan Middle School, the finest institution of secondary education in Jiangzhou. I was admitted with outstanding results, ranking among the top 3 in my grade. As a result, the profession of the sentinel has awakened. Upon entering the classroom, 40 pairs of eyes, all in unison, were fixed upon him. I arrived late. With a bewildered expression, I inquired of the homeroom teacher standing at the podium. Without haste, he returned to his position. Tang Yin cast him a helpless glance. What a pity indeed. A truly gifted young prodigy, awakening to such a mediocre vocation. Did you indulge in a midnight snack and lose track of time? During yesterday's flag-raising ceremony, the principal had just spoken. Today, a member of the Golden Serpent sect shall be executed before the entire school. We can go to spectate. It is my first time encountering the dark cult up close. My friend beside me, Su Hao, exclaimed with palpable excitement. It seems there is indeed such a thing as the so-called dark cult. It is, indeed, a multitude that dedicates their very souls to malevolent deities. Humans who have acquired the power of malevolent deities, engaging in actions that are fundamentally inhumane. Now that everyone has gathered, let us assemble. Tang Yin clapped his hands and spoke softly. Have you heard? That devotee has been ensnared by the empowerment. The principal stated that the top 3 students in the grade may enter to engage in divine communion. They will gain insights from the experience of battle. The top 3 in the grade are led by Jiang Ro, the elementalist. The second is the sword cultivation of Xiao Hongchen. The leaf of 3, well, never mind. What can a lookout do? Engage in a silent stare down. Seeing whose eyes tire first? Hey, 2 beautiful ladies. Are you speaking of me? At that moment, I abruptly turned my head and beamed a radiant smile at them. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance. I am not angry either, I merely responded casually. It is advisable for students to dress modestly. Black lace may not be the most suitable choice. Having spoken, he swiftly tucked his hands into his pockets and dashed to the front of the line. In the center of the playground, there stands a colossal cage shrouded in black fabric. All right, has everyone arrived? Principal Tang Qingsong surveyed the entire assembly. He spoke to a red button atop the iron cage. The black cloth rises, revealing the figure beneath. It was a creature with the head of a serpent and the body of a man, its elongated arms resembling the tails of pythons, extending outward as it flicked its forked tongue, exuding an air of unfathomable menace. A luminous silver ring adorned his neck, which is what is referred to as the empowerment lock. Come forth, you 3. Pang Qingsong addressed the crowd. A young girl, adorned in a fitted short skirt and sporting a high ponytail, emerged from the throng of people. A young man of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing a resolute countenance, emerged carrying a sword of iron upon his back. As I made my entrance, the assembled students erupted into derisive hisses. Who now is unaware of this prodigious genius, ranking 3rd in his class, whose awakened vocation is that of a lookout? Principal, did you instruct Yi Xiao to enter? Is it to have him eliminate the serpent man with his gaze? No. It is to have him and the snake man engage in a fierce stare down, waiting to see who will cramp up first. A cacophony of mockery erupted from the crowd. I remained silent, for the 10 Polonia trees in my mind have now fully merged. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the purple Polonia experience barrel. The golden flame eyes harness the power of a gaze imbued with the essence of golden fire. Wherever the eyes behold, the golden flames devour all that lies within their sight. I was taken aback, wondering if I were indeed a fortunate one. To have synthesized a purple eye technique from 10 white eye techniques, defying the mere 0.1 chance of success that I had just encountered. Just as all the students were mocking me, a robust young man with a buzz cut emerged from the crowd. Principal Yi Xiao. The awakened lookout is merely a redundant profession, lacking any combat capability. I believe this opportunity should not be granted to him. The speaker is Zhang Hong, a 4th grade student. Tang Qingsong gazed deeply at Zhang Hong for a moment. Student Zhang, your words hold a certain truth. Student Ye's profession is ill-suited for combat. If he wishes to withdraw, I can extend this opportunity to you. Ultimately, this matter depends on the opinion of Student Yi. After Tang Qingsong spoke, he calmly closed his eyes. Yi Xiao has graciously relinquished this opportunity to me. Your presence would merely be a waste. Zhang Hong spoke to Yi Xiao with a tone of disdain. She cast a glance at him and gently shook her head, saying, "What use is it to take it away? You do not belong to a combat profession. What can you possibly achieve with such a futile vocation? Are you capable of defeating a serpent man?" Zhang Hong taunted. "It is of no concern to you." I respond with indifference. Zhang Hong cast a fiery glare at me, his eyes ablaze with fury. He stepped closer, leaning in to whisper, 200,000. I will purchase this opportunity from you. Zhang Hong's uncle serves as the head of the school's administration, and he had long been aware of the rumors circulating. The principal intends to conduct specialized training for the 3 most outstanding students in the entire school. Xiao Hongchen and Jiang Rou are the designated candidates. He is determined to secure this 3rd spot at all costs, refusing to let that useless Yi Xiao have it. However, I shall speak. I gazed at Tang Qingsong. I shall not relinquish the position of principal. A flicker of peculiarity passed through Tang Qingsong's eyes. Are you certain about what will transpire then? Ultimately, the consequences shall rest solely upon your shoulders. I nodded my head. Yi Xiao, you truly do not understand the peril you are in. Zhang Hong muttered fiercely. Homeroom teacher. Tang Yin gazed at Yi Xiao, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes. The creaking door swung open. Jiang Rou gracefully entered the confines of the cage, awakening as the renowned school belle, now embodying the formidable essence of the offensive elemental mage profession. I am unaware of the attributes she has chosen. Upon witnessing someone's entrance, the serpent man's ferocity was instantly ignited. He unleashed a furious roar directed at Jiang Rou. With arms like long whips, she swung them towards him. Although this snakeman is bound to only 10 of his combat prowess, his physical form alone can rival that of a second-tier extraordinary being. It remains uncertain how many strikes this girl can withstand. Several members of the school's upper echelon are whispering amongst themselves. Only then did Jiang Rou extend her delicate jade-like hand, and softly utter a few words, causing the droplets of water in the air to crystallize like ice. Countless icicles materialized in the air, hurtling toward the serpent-like figure. It is of the ice attribute, truly remarkable. No wonder it is Jiang Xiaohua. A roar of excitement erupted from the crowd. Indeed, she is the extraordinary daughter of the Jiang family. Old Jiang has truly been blessed with a remarkable daughter, a fact that Tang Qingsong acknowledges with a nod of approval. After a fierce exchange of 20 moves, Jiang Rou found herself entangled with the serpent man, her strength ultimately waning, thus bringing this battle to a close. After Jiang Rou emerged, Xiao Hongchen entered the prison cell, wielding an iron sword. From the recent battle, it is evident that the physical prowess of the serpent man is formidable. Even the school belle, utilizing her attribute powers to engage him in combat, could only endure for a mere 20 exchanges. Xiao Hongchen is a swordsman. Although the offensive power of a swordsman is formidable, his profession has only just awakened. Aside from a heightened proficiency in the way of the sword, he truly possesses no significant advantages in other aspects. I believe he can endure at most 10 strikes. I too believe that without a proficient swordsmanship, one must inevitably rely on physical struggle. Indeed, Xiao Hongchen cannot endure for long. The outcome, however, left many in astonishment. This Xiao Hongchen astonishingly relies on a widely circulated piece online, a fundamental step in a basic sword technique. It was as if he had been entangled with the serpent man in a relentless struggle of 25 exchanges. Had it not been for his eventual exhaustion, he might have persevered further. Tang Qingsong was immensely pleased. Xiao Hongchen's performance indeed surpassed his expectations. The battle between the two had come to an end, and the bloodlust of the serpent people had been thoroughly ignited. Immediately, I found myself standing outside the cage, locking eyes with the serpent man. The serpent man's eyes erupted with a profound intensity of bloodlust and greed, as if he longed to rend me to shreds on the spot. Just now, during the battle between Zhang Rou and her opponent, I had already become well acquainted with the application of the experience copper. The late-night feast has been served. How many moves do you think it can withstand against the serpent man? Perhaps 3 moves, I suppose. You surely hold Liao Wanyuan in excessively high regard. Having witnessed the preceding 2 battles, the serpentine warrior's bloodlust has been ignited. I believe that a late-night snack could be effortlessly vanquished. I share the same sentiment. I wager a complete collection of photographs of the esteemed actress, Teacher Song. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, the serpent man emitted a hoarse, desperate scream. Advancing towards me, Pang Xingsong's gaze became focused, prepared at any moment to rescue me. Everyone gazes intently at the midnight snack. Some express concern for my well-being, while others eagerly anticipate my downfall. There are even those who wish for my demise. The serpent man propelled himself with a powerful kick. Directly carve a substantial pit into the ground. Then, with a fierce roar, it soared into the air, lunging towards me, its gaping maw wide open, aiming to sink its teeth into my neck. It was in that fleeting moment, within the depths of my gaze, the golden candlelight suddenly blossomed. A golden flame ignited deep within my eyes, dancing like the twinkling of stars. As his gaze shifted, the surrounding atmosphere resonated with a crackling sound, as if even the air itself had ignited. What is happening with the late-night snack? How peculiar, do take a look. The eyes of the late-night snack are shimmering. No, they are ablaze. His eyes are ablaze with golden flames. Heavens, who on earth informed me that he is a lookout? Have you ever encountered a lookout with eyes ablaze? And shimmering with golden light? Everyone was utterly astonished. What is this ability? Could it be that he has awakened a hidden profession? Tang Xingsong murmured in astonishment. I stood rooted in place with my hands tucked into my pockets, experience pulsating in my gaze. Then, I gradually approached the serpent-like figure, the golden flames in my eyes growing increasingly terrifying. As I take a step forward, golden flames bloom like a lotus. Within the depths of my gaze, the serpent man's body suddenly froze in midair. Immediately thereafter, a piercing scream of anguish erupted, as it plummeted violently from the heavens. The serpent man rolls frantically upon the ground, desperately tearing at his own flesh, leaving his body drenched in crimson blood. What truly transpired? Is it the parasol tree of the midnight feast? Why does the serpent man endure such agony? What exactly transpired during the late-night feast? A cacophony of sounds arose in succession. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the serpent man's form. Subsequently, a cascade of golden flames surged forth from his body, resembling a resplendent golden fire lotus blooming in the air. In the midst of this blazing golden lotus, the serpent man was rendered into nothingness. Only the silver energy lock remains, lying amidst the scattered black ash and embers. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as every individual collectively inhaled sharply, taken aback. It is truly astonishing that a pupil manipulator possesses such formidable combat prowess, exclaimed Tang Xingsong in awe. The golden lotus that just erupted possesses a terrifying power, having astonishingly reached the extraordinary 3rd tier of prowess. Moreover, it appeared and vanished like a specter, erupting from within the body of the serpent man. Even a being of the extraordinary 4th tier would surely fall to such a sudden onslaught. Never had he witnessed a gaze technique wielding such devastating power. Tang Xingsong felt an overwhelming shock. As Xiao stepped out of his confinement, all gazes directed at him were devoid of mockery. Zheng Hong glared fiercely at Xiao, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. It was evident how seething with rage he was. Yet, Xiao had undeniably proven his worth, leaving Zheng Hong powerless, no matter how unwilling he was to accept it. I can only watch helplessly as this opportunity slips into my grasp, driving Zheng Hong to the brink of madness. I hereby declare the conclusion of this execution. After school, Zhang Rou, Xiao Hong, and Chen Yishao came to my office. At that moment, Tang Xingsong announced loudly. Then he approached me, gently tapped my shoulder, and said, "I have faith in you. Keep striving." Congratulations to the host for becoming a scholar of the Polonia tree. The professional certification has granted a replication of the Polonia reward. To my astonishment, I discovered that the replicated eye was, in fact, a golden Polonia. After the battle had concluded, I made my way towards the principal's office, burdened by my backpack. Outside the principal's office stood Xiao Hongqian and Zhang Yong, who then entered the office together. Teacher Tang, how do you find yourself here? I see the homeroom teacher, Tang Yun, and the principal, Tang Qingsong, enjoying a harmonious tea session together. I was momentarily taken aback. The principal's surname is Tang. Tang Yun also shares the surname Tang. No wonder Tang Yun, a freshly graduated teacher, could secure a position at the finest high school in Jiangzhou as a homeroom teacher. It turns out she has connections. I have summoned you all here primarily to convey an important matter that I believe you are already aware of. Jiangnan Middle School is the finest high school in Jiangzhou. However, for the past 4 consecutive years, not a single student from Jiangnan University has been admitted to Jinshin University. This situation has left me, as the principal, feeling quite distressed. Tang Qingsong remarked with a look of deep dissatisfaction. Jinshin Vocational College stands as the most distinguished institution of its kind in the region. Nurtured countless super professionals. Certainly, the admission requirements are exceedingly stringent, and among them, the difficulty level for special enrollment candidates is set to rise to a new echelon. First and foremost, one must embrace a combat profession. Furthermore, the rank must not be lower than extraordinary level 4. After my awakening experience, my strength has finally reached the extraordinary level. This time, I would like the 3 of you to travel to the provincial capital to participate in the special admission examination of Jinshin University. Competing for those 30 coveted positions. To bring glory to Jiangnan High School. Should you succeed in the assessments of Jinshin University, Jiangnan Secondary School will reward you with a blue skill scroll. There are also weapons of the mysterious grade, thus spoke Tang Qingsong. Zhang Rou and Xiao Hongqian nodded calmly in agreement, stating that their objective was to subdue the divine entity. The responses from the 2 individuals were quite satisfactory to Tang Qingsong. Yi Xiao, what about you? Without waiting for my response, Tang Qingsong continued. Since you have also consented, let us settle this matter with cheerful accord. Let the fish guide you into the specialized training. Tang Qingsong waved his hand, then turned his head deliberately to avoid looking at me. You, old fellow, show a complete lack of respect for human rights, do you not? Upon my return home, I commenced my exploration of the replication fluid. I powered on my computer and began to search for videos of formidable competitors in battle. The profession of this extraordinary 9th-tier powerhouse is that of a swordsman. He confronted a formidable first-class demon. The dark flame cannot wield the sword strike. The blade's radiance shimmered. This strike astonishingly cleaved the Shadowfire wolf in 2. The video has concluded. I am gasping for breath, only to feel darkness enveloping my vision, almost collapsing to the ground. Utilizing this copycat vision is indeed no easy task. However, it is fortunate that one has mastered the art of discussing only the theoretical aspects. No practical engagement, merely aimless busyness let us act decisively. I seized the fruit knife from my home. Dash out of the apartment. Before me stands an abandoned vehicle, recalling the movements of the swordsman. Suddenly, the fruit knife was unsheathed, its blade carving an ethereal figure in the air. After a single cut, the discarded automobile was astonishingly severed in 2. I am filled with exuberant joy. Though I am not a swordsman, lacking the enhancements of a professional attribute, the potency of my skills pales in comparison to that of a true swordsman. However, this has also bestowed upon me an additional means of combat. At the very least, when confronted with close-quarters engagements, he no longer feels intimidated. Most importantly, if I were to utilize the copy eye to replicate numerous skills, I might truly be able to unleash the techniques of all professions. Just imagine how terrifying that would be. Today marks the occasion of a special training session, during which I practiced my swordsmanship throughout the night. I found myself devoid of any fatigue. On the contrary, my spirits were increasingly invigorated. Upon arriving at the school gate, I immediately spotted Tang Yun waving at me. Beside me stand Xiao Hongqian and Zhang Rou. At this moment, a mocking voice resonated, "Everyone is waiting for you. Do you not possess even a shred of shame? Xiao, as a student of Jiangnan Middle School, possesses a complete lack of awareness of time. At that moment, a tall and robust figure, Zheng Hong, approached from the side. "It is of no concern to you." Zheng Hong was exasperated. This late-night snack was utterly unconventional. And her mouth was filled with profanities. Tang Yin cast a faint warning glance at Zheng Hong, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. He, Tang Yun, has never held any fondness for students who resort to backdoor methods. At that moment, a helicopter descended onto the playground. The training venue is not located in Jiangzhou City. In a mystical forest beyond the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. Very well, let us not squander any more time. Let us hasten our departure. An hour later. This is the forest of demons and monsters. There are numerous demons within. However, the levels are not particularly high, not exceeding the extraordinary tier. Yet, deep within the forest, one can encounter formidable demons of the 8th and 9th extraordinary ranks. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and cautious. This specialized training is remarkably straightforward, requiring only a span of 14 days. You have endeavored by all means to hunt down 50 extraordinary 4th-tier demons for me. Understood. That shall suffice. You may venture into the forest on your own. But do remember not to wander too deeply. Tang Yun advised. I opened my eyes to behold a delicate visage before me. Has Teacher Tang's special training commenced? I inquired, my eyes still heavy with slumber. As the late-night feast commenced, Tang Yun gently smiled and said, "May I escort you inside?" I nodded instinctively. Tang Yun narrowed his eyes, and his smile became even more radiant. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped me. In the next moment, my body began to levitate. Then it transformed into a parabolic arc, plunging deep into the heart of the forest. It was at this moment that I recalled that Tang Yun is indeed a mentalist. I fell violently to the ground, without a moment to react. I beheld, by the edge of the lake, more than 30 malevolent wolves glaring fiercely at me. Rising slowly to my feet, I offered a leisurely smile, producing the fruit knife I always carried with me. Subsequently, a feast of carnage commenced. Beholding the forest, flames soar skyward, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions. Tang Yun sat upon the tree, murmuring, "Indeed, your ocular technique is remarkably powerful. Yet in the forest of demons, excessive commotion will merely attract more of the fiends. Should you remain oblivious to this truth, you are destined to suffer great losses." Little does he know that I have now succumbed to a frenzy of madness. As Tang Yun had anticipated, a tremendous explosion reverberated, drawing forth a multitude of demons. Yet, this is precisely what I desire. I wield a blade with one hand, gliding through the throngs of demons like a phantom. Each time the blade is drawn, a life is taken away. Moreover, with my continuous practice and experience, my proficiency in this art of ocular manipulation has grown increasingly refined. At a mere glance, I beheld 7 or 8 fiends reduced to mere ashes. Tang Yin stipulated that within a fortnight, one must complete the task of slaying 50 extraordinary 4th-tier demons. I am confident that I can accomplish this feat within 3 days. As I persistently engage in slaying, a certain force within the bodies of the demons continually nourishes my gaze. I find myself endowed with an inexhaustible reservoir of power at my disposal. 5 days later, a tremendous roar echoed as the head of a colossal bear was utterly obliterated. They may still be unaware, but I have already attained the 3rd tier of the extraordinary. The 4th tier is not far from my grasp. Zheng Hong, with an air of pride, approached the colossal bear and, with a swift motion, tore away a patch of its fur. Xiao, you should feel fortunate that I do not cross your path. This time, there shall be no one to rescue you. I will undoubtedly take my time to rectify your situation. Zheng Hong departed with a cold smirk. With a casual flick of the wrist, she severed the tusks of a wild boar, then turned her back and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Zhang Ro paused before a silver wolf, transformed into crystalline ice, and raised her hand to sever its tail. 3 days later. There is little intrigue in encountering merely extraordinary 2nd and 3rd tier creatures. It is rather dull. Perhaps it would be more worthwhile to venture deeper into the forest. Still by the same lakeside. The only difference lies in the fact that the originally pristine waters have transformed entirely into a deep crimson hue, resembling a strange river of blood. Beside the lake, there stands a small hill, formed by the accumulated corpses of demons and monsters. Amidst the frenzied carnage, my level has ascended to the extraordinary second tier. Without hesitation, I leaped down from the pile of household items and proceeded deeper into the forest. Moments later, a tall figure arrived at this place. He gazed at the mountain of accumulated corpses. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed his face. Could it be that he is the one the master spoke of, capable of guiding me to meet a person of great accomplishment? Xiao Hongqian stood in a daze for a moment, then proceeded towards the direction where the night's snacks had vanished. At this moment, I have delved deep into the understory of the forest, akin to this experience. Zheng Hong has also arrived at this location. Suddenly, I halted my steps, my gaze sharpening. In the next moment, a majestic black tiger suddenly leaped forth from the thicket nearby. Astonishingly, in an instant, the black tiger has been reduced to a cloud of ash by my flames. Then, a figure emerged from the thicket, revealing a tiger transformed into glowing embers. Its eyes glowed a fierce red. "You, nocturnal snack! I did not seek you out. Yet you dare to encroach upon my prey." Zheng Hong fixed a fierce glare upon me, his fist slowly clenching in readiness. "Whoever kills is the one who possesses it. Or do you claim this tiger as your offspring? Dare to have it call you father?" I cast a fleeting glance at Zheng Hong. "The sharp-tongued fellow, yet within this forest, no one can safeguard you." Zheng Hong emanates a cacophony of tiger and leopard sounds from head to toe. "Yi Xiao, the humiliation you bestowed upon me, I shall return it to you double." Zheng Hong bellowed with fury. Clenching his fists, he charged directly at Yi Xiao. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred, as a figure suddenly sprang forth from the underbrush. It is Xiao Hongqian. Upon his eternally cold visage, a flicker of panic unexpectedly appears. Quickly, depart, a formidable demon approaches. As the words leave his lips, in the distance, a deafening roar echoed, sending chills down the spine upon hearing that terrifying sound. I immediately activated my vision, and there, several hundred meters away, I beheld. There exists a colossal serpent, measuring several dozen meters in length.
Rushing towards us with an imposing presence, they possess a minimum of extraordinary fifth-tier status. Goodness, what a predicament you find yourself in, with that emotionless visage. Why provoke such formidable beings for no reason? Yi Xiao, gripped by fear, made a hasty retreat. Zheng Hong quickly followed suit. Engaging in combat was no longer an option. Preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Chapter 7. How could you provoke such a formidable demon? Zengombated Xiao, his voice laced with incredulity as he snatched a sword heart grass from his lips. Is it merely for a single sword heart grass? Xiao Hongqian replied coolly. Have you gone mad with greed? Zheng Hong's expression was one of disbelief. A mere sword heart grass is worth no more than 3,000 in the market. It is only useful to sword cultivators, offering a meager 5% chance to enhance one's comprehension of the sword path, an enhancement so slight it is nearly negligible. Of course, not everyone is as affluent and influential as the Zheng family. With such resources, even a pig could soar to the heavens. There would be no need to seek shortcuts. Yi Xiao interjected with a teasing tone. Yi Xiao, you. Zheng Hong's face flushed with anger. Enough of the bickering. We must flee. Xiao Hongqian interjected, his expression devoid of emotion, his focus solely on the approaching demon. It is a golden feather serpent, a top-tier demon even among those of the 5th transcendent rank. Xiao Hongqian stated. With that, Zheng Hong's speed surged dramatically. Yi Xiao, you are right. I shall cease my quarrels. Please hold it off for me. I must take my leave. As a warrior. Zheng Hong's stamina and strength far exceeded that of Yi Xiao and his companion, allowing him to swiftly distance himself from them. Yi Xiao remained unfazed, calmly retrieving his phone to capture the chaotic scene of Zheng Hong's frantic escape. He then halted his steps. Hey, friend, are you interested in taking down a 5th transcendent demon? Xiao Hongqian cast him a sidelong glance. That is precisely my intention. In perfect synchrony, they rolled to either side. With a swift motion, Xiao Hongqian drew his iron sword while Yi Xiao brandished a fruit knife. A thunderous crash echoed as several towering trees were toppled. A gigantic serpent, over 10 meters long and adorned with golden patterns, burst forth. Now, Yi Xiao called, activating his golden flame eye. A brilliant golden lotus bloomed from the serpent's body. It's too weak. I cannot cover its entire body with my attack. Xiao frowned, aware that his own strength at the second transcendent level paled in comparison to the fifth transcendent serpent. Without hesitation, Xiao executed a swift slash, appearing at the serpent's critical point. At that moment, Xiao Hongchen also found himself in the same position. Striking at the critical point, you certainly understand. Xiao chuckled lightly. Without a word, Xiao Hongchen and Xiao simultaneously brought their weapons down with force. A sharp crack resounded. Xiao's furut knife shot to it. Damn it, the quality is truly poor. Xiao grumbled, while Xiao Hongchen silently withdrew the sword that had lodged itself in the serpent's flesh and handed it to Xiao. Your speed is commendable, and your technique is fierce. You shall cleave its body. Xiao nodded in agreement. At that moment, the wounded golden feather snake lashed its tail towards the two. Golden flame eye. Explode. Xiao exclaimed coldly. The serpent's tail erupted violently, flesh and blood scattering. Now is the time. Xiao summoned the strength of his entire body and unleashed the phantom blade strike, resembling a specter as he struck the serpent at its vital point. The gigantic snake let out a roar of agony, a section of its body severed. Xiao then swung his sword again, decapitating the massive creature. Boom! The colossal demon collapsed to the ground. Phew, that was quite exhausting. Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. You are quite formidable, Xiao Hongchen remarked as he took the iron sword from Xiao's hand. Xiao smiled, but remained silent. Compared to someone who doesn't exert their full strength, naturally, he was somewhat stronger. Xiao Hongchen paused. Xiao's gaze narrowed slightly. That strike just now was enough to cleave the serpent in two. You held back, didn't you? Xiao Hongchen? Xiao Hongchen fell silent, nodding after a moment. Yes, but how did you deduce that? Just a guess. Xiao Hongchen replied. In novels, it's often written that stoic characters usually have hidden abilities. They test the protagonist's strength, either to make friends or to become foes. Do you consider yourself the protagonist? Why not? Xiao Simirkit. With the aura of a transmigrator, a system, and the skills of a top-notch driver from my previous life. These elements combine to form a quintessential protagonist template, don't you think? So, do you wish to befriend me or oppose me? Xiao Inuit. To be friends. Because. Hold on, let me guess. A stoic like you, also a sword cultivator, must live and die for the sword, perhaps even possessing a natural sword heart. You probably think I can help you achieve great success in your sword path, right? Xiao Hongchen's expression changed drastically, filled with surprise and confusion. Are you a prophet? Xiao replied. You have a knack for humor. Please refrain from such jokes next time. Xiao Hongchen fell silent. Do you truly believe I can assist you in mastering the sword? I believe. Why? My master would not deceive me. Your master? Understood. I suspect your master has mentioned waiting for you at the Divine Guardian Academy. Xiao Hongchen. Your profession must indeed be that of a prophet. Xiao. Let's go. Shall we explore deeper into the forest? I am weary. Xiao shook his head and walked towards the depths of the thicket. At that moment, in the innermost part of the forest, a pair of golden pupils suddenly opened wide. A savage aura began to permeate the air. The golden pupils flickered momentarily before returning to tranquility. Crack! A 7 or 8 meter long venomous frog transformed into ice crystals, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ro calmly broke off a piece of the ice crystal from it. Applause echoed, and Jiang Ro turned to see Xiao and Xiao Hongchen emerging from the underbrush. Impressive, impressive, Jiang Ro remarked, casting a fleeting glance at them without further comment. Great, another ice block, Xiao muttered, speechless. He nudged the nearby Xiao Hongchen with his elbow. Do you want a girlfriend? An ice block paired with a stoic expression. I find it quite splendid. Xiao Hongchen shook his head. Why not? Women merely hinder my sword-drawing speed. Xiao. Let's depart. I am truly fatigued. Jiang Ro moved ahead, while Xiao and Xiao Hongchen followed her at a distance of over 10 meters. All three were extraordinary geniuses, capable of swiftly vanquishing any monsters they encountered along the way. Suddenly, the forest erupted into a violent tremor. The disturbance was not of ordinary origin. It felt akin to an earthquake, shaking the very mountains. Boom! Boom! Countless trees crashed to the ground. Help! Help! Save me! Ahead! Zheng Hong fled towards them in a state of utter disarray, resembling a frightened dog. Trailing behind him was an enormous creature, vastly larger than the colossal serpent they had just slain. It was a gigantic serpent adorned with white wings and covered in patterns resembling golden flames. It was immense, like a small mountain. Its length exceeded 100 meters. Chapter 8 Codename, Feathered Serpent. Hello. What is it, Father? They are still in special training. Tang Yun answered the phone call from Tang Xingsong while waiting outside the dense forest. Quickly, get them out of the forest. The urgency in his father's voice was palpable. Why? Tang Yun frowned, sensing his father's agitation. I don't have time to explain in detail. There are signs of a deity's revival in this forest. What did you say? Tang Yun's expression changed drastically. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the woods. He beheld the towering figure of a colossal creature, 100 meters high. I see it. Tang Yun stared blankly at his phone before abruptly declaring, I must save them. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, propelled by his mental energy towards the direction of the giant serpent. Yun, calm down and listen to me. The deity that has revived is codenamed Feathered Serpent. Classified as a terror-grade deity, its power emanates from the golden flames that erupt from its eyes. The lethality is tremendous. Indeed, it possesses a capability strikingly similar to Yi Zhao's. Thus, I suspect it was Yi Zhao's ocular technique that attracted it. The mayor of Jiangzhou and I are already en route. Hold them off as long as you can. Deity ranks range from weak to strong. Danger grade, terror grade, nightmare grade, purgatory grade, disaster grade, despair grade, destruction grade, and world-ending grade. Even the lowest danger grade deity is comparable to a second-tier professional. First-tier extraordinary, second-tier metamorphosis, third-tier manipulation, fourth-tier mastery, fifth-tier perfection, sixth-tier domain, seventh-tier calamity, eighth-tier rules, and ninth-tier authority. As a graduate of the Divine Guardian University, Tang Yun possessed manipulation-level strength. However, deities can fight beyond their ranks. This terror-grade feathered serpent's power undoubtedly far exceeded that of an ordinary manipulation-level professional. I understand. I will do my utmost to protect them. Tang Yun propelled himself through the trees with his mental energy. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? It is on an entirely different level from before. Yi Xiao sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the creature, his countenance shifting dramatically. If I am not mistaken, this peculiar energy fluctuation indicates that this being is not a mere demon. It is a deity, Jiang Ro declared, her face grave. What? A deity? What kind of luck is this? To encounter a deity during training. Yi Zhao's expression soured. Run. He turned to flee. What a joke. A deity? How could a novice professional like him withstand such a force? Jiang Ro and the others, well aware of their own limitations, hastily followed in Yi Zhao's wake. Hey, why are you running? Save me. I don't want to die. Only Zheng Hong remained behind, desperately pleading as the feathered serpent approached him menacingly. Huh, you were running just fine a moment ago. Yi Xiao retorted coldly. This is the cycle of fate. The slender, golden pupils of the feathered serpent fixated intently on Yi Xiao. Within him was a wave of energy that irresistibly attracted the creature, a resonance akin to its own power. The feathered serpent slightly lowered its head, casting a disdainful glance at Zheng Hong, who stood closest to it. Damn little reptile, do not obstruct my path. With a thunderous roar, its golden eyes illuminated, and a fireball descended from above, reducing Zheng Hong to ashes without a single cry escaping his lips. Such an attack method. Yi Xiao suddenly felt a searing heat in his eyes. The golden flame eyes were actually reacting? Ding! The golden flame eyes have met the advancement conditions. Merging with the feathered serpent's dual pupils, they advance to the eternal flame monarch's eyes. Red. Reward. One opportunity to experience the eternal flame monarch's eyes. A series of question marks appeared above Yi Zhao's head. Alright, so this is how we play. The eternal flame monarch's eyes sound impressive. But merging with the feathered serpent's dual pupils is no less challenging than ascending to the heavens. Is it? Get out of the way. The deity is about to attack. Jiang Rou's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao hastily dodged to the side. Boom! A section of ground ahead was vaporized by golden flames, revealing a massive pit over 10 meters deep. Their path was completely obstructed. This is troublesome, Xiao said with a bitter smile. Just then, a voice echoed. Xiao. With a swish, Tang Yun's figure descended from the sky. You all must flee. The principal and the mayor are on their way. Tang Yun exclaimed. I will hold him off here. His black hair billowed without wind, an invisible wave forming a barrier before the feathered serpent. So this is the power of a mentalist? Xiao instinctively activated his copy eye. In mere seconds, he grasped a portion of the mentalist abilities. Psychokinesis. It should be akin to my eye power. It's worth a try. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, his body levitating as he did so. Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongxun looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Let's go. Xiao offered no further explanation and used his eye power to propel the two away at great speed. Roar. The feathered serpent, seeing Xiao attempt to flee, let out a thunderous roar. Between its dual pupils, terrifying golden flames surged forth, vaporizing vast swathes of space. Tang Rou's mental barrier held firm against it. Out. She pulled out a small cloth bag, which upon opening, released countless silver blades that hovered in midair. Go! Swish, swish, swish. The small blades shot toward the feathered serpent. Meanwhile, Xiao and the others fled frantically. However, due to the feathered serpent's wrath, the demons within the dense forest were alarmed. The deity commands the demons. This is getting troublesome, Jiang Rou remarked. The demons of the entire forest would come to intercept them. It's nothing to worry about. We just need to fight our way out. Xiao grinned. Golden flames blazed fiercely in his pupils. I will lead the way. You two follow. Boom! The golden flame eyes ignited, incinerating the dozen or so demons blocking their path into ashes. I will assist you. Jiang Rou joined in the fray. Xiao Hongqian drew his iron sword, transforming into an entirely different persona in that instant. His strike was executed with unparalleled ferocity, fueled by unyielding determination. With a single surge of energy, he charged forth to slay. Xiao could sense that after vanquishing the demons, his eyes had been invigorated. Furthermore, a portion of power began to converge within his being. Before long, Xiao felt the potency of his golden flame eyes surge to new heights. His level had ascended to the third tier of the extraordinary. Fortunately, they were not deep within the forest. Otherwise, the emergence of demons exceeding the fifth tier would spell significant trouble. A sigh escaped Xiao's lips. The trio had united, transforming into a merciless machine of slaughter, relentlessly pushing through the wilderness, with only a short distance remaining to exit the forest. The sound of applause resonated from afar, as a figure emerged from the shadows before Xiao and his companions. Upon seeing him, the expressions of Xiao and his comrades turned grim. Chapter 9. The Dark Cult, the ever-burning eye of the Lord Teacher Gao. How could it be you? The intruder was none other than Zheng Hong's uncle, the director of Jiang Middle School. Are you the one manipulating things from behind the scenes? Teacher Gao, it was you who orchestrated the revival of the feathered serpent god. Jiang Rou inquired coldly, yet the man merely cackled. At this point, do you still consider me your teacher Gao? Such a notion is beneath me, he replied, icily. Xiao narrowed his eyes. No, he is not teacher Gao. He is merely a puppet. His true profession must be that of a puppeteer. With a glance, Xiao discerned certain unusual energy substances clinging to the man. This is remote control. It appears teacher Gao has long since fallen victim to his treachery. Transformed into a mere marionette, Xiao concluded. So clever. No wonder you are an extraordinary pupil of the eye technique, the man retorted, laughing rather than showing anger, and even applauding Xiao mockingly. I do enjoy compliments. Let me take a guess. You're one of the dark cult, aren't you? Xiao sneered once more. The serpent creature that the principal captured earlier came from the same place as you, right? The man fell silent for a moment. That was my brother. We belong to the divine cult, worshipping the deity of. His gaze drifted toward the distant sky, where flickering golden flames glimmered. The feathered serpent lord. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a soaring golden emblem. Everything became clear. If the deities' revival was a coincidence, then the emergence of the dark cult was inevitable. This training was, in fact, an assassination plot targeting Jiangnan Middle School and its most outstanding prodigies. It was a vendetta from the dark cult. Do you know? Our principal and the mayor of Jiangzhou are already on their way here. Xiao stated calmly. Our principal is a 9th-tier practitioner. Your divine lord cannot withstand him. All I need to do is eliminate you, and that will suffice, the man replied coolly. Is that so? Even your object of faith can be sacrificed? Huh? How can you call yourselves disciples with such a mindset? Xiao scoffed. Boy, do not waste time here. It is utterly pointless. This is merely one of my puppets. I would not mourn its loss. The man remained unfazed. Faith can be replaced. My brother, however, is truly gone. You killed him, and regardless of the cost, I will ensure your demise. With that, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, raising his hand to grasp Yi Zhao's neck. Be careful. Teacher Gao, like Zheng Hong, is a martial artist. His physical strength is immense. Jiang Rou quickly warned. Yi Xiao activated his ocular power, conjuring an invisible wall before him, and then unleashed the golden flame eye. Boom! The golden flames erupted from within the man's body. However, it proved futile. That dreadful corporeal form managed to suppress the golden flames with sheer force. The strength of this puppet's physical body is indeed formidable. Your attacks are simply too feeble. The adversary sneered, lunging once more towards Yi Xiao. Clang! Xiao Hongchun emerged from the side, swiftly unsheathing his sword. His current state was peculiar. His eyes were devoid of spirit, as if consciousness had eluded him, relying solely on instinct to wield the blade. The sword moved with a mind of its own, truly astonishing. Given time, he might become the second sword deity of the human race. You must not be allowed to remain. A flicker of malice flashed in the opponent's eyes as he raised a hand to strike at Xiao Hongchun's sword. Bang! Xiao Hongchun's iron sword was cleaved in two, and his body was sent hurtling into the distance. Although this puppet's combat techniques were singular, its physical prowess equated to that of a transcendent at the 8th tier. The disparity with the three of them was insurmountable. Jiang Rou's mastery of icy control could only temporarily restrain it. Very well, you are forcing my hand. Yi Xiao spoke coldly. I had no intention of employing this move, but today I shall reluctantly break my vow. Watch closely. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a hyper-god-eye sorcerer. Boom! The golden flame eyes erupted as Yi Xiao silently intoned within. Eternal flame, sovereign eye. Engaging experience mode. Whoosh! Golden flames surged forth from Yi Xiao's eyes, intertwining in the air to ultimately form a robe woven from fire. Yi Xiao emerged from the flames, clad in a golden robe ablaze with roaring fire. An unparalleled aura emanated, exuding an air of immense nobility. Xiao Hongchun and Jiang Rou stood momentarily stupefied. This power is overwhelming. Yi Xiao was equally astonished. The might of the eternal flame's sovereign eye was simply staggering. He could sense an unceasing flow of ocular energy coursing through his dual eyes. While this purely offensive ocular technique may lack the versatility of the copying eye, it was unmatched in sheer combat prowess. The game is coming to an end. Turn to ash before my ocular sorcery. Boom! The golden robe billowed. Two flames suddenly flared within Yi Zhao's eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Golden flames from all directions enveloped the opponent. Within the confines of the puppet's body, a flicker of flame ignited as well. An integrated assault from within and without. Furthermore, there was the transformation of fire. Boom! The sky was filled with golden flames morphing into an array of weapons. Swords, spears, and halberds. Even if he were a martial artist with an exceptionally strong physique, under such a terrifying onslaught, he was soon left battered and bruised, half kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. Yet at that moment, he surprisingly let out a faint, shallow laugh. I never expected you possessed such a trump card. Boy, I underestimated you. But do not forget, I'm merely a puppet devoid of pain. Unless you can utterly obliterate me in one strike, I still have the capacity to fight back, until my body is completely reduced to ashes. The opponent astonishingly rose to his feet, oblivious to pain and fatigue. Charging once more toward Yi Xiao, Be careful. Jiang Ro and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Such an injury, and yet he still stands. They have overlooked the fact that he is but a puppet. However, Xiao merely let out a cold chuckle. He remained steadfast, not shifting an inch. Reduced to ashes? Very well. The third ability of my ocular technique is eternal flame, a fire that never extinguishes. As long as life endures, the flame shall persist. Boom! Clusters of golden flames ignited once more from his body, flesh and blood evaporating at a staggering pace. How can this be? An everlasting flame? How can such an absurd ability exist in this world? Are you not an ocular master? He emitted a cry of disbelief. His hands gradually turned to ashes under the searing flames. Next, his legs, body, and head followed suit, all succumbing to ash. Yes, I am an ocular master, but I am an omnipotent ocular master. Rest in peace. As the words fell, only a ground of black ash remained. Huff! Xiao took a deep breath. The experience mode concludes here. Host, please swiftly merge the eyes of the feathered serpent god to upgrade the ocular technique. I know. You certainly do talk too much. The enhancement effect of the eternal flame sovereign eye dissipated, leaving Xiao feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. Are you all right? Jiang Ro hurriedly approached to support him. I'm fine. I'm fine. Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Did I just touch something? Soft? He squeezed tightly. Jiang Ro let out a shy whimper. Oh no! Xiao abruptly withdrew his hand. What has happened? Is this an unwarranted advance? What kind of protagonist treatment is this? Chapter 10. Expelling them from the blue planet. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld Jiang Ro's flushed countenance. Xiao rubbed his nose, appearing somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Jiang Ro's bashful expression lasted but a fleeting moment before she regained her composure. Are you all right? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated. Two figures descended from the heavens, one of whom was the principal of Jiangnan High School, while the other was Jiang Mian, the mayor of Jiangzhou. Most importantly, he was Jiang Ro's father. Principal, why have you only just arrived? I was nearly at my wit's end. Xiao lamented, clutching his lower back as he spotted Tang Qingsong's arrival. Tang Qingsong shot him a glare. You appear to be quite lively. You hardly look dead. Xiao chocolate shipipish. Principal, this special training nearly cost us our lives. You have no idea how perilous things were just moments ago. If it weren't for teacher Tang Yun's timely arrival, we would have. Enough. Once we return, I will make it up to you. Tang Qingsong replied, an expression of exasperation on his face. Yi Zhao's intentions were evident even from the far reaches of Modu. Anything is fine? Yes. As long as it is reasonable. Anything is acceptable. That's splendid. Suddenly, Yi Zhao sprang to his feet, shedding any semblance of weakness. Are you all right, Ro? Mayor Jiang Mian, also known as the head of the Jiang family, inquired. Jiang Ro shook her head. I'm fine, thanks to Yi Zhao. Jiang Mian regarded Yi Zhao with a profound gaze, nodding thoughtfully. Enough. Old Tang, let's not waste time here. We must assist Xiao Yun. That terrifying level deity may not be able to hold on much longer. Understood. When I return, you must explain everything that transpired. Tang Qingsong addressed Yi Zhao and the others before ascending into the sky alongside Jiang Mian. Both Jiang Mian and Jiang Ro were elemental masters, wielding the power of the metal element, known for its lethality. Tang Qingsong was a summoner, a formidable profession indeed. Let us depart. Yi Zhao urged the two. Boom! Shortly after Yi Zhao and the others left, a thunderous explosion erupted from deep within the forest. The trio turned back to see a colossal golden titan howling to the heavens, and an enormous golden lion engaged in a fierce battle with the feathered serpent god, a scene truly monumental. What a terrifying world! Yi Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. In this perilous realm, without formidable strength, one could never know when death might strike. The battle between the feathered serpent god and the two formidable figures raged on for an extended duration, nearly annihilating the entire forest, capturing the attention of many citizens in Jiangzhou. This was a premeditated act of vengeance. Those fools from the feathered serpent god cult truly did not know the meaning of peril. In the principal's office of Jiangnan University, Tang Qingsong, filled with fury, slammed a stack of investigative records onto the floor. He was engulfed by a profound sense of dread. Had they arrived even a moment later, the situation could have spiraled irreparably out of control. Not only must the three shining stars of Jiangnan High School face their downfall, but even his beloved daughter is in peril. "Calm down, father," said Tang Yun, her expression filled with helplessness. One arm was wrapped in bandages, and her body bore numerous bruises. Fortunately, the mentalist's ability to delay was formidable. Had it been another warrior of the same level, they would have likely been obliterated by the feathered serpent god. "I cannot remain calm. Curse that feathered serpent cult. These traitors of humanity. What news from Jiangmian?" "No worries. The feathered serpent has been slain. Through the divine blood, we have pinpointed the location of the feathered serpent cult. They cannot escape." "That is reassuring." Tang Qingsong finally exhaled in relief. He then turned his gaze to Xiao and his companions seated nearby. "Young man, we have uncovered the truth. The assailant was the leader of the feathered serpent cult, a 7th-tier puppet master of the metamorphic level. What perplexes me is that he manipulated teacher Gao, who himself is a 3rd-tier metamorphic warrior, possessing physical strength comparable to an 8th-tier extraordinary. How did you manage to slay him?" As he spoke, Tang Qingsong recalled the scene of black ashes they had encountered upon arrival. He observed Xiao intently. Xiao scratched his head. "Principal, when will you provide the compensation you promised?" Tang Qingsong fell silent, aware that Xiao was reluctant to divulge further. "Just focus on your request. What do you desire?" Tang Qingsong was unconcerned. In these times, who didn't have a few hidden cards? "I want a skill scroll. I desire the ice heart. I want the eyes of the feathered serpent." Tang Qingsong's brows furrowed. The first two requests seemed reasonable, but what was this obsession with the eyes of the feathered serpent? "What do you need that for?" "For decoration." Tang Qingsong, you rascal. If you don't wish to speak the truth, just say so. "Hey, principal, you did say I could ask for anything I wanted. Is requesting an eye truly so difficult?" "Fine, I shall arrange for it to be delivered to you." Upon exiting the principal's office, Xiao noticed the content being broadcasted on the campus's large screen. "Today, Mr. Tang Qingsong, principal of Jiangnan High School, in collaboration with Jiangmian Market, has slain a deity and simultaneously uncovered a dark cult lurking within human society, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Teacher Tang, shall we continue with the special training?" At that moment, Jiang Ro inquired of Tang Yun, who was bandaged. Tang Yun smiled and shook her head. "It is unnecessary. At extraordinary 4th tier, your strength has already sufficed." Earlier, on their way to the forest, she had witnessed numerous slain extraordinary 4th tier monsters, even spotting a small mountain formed by their corpses. Clearly, their talents and abilities surpassed her expectations, especially Xiao, whose true strength remained an enigma. These three youngsters were far more prodigious than she had ever been. "I believe that given your current prowess, gaining admission to the esteemed Zhenshin University should pose no significant challenge. However, I earnestly hope that you can secure a commendable position in the special recruitment examination. Should you attain one of the top 3 spots, the university will bestow upon you extraordinary rewards, bountiful beyond your wildest imagination." I recall that in my cohort. The student who ranked first in the special recruitment examination achieved the remarkable status of a metamorphosis-level professional within merely a month of enrollment. Now, having graduated, he has formed a hunting team named Black Sun, and I surmise his strength is nearing the perfect level. Tang Yun expressed with deep sentiment. "Our city, Jiangzhou, is destined to remain a small place. It is only by venturing beyond its borders that you will witness the vastness and grandeur of the world. This world is fraught with numerous perils. It is also rich with opportunities. The era of universal professions represents both a transformation and a calamity. We have lost far too many compatriots and far too much land. If one day any among you reaches the pinnacle of professionalism, I implore you to reclaim the lands and homes that humanity has lost, and thereafter expel all those abhorrent elements from our blue star." Tang Yun spoke with earnest conviction. Chapter 11. assault, and relocation. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Xiao discarded his usual carefree demeanor and began to earnestly analyze the recent conflict. My current level stands at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary. The power of the golden flame eyes is sufficient to allow me to engage in combat 2 tiers above my own. Coupled with the techniques of a mentalist and my swordsmanship, I could slay those at the 6th tier of the extraordinary. I wonder what heights my strength will reach upon merging with the eternal flame eye. Recalling the previous scene where I utilized the eternal flame, fills me with immense anticipation. It was simply awe-inspiring. The golden flame robe enhances my defense, while the unified golden flame attack, along with its transformative and unquenchable attributes, ensures that in the presence of this ocular technique, all fire element masters below the extraordinary tier would find themselves utterly outmatched by Xiao. Ding! Hello! Your delivery has arrived. A voice announced from outside the door. It's here. Xiao's expression brightened. It must be the eye of the feathered serpent delivered by Tang Qingsong. He approached the door, ready to open it. Just then, his heart skipped a beat. Something is amiss. Xiao activated his X-ray vision. Indeed, the figure outside was not a courier. He immediately spotted the golden serpent tattoo beneath their clothing. Remnants of the feathered serpent sect. Xiao took a step back. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted. A terrifying shockwave surged through the door towards Xiao. Block it. He summoned his mental energy to conjure a wall before him, and then retreated in response. Remnants of the feathered serpent sect. Xiao utirit koldi. Through the thick smoke, a figure lunged towards him. It's all your fault. Because of you, the feathered serpent sect is finished. The Lord commanded that you must die. The cloaked figure charged through the swirling smoke. 6th tier of the extraordinary. An assassin. Upon sensing his profession, Xiao's expression shifted slightly. No wonder he could escape the encirclement. Swish! A pitch-black blade materialized in the assailant's hand, slicing towards Xiao like a shadow. Golden flame eyes. Ignite. Boom! A section of the space was instantly engulfed in flames. However, the opponent's speed was too swift. It was difficult for the golden flame eyes to lock onto his position in such a short time. What does your demise have to do with me? Why is everything directed at me? Xiao's face bore a look of frustration. The adversary remained silent, only intensifying the speed of his blade. How infuriating! I can't even enjoy a moment's peace. You pests from the dark sects are truly bothersome. Xiao's angurflated. Find him. He conjured an invisible net of mental energy before him. Upon colliding with the net, the assailant was quickly ensnared. Then, the golden flames ignited. Burn. Boom. The raging fire blasted a gaping hole in the ceiling of the rented room. Naturally, the assailant was reduced to ashes. Surveying the wreckage of the room, Xiao offered a wry smile. It seems this place is truly uninhabitable now. Just then, another voice called out. Your delivery has arrived. A figure stepped into the room. Goodness, is this never-ending? Xiao swiftly picked up the blade from the ground and swung it towards the intruder. Eek! The other party let out a terrified cry, hastily shielding themselves with the package they held. The package was cleaved open, revealing an exquisitely wrapped wooden box within. Ah! Are you truly a courier? The individual nodded in fear. I apologize. Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Thank you. You've worked hard. Once the courier departed, Xiao retrieved the wooden box from the ground and opened it. Inside lay 2 golden gems, shimmering with peculiar patterns. Indeed, they were the eyes of the feathered serpent. The items were in hand, yet he had nowhere to reside. The landlord would surely kill him. Xiao wore a look of helplessness as he pulled out his phone to call Tang Yun. What? Remnants of the cult? All right, I will come immediately. Before long, Tang Yun arrived at Xiao's home. How could it have come to this? Tang Yun gazed in astonishment at the house, now resembling a ruin. A transcendent 6th-tier assassin, exceptionally skilled at evasion. It took an immense effort to finally defeat him. Xiao scratched his head and sat on the battered sofa. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yun's heart was already in turmoil. A transcendent 6th-tier? You defeated him? Xiao Juswali nodded. Alas, what a shame for my house, Teacher Tang. Could you help me find a place? Preferably something affordable, as I have little money. Teacher Tang? Teacher Tang? Noticing Tang Yun's silence, Yi Xiao waved his hand before her face. Oh, only then did Tang Yun come to her senses. Her gaze towards Yi Xiao shifting as if she were looking at national treasure. If I remember correctly, you're only a transcendent third tier, right? Yi Xiao calmly nodded. Hiss. Tang Yun gasped in astonishment. To battle one tier higher is already a mark of genius. To surpass 2 tiers is to be a genius among geniuses. A person like Yi Xiao, who has surpassed 3 tiers, would be among the elite at the Divine Town University. Moreover, this likely does not represent his full strength. Tang Yun even suspected that he single-handedly defeated the transcendent 8th tier puppet. Her gaze towards Yi Xiao became intensely fervent. Yi Xiao involuntarily tightened his clothing, feeling a sudden chill. Yi Xiao, since your home is destroyed, you may temporarily stay with me. Is it appropriate for a solitary man and woman to share a space? No problem. Besides, I want to be alone. Let's go now and see if there is anything you need to take. If remnants of the dark cult are after you, that would be troublesome. Staying with me allows me to protect you closely. Close protection, huh? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yi Xiao glanced at Tang Yun's ample curves. What are you staring at? You little rascal. I am your teacher. Tang Yun shot him a glare, a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. With Tang Yun's assistance, Yi Xiao managed to settle his debts with the landlord. Following Tang Yun, they departed from the rental apartment, the car meandering through the streets before finally halting in an opulent villa district. You shall reside here for the next few days, Tang Yun declared. Before Yi Xiao stood an extravagant mansion, 3 stories high, complete with a private garden. My word, how affluent! Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with wonder. Neither in his past life nor this one had he ever inhabited such a grand estate. Teacher Tang, where's the restroom? He inquired. Take a left upon entering. It's the 3rd room, came the reply. Got it, Yi Xiao exclaimed, dashing off eagerly. At that moment, Tang Yun suddenly realized. Oh no, I forgot to inform him. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a piercing scream erupted from within the villa. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, tearing through the structure. Oh no, Teacher Tang, I'm under attack, Yi Xiao shouted, half fumbling with his belt as he hastily exited the villa. Hot on his heels was a woman wrapped in a towel, wielding a long sword, her eyes ablaze with fury. The formidable weapon in her grasp quivered ominously. Chapter 12. By rewatching and the advancement of the golden flame eyes rewatching. Do not act impulsively. Tang Yun swiftly positioned herself in front of the young woman. Yin Yun, do not obstruct me. Today, I must confront this scoundrel. Bai Ruoqing glared fiercely at Yi Xiao, her eyes ablaze with indignation. After guarding her virtue for over 20 years, she was mortified to have been exposed by this rogue. Teacher Tang, why did you not inform me that someone was bathing in a restroom? You nearly scared me to death. Yi Xiao, hiding behind Tang Yun, lamented helplessly. He had almost unfastened his trousers when the bathroom door unexpectedly swung open, revealing an exquisite beauty emerging from her bath. She resembled a water lily, captivating him to the point of speechlessness. However, the moment she regained her composure, she retaliated without hesitation with a fireball spell, nearly obliterating him. All right, Ruoqing, it was my mistake. I sincerely apologize. Tang Yin placated by Ruoqing, who reluctantly eased her fury. It's cold outside. Do not run around in just a towel. Go put some clothes on, she admonished, casting a final glare at Yi Xiao before sashaying into the villa, her hips swaying with each step. My apologies, Yi Xiao. Ruoqing has been staying at my home, and I neglected to mention that she has a habit of bathing upon waking. Your room is on the 2nd floor, where there is a private restroom. Indeed, Teacher Tang, your friend seems to have quite the temper, akin to someone who has ingested gunpowder. TSK. I fear no man would dare to marry her in the future, Yi Xiao remarked, shaking his head. Tang Yun chuckled in disbelief. You rascal, do you have the leisure to worry about others? Fear not, Ruoqing is indeed a lady of distinction. Her suitors could encircle Jiangnan High School. As they entered the villa, they found Bai Ruoqing lounging languidly on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in a television show, with snacks and cola beside her. Yi Xiao exchanged a glance with Tang Yun, silently questioning, is this the esteemed lady you were speaking of? Clearing her throat, Tang Yin introduced, Ruoqing, allow me to introduce my student, Xiao. He will be staying at my home for the next few days as he prepares for the special admission examination at Jinshan University. This is by Ruoqing, a native of the provincial city, my close friend, as well as my classmate. Bai Ruoqing held her head high, resembling a proud swan, her fair collarbone exposed. The special admission examination at Jinshan University. That is no simple feat. Young man, you are merely at the third level of extraordinary ability. It will be quite challenging for you to pass the examination. She wore a mischievous expression, taking delight in his predicament. However, if you address me as sister and serve me well over these next few days, I may discreetly share the examination details with you. Xiao cast a nonchalant glance in her direction. Teacher Tang, I shall retire to my room now, he stated, dragging his luggage upstairs. Oh, the lad possesses quite the spirit. Yet mere spirit alone will not suffice to pass the special examination. Bai Ruoqing attempted to continue her taunting, but Tang Yun, visibly embarrassed, grasped her arm. Enough, Ruoqing, let be, she urged. What is it, Yin Yun? Bai Ruoqing inquired, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Tang Yun. Xiao had just slain a member of the dark cult, an extraordinary 6th-tier assassin. Bai Ruoqing was rendered speechless, her astonishment palpable as she pointed at Xiao. You defeated a 6th tier with your 3rd tier? What is your profession? Her mouth hung open wide enough to accommodate an entire egg. Scout, Xiao replied nonchalantly before ascending the staircase. Bai Ruoqing exclaimed, when the world is a scout. Which scout can combat above 3 tiers? She grasped Tang Yun's arm excitedly, demanding, tell me, where did you find this little monster? Sighing, Tang Yun began, well, the story goes like this. After returning to his room and setting down his belongings, Xiao retrieved the eyes of the feathered serpent. Ding! Detection of the eyes of the feathered serpent confirmed. Golden Flame, eyes meet upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade to ever-burning sovereign flame eyes? Upgrade, Xiao stated calmly. In the next moment, the 2 golden gems shattered into a shower of starlight, directly embedding themselves into Xiao's eyes. Boom! Xiao suddenly felt as if molten lava surged within his gaze, an intense burning sensation enveloping him. An uncontrollable and terrifying power began to radiate outward, igniting the air around him with a sizzling sound. Strange, why has the villa suddenly become so hot? The concentration of fire elements is overwhelming. My soda is about to boil, Bai Ruoqing exclaimed, equally astonished. The energy is coming from upstairs. It must be that rogue. Exchanging glances, they both rushed towards the 2nd floor. In the room, Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, revealing dazzling golden pupils where 2 crimson lotus flowers spun continuously, resembling the eyes of a deity. How terrifying! I feel as though my strength has undergone a qualitative leap. Upon advancing, the ever-burning sovereign flame eyes transformed into an area of effect damageability. Upon activation, he could engulf a vast region in flames. Truly, as a red-tier ocular technique. Its power was astonishing. Xiao's face radiated joy. Bang! At that moment, the door burst open as Tang Yun and Bai Ruoqing rushed in. Yet after a moment, both turned crimson and quickly averted their eyes. What is wrong, Teacher Tang? Xiao asked, bewildered. Why, Xiao? You should put on some clothes, Tang Yun stammered shyly. Huh, lecher, Bai Ruoqing scoffed. Xiao remained oblivious, reflexively glancing down. To his surprise, his clothes had been burned away. A peculiar smile spread across his face as he leisurely retrieved his underwear, nonchalantly stating, Ladies, I'm in my own room. Is it not acceptable to be without clothes? However, you both barged into my humble abode without my consent, tarnishing my innocence. Their expressions darkened. This little brat, is he deliberately seeking revenge? Xiao, have you put on your clothes yet? Not yet. I can't find my underwear. Let me search for it. I think it was over here. As Xiao gradually approached the 2, Bai Ruoqing felt an unsettling sensation, as if pricked by thorns, and could not help but scream. You scoundrel, don't come any closer. I have no interest in you whatsoever, Xiao retorted, his tone dismissive, as if he were spitting seeds. already dressed. He added, and only then did the two turn around. Bai Ruoqing glared at Xiao, her teeth clenched in frustration. Xiao, what on earth just transpired? Why was there such a powerful surge of elemental fire? Oh, it was nothing. Just a slight mishap. My ocular technique evolved a bit. Xiao replied nonchalantly. A slight mishap. Evolved a bit. Tang Yun froze in place, feeling as though Xiao was indulging in a touch of ostentation. Chapter 13, A Minor Incident. I have come to a realization. You, my dear student, are not merely a rogue, but also a pretentious show-off. Bai Ruoqing exclaimed with palpable resentment. Oh, is that considered pretentious? Is it not merely an advancement of ability? Surely, there cannot be anyone incapable of such progress. Xiao retorted with a mocking tone. Bai Ruoqing was so incensed that she nearly ground her molars to dust. It was precisely due to her recent struggles with stagnation in both level and abilities that she had traveled from the provincial city to Jiangzhou, seeking a reprieve and an opportunity for a breakthrough. Tang Yun rubbed his forehead, feeling a sense of helplessness. It seemed that the discord between Xiao and Bai Ruoqing would not be easily mended. Just then, he received a phone call. Yin Yun, bring Xiao to the school at once. The deep voice of Tang Qingsong resonated from the other end. Oh, understood. Dan Zun note that. A flicker of confusion passing across his face. Tang Qingsong's tone appeared somewhat peculiar. Ruoqing, Xiao and I have matters to attend to at the school. You stay home and take care of yourself. I know, off you go. Bai Ruoqing waved her hand impatiently. Just hope that this rogue doesn't return with you. The two departed from the villa, with Tang Yun driving swiftly towards Jiangnan High School. Upon entering the principal's office, they were met with the sight of Tang Qingsong, his expression grave as he sat behind his desk. Xiao Hongchen and Jiang Rou were also present. Everyone is here. Xiao greeted with a cheerful smile. With a sharp clap, a middle-aged man in a suit stood abruptly. You are Xiao? He glared at Xiao with icy intensity. Yes, and you are? I am Zheng Gang, the father of Zheng Hong. I demand to know, Xiao, during the special training, did you abandon my son and flee on your own? Your classmates. In a moment of peril, you deserted him to save your own skin. You are unworthy of being a student. Do you understand that you have caused his demise? He had a promising future ahead. Sheng Gong railed vehemently. Enough. Tang Qingsong's authoritative voice rang out. Mr. Zheng, until the matter is thoroughly investigated, refrain from jumping to conclusions. Principal Tang, my son is dead, and my brother-in-law. Should not Jiangnan High School bear full responsibility for this incident? Zheng Gang continued. Yet you possess no evidence to assert that Xiao abandoned Zheng Hong during the escape. How can you say there is no evidence? Zheng Hong has already informed me that Xiao seized his opportunity. Why did the three of them escape without Zheng Hong? They must have deliberately left him behind. You should inquire of him yourself. Dan Gingseng sighed deeply. Xiao, is there any truth to this? Xiao nodded with an expression of calm. Tang Qingsong's countenance shifted subtly. Tang Yun, standing nearby, regarded him with astonishment. Look, Principal Tang, this is the quality of your school as students. What more can you say? With this confirmation, Zheng Gang's fury intensified. However, Xiao remained remarkably composed. Before proceeding, esteemed guests, please take a moment to consider this. As he spoke, Xiao handed his phone to Tang Qingsong. On the screen, a figure was seen fleeing in a panic, frequently glancing back over his shoulder. When confronted by the formidable fifth-tier golden feather serpent, Zheng Hong abandoned both me and Xiao Hongchen to escape. Xiao stated calmly, I can attest to this. It is indeed true. Xiao Hongchen also spoke up. It was merely the fifth-tier golden feather serpent that frightened Zheng Hong into a hasty retreat. Yet this very serpent was ultimately slain by me and Xiao Hongchen. At that time, it was the powerful feather serpent god pursuing Zheng Hong. In the face of such a formidable entity, what could we do but flee? Were we to turn back and confront it head-on? Xiao gazed steadily at Zheng Gang, maintaining an air of dignity. The one pursuing Zheng Hong was the feather serpent god? Tang Qingsong furrowed his brow. Xiao nodded. I can confirm this. I was present at that time. Jiang Rou also chimed in. Tang Qingsong's expression softened. Have you heard, Mr. Zheng? It was your son who first abandoned his teammates. A mere fifth-tier monster was enough to scare your timid son away. Yet now, faced with a deity, you expect our students to come to the rescue? One cannot hold such double standards. Do you wish the hopes of Jiangnan Middle School to perish within the serpent's belly? Bang! Tang Qing slammed the table and rose abruptly. Mr. Zheng, is this how one should conduct oneself? His commanding presence was imbued with authority, silencing Zheng Yang. I. Tang Qing waved his hand decisively. I am deeply saddened by Zheng Hong's death, but this matter has nothing to do with Xiao. You must apologize to him. You have wronged our student. Tang Qing's voice rang out with undeniable determination. Zheng Yang's face shifted, and after a long pause, he reluctantly spoke. I apologize, ye classmate. I wronged you. He lowered his head, yet deep within his pupils lay a simmering discontent. Why should he apologize? He too is a victim. He has lost his son. Raise your head. Yi Zhao's voice resounded. Zheng Yang reflexively lifted his gaze, only to be met by a pair of golden eyes, akin to the gaze of a deity, mesmerizing and soul-stirring, with two crimson lotuses swirling within the pupils. You may not fully grasp the situation. He gained admission to the special training through backdoor means, and during the training, he even attempted to lay hands on me. He also abandoned his teammates. Thus, his demise is a consequence of his own actions. Do you understand? The crimson lotuses in Yi Zhao's eyes began to whirl violently, an overwhelming force pressing upon Zheng Yang's consciousness. Terrified, he trembled all over. I understand. Zheng Yang repeatedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had never encountered such terrifying eyes. I understand. He stumbled out of the office, still dazed and muttering to himself. A mere clown. Xiao Sukolfutkoldi. Zheng Hong's prowess stemmed from his uncle. His father is but an ordinary merchant, lacking any notable standing. Very well, a small interlude, but do not allow it to dampen your spirits. Return to your recuperation, as the special examination is imminent, Tang Qing said with a casual wave. Just a minor episode. And the following days swiftly passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assembling the 10 great eye techniques. They are now ready for fusion. Yi Xiao successfully acquired 10 types of eye techniques. Notably, their quality has significantly improved compared to the initial attempt, with 4 of them classified as green techniques. There is even one blue technique, the laser eye. However, it is of little consequence, as its lethality pales in comparison to the ever-burning flame eye. For Yi Xiao, only techniques of purple grade or above would prove beneficial at this juncture. The fusion of the eye techniques occurred rapidly, and soon it was complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Martial Spirit Eye, purple. Martial Spirit Eye. The host's physical strength is increased 5-fold. Melee capabilities receive a 200% enhancement. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Is this to cultivate him into a battle mage? Chapter 14. A masterful eye sorcerer should be a versatile warrior fusion. As Yi Xiao focused his thoughts, the martial spirit eye seamlessly merged with his own pupils. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, he felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body from his dual eyes. A tremendous power spread within him. Boom! Yi Xiao unleashed a punch that created a deep crater in the ground. This power, even ordinary extraordinary warriors of the 3rd or 4th tier cannot contend with me. Grasping a kitchen knife once more, Yi Xiao activated the spectral blade strike. Whoosh! A boulder towering 3 men high was effortlessly cleaved in 2. Wow! Now, I can annihilate extraordinary 6th tier foes, crush 7th tier adversaries, and dominate 8th tier challengers. I'm unfazed by 9th tier opponents. This time, I have secured the top spot in the special admissions of the Divine Guardian University. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Yi Zhao's eyes, unrivaled in both close combat and ranged attacks. He had compensated for the greatest weakness of the eye sorcerer. Ding! The Martial Spirit Eye triggered its evolution pathway. Martial Spirit Eye, purple. Martial God Eye, orange. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, gold. Yi Xiao felt an overwhelming shock. It can actually advance. The highest tier is the legendary Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Isn't this the most potent divine skill of a warrior? System, are you merely toying with me, intending to mold me into a jack of all trades? Yi Xiao visited. To his surprise, the system responded after a long silence. A masterful eye sorcerer should indeed be a versatile warrior. Yi Xiao, it's time to go. Have you prepared your belongings? At that moment, Tang Yun entered the room. Yi Xiao nodded. Hey, why do I feel you seem a bit different? Tang Yun gazed at Yi Xiao in astonishment. What is different? Yi Xiao chuckled in response. You seem more handsome? Tang Yun shook her head. I can't quite put my finger on it. Teacher Tang, it's merely your illusion. Is it? Sigh. Yi Xiao, you needn't call me Teacher Tang anymore. Just call me Sister Yun. Yi Xiao was taken aback, then nodded after a moment. All right, Sister Yun. Tang Yun beamed with satisfaction. Leaving the villa, Tang Yun guided him towards Jiangnan High School. There, a special vehicle awaited to transport them along the official road constructed by the great Xiao to the provincial city. Surprised, are you? Your sister is here too. I will be going with you all. Upon arriving at Jiangnan High School, Yi Xiao spotted by Ruo Qing, dragging a pink suitcase, waving at him. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. TCH, what bad luck. What did you say? Bai Ruo Qing's previously charming smile transformed into that of an angry little tiger. Yi Xiao, you are utterly unlikable. Be careful not to find a girlfriend when you reach university. Yi Xiao disdainfully scoffed, glancing at Xiao Hongchun before solemnly declaring, Women only serve to impede my sword-drawing speed. Bai Ruo Qing. You, an eye sorcerer. What sword are you drawing? Yi Xiao chuckled, unaware that she did not comprehend. He was indeed a masterful eye sorcerer. Perhaps one day he would even master the swordsmanship. Enough. Yi Xiao, cease your banter. I shall not accompany you to the provincial city this time. Ruo Qing will return with you. Tang Yun approached with a graceful stride. Allow me to remind you, the special admission examination at Zhengshun High School offers considerable flexibility. You must cooperate diligently. Among you, Jiang Ro is an elementalist, while you're a pupil master. Both of you are ranged attackers. Hong Chun, as a sword cultivator, will provide close protection for you. Yi Xiao, I urge you not to be overconfident in your pupil art and charge too far ahead. Should you encounter close combat warriors, sword cultivators, or duelists, it could spell trouble. Do you understand? Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledged. Xiao Hongchun cast him a puzzled glance. A pupil master as a range attacker? It was worth noting that during the forest training, Yi Xiao's precise strike that felled the golden feather serpent was on par with any sword cultivator or duelist. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Yun, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. At that moment, Principal Tang Qingsong approached. The day has finally arrived. Are you feeling nervous? He asked the trio with a grin. Yi Xiao merely pursed his lips. Xiao Hong Chun silently polished the iron sword in his hands, while Jiang Ro tenderly caressed her hair. Noticing the silence, Tang Qingsong cleared his throat awkwardly. Yi Xiao, you three are the finest students of Jiangnan High School. I have absolute confidence in you. You will surely gain admission to Zhengshun University. By the way, your juniors have prepared blessings for you before the exam. Tang Qingsong turned and gestured. A banner unfurled above the teaching building, proclaiming, Victory in the special admission. Glory to Jiangnan. What message would you like to convey to your juniors? Tang Qingsong asked with a smile. Maintain a calm demeanor, study diligently, and you will find that as long as you do not awaken as a combat profession, there is a significant chance of working in a factory tightening screws. Yi Xiao stated calmly. Tang Qingsong was left speechless. The first and second year students stared in bewilderment. Well said, but perhaps refrain from such comments in the future. Tang Qingsong replied, his expression darkening. A special vehicle carried the three, along with Bai Ruo Qing, away. As Tang Qingsong watched the vehicle gradually disappear from view, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Oh dear, this batch of students is quite a challenge, he remarked wearily. Especially Yi Xiao. His tongue is far too sharp. Tang Yun remained silent. Compared to Yi Xiao, her own student days had been relatively tame. As the school bus transported the three away, the road widened after leaving the official path, and the towering buildings vanished from sight. Instead, they were met with desolate wasteland, where Yi Xiao even spotted a group of demons rampaging through the barren land. This wasteland was once territory lost by humanity, now completely transformed into a playground for demons. Bai Ruo Qing gazed out at the scene and remarked wistfully, were it not for a formidable 8th-level array master constructing the official roads between cities. Human transportation would have been utterly obliterated. Upon hearing Bai Ruoqing's words, Xiao activated his clairvoyance. Indeed, he perceived a series of intense energy fluctuations above the official road, accompanied by golden patterns sprawling across the void. A new era heralding a great calamity had commenced. Yet where would humanity's destiny lead in this epoch? In recent years, the disturbances caused by demons had escalated, and many formidable deities were gradually awakening. Consequently, the demand for powerful practitioners amongst humanity had surged. This had led many students of the Zhanshin Academy to venture into the wastelands to hunt demons as early as their 4th year. You are the hope of humanity's future. You must grow swiftly, Bai Ruoqing stated with rare seriousness. Her gaze fell upon the three, particularly on Xiao. One could not help but wonder if her words would instill a sense of urgency in him. One cannot remain so carefree in such times. Rest assured, humanity will emerge unscathed, Xiao replied nonchalantly, chewing gum. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where golden patterns intertwined within his pupils. In such an era, it is always necessary for someone to bring it to a close, is it not? Chapter 15. Bai Ruoyu the car glided smoothly along the official road. Bai Ruoqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. You must remain vigilant. This examination is no trivial matter, with only 30 slots available per province. In past years, being at the extraordinary 4th level was barely sufficient. However, now, even that seems precarious. The image of that arrogant girl flashed through Bai Ruoqing's mind. Xiao, if possible, I would like to request your assistance with something. The esteemed Miss Bai requires my help? Xiao teased. This time, Bai Ruoqing refrained from retorting. Yes, if you encounter someone named Bai Ruoyu during the special recruitment, I hope you will teach her a lesson. How intriguing. Bai Ruoyu. Might she be your sister? Xiao imuted, racing aneyebroth. Bai Ruoqing nodded. Goodness, I've encountered living bodhisattvas, but never a living king of hell. You truly are something else, Bai Ruoqing, Xiao exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Bai Ruoyu, who had yet to meet her sister and was already in for a challenging time. Bai Ruoyu, if I am not mistaken, she is the prodigy from the provincial city, said to be a once-in-a-century talent. Jiang Ro, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. I have heard she has awakened both the summoner and mage dual professions. Bai Ruoqing sighed in resignation. Yes, Ruoyu is my younger sister. She has always been proud, and now that she has awakened dual professions, her arrogance has only intensified. She looks down on her peers, and I fear that such a mindset may lead her to great misfortune in the future. Bai Ruoyu had lived a charmed life, treated like a delicate princess, shielded from falls and failures. This lack of adversity had fostered her haughty disposition. Moreover, with her dual professions, she was lauded as a once-in-a-century genius, even receiving a direct recruitment slot from the prestigious town God University. This only served to inflame her pride. Ruoyu did not need to participate in this special recruitment, as she had already been granted a direct admission slot. Yet, she insisted on taking part, claiming she wished to gauge the abilities of her future classmates, and even to choose them herself. The three were taken aback. Could it be she intends to select her own 30 candidates? Jiang Ro exclaimed, astonished. How delightful! Bai Ruoqing, your sister seems to possess an even worse temperament than you. Strangely enough, I find myself eager to give her a proper reprimand before even meeting her, Xiao declared, cracking his knuckles with a fierce expression. Perhaps that is unnecessary, Bai Ruoqing interjected, her face darkening. Moreover, Xiao, when Ryu was at the extraordinary 3rd level, she could easily handle multiple extraordinary 6th level practitioners, and even dared to challenge 7th level ones. You must exercise caution and not underestimate her. In Bai Ruoqing's heart, she still leaned toward her sister, Bai Ruoyu, as she had witnessed the formidable combat prowess of Bai Ruoyu firsthand. With her summoned beasts and magic, she alone could rival an entire team, a method of combat that could only be deemed as cheating. On the other hand, Xiao had only heard of his achievements from Tang Yun and was not particularly acquainted with Yi Zhao's true strength. Rest assured, I relish the opportunity to teach the average girl a lesson. Xiao signaled with an okay gesture. By watching was left speechless. It's a stalemate. Neither can claim superiority. You are an average boy yourself. The official road was relatively short, and after 3 hours, they arrived at the provincial city. You shall stay in my home tonight. We can head to the examination venue together tomorrow, By watching suggested with a smile. The three nodded in agreement, and the special vehicle made its way to the Bai residence. The Bai family was also a prominent family in the provincial capital. By watching's father, Bai Xianxin, was a level 6 artillery master. I have stated my peanut allergy. What is the difference between peanut butter and peanuts? The steak must be medium rare. Does this conform to that? I do not consume scallions. Remove each piece from this bowl of wontons. Strawberries? I do not want strawberry seeds. Please pick them out for me. Now, I wish to take a bath. The water must be at 40 degrees, not a degree higher, and with the freshly picked roses from this morning. Even before stepping into the villa, Xiao and the others heard her haughty, melodious voice. Sigh. By her watching side, her temper has flared up again. Usually, Ruoyu is not like this. By her watching spread her hands, explaining to Xiao and the others. What a true young lady. Xiao scoffed. As an orphan, he could hardly tolerate such a spoiled rich child. Jiang Rou also hailed from a prestigious family, yet she had not developed such faults. Let us go in, by her watching side, leading Xiao and the others into the villa. Upon entering, they beheld a figure standing imperiously before a group of servants. Clad in a pristine white dress, her exquisite features seemed sculpted by the hands of a divine being, with silky black hair cascading naturally, exuding a lustrous sheen. Cradled in her arms was a small cat, lazily yawning. Flat-chested, proud, and a mere 5 feet tall, Xiao tagged her with these descriptors upon sighting her. Ruoyu, refrain from throwing a tantrum. The examination is tomorrow. Finish your meal and get some rest. Bai watching approached by Ruoyu helplessly, issuing her directive. Sister, you're back. Upon seeing Bai watching, Bai Ruoyu's annoyed expression transformed into a sweet smile. Yes, I have returned. Allow me to introduce you. These are the participants from Jiangzhou. However, before Bai watching could finish her sentence, Bai Ruoyu interrupted, playfully exclaiming, Sister, it has been ages since we bathed together. Let us do so tonight. Throughout the entire exchange, she scarcely acknowledged Xiao and the others. Ruoyu, you must listen to me. These three are students of your sister Tangyan, and will be taking the special admission examination with you tomorrow. You should get to know them. Bai Ruoyu reluctantly turned her head, yet the gaze of Xiao and his companions remained imbued with a condescending arrogance. I understand now. You seek my assistance to pass the examination, do you not? Very well. Simply follow me tomorrow, serving me tea and water, and perhaps hold an umbrella for me as well. I assure you, all of you shall pass the special recruitment, Bai Ruoyu declared haughtily. Such an attitude even caused the typically indifferent Xiao Hongshun to furrow his brows. Jiang Rou, too, was incensed. Hailing from a prominent family, she had always been the center of attention. Had it not been for her regard for Bai watching, she would have stormed out in indignation. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Xiao's piercing laughter echoed through the hall. Little sister, how old are you this year? Have you fully matured? Why do you mimic the tone of adults? With that remark, Xiao's gaze fell upon Bai Ruoyu's chest. If Bai watching embodied boundless tolerance, Bai Ruoyu was as flat as a plane, creating a stark contrast between the two. What did you say? You lecherous scoundrel! Noticing Xiao's gaze, Bai Ruoyu clutched her cat even tighter, her face flushed as she retorted sharply. Sister, where on earth did you find such a rude person? Utterly disrespectful. Chapter 16, Lessons from the Proud Girl. The special admission examination begins. How rude. I laughed. Is there anyone more discourteous than you? At a mere height of 1.50 meters, how do you manage to look down on others? Xiao mokit. Beside him, Jiang Rou leisurely crossed her arms, enjoying the spectacle. Xiao Hongshun stroked his nose, equally entertained by the unfolding drama. The demeanor of the trio left Bai Ruoyu trembling with rage. Ollie, take him down. She slapped the black cat on the head, prompting the feline to emit a reluctant, lazy meow before darting forth like an arrow, its body emanating a shadowy glow. As it raised its paw to strike at Xiao, It was then that they noticed the black cat possessed 3 tails. Is this a 9-tailed spirit cat? Jean Roues face registré de surprise. The 9-tailed spirit cat was a high-tier summoned beast, and a fully grown one was comparable to a master-level practitioner. Xiao, be careful, Jiang Ro urgently warned. The melee capabilities of summoned beasts were formidable. Interesting. Xiao remained unfazed as the 9-tailed spirit cat lunged at him. Martial Spirit Eye, activate. He murmured softly. Boom. His physical strength surged 5-fold, enhancing his melee damage by 200%. Xiao swiftly drew an iron sword from Xiao Hongchen's back. Draw the blade. Slash. Swish. A single strike, as swift as a meteor and akin to lightning, landed on the head of the 9-tailed spirit cat. Boom! The spirit cat was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing onto the dining table of the villa, its vitality instantly waning. Ollie, Baira Oyu exclaimed in distress, rushing to cradle the spirit cat in her arms. You have gone too far. Why did you injure it? She glared at Xiao with fiery eyes. What's this? It's allowed to attack me, but I'm forbidden from retaliating? Sparing its life is already showing respect to Bai Ruoqing. Xiao retorted coldly. You. Bai Ruoyu was left speechless in her fury. I will be the first to eliminate you in tomorrow's special admission exam, she declared angrily, pointing at Xiao and his companions. Interesting. Is that a declaration of war? If so, I accept. Xiao sneered it. Bai Ruoqing, I shall take my leave. As for your sister, if she doesn't temper that foul temper of hers, one day she might just find herself in a dire situation. With that, he turned to depart. Bai Ruoqing remained silent. Though Xiao's words were harsh, they bore truth. Bai Ruoyu's temperament could indeed lead her into trouble in the future. Wait, Bai Ruoyu suddenly called out. Your name is Xiao, right? I will remember you. Tomorrow in the exam, I will make you regret crossing paths with Bai Ruoyu. The girl spread her legs apart, hands on her hips, directing a cold glare at Xiao. Xiao's gaze flickered before he let out a disdainful chuckle. Just a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet. Bai Ruoyu's face flushed crimson. In that fleeting moment, she felt a chill, as if standing before Xiao completely unclad. Ugh! She hurriedly covered herself, the sensation dissipating only then. Ruoyu, you should not be so willful, Bai Ruoqing remarked with a wry smile after Xiao and the others departed. Xiao is an exceptionally talented ocular practitioner, capable of vanquishing dark cultists of the 6th rank, even at the 3rd rank. You ought to befriend him. Oomph. When I was at the 3rd rank, I was 100 times stronger than him. Bai Ruoyu retorted, pouting. Sister, please stop. The very fact that he dared to harm Ali makes it impossible for me to swallow my anger. Tomorrow's special recruitment exam, I shall teach him a lesson, Bai Ruoyu declared resolutely. Upon leaving the villa, Xiao and his companions initially intended to find a hotel themselves. However, they soon learned that Bai Ruoqing had already made arrangements for their accommodation, expressing her apologies to Xiao and the others. After checking into the hotel, the night passed without incident. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in. Sign in. Ding. The host has successfully signed in for white glaucoma. Xiao. I believe that is some sort of eye ailment, isn't it? System. Host, you are mistaken. This refers to the white ocular technique, white glaucoma, which grants night vision. Xiao. After breakfast, they exited the hotel, whereby Ruoqing's vehicle was already waiting outside. Oomph. Bai Ruoyu, standing at a mere 1.50 meters, still clutched her black cat, disdainfully tossing a glare back at Xiao. The 9-tailed spirit cat's eyes betrayed a hint of fear as it regarded Xiao. Once they got into the car, they made their way towards the examination venue. The examination was set in the largest square of the provincial city, where they would be transported by a powerful sorcerer to the wilderness. Indeed, the assessment would take place in a region overrun by monsters. The formidable professionals among humanity had already intervened, establishing a secure perimeter in the wilderness and driving out all supernatural beasts above the extraordinary rank. This assessment was straightforward. Hunt the monsters in the wilderness. The scoring device in your possession will tally the points earned from slaying these creatures. Those below the 3rd rank will not be counted, while those of the 3rd rank will earn 5 points, 10 points, and so forth. Ultimately, the 30 individuals with the highest scores will be selected. On the square, a middle-aged man clad in a suit, exuding an air of sternness, addressed the candidates. He was a distinguished mentor from Jianshan University, possessing 6th level, domain-level power. Now, all participants in the assessment, please enter the teleportation array. He gestured towards a grand array not far away. One by one, the students stepped into the array. Amidst the crowd, Xiao spotted by Ruoyu, who made a chopping motion across her neck towards him. Xiao was simirkit dismissive. Once they arrived in the wilderness, this proud little girl would undoubtedly be at his mercy. Among the over 300 participants in this assessment, Jianshan University would only admit 30. Across the 15 provinces of the Great Xiao, there were 450 special admissions. The remaining spots would be determined through the college entrance examination. Students hurriedly entered the teleportation array, and curiously, Bairuoyu was now surrounded by 29 remarkable and distinguished young individuals. These are my personally selected guards, and they will all successfully pass this special recruitment. Xiao, you 3 should not waste any more time. There are no spots available for you. If you wish to avoid being hunted down in the wilderness, now is the time to apologize while I am in a good mood. Simply say, Miss Bairuoyu, I was wrong. I, Xiao, am lower than the scum of the earth, and I willingly offer myself as your servant, ready to serve you. The corners of Xiao's mouth twitched. Little sister, you pale in comparison to your elder sister. Your narrow-mindedness lacks the capacity to accommodate others. Xiao remarked with a teasing gesture. Xiao, you are finished. I will not rest until I have my revenge. Bairuoyu shouted angrily, turning her back and directly stepping into the formation. Come on, we have already reserved the top 3 spots for this special recruitment. Xiao said to the 2 others before entering the formation. Chapter 17. Confrontation with the Bairuoyu group upon entering the formation. The scenery before me transformed dramatically. When I regained my senses, I found myself in a world awash with crimson hues. The ground was saturated with red soil, and the air was thick with an unsettling aura of malevolence. This land, once a bastion for humanity, had borne witness to countless lives, echoing with their cherished memories and laughter. Xiao knelt down and grasped a handful of soil, a sharp sting coursing through his skin. This land had long ceased to be hospitable for human life, now rife with corrosive properties. Xiao, the fiends are appearing, Xiao Hongxun warned. Xiao rose, lifting his gaze to behold a horde of humanoid figures resembling zombies advancing towards them. He activated his identification eye, supernatural level 3, upon death. A human's body decays and transforms into its lingering resentment eternally tethered to this place. Alas, let us bury them, Xiao declared, golden flames igniting in his eyes. Boom! A tempest of golden lotuses erupted in the void, and in the blink of an eye, they danced amidst the flames before being reduced to ash. The numbers on Xiao's score tracker surged dramatically. Let us proceed. Our objectives for this assessment are twofold. Secure a place in the top 3 and teach that haughty girl a lesson, Xiao mused, rubbing his temples. He opened his perception eye, revealing the regions suffused with a kaleidoscope of colors. Green signified safety, while red indicated high danger. Xiao led his companions boldly into the crimson zone. Meanwhile, on the other side, listen well. Your mission is to prevent Xiao and his companions from passing this special recruitment exam. Notify me immediately upon encountering them. Do you understand? Bairuoyu commanded from atop a grand tree, hands on her hips. Yes. Several voices echoed eagerly. Excellent. Now, let us begin accumulating points. Bairuoyu waved her hand in the air, inscribing runes. A symbol seamlessly adhered to the tree's trunk. With my magic, all the fiends will obediently flock to this spot. There's no need to actively seek them out. It's effortless. Under the influence of her spell, the tree exuded an enticing aroma, irresistibly attracting countless fiends from all directions, which her group would then collectively vanquish. A few rounds of this strategy, and their scores would soar, leaving others far behind. Boom! The earth trembled. Bairuoyu's ploy had indeed borne fruit, as various fiends surged towards her from the skies. The ground, and even beneath it, summoning technique. Easy. Dai. Boom! The summoning array materialized, and a colossal arm emerged from it. Boom! The arm descended like a mountain, stunning the fiends at the forefront. In an instant, they were obliterated into a mist of blood. He, Dehei, is formidable. Only those of supernatural level 9 pose a challenge. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance. Bairuyu chuckled softly. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the summoning array, revealing its complete form. It was a dragon man, clad entirely in obsidian, with a pair of enormous wings that could eclipse the sky when unfurled. Dai, clear the field, Bairuyu commanded from atop the dragonman's back, pointing forward. With a mighty roar, the dragonman spread its colossal wings and ascended into the heavens, unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon the horde of demons below. Goodness, the prowess of the Bai family's daughter is truly extraordinary. Someone marveled from the spectator's area. Turning to Bai Xianqing. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, she has reached the 5th tier of the extraordinary realm. She has already formed a pact with a dragon man and a 9-tailed spirit cat. Both of these are immensely powerful summoned beasts. Bai Xianqing shook his head helplessly. Well, she's a bit too proud. Huh, what her pride. A true prodigy should be proud. They possess the merit to do so. Their companion laughed heartily. In contrast, Bai Ruoqing remained silent, her thoughts consumed with concern for Xiao. Her sister had only just begun to employ her summoning skills. The mage's abilities had yet to be unleashed. Could Xiao truly prevail against her? Worry gripped Bai Ruoqing's heart. Bairuyu fought recklessly. She hoped nothing disastrous would occur, for she would be at a loss in explaining it to Tang Yin. What was happening over there? The sky was ablaze with cannon fire. Xiao and his companions gazed in astonishment at the flames surging from the nearby forest. Such commotion was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Xiao activated his eye technique. Ah, the little girl is gathering monsters. Quite the skill she possesses. It seems effortless. Let's go find her. He sneered, and the three of them swiftly made their way in her direction. Kill! Kill! I am commander. You are all warriors under my command. Bairuyu stood atop the dragonman's back, directing the chaos below. A throng of professionals engaged in combat with waves of demons, their scores skyrocketing. On the external scoreboard, Bairuyu maintained her lead, while her subordinates filled the ranks from 2nd to 30th place. Does this girl treat the special recruitment exam as her own personal game? Bai Xianqing sighed, exasperated. He glanced at the gold medal minter from the Jianshan University beside him, noting that their expression remained unchanged. As long as it was within the rules, Jianshan University would not intervene. Even if Bairuyu's more than 20 subordinates secure the spots, it would only reflect the incompetence of the others. Jianshan University had no need for inept individuals. Indeed, that little girl was on a rampage. Xiao and his companions arrived near Bairuyu, observing stealthily. Shall we make our move, Xiao? Jiang Ro inquired. Wait a moment, he said. As the clam and the snipe vie, the fisherman benefits. We can simply seize their scoring device. It would be rather effortless. Besides, the rules do not explicitly prohibit such an act. Xiaoxia smiled cunningly, while Jiang Ro wore a peculiar expression and silently gave Xiaoxia a thumbs up. Cunning, truly wicked, yet it is indeed a clever strategy. Xiaoxia observed from the sidelines, anticipating the frenzy as Bairuyu and her group relentlessly hunted monsters. After a brief interval, he declared that should suffice. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, the three surged toward the great tree. From her elevated position, Bairuyu spotted Xiaoxia and his companions immediately. They've been discovered. Capture them at once. Bind them tightly, she commanded. Ollie, go. Use all your strength. Hold nothing back. In an instant, the 9-tailed spirit cat leaped from Bairuyu's arms, its form expanding dramatically until it reached a size of 4 to 5 meters. Its 3 agile tails swaying gracefully in the wind. Chapter 18, Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame. How? Ollie swung his sharp claws, reducing the demons that obstructed him to mere pulp. Yesterday's skirmish with Xiao had been a result of his underestimation, as he had not exerted his full strength, leading to his injury. Today, he sought to redeem himself. Intriguing. Xiao activated his golden flame eyes, turning the demons in his path into charred remains. Bairuyu, is your summoned beast eager for demise? Xiao snatched a long blade from a nearby candidate. With a swift draw, he unleashed a powerful slash. Boom! Xiao transformed into a streak of black lightning, cleaving towards the nine-tailed spirit cat. Clang! The nine-tailed spirit cat wielded its claws, blocking Yi Xiao's strike, resulting in a collision that sent sparks flying. Remarkable! It possesses considerable strength. Yi Xiao shook his numb hand. Martial spirit eyes. Activate. Ethereal blade strike. Whoosh! Yi Xiao swiftly unleashed a flurry of blade light, creating dazzling sparks in the air. Bang! 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 The air erupted with brilliant star-like explosions as Yi Xiao engaged in combat with a nine-tailed spirit cat, creating a commotion that deterred onlookers. The nine-tailed spirit cat demonstrated formidable close combat prowess and speed, rivaling that of a 6th or 7th tier extraordinary being. Is this young man a swordsman? Such astonishing swordsmanship! Spectators gasped in awe. His swordplay is astonishingly swift. He can actually keep pace with a nine-tailed spirit cat. He must be a swordsman. Such skill is hard to believe unless he truly is a swordsman. Only by rewatching appeared dumbfounded. Did Yin not mention that Yi Xiao's close combat ability was a weakness? Is this truly a weakness? Other strengths seem unable to match his so-called shortcomings. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, holding Yi Xiao's information sheet. This young man is actually a pupil of the eye arts. What? Everyone was taken aback. A practitioner of the eye arts. How can this be? The close combat abilities of eye art practitioners have always been a disadvantage. How could he be so formidable? Indeed, eye art practitioners are typically regarded as inferior in close combat. Their support abilities are minimal. Their ranged capabilities pale in comparison to mages, elementalists, and gunners. This must be an imposter posing as an eye art practitioner. A crowd began to doubt the authenticity of Yi Xiao's credentials. Can such close combat prowess truly be exhibited by an eye art practitioner? Even if Yi Xiao's swordplay could keep up, could his physique endure such high-intensity strikes and collisions? Even those swordsmen with lesser physical capabilities would suffer injuries. Good heavens! Look at his level. He is merely a 4th-tier extraordinary being. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Incredible! A 4th-tier extraordinary being. The combat power of the nine-tailed spirit cat is comparable to that of a 7th-tier extraordinary being. Is he truly battling across 3 tiers? What a prodigy! A top-tier genius. 4th-tier extraordinary being? Has he broken through again? Byra watching felt another surge of shock. At that moment, someone spoke softly. He hasn't even utilized his eye arts yet. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, he hasn't used his eye arts. If he activates them, could his power increase further? To 8th tier extraordinary? Or could it be? Many hesitated to speculate. Even the prestigious Shinshin University has never witnessed a practitioner capable of surpassing the 5th rank in battle. Even Bai Ruiyu, this dual-class prodigy, is unable to do so. It is over, foolish cat. You are no longer worthy of my continued engagement. Golden Flame Eyes. Activate. Yi Xiao's Gaze Fidikeret. Boom! A golden lotus erupted from the body of the nine-tailed spirit cat. How? The spirit cat let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground, its body marred by extensive burns. It cannot rise again. Ali! Bairuoyu exclaimed in shock. Yi Xiao, I will not spare you. She commanded the dragon man to charge at Yi Xiao. Dai! Attack him! With a single command, the dragon man began to gather crimson flames in its mouth. Bairuoyu, is this truly all your capabilities? How utterly weak! Yi Xiao sukolfut distainfut. He directly employed the techniques of a mentalist, levitating himself into the air. If this is all there is, then let the game come to an end. Ever burning. Sovereign Flame Eyes. Whoosh! Golden flames spiraled from Yi Xiao's eyes, entwining around his form. Moments later, a robe of golden, blazing lotus flames took shape. Ever burning. Ignite. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted, cascading toward the dragon man like a deluge. The golden fire transformed mid-air into an array of weapons, encircling the dragon man like a beehive. What? Everyone engaged in the battle below was left astounded. Truly astonishing. Yi Xiao's prowess. Is this truly a practitioner of the eye technique? No mage could compare. It has manifested again. His indomitable flames. Jiang Ryu waved her hand, transforming a horde of demons before her into crystalline ice. She gazed at Yi Xiao, enveloped in the golden flame robe, her face alight with shock. The wind swept away the clouds. Xiao Hongqian unleashed a powerful sword technique, slaying several demons. Indeed, he must be the one to lead me to the pinnacle of the sword path. Yi Xiao, draped in a robe of golden flames, floated in midair. Bai Ruoyu, do you possess any other tricks? If not, it is time to conclude this game. Yi Xiao's calm voice resonated. Bai Ruoyu looked into his eyes, which bore an air of divine authority, gritting her teeth. Go. With a single wave of his hand, Yi Xiao sent a weapon ablaze with golden flames slicing toward the Dragon Man roar. The Dragon Man let out a pained roar. Once in contact with Yi Xiao's flames, they would not cease unless he commanded them to stop. Dai, Bai Ruoyu cried out in distress. Yi Xiao, release the He. Yi Xiao, release him at once. Bai Ru urgently implored. Yi Xiao remained silent, determined to teach this girl a lesson. She must understand that not everyone in this world should revolve around her. Bai Ruoyu, Yi Xiao, you are forcing my hand. Bai Ruoyu's expression darkened completely. Magic, flame dragon, breath. She clasped her hands before her, softly murmuring under her breath. Boom! A blazing red flame erupted from her body like a furious dragon. Flame dragon breath. A flame transformed into a colossal fire dragon, its thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens. Surging towards Yi Xiao with an overwhelming force that had reached the pinnacle of extraordinary power. A dragon? How intriguing. Yi Xiao's copy I flickered. Bai Ruoyu, if this is your trump card, I can only say, you underestimate me, Yi Xiao. Magic. Flame dragon breath. Boom! An astonishing flame erupted from Yi Xiao as well. The golden flame stood in stark contrast to Bai Ruoyu's crimson fire. How is this possible? Bai Ruoyu was left utterly stunned. This was a formidable spell recorded on the purple scroll. Even she had spent a full half-month to master it completely. How could Yi Xiao learn it with merely a glance? What manner of monster is he? This is absurd. The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Yi Xiao cannot possibly be a magician. How could he wield the same technique as Bai Ruoyu? If memory serves, that is indeed the flame dragon breath documented on the purple scroll. Even a metamorphosed practitioner would require time to master such a skill. It is already astonishing that Bai Ruoyu, being of extraordinary caliber, could harness it. What on earth is Yi Xiao? He learned it with just a look. Could his ocular technique be some form of copy eye? How was that even conceivable? Such a miraculous ocular technique cannot exist in this world. If copy eye were real, Yi Xiao would become a master of all professions. Someone jested aloud. Chapter 19. I am your slave. The divine reappearance boom. Golden flames surged forth, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon, confronting Bai Ruoyu's fiery dragon from a distance. Yi Xiao, Bai Ruoyu was seething with frustration. You little girl, apologize to me right now. Say, Yi Xiao, the handsome one, I was wrong. I, Bai Ruoyu, am lower than a pig or a dog, and I willingly submit to being your servant. Fetching you tea and water. Then I shall spare you. Bai Ruoyu clenched her small fist tightly. This familiar rhetoric. Yi Xiao was clearly biding his time to retaliate against her. I will never beg for mercy from you. Oh, then there is no choice. Yi Xiao shuruk. Go. With a commanding shout, the golden dragon roared and charged toward Bai Ruoyu. Flame dragon. Go. Bai Ruoyu waved her hand, and the crimson flame dragon also roared forward. The two colossal dragons evaporated the surrounding air, creating an expansive vacuum. In the next instant, they collided. Yi Xiao's golden flames were vastly superior to Bai Ruoyu's ordinary flames in terms of power. Boom! Crackle. The golden flames coiled around the crimson flames like a snake, methodically devouring them. Once the crimson flames were entirely consumed, the potency of the golden flames surged to a new dimension, causing the golden dragon to grow significantly larger. It then opened its cavernous mouth, producing a deafening roar as it lunged toward Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale with fright. Don't come any closer. I was wrong. I say, Yi Xiao, I say. Boom! The dragon halted before her. She covered her eyes, her expression one of impending tears. Her nose twitched, appearing pitifully vulnerable. I apologize to you. Yi Xiao, the handsome one. I, Bai Ruoyu, am lower than a pig or a dog. As she spoke, Bai Ruoyu bit her lip tightly, embarrassed to the point of tears. It was only when it was her turn to speak that she realized how utterly humiliating it was. Furthermore, the most outrageous part was that this scene was being broadcast live. The outside world could see it all. I willingly submit to being your slave. Her voice was barely audible. What? I didn't hear you. Speak louder. Slave. Slave. Is that loud enough? Bairuoyu shouted with her eyes shut tight. Woo. Xiao, you are bullying me. Her eyes were red, as if she might cry at any moment. But Xiao remained unmoved. One must pay the price for their mistakes, a realization one must possess as an adult. Now continue, Xiao said calmly. Woo. Tang Ruoyu sobbed as she spoke. I willingly submit to being your slave, fetching you tea and water. Good. The contract is established. From now on, you are my slave. Xiao grinned mischievously. Bairuoyu gazed at his sinister expression, instinctively clutching her chest. What? What do you intend to do? She resembled a frightened little rabbit. The relationship between the master and the slave. What do you propose to do? A frivolous expression appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Bairuoyu's delicate features turned pale in an instant. Woo. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm still just a child. My development is not yet complete. I have yet to grow all my hair. Please seek out my sister instead. She is much older than I am. Bairuoyu spoke with a trembling voice. Outside, Bairuoqing felt a wave of exasperation. Truly, a good little sister, readily selling out her own sister. Bai Xianqing, observing his daughter's embarrassing display, wore a displeased expression. Father, I have come to understand Yi Zhao's character. He is decent and likely only teasing Ruoyu. Bairuoqing interjected. Yes, I know, but Ruoqing, as for Yin-yang student, how should I say it? His personality is simply too. Bai Xianqing hesitated before finally articulating. Too lewd. In the wilderness. Well then, since you have conceded, hand over your points obediently. Oh, and don't forget your little subordinates. They must be surrendered as well. This is our spoils. Yi Xiao grinned as he collected the spoils. Before long, their points surged into the top 3. Yi Xiao is quite remarkable. Indeed, he must be the biggest dark horse of this special recruitment. Not only Yi Xiao, but the other 2 were also quite extraordinary. That girl is an elementalist, having mastered the ice attribute to perfection. Moreover, she harbors a powerful force within that has yet to be unleashed. And that boy with the sword, he is incredibly pure, his heart and sword in perfect harmony, reminiscent of our great sword god. He is a natural sword cultivator. Coupled with Bairuoyu, TSK. Our southern province is bound to gain renown. This talent pool ranks at the very top nationwide. The prominent figures from several provincial cities appeared exceedingly pleased, thrilled that their province had produced such geniuses. How could they not be elated? Time swiftly passed. 3 to 4 days went by. With their points maxed out, Yi Xiao leisurely spent his days in the wilderness, as if on vacation. Bairuoyu truly became his maid, serving him tea and water. Yi Xiao even managed to acquire a maid outfit and forced her into it. All right, tomorrow the assessment concludes. Gazing at the setting sun, Yi Xiao felt an uplift in his spirits. Before him lay a path to the future, fraught with countless dangers, yet brimming with opportunities. Arriving in this world as a mere waste, he had risen to first place in the special recruitment, and soon he would be attending university, Xin University, the pinnacle of academia in the great Xiao, a sanctuary long coveted by all professionals, and he was nearly at its threshold. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the wilderness. An alarm blared in the outside world. A divine fluctuation emerged. The deities were awakening. All the esteemed figures could no longer remain seated. On the screen, a giant with blue skin stood upon the crimson earth, bellowing toward the heavens. His voice resonating through the skies. That was the awakening of a deity. Damn it, why have deities appeared in the assessment grounds? Is this a calculated scheme by demons and deities to hunt down the prodigies of our human race? What manner of deity is this? Hurry and investigate the archives. In an instant, as the deity manifested, the esteemed mentor could no longer remain seated. He transformed into a streak of light and dashed out. Following closely was Bai Xianqing, also of the domain level. The two rushed into the formation, eager to activate it, only to discover that it had been utterly destroyed. Where is the formation master? The renowned mentor of Jianshan University, Gu Tianming, inquired with a stern countenance. The formation master, has vanished, someone replied, trembling with fear. Gu Tianming's expression shifted dramatically. This is a premeditated assault. The destruction of the formation heralds the awakening of the deities. This is an assassination plot orchestrated by demons and deities alike. Their intent is to obliterate the most exceptional prodigies of our human race, extinguishing the hopes of our future in the wilderness. Demons, deities, you shall pay for this. Gu Tianming roared in fury, his voice echoing towards the heavens. Chapter 20. The Celestial Hunter's Plan. It has been uncovered. The codename is Giant Spirit. It is a nightmare-level deity. At this moment, someone opened an ancient tome and, pointing with trembling fingers, spoke. This divine entity awakened 30 years ago in the northwestern region. It was injured by a formidable warrior of the controlling class and has since vanished from sight. Its characteristics include tremendous strength, a terrifying power capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Additionally, it possesses a remarkable regenerative ability, allowing it to restore severed limbs. What? Everyone was astounded. This is a nightmare-level deity. Its combat prowess is on par with the pinnacle of controlling class professionals. It is 2 tiers stronger than the feathered serpent deity encountered by Xiao and his companions in Jiangzhou. Damn it! Gu Tianming glared at the blue giant on the screen, his lips trembling with rage. Just then, the phone rang unexpectedly. What did you say? The examination venues across the 15 provinces of the Great Xiao are all experiencing divine awakenings. How is this possible? Gu Tianming's face was filled with horror. They came prepared. Have the deities and demons infiltrated the human realm? Latest reports. All candidates in Beiyuan province have perished. All candidates in Sangdong province have perished. All candidates in Linhai province have perished. In rapid succession, candidates from 3 major provinces fell victim to the awakened deities. The esteemed individuals present turned ashen. This is a monumental event, an unforeseen catastrophe. There must be traitors among the higher echelons of humanity. Otherwise, the attacks from deities and demons could not have been so effortless. Everyone, to the wilderness, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot allow anything to happen to the candidates. They are the cornerstone of our Great Xia's future. Gu Tianming bellowed. Boom! The domain unfolded. The woming blade realm. Gu Tianming, clad in a fluttering garment, brandished a pitch-black demonic blade. He raised his hand and tore through the void with a single strike, stepping forward as a silhouette, enveloped in black blade light, appeared thousands of meters away. The domain unfolded. The super-energy light realm. Bai Xianxing produced a stylish pistol, vanishing from his original position. The other esteemed figures also unleashed their formidable abilities, hastening towards the wilderness. However, without a teleportation array, even with their extraordinary speed, it would take several minutes to reach the wilderness, a time frame ample enough for the giant spirit to claim the candidates' lives repeatedly. In the imperial capital, at the Divine Guardian University, in a modest secret chamber, a middle-aged figure clad in white suddenly opened his eyes. Fallen deities, filthy insects, do they think there is no one in the Great Xiao? Do they underestimate the pride of our Great Xiao? They truly do not know the meaning of mortality. A sharp, long sword lay across his knees, emitting a resonant hum. Old companion, I must trouble you once more. To slay a deity, boom! A blazing long rainbow ascended, and the figure instantly vanished from the chamber. Today, the sword god of the Great Xiao, armed with his sword, ventured into the wilderness. He has departed, and today's matters will be resolved. Those fallen deities truly underestimate us in the Great Xiao. They are unaware of the existence of your diviner among us. In an office, 2 figures sat across from each other, sipping tea. A man dressed in a formal suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, could be easily recognized by anyone present. He was none other than the president of Jianshan University, Ning Xiao, a prominent figure among the elite of the Great Xiao. He was an 8th-level professional. Beside him stood another individual clad in a Taoist robe, whose attire was simple, even somewhat disheveled. Yet his eyes sparkled like the stars in a swirling galaxy. as if he could perceive the past, present, and future in all directions. The flower of time has surely been sown, has it not? Indeed, the 15 examination halls have already been imbued with the flower of time, rendering the methods of the fallen gods obsolete. This is splendid. The elderly man in the Taoist robe chuckled softly. This assault by the fallen gods presents itself as a fortuitous opportunity. How so? Perhaps these children will surprise us in ways we cannot foresee. The Taoist elder smiled gently. Let us await with anticipation. The flower of time, one of the treasures of the great Xiao, possesses the remarkable ability to reverse the flow of time within a certain realm, resurrecting the deceased and averting calamities. The deities believed they had vanquished the prodigies of the great Xiao, severing the roots of humanity, unaware that their actions had long been anticipated. The only lingering question remains: who is the mastermind behind this scheme, and who among the high ranks of the great Xiao has betrayed us? Boom! The colossal giant spirit, towering over 100 meters, resembled a majestic mountain. As he traversed the wilderness, each step caused the ground to fracture, the thunderous sound echoing like a hammer, striking the hearts of those present. What is this commotion? Yi Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He sensed a truly terrifying force approaching from a distance. It was utterly horrifying. The feathered serpent god of Jiangzhou seemed as insignificant as an ant compared to this power. Could it be? The gods are awakening. Yi Zhao exclaimed. Such a dreadful aura can only be attributed to the revival of the deities. What? The revival of the gods. The expressions of Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongchun turned pale. Why would even the examination hall be graced by the presence of deities? Zhang Ro furrowed her brow. What are you all talking about? Bai Ryu remained oblivious, hugging her kitten and gazing at them in confusion. I cannot be mistaken about this aura. It is undoubtedly the resurrection of the gods. We must flee. Boom! Just as Yi Zhao's words fell, a distant mountaintop collapsed with a thunderous roar. A grotesque blue face appeared before them, with a green complexion and sharp fangs, resembling a malevolent spirit. Good heavens! It truly is a deity. Run! Yi Zhao's face turned ashen. What terrible luck! Encountering gods twice within half a month. Is he cursed to attract deities? This is far too perilous. You insignificant insects of humanity, where do you think you are going? A sinister smile crept across the giant spirit's grotesque visage. He extended his immense arm, akin to a mountain, reaching for Yi Zhao and the others. This is terrifying. What is happening? Is anyone coming to our rescue? No, I do not wish to die. We're the mentors of Shun University. Why has no one come to rescue us? The examinees cried out in terror, scattering in all directions. The deity observed the fleeing candidates, who resembled insects in their panic, with a profoundly satisfied smile. Is this truly the hope for the future of the Great Xiao? They are pathetically weaker than ants. The future of Great Xiao is to rely on these insignificant creatures to uphold it. It is utterly laughable. Great Xiao, Blue Star, the human race, they are destined to become our feast. Boom! A colossal blue arm descended, crushing dozens of examinees instantly. Ha ha! The thrill of hunting the talented is indescribably delightful. The giant spirit god let out a long howl, its voice reverberating like thunder above Yi Zhao and the others, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Kulme, let me indulge myself. I yearn to witness your expressions of terror. At that moment, the gaze of the giant spirit god sharpened slightly. Oh, I had not noticed before, but a few slightly stronger ants are hiding here. Its enormous, bell-like eyes shifted, resting upon Yi Zhao, Zhang Ro, Xiao Hongchun, and Bai Ryu. Chapter 21. The celestial eye illuminates the past and present. Boom. The mighty giant's hand lunged towards Yi Zhao and his companions. Damn it! Yi Zhao's expression turned incredibly grim. Despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous, concealing their presence amidst the crowd, they were still detected by the colossal deity. Run! Yi Zhao shouted, his eternal flame eye erupting with brilliance, his golden flame robe swirling through the air. Ignite for me! Boom! A tempest of golden flames surged forth, and the brilliance of gold shimmered in Yi Zhao's eyes, resembling an ancient god descended upon the mortal realm. The golden flames transformed into a massive bronze bell in the void, hurtling towards the giant's fist. Let us not hold back. If we can withstand even a second, we must. Otherwise, we are doomed. Xiao urged his companions. Sky-slaying sword. Xiao Hongchun gripped his iron sword, entering a state of clarity in his sword heart. He slowly lifted his blade, resembling an unparalleled sword immortal, ready to cleave the heavens. The sword intent of the sword god of the great Xiao. Who are you, boy? The giant's countenance darkened as he sensed the sword intent. In recent years, the sword god of the great Xiao had stood firm against the wilderness, using the sky-slaying sword technique to fell countless deities. If there was anyone in the entire great Xiao they wished to eliminate, it would be this sword god. You insignificant insect dares to associate with the sword god of the great Xiao. Very well, I may not be able to deal with the sword god, but I fear not a mere extraordinary little ghost. The giant's outstretched hand transformed into a fist, crashing down with force. Magic, breath of the flame dragon, dual extremes. Bai Ruoyu wielded fire magic, summoning two colossal crimson flame dragons. Jiang Ro's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips parting gently. Purple lightning, shining radiance. Boom! A noble purple thunder erupted from her, a magnificent lightning pattern manifesting on her brow. Indeed, Jiang Ro was a dual-element elemental master. The ice attribute was merely a guise, her true trump card being the lightning attribute. Boom! A brilliant purple lightning bolt shot forth towards the giant. The golden flame bronze bell, the blazing dual dragons, the sky-slaying sword intent, and the purple lightning. All four attacks erupted simultaneously, capable of obliterating even a metamorphic level practitioner. Yet, before the nightmare-level deity, they appeared utterly insignificant. Boom! The enormous fist descended, effortlessly shattering these attacks into a shower of stardust. Then, the gigantic fist continued its relentless descent towards the four. Their faces turned ashen in an instant. You all, step back. Xiao Beilubit. He then stepped forward, charging towards the giant's fist. To break the deadlock, there was but one path: gamble. Xiao wagered that the system would not stand idly by as he faced death. Martial Spirit Eye. Activate. The two extraordinary ocular techniques fully awakened, propelling Xiao to the pinnacle of combat prowess. At this moment, he had genuinely transcended the extraordinary realm, entering the metamorphic domain. Yet, before this deity, akin to a paragon of perfection, he still felt as fragile as an insect. Moreover, the giant spirit god's murderous intent towards him deepened. How could such a prodigy emerge once more in the great Xiao? Could it be that the fate of the great Xiao should not be extinguished? The giant spirit god gazed at Xiao, enveloped in golden flames, with a fierce glint of killing intent in his eyes. He felt an immense relief that he had come today. Otherwise, if Xiao were to grow stronger, given time, he could become the second sword god of the great Xiao. The great Xiao must not allow another figure akin to the sword god to arise. D. Prodigy of the great Xiao. It can only be said that you were born in a time of despair, an era where growth is thwarted and potential is tragically cut short. Boom! The giant spirit god's fist darkened the sky, resembling a celestial hammer that completely engulfed Xiao. Ding! Life and death crisis detected for the host. Super Eye mode activated. The Martial Spirit Eye ascends to the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Duration, 1 minute. A smile curled at the corners of Xiao's lips. Indeed, it was successful. This system is truly protective of its master. What an excellent system. I adore you immensely. Instantly, Xiao's confidence surged. Please do not be overly self-assured, host. The Super Eye mode is an intrinsic feature of the system. It can only be activated once a month. Should the host recklessly use it twice within a month, the system may reluctantly seek a new host. Xiao. At this moment, the giant spirit god's fist had already struck Xiao. Xiao, Jiang Ro, and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Bai Ruoyu even burst into tears. She never expected that, in a moment of peril, Xiao would sacrifice himself to save them. It turned out she had always misunderstood Xiao. He is truly a good person, a great sage. Oh, Xiao. I was wrong. I should not have opposed you. On this day, next year, I will surely burn offerings of 10 or 8 beautiful women with figures like my sister S in your memory. Upon hearing Bairoyu S words, Xiao nearly choked. I'm not even dead yet, and here she is cursing me. Xiao Hongchun also tightened his grip on his sword. Jiang Ro's eyes were red. A seed of hatred had already been sown deep within their hearts. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed. The heavenly eye illuminates the past and present. Boom! One of the giant spirit god's arms exploded in the void. A golden radiance shot into the sky, piercing through the heavens, and surged into the boundless void. What? The giant spirit god recoiled in pain, stepping back 2 paces, shock written across his face as he gazed at the void. There, Xiao, clad in a golden flame robe, hovered in the air, a dark golden vertical mark opening on his forehead. Ancient dark golden patterns flowed around him. And that ancient vertical mark, the heavenly eye, seemed to pierce through the ages. The vast annals of history. What sort of eye is this? The moment the giant spirit god beheld those eyes, he felt a tremor in his heart. A profound terror welled up within him. Why do you exude the aura of a road's end? The giant spirit god's voice resonated like a mighty bell. Only one who has traversed a single path to its conclusion can possess such an aura. It signifies an existence that transcends the 9th level, a power that surpasses authority. Beyond the realm of those who create professions lies an inaccessible domain, known as the pinnacle of martial arts. In this moment, Xiao emanates the aura of martial arts' ultimate level, despite being merely a practitioner of eye techniques. The giant spirit god struggles to comprehend this phenomenon. I know nothing of such a pinnacle. All I know is that your demise is imminent. Boom! The heavenly eye reverses the ages. Ancient patterns intertwine, and an endless radiance of slaughter erupts from Yi Zhao's vertical pupil. At that instant, the giant spirit god perceives a silhouette standing alone at the end of the path. Before him looms an array of terrifying presences, any one of whom could effortlessly obliterate him. Yet, the figure merely speaks. Heavenly eye reverses the ages. Boom! An overwhelming brilliance surges forth, causing the stars to reverse their course and the heavens to darken. Celestial bodies explode in the face of this penetrating light, with the fearsome figures roaring in anger, struggling and unleashing their most formidable attacks. Yet, they remain utterly powerless, one after another, subdued in the boundless void. The figure glances back slightly, its dark golden eyes gleaming with knowledge, mirroring Yi Zhao's vertical pupil. No, 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 little demon, who are you truly? The giant spirit god bellows in a frenzy. You must not be allowed to live. His severed arm miraculously regenerates at an observable speed. Then, he brings his hands together and strikes fiercely at Xiao. A colossal force. Boom! Enormous pressure manifests, even before the giant fist descends. The ground begins to crack and sink. The earth shakes as if the apocalypse has arrived. Beneath the heavenly eye, there is no vitality. Divine beings become mortal. Boom! Xiao opens his martial arts heavenly eye, manifesting it as a beam of slaughtering light that reaches for the heavens. The golden rays evaporate the air, illuminating the entire world. In a single instant, the giant spirit god's hands disintegrate into the atmosphere. How can he be so powerful? He is but a mere child. Boom! Subsequently, the golden beam, akin to the divine arrows, disperses the clouds and pierces the boundless void. The giant spirit god stands defenseless beneath this invincible golden light, reduced to ashes. Ding! The host has slain the giant spirit god. The advancement requirements for the martial spirit eye, purple, have been met. Do you wish to evolve into the martial god eye, orange? Martial god eye. Under the eye techniques, physical strength increases tenfold, close combat capability amplifies by 500%, and the ability to summon the golden martial god apparition to combat is granted. Chapter 22. A pause in time a minute ago, what was that? After hastily traversing the realm, Gu Tianming and Bai Xianxing found themselves in the wilderness within a mere 3 minutes. Upon stepping onto the crimson earth, they beheld an unforgettable scene. A golden beam of light pierced the heavens, unleashing countless lethal rays that sent shivers down their spines, evoking a profound sense of dread and terror, accompanied by the anguished roar of the mighty Titan. The two could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Had a top-tier practitioner arrived at the scene before them? They exchanged a glance, shock etched across their faces. Regardless of the circumstances, the Titan must have been slain. Even from this distance, the chilling roar resonated in their ears. Gu Tianming nodded, hoping that the casualties would not be too severe. He sighed deeply, uncertain of how to report this to his superiors. Let's hasten. If that top-tier powerhouse has not yet departed, we may yet have the fortune of making an acquaintance. With renewed determination, they activated their realms and sped towards the horizon. Yay! Yi Xiao. After slaying the Titan, Yi Xiao deactivated his divine vision and slowly descended from the sky. Bairuoyu gazed at him with a mix of fear and trepidation. Woo! Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you. Please do not kill me. I never imagined you concealed your true self so deeply. You, a formidable master, pretending to be a simpleton and bullying a mere girl. How amusing is that? She lamented while clutching her head. Yi Xiao sleepstaichit. Could it be that Bairuoyu truly believed him to be some grand figure? He feigned a stern expression. Now you recognize my prowess. Do you still wish to maintain your defiance? To be candid, my true identity is the vice president of the Divine Guardian University. Even the sword god of Daxia considers me a brother. I conceal my identity to assess the foundational qualities of this year's students. It is evident that you, Bairuoyu, are unqualified. I hereby declare your expulsion. Yi Xiao proclaimed with a flourish of his hand. Bairuoyu stood frozen, her complexion paling, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Xiao, I was wrong. Is an apology not enough? Please do not revoke my admission. Woo, I am your servant now. You cannot treat me this way. She clutched her spirit cat, appearing utterly pitiful. Unable to contain himself, Yi Xiao broke into laughter. All right, I was merely jesting. Jiang Ro stifled her laughter and gently patted Bairuoyu's shoulder. What? Bairuoyu was taken aback. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yi Xiao, you are too cunning. You are so wicked. I shall bite you to death. She lunged at him, her hands outstretched. Yi Xiao effortlessly extended a hand, pressing it against her head. Despite her flailing, Bairuoyu was unable to even graze his clothing. At your height of merely 1 meter 50, TSK, Yi Xiao chuckled, shaking his head with a look of disdain. After much ado, Bairuoyu finally settled down. Sniffling, she extended her hand. I apologize. My previous demeanor was inappropriate. I acknowledge my faults and beg your forgiveness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bairuoyu, a professional magician and summoner. Jiang Ro smiled as she extended her hand. I am Jiang Ro, an elemental mage. Please keep my affinity with the lightning element confidential. Xiao Hongchun interjected. I am Xiao Hongchun, a sword cultivator. I too request discretion regarding my sword intent, the heaven-slaying sword. Yi Xiao rubbed his nose. I am Yi Xiao, a pupil of ocular arts, as a devoted servant. I must ask you to maintain secrecy on my master's behalf. Bairuoyu clenched her teeth in frustration. At that moment, several figures appeared unexpectedly at the scene. Are you all right? It was Gu Tianming. We are fine, Yi Xiao and the others replied, shaking their heads. Oh, what about that formidable figure? Has he departed? Gu Tianming asked, puzzled. What formidable figure? There is no one strong here. Ugh. Bairuoyu's words were abruptly silenced as Yi Xiao covered her mouth. He has indeed left. That powerhouse was exceedingly strong. With a single strike, he vanquished the giant spirit and then departed. Senior, do you know who he is? He saved our lives, and we wish to express our gratitude. Yi Xiao spoke illusionantly. Alas, I do not know, since that powerful individual prefers to remain anonymous. We should not intrude upon him. Yi Xiao concurred. What a pity. Shortly thereafter, Bai Xianxing arrived at the scene. Ruoyu, are you unharmed? Father, I'm Fine. Bairuoyu replied, shaking her head and casting a challenging glance at Yi Xiao, as if to say, my father has arrived. I'm no longer afraid of you. Yi Xiao simirkit dismissively, pulling out his phone and holding it to Bairuoyu's ear, playing a recording. The sound reached her ears, and her complexion turned pale. Her gaze towards Yi Xiao was suddenly filled with a hint of desperation. This treacherous and shameless man. How dare he record me? How infuriating. As long as you are fine, that is all that matters, Bai Xianqing said with a smile, then turned his attention to Xiao. Young man, you possess quite the skill. Few have managed to put my precious daughter in her place over the years. Xiao boit courteously. You flatter me, senior. I merely excel at handling children. This remark earned him another fierce glare from Bai Ruoyu. Bai Xianqing, however, seemed unfazed. Young man, you truly are remarkable. To have reached this point as a practitioner of ocular arts, a profession not typically distinguished, is commendable. He then turned his gaze towards Gu Tianming. Instructor Gu, the special recruitment slots should be confirmed now, correct? Gu Tianming nodded. Yes, I will announce the rankings upon our return to the provincial city. However, the students who perished. Alas, they were the future hope of our great Xiao. Cursed deities. Just then, Gu Tianming's phone rang abruptly. This is a call from the imperial capital. He was momentarily taken aback and quickly answered the phone. Teacher Gu, please proceed immediately to the designated location to collect the flower of time. Upon hanging up the phone, Gu Tianming was left in a state of astonishment. What happened, Teacher Gu? Bai Xianqing inquired, puzzled. Gu Tianming, still in a daze, uttered, Our great Xiao is flourishing. This is Principal Ning's scheme. The gods have entered the fray, and the sword god shall vanquish the deities. Heaven bless our great Xiao. Filled with exuberance, Gu Tianming declared, I will first gather the flower of time. You shall accompany me back to the provincial capital. Together, we shall witness the grand spectacle of the sword god of great Xiao vanquishing the divine and demonic beings. This is the pinnacle moment to uplift the morale of our great Xiao. With that, Gu Tianming dashed off in a particular direction. Observing Teacher Gu's elated demeanor, it was evident that the higher-ups in Great Xiao had devised a solution to this matter. Indeed, the thoughts of those significant figures are beyond our anticipation. Bai Xianqing mused with a smile and a shake of his head. Let us go. I will escort the remaining candidates back to the provincial capital. As he spoke, Bai Xianqing unfurled his domain, enveloping all the candidates and vanishing from sight. Chapter 23. The Great Xiao, Sword God versus. The fallen god of the wilderness Xiao and his companions returned to the provincial city, and soon after, Gu Tianming arrived, accompanied by dozens of students, all of whom had been survivors of the candidates slain by the giant spirit god in the wilderness. Teacher Gu, these esteemed figures are all astonished, they exclaimed. Those who have perished can be resurrected? The methods from the imperial capital are nothing to speak of. Gu Tianming laughed heartily. Has the live broadcast commenced? It has begun. A figure clad in white, wielding a sword materialized on the grand screen in the provincial city. This broadcast was a collaborative effort across the 15 provinces of Great Xiao. It served as a blessing from the sword god on the eve of the martial examination. The white-clad figure stood upon the boundless crimson soil, expressionless, his long sword radiating waves of sword light, resonating like a hum or a long cry. How many years has it been since we last witnessed the sword god in action? Over a decade, I believe. I recall 10 years ago, a devastating dark underworld god resurfaced, wreaking havoc upon Great Xiao, only to be vanquished by the sword god in a single stroke. Since then, he has not taken action again. I still have vivid memories of that time. I was merely an inexperienced youth back then. The sword god was truly my faith. Indeed, after 10 long years, to have the opportunity to witness the sword god in action again fills my heart with indescribable excitement. At that moment, the atmosphere in the screen shifted dramatically. Buzz, the sword god, pointed with a single hand, and a colossal silver sword blade emerged behind him. That was the sword god's dominion over the rules of the sword. Fall! Whoosh! The stunning Hong sword transformed into a celestial dragon, piercing through the air, its terrifying sword aura roaring like a multitude of dragons, striking deep into the wilderness. Boom! The silent wilderness erupted like a dormant volcano, a deafening roar resonating. Suchangin, you have gone too far. Boom! A dark hand emerged from the earth, an overwhelming black mist obscuring the skies of the wilderness for dozens of miles. You fallen gods who cannot bear the light of day, how dare you lay your hands upon the pride of Great Xiao? Today, I shall slay 3 of your divine beings as a warning. You shall be the first. Sky-severing. Sword technique. The sword god declared coldly. Boom! The Hong sword danced gracefully as the sword god commanded it with 2 fingers, drawing a line in the air, its song ringing incessantly. The clear sword aura flashed, and with this strike, it seemed as though the heavens themselves would be cleaved in twain. With one sword strike, the black mist dispersed. Suchangin, do you truly wish to sever all ties with us? You fallen gods and I, great Xiao, have long been locked in a battle to the death. Slash! The sword god cried out sharply, and the Hong sword descended once more. Do not presume that because you do not reveal your true form, I cannot recognize you. The dark underworld twin demons were ranked among the devastating fallen gods. I slew the dark underworld god. Where can you, the dark demon god, escape to? Clang! The immense sword light blazed brilliantly, illuminating the wasteland, rendering the entire world beneath its radiance dim and dull. Suchangin, you shall pay for your sins. Boom! A shadow emerged directly from the earth, pierced by a blade of sword energy. It was a figure shrouded in black mist, brutally impaled in the void by the astonishing sword strike. Many have sought my life, yet you, dark demon god, are not worthy to be counted among them. Thus, prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, the astonishing sword twisted, and the body of the dark demon god exploded violently in the emptiness. Su Changhen's white attire billowed as he once more grasped the astonishing sword. He raised the blade, aiming once again at the desolate land. Enough, Su Changhen. Is the destruction of a god not sufficient to quench your rage? A voice of discontent resonated. At the edge of the wilderness, a figure with 6 arms, flowing white hair, and clad in golden armor, stepped forward, the Shura ancient god. Su Changhen regarded him with icy indifference. Su Changhen, I have slain your clan's prodigy. You have taken the life of one of our deities. This transaction is fair, and it should end here. The Shura ancient god lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Su Changhen. Transaction? Fairness? The prodigies of the great Xiao are not commodities. I, Su Changhen, declare it. I shall slay 3 of your deities, not one less. Without the taint of divine blood, my sword shall not return. With a swift motion, the astonishing sword pointed directly at the Shura ancient god. Suchangin, you do not disappoint as the sword god of the great Xiao. Your audacity is commendable, but tell me, what would happen if this sword god were to perish in this wilderness? What impact would it have on your humanity and the great Xiao? I can hardly contain my anticipation. With a roar, the Shura ancient god soared into the air, his white hair billowing violently, his golden armor clattering fiercely. Unlike the previous dark demon god, who required the combined strength of the dark demon and the dark underworld god to be deemed a destroyer, each of them fell far short of the true destructive deity. The Shura ancient god, however, is unequivocally a being of immense power, one of the earliest to awaken among the gods. You are the second. The silver blade, birthed from the rules of the sword, quivered violently behind him, soon fracturing with numerous cracks. In an instant, these fissures erupted, revealing a blood-red, long sword within. The second rule, blood-slaughter sword. Suddenly, a crimson hue enveloped the astonishing sword in his grasp. Blutslaughter longing technique. The astonishing sword trembled as if possessed by a frenzy. A colossal wave of blood-red sword energy surged forth, potent enough to cleave the heavens. Blood-slaughter sword realm. The sword births slaughter. Eternal longing. The immense sword energy transformed into countless smaller blades, manifesting a blood-red sword realm that ensnared the Shura ancient god within. Suchangin, you dare to wield 2 supreme rules as the authority of the sword. No wonder you are the most dazzling sword god of the great Xiao. Given time, you shall become a figure of immense authority. I cannot allow you to live today. Divine reinforcements. The voice of the Shura ancient god thundered. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a massive crimson hand emerged from the depths below. A towering figure emerged from the fissures of the earth, its entire form bathed in a crimson hue, crowned with twin horns, resembling a malevolent spirit. Its cavernous maw gaped wide enough to swallow the heavens. The red demon, Su Changhen articulated, and yet I remain. A sinister voice echoed from behind Su Changhen. He swiftly turned his palm, the sword of the azure phoenix interposing itself before him, blocking a demonic blade that had thrust forth from the void. The Shadow Hunter, two beings of cataclysmic power, alongside an ancient Shura deity. Su Changhen found himself pitted against three entities of equal might. The populace of the Great Xia's 15 provinces was engulfed in trepidation. The sword god of the Great Xia was renowned, yet these three divine beings were no mere weaklings. The red demon was capable of toppling cities and mountains with its immense strength. The Shadow Hunter possessed unparalleled assassination techniques. The ancient Shura deity wielded power that could rend the heavens. Each of these three deities could easily bring a rule-level practitioner to their knees. And yet, the sword god of the Great Xia must face them all at once. The fervent youths watching, filled with passion, yearned to rush forth and take the place of the sword god, battling the three malevolent deities themselves. Chapter 24. The sword emerges from the endless river, becoming the ender of this era master. Xiao Hongqian gazed at the figure of the man in white on the screen. A hint of concern etched on his face. Is he the teacher you mentioned who has been guiding your swordsmanship? Yi Xiao nudged Xiao Hongqian with his elbow. Xiao Hongqian nodded. My master has taught me much. He has imparted lessons on swordplay, the virtues of a swordsman, and the principles of life. It is no wonder that there were reports of the Great Xia sword god mysteriously disappearing for a year. He had been by your side all along. The Great Xia sword god has no disciples. If the world knew you were his student, every prominent family would flock to curry favor with you. And even the goddesses and campus beauties would willingly grace your bed. Yi Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with him. Women only serve to impede my sword-drawing speed. Yi Xiao, you stubborn lad. At that moment, within the screen, Su Changhen, facing three destructive deities, slowly raised the sword in his hand. I believe my master will not be defeated, Xiao Hongqian stated earnestly. He has said that as long as he wields a sword, there is nothing in this world he cannot sever. As his words fell, Su Changhen's aura suddenly transformed. Sword realm, birth. The sword realm enveloping the ancient god of Shura began to swell, drawing all four of them into its depths. Su Changhen, you are far too confident. The ancient god of Shura sneered. Does the Great Xia, sword god, truly believe himself invincible? To challenge us three alone, with a thunderous stomp of his foot, the golden battle armor clanged ominously. Six-armed heavenly king, Shura Fist, a colossal figure, shimmering in gold, materialized behind the ancient god of Shura, towering as it raised 6 arms, radiating a brilliant golden light. It resembled a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm, imposing its will upon the heavens. Shura Fist, all 6 arms thrust forward simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying wave of golden fist energy toward the sword realm of the Great Xia sword god. Double amplification, triple amplification, quadruple amplification. The might of the Shura Fist unleashed by the 6 arms surged 6-fold. Su Changhen's sword realm trembled violently under the onslaught of the fist's power. Ha ha ha! Su Changhen, hurry up and perish. The Shadow Hunter concealed within the void, ripples of space shimmering around him, unleashed countless blades that sliced through the air towards Su Changhen. He sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding a lock of hair being severed. The Crimson Demon issued a roar, charging directly at him, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Su Changhen. He raised one hand to block with his sword, even as the sword realm began to fracture. Su Changhen, you are finished. The ancient god of Shura chuckled coldly. Just as everyone held their breath in trepidation for the sword god, a smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. Bringing you into my sword realm is not to trap you, but to prevent this realm from being utterly submerged by my might. You fallen gods are far too arrogant. With a resounding boom, Su Changhen's dark hair danced wildly in the air, transforming into a cascade of silver locks. Jinghong's sword, blood-slaughter sword. He crossed his hands, forming sword-like gestures over his chest. Behind him, a silver blade and a crimson blade floated simultaneously. Mirje, with a commanding shout, the 2 swords astonishingly fused into one. A terrifying wave swept through the realm of swords. The Shura, ancient god, widened his eyes. This is the fluctuation of authority. Su Chang'an, have you already grasped the authority of the sword? No, that is not right. This is merely the embryonic form of authority. Damn it. I never imagined your progress would be so swift. The expression of the Shura, ancient god, shifted between darkness and light. A decade ago, Su Chang'an had ascended to the 8th level, wielding a sword that struck down the shadow deity. Now, 10 years later, he had transformed the dual swords into the authority of the sword, seemingly on the verge of entering the 9th level. Truly, the great Xiao sword god is the most astonishing figure to grace the mortal realm in decades. Therefore, he cannot be allowed to live. Let us act together. We must kill Su Chang'an. He cannot be spared. The Shura, ancient god, understood that if Su Chang'an was not eliminated today, the future would be even more challenging. Shura fist. The golden phantom directly hurled a punch towards Su Chang'an. Simultaneously, the other two annihilation-level deities attacked with frenzied intensity. However, unbeknownst to them, Su Chang'an had already tightened his grip around another sword. It was a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, imbued with an ancient charm. Unlike the fierce Jinhong sword or the violent bloodlust sword, it seemed to embody the most primal essence of the sword path. Since the age of 16, when I first grasped my sword, I believed I would become the foremost sword cultivator of Great Xiao, a feat unattainable by many. This is not arrogance, but rather confidence. Remember, in this world, only those with a clear sword heart can wield the authority of the sword. Beneath the sword path, all else is but ephemeral. Having spoken, Su Chang'an raised his hand and struck out toward the three deities. Buzz! Above the authority of the sword, an ultimate killing light erupted, transforming into an endless river of white sword energy, resembling a cascading Milky Way suspended in the sky, illuminating the wilderness and purifying this cursed land. Fall! Boom! The celestial river of the sword descended, and boundless sword energy instantly engulfed the three deities. Terrifying, fearsome, truly dreadful. The three deities, upon a single encounter, were utterly annihilated into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. Whoosh! With the long sword back in hand, Su Chang'an spun it with one hand, inscribing a grand message upon the crimson wasteland, wishing the examinees of Great Xiao abundant martial fortune. He then drifted away. Oh! Across the nation of Great Xiao, thunderous roars erupted. The legend of the Great Xiao, sword god, swept through countless homes once more. He became the pride of many young hearts. I heard the Great Xiao sword god holds a guest position at the Divine Guardian University. I must gain admission to the Divine Guardian University. I aspire to be a disciple of the Great Xiao sword god, the foremost in swordsmanship, slaying three deities with a single strike. How magnificent! One should emulate the Great Xiao sword god. If in this life I cannot achieve grand accomplishments like the sword god, I would rather perish. One should marry the sword god. Young people across the nation were ignited with fervor, their spirits soaring. In the southern province, the earlier statement was surely spoken by your master, right? Yi Xiao inquired with a smile. Xiao Hongshan nodded. Yes, the master once proclaimed that, aside from himself, I am the second person in this world to possess a clear and discerning heart in swordsmanship. Quite remarkable indeed. It appears he holds a significant regard for you. His disciple, the foremost in the Great Xiao sword Dao, Xiao Hongshan, I eagerly anticipate the day you ascend to the title of the Great Xiao sword sovereign. You must surpass your master. Yi Xiao Ainjuragit. Xiao Hongshan nodded earnestly. And what about you, Yi Xiao? If I were to become the Great Xiao sword sovereign, what would you aspire to? What of me? I do not wield a sword, and the title of Great Xiao sword sovereign does not suffice to fulfill my ambitions. Then what would satisfy you? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, his gaze drifting into the distance. Just as Sister Yin mentioned, I wish to completely expel them from this planet. Xiao Hongshan was taken aback. If that is the case, then you would be the savior. Yi Xiao. The savior? No, that title lacks appeal. You may refer to me as the Terminator. I aspire to become the one who brings an end to this era. Some individuals are destined to bear the weight of responsibility and fate from the moment they are born. Such marks are etched deep within the essence of life, indelible and unavoidable. Compared to the squandered years of my past life, aimlessly drifting, Xiao yearns to achieve something meaningful in this world. Chapter 25. Returning home in splendor now, I shall announce the rankings of this special admission examination. As the crowd remained immersed in the grandeur of the great Xiao sword god, Gu Tianming's voice resonated. He held a scroll in his hands, his gaze stern as he looked down upon the candidates. First place in the special admission examination, Xiao, a score of 3,700. Second place, Xiao Hongshun, a score of 3,242. Third place, Jiang Rou, with 3,239. Fourth place, Bai Ruoyu, with 2,145. Fifth place. As anticipated, Xiao and his companions dominated the top 3 positions. Bai Ruoyu, having lost a significant number of points to Xiao and the others, could only secure 4th place. Gu Tianming read each name aloud, totaling 30 names. These 30 individuals are the students admitted through our special examination at Zhengxin University. In 1 month, report to the imperial capital. Gu Tianming's gaze swept across the crowd of over 300 students. Some were elated, while others wore expressions of despair. Xiao and his companions maintained their usual calm demeanor. Given their caliber, it would have been a challenge not to secure top positions. You 3, please come forward. Gu Tianming then addressed Xiao and his companions. This is the reward for the top 3 in the special admission examination. As he spoke, he presented 3 wristwatches to them. Xiao and his companions glanced at the watches, their faces reflecting a hint of confusion. All resources at Zhengxin University are valued in points. The reward for achieving first place in this special admission examination is 3,000 points. The second place receives 2,000, and so forth, Gu Tianming clarified. Xiao, do not underestimate the points at Zhengxin University. To my knowledge, many senior students in their 4th year cannot even muster 2,000 points. These are valuable assets. At the university, some even purchase points at a price of 1,000 great Xia coins. Bai Ruoqing interjected, twisting her waist as she stepped forward. Xiao was slightly taken aback. So, my 3,000 points equate to 3 million great Xia coins? When did earning money become so effortless? Bai Xuejia, is it truly possible to acquire points with great Xia coins? At that moment, Jiang Rou suddenly spoke, appearing somewhat intrigued. Indeed, the Jiang family in Jiangzhou is affluent. With Jiang Mian serving as the mayor, Jiang Rou's family possesses wealth, if nothing else. Bai Xuejia, could you assist me in making contact? I intend to offer 5 million great Xia coins to acquire points, Jiang Rou stated earnestly. Yi Zhao's lips twitched. Was this the power of wealth? How formidable. Bai Ruoqing wore an expression of embarrassment. Little girl, do not overthink it. Gu Tianming coughed lightly and interjected. While the market rate is 1,000 to 1, ordinarily, very few students choose to exchange points for money. Those who gain admission to Zhengxin University are no ordinary individuals. Either they hail from illustrious families or possess extraordinary talents. They lack for nothing in terms of finances. Very well, Jiang Rou responded, appearing somewhat disappointed. That's enough. You wealthy individuals, how is a child from a poor family like me supposed to survive? Xiao lamented, tugging at his chest in a mock display of grievance. Xiao, you are far from impoverished. With your current potential, once you graduate from university, any faction would eagerly vie for your allegiance. If you are willing to assist my father post-graduation, the Jiang family is prepared to offer you an annual salary exceeding 800,000. Jiang Rou stated with utmost seriousness. I will contribute 1 million from a Bai family. Bai Ruoyu raised her hand high. Although her hand raised, she barely matched Jiang Rou's height. All right. Are you both here to bid? Xiao, am not some auction item. Xiao said with a wry smile. If you wish to bid, why not consider Xiao Hongshun? He possesses considerable potential as well. Xiao Hongshun, I sincerely thank you. Subsequently, Gu Tianming returned to the imperial capital with the results of the assessment. The Bai family hosted a banquet to treat Xiao and his companions to a meal, after which they planned to head back to Jiangzhou the following day. Ye Xiao, I want to accompany you all to Jiangzhou, Bairu suddenly declared during the banquet. Huh? Why would you want to go? Isn't it enjoyable being the young lady here? Yi Xiao asked, munching on a piece of chicken leg. I'd rather not. It's far more amusing being with you all, Bairu pouted. My father intends to find a floral arts teacher for Ruoyu to cultivate her ladylike demeanor before school starts. Bairu whispered to Yi Xiao. Oh, Yi Xiao understood immediately. That sounds fine, but you must adhere to my instructions. If I tell you to go west, you must not venture east. I promise to follow your every command. Bairu nodded vigorously. Father, what do you think? May I join Yi Xiao and the others for a couple of days in Jiangzhou? I assure you I will behave. Bairu smiled sweetly. Sighing, Bai Xianqing could only nod. Be obedient and do not cause trouble for Yi Xiao. He then turned to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, I must trouble you with this card containing 1 million. It is for my daughter's activities. If she misbehaves, feel free to impose economic sanctions. This card is entrusted to you for safekeeping. Use it as you see fit. Yi Xiao sleeps tight. What kind of family is this? Activity funds measured in millions? The next day, Yi Xiao and company set off in the same vehicle back to Jiangzhou. This journey could indeed be called a triumphant return. The trip from the provincial capital to Jiangzhou would take approximately 3 to 4 hours. Tang Qingsong, the principal of Jiangnan High School, had been eagerly awaiting them on the official road. The pride of Jiangnan High School has returned. Upon seeing a black SUV approaching, Tang Qingsong, accompanied by Tang Yun, greeted them with beaming smiles. Hello, old Tang. I'm back. Yi Xiao called out from the car window. Tang Qingsong's smile faltered slightly. Well, Yi Xiao, the first time we met, you addressed me as Principal Tang. Now it's straight to old Tang, is it? Yi Xiao scoffed. What is wrong with old Tang? Perhaps one day, when I become the foremost powerhouse in the great Xia, I might even start calling you Tang Zi. Tang Qingsong's face twitched with indignation. You sly one. I refuse to indulge in your trivialities. When it comes to banter, no one can outmatch Yi Xiao. The more one speaks, the more frustration it brings. Noticing that Tang Qingsong was ignoring him, Yi Xiao instead turned his attention to Jiang Ro and the others, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Sister Yun, it has been ages. Come here for a hug. He beamed as he approached Tang Yun. Tang Yun smiled and embraced Yi Xiao, their contact brief yet warm. It's only been a few days. It hardly qualifies as a long absence. Sister Tang, long time no see. Bairu, cradling her spirit cat, descended from the vehicle. Ruoyu, you two have arrived? Tang Yun appeared pleasantly surprised. How did you end up with Yi Xiao and the others? Given Tang Yun's previous perceptions of Bairu, she deemed her a proud individual, one who would typically not associate with Yi Xiao and his companions. Sister Yun, she is currently my servant, Yi Xiao declared, ruffling Bairuyu's hair, which earned him an exasperated roll of her eyes. What? A servant? Yi Xiao, are the youth of today so extravagant in their games? Danjun Zetponde, Utli Astonitz. Chapter 26. Brothers in Distress No. That's not it, Sister Yin. It's not the kind of slavery you think. It's the kind where he makes me do whatever he wants. Bairuoyu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she waved her small hands in explanation. Huh? Tang Yin was taken aback. Enough with the explanations. You're only making it worse, Yi Xiao remarked, exasperated. Subsequently, Tang Qingsong hosted a banquet to entertain Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao, the martial arts examination is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I plan to take you all back to Jiangnan High School to share some insights with the students who are about to step onto the battlefield. Yi Xiao readily agreed. It has been 4 years since Jiangnan High School produced a single student who has successfully entered Jianshan University. And this year, we have 3 right from the start. Moreover, they are all among the top special recruits. Tang Qingsong was overjoyed and in a moment of exuberance. He downed 3 gin of liquor without utilizing any abilities to sober up. He eventually collapsed in the private room, unable to rise again. Umesuri, Yi Xiao, my father has had too much to drink. I'll take him home. You all enjoy your meal. Tang Yun said apologetically as she helped Tang Qingsong to his feet. Go on, Sister Yun. Take good care of old Dang. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. After Tang Yun and her father departed, Yi Xiao took out his phone. It had been a while since he last saw Su Hao, his good friend, and he wanted to invite him out for a gathering. especially since their time together would diminish once they headed off to university. Hey, Howsy, where are you? I'm back in Jiangzhou. Let's get together. Yes, Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. Room 302. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Yi Xiao ended the call, pleased to have a friend coming over. A short while later, the door to the private room swung open and a figure entered. Howsy, over here. Yi Xiao gestured for Su Hao to sit down beside him and poured him a drink. Yi Xiao, congratulations. I've heard the news. First in the special recruitment. That's impressive. Su Hao raised his glass in salute. And congratulations to Jiang School Flower, classmate Xiao. You both are the pride of Jiangnan High School. He downed his drink in one go. What's up, Howsy? Why so sentimental today? After a few days apart, Yi Xiao noticed Su Hao had indeed changed. He no longer carried the same carefree demeanor and appeared significantly more mature, yet somewhat despondent. Yi Xiao, actually, I came here to tell you something. Su Hao clenched his fist, but then relaxed. I'm leaving. Where to? I'm leaving Jiangzhou, but I don't know where I'll go. I'll take it one step at a time, he said with a self-deprecating smile. Yi Xiao frowned in response. What about the martial arts examination? Aren't you participating? Forget it. Nothing matters anymore. Su Hao's face was etched with bitterness. What on earth happened? Tell me about it. Never mind. I don't want to burden you. Yi Xiao, you should have a bright future ahead. Su Hao shook his head. What kind of talk is that? Our bond as classmates over the past 3 years. Remember when you selflessly gave me that blood vitality potion? Now that you're in distress, how could I not help you? Speak up. Under the fervent insistence of Yi Xiao, Su Hao had no choice but to recount the entire affair in detail. It transpired that he had a girlfriend, a student from Qingchuan Middle School, adjacent to Jiangnan Middle School. Subsequently, a wealthy heir had persistently pursued his girlfriend. This affluent individual belonged to a family of considerable influence in Jiangzhou, certainly more powerful than Su Hao's own. Most crucially, this heir had the backing of a prominent figure in Jiangzhou's power center, serving as a secretary to someone of considerable stature. In a fit of rage, after discovering that this rival had encroached upon his relationship, Su Hao retaliated violently, resulting in his adversary being hospitalized. This incident provoked a significant backlash, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. The rival's father launched a relentless assault on Su Hao's family's business interests, ultimately consuming all of their assets with the assistance of the aforementioned secretary. They were given an ultimatum to vacate Jiangzhou within 3 days or face dire consequences, with threats of bodily harm to Su Hao and his family. I have been sincere to Zheng Yu. Throughout our years together, I have never deprived her of anything. I even contemplated having my father purchase a home for us, intending to marry her upon her graduation from university. Yet, I never anticipated her betrayal. Suao alimentiv, draining a glass of liquor, his visage a portrait of despair and bitterness. Wang Jue's family possesses substantial connections, and that secretary can mobilize formidable professionals at will. My family cannot contend with such power. Our only option is to flee. Otherwise, we may lose our very lives. I refuse to let my personal troubles jeopardize my parents. This ordeal had transformed Su Hao significantly, maturing him from a reckless youth, yet it was regrettably too late. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open. A young man, clad in sunglasses and with his head bandaged, entered, accompanied by a provocatively dressed woman of striking allure. Suo, my father has decreed that you must vacate Jiangzhou within 3 days. How can you still indulge in drinking at a time like this? The young man disregarded Yi Xiao and others, striding arrogantly towards Su Hao, condescendingly mocking him. Wang Jue, there is no need for haste. We have 2 hours left until the deadline, and we shall depart punctually, Su Hao retorted, fists clenched, his eyes aflame with intensity. His anguish deepened upon seeing the woman nestled in Wang Jue's embrace. Su Hao, what are you staring at? Yeah, is now my woman. Wang Jue scoffed, leaning in to kiss Zheng Yu passionately, the sound echoing with a pronounced smack. Enraged, Su Hao nearly seized a bottle in fury. Zheng Yu, I am about to leave Jiangzhou. Before I go, I wish to ask you one question. Have I not treated you well over the past 2 years? Why would you betray me? Su Hao inquired, his countenance icy. To his dismay, Zheng Yu appeared utterly unashamed, leaning closer into Wang Jue's embrace. Suo, I possess a combat profession, while you are merely an inferior lifestyle worker. Wang Xiao has promised that as long as I am with him, he will facilitate my admission to a martial arts university in the capital. Can you offer me that, Su Hao? Let us not dwell on the disparity of wealth between your family and that of Wang Xiao. Even if wealth were equal in this world, formidable professionals will always hold a higher nobility than mere merchants. Among the ranks of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, you occupy the lowest tier. My aspiration is to ascend to the pinnacle of powerful professionals. I have transcended the realm in which you reside, she declared with disdain etched across her face. Xiao, in anguish, shut his eyes tightly. Very well. Let be known that I, Su Hao, have misallocated my affections over these years, fixating on one so superficial. It was as though his spirit had been extinguished as he staggered toward the exit of the private room. Wait. At that moment, Xiao suddenly grasped his arm. Are you truly going to walk away after suffering such indignities? This is not the brother I know. Today, I shall rectify this for you. Xiao cast a cold glance at the two individuals, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Wang Zhe. Brother, does the allure of second-hand goods truly entice you? Chapter 27. Preparing to show off, what did you say? Wang Zhe furrowed his brows. Who do you call second-hand? Zheng Yu, nestled in his arms, suddenly realized that Xiao was referring to her. Huh, am I not second-hand? Did I say something wrong? As she spoke, Xiao abruptly turned his head. Xiao, she has been with you for 2 years, and you haven't slept with her? How is that possible? Su Hao rolled his eyes. Then how many times have you been with her? After pondering for a moment, he replied, at least twice a week. There was a period when it was almost 2 or 3 times a day. I've probably been with her 100 times. No wonder you were dozing off in class every day. You must have been utterly exhausted, Xiao teased. Did you hear that? 100 times. And you still think she's not second-hand? Xiao scoffed, his expression dripping with mockery. Zheng Yu, no matter how shameless she might be, turned pale at his words. Wang Zhe looked as if he had just eaten something foul. Although he knew Zheng Yu had been intimate with Su Hao numerous times, it felt as if he had stolen Su Hao's woman, leaving him feeling green with envy. How could Xiao make it sound like he had merely picked up discarded trash? Which gang do you belong to? Are you trying to stand up for this little loser? Wang Zhe pointed at Xiao with a fierce glare. I usually don't meddle in others' affairs, Xiao replied nonchalantly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Hao's face, while Wang Zhe grew smug. Oomph. Coward, let me tell you. But before he could finish, Xiao disdainfully interjected. I usually act directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly delivered a powerful slap that sent Wang Zhe crashing against the wall. Ah, young Master Wang, are you all right? Zheng Yu screamed as she rushed towards him. Xiao's slap had been forceful enough to embed Wang Zhe into the wall, rendering him unable to extricate himself. You're finished. You dare to hit me. You're dead meat. Do you know who I am? I swear, your fate will be far worse than Su Hao's. I will throw your entire family into the river to feed the fish. Wang Zhe struggled to peel himself off the wall. Quite the threat, huh? You casually mention feeding people to the fish? Who's backing you? Xiao inquired with curiosity. Oomph. Listen closely, kid. The person behind me is none other than the secretary of the mayor of Jiangzhou. Secretary Chun, the great Chun. Scared now? You've offended me, and there will be no refuge for you in all of Jiangzhou. Even a mayor won't spare you. Wang Zhe spat venomously. Now that you know to be afraid, you should obediently apologize to me about 200 times and send those 2 beauties to my bed. I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. However, Xiao merely laughed, a joyful grin on his face. His gaze shifted to Jiang Ro. Now do you know what to do? Jiang Ro nodded. She took out her phone and dialed a number, succinctly explaining the situation. Before hanging up, she added, the other party even mentioned wanting your daughter in his bed. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Zhe scoffed coldly. Call someone? Who doesn't have a few connections? In Jiangzhou, there is no one I, Wang Zhe, cannot handle. With the assistance of Zheng Yu, he rose to his feet. Allow me to demonstrate the power of my network. He dialed a number without hesitation. Dad, I've been assaulted, right at the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel. They even insulted Secretary Chun, claiming you are worthless. Please come and handle this. Understood. I'll hang up now. Wang Jue ended the call. Haha, my father will arrive shortly. You are finished. Apologize promptly, as my previous demands still stand. Ye Xiao, you should leave quickly. Suhao advisit, girip ye Xiao. He was still unaware of Jiang Rou's true identity, believing her to be merely a child of a wealthy family. Yet even as a wealthy scion, the disparity compared to Wang Jue was vast. Ordinary affluent youths could not contend with him. The adversary was backed by the secretary of the Jiangzhou market, someone who could even summon the mayor of Jiangzhou, a figure wielding immense power. Moments later, the door was forcefully kicked open. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit and boasting a substantial belly, strode in. Xiao Jue, who is bullying you? Uncle Wang, greetings. Upon seeing Wang Jue's father, Wang Yuan, she respectfully greeted him. Wang Yuan nodded. Speak, Xiao Jue, who is troubling you? Dad, it's them. These few insignificant punks, part of Su Hao's group. Wang Jue, emboldened by his father's arrival, pointed at Yi Xiao with a fierce demeanor. He even dared to call you worthless. Secretary Chun isn't even worth mentioning. What? At these words, Wang Yuan's expression darkened. Whose insolent child are you? Spouting nonsense without any upbringing. Wang Yuan glared fiercely at Yi Xiao. If your family hasn't taught you proper manners, allow me to take on the role of your parents and teach you how to behave. Yi Xiao's expression hardened. I dare you to repeat what you just said. In Yi Xiao's hand, a sphere of light flickered. It turned out he was a combat professional. Oomph. Is this your source of pride, boy? Wang Yuan crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. Although he was not a combat professional himself, his connections could summon one at will. A mere student was nothing to him. Listen closely. I advise you to show me some respect. Secretary Chun will arrive shortly. If you dare to act against me, don't blame me for having him revoke your qualification for the college entrance examination. Dad, why hasn't Secretary Chun arrived yet? Wang Jue inquired, his eagerness growing as he envisioned Yi Xiao and the others kneeling before him in terror, while he toyed with those two beautiful girls in front of him. Do not fret. Secretary Chun will be here imminently. Moreover, a significant figure will accompany him. That individual holds great stature in Jiangzhou. Wang Yuan raised his thumb in approval. Could it be? Wang Jue's expression brightened. Excellent. With that esteemed person present, they are utterly finished. Regardless of their background, it is of no consequence. Wang Jue was elated. You scoundrels, your end is near. And you, Su Hao, I offer you a chance to escape Jiangzhou. If you refuse, there will be no escape now. You shall all be cast into the river to feed the fish. Su Hao's complexion paled further. Yet Wang Jue, in his excitement, trembled with exhilaration, seemingly oblivious to his own pain. Wang, you are magnificent, truly formidable. Zheng Yu, with a beaming smile, applauded from the side, increasingly grateful for her choice in Wang Jue. Clearly, her decision was not in vain. At that moment, the door to the private room was pushed open once more. An imposing figure entered, accompanied by a young man clad in a suit, timidly wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Secretary Chun. The instant they laid eyes on the bespectacled man, Wang Yuan and his father brightened. They hurried to greet him, bowing deeply before the authoritative figure. My dear Fian, it is a privilege to meet you. How could such a minor matter warrant your esteemed presence? Ha ha ha. Wang Yuan hunched over, shedding his previous bravado, and extended his hands, eager to shake hands with Jiang Mian. Chapter 28. The thrill of pretense. Jiang Mian disregarded him entirely. Please, elucidate the matter at hand, he said with a calm demeanor. Secretary Chun, hunched over, continually wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Mayor, this is all. Yet before he could finish, Jiang Mian interrupted. I meant for these two gentlemen, Mr. Wang, to provide an explanation. The Wang father and son exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, but then elation washed over them. The mayor was about to advocate for them. They began embellishing their narrative, hurling every derogatory term they could muster at Yi Xiao and his companions. As their fervor grew, spittle flew from their lips. Completely oblivious to Secretary Chun's pale face and desperate attempts to signal them. Secretary Chun was trembling with fear, barely able to stand, on the verge of fainting. So that is how it is. Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully after they concluded their tale. We implore the mayor to take decisive action against these morally deficient students. Indeed, Mayor, Su Hao harassed my girlfriend and injured me with a bottle. Another chimed in, and this scoundrel stood up for him, causing me harm. They regard the laws of Jiang City with utter disdain. We beseech you to act on our behalf. Wang Jue feigned victimhood, his expression pitiable. Beside him, Zheng Yu displayed commendable acting skills, weeping as if she had suffered an immeasurable injustice. Mayor, had my boyfriend not arrived in time, I would have been violated by Su Hao. Yi Xiao and his companions stood with arms crossed, observing the scene with a bemused detachment. Only Su Hao remained oblivious, his lips quivering with indignation. This is outrageous. You've gone too far. Wang Jue, Zheng Yu, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Let my classmates go. Su Hao, do you still think you have any say in this matter? Wang Jue sneered dismissively. Very well, I have gathered enough information, Jiang Mian declared, waving his hand. Now let us hear from these young individuals. A faint smile graced his lips as his gaze turned to Jiang Ro. Is what they claim true, Roa? Oya? The trio of Wang Jue froze at the intimacy of the address. The mayor is truly approachable. But in the next moment, Jiang Ro's clear voice rang out. Father, you genuinely believe them? Father? Oh dear, do the youth today enjoy such familiarity? Wang Jue and his companion suddenly realized the gravity of their error, their expressions shifting to shock as they looked at Jiang Ro. You, Wang Jue stammered, unable to articulate his disbelief. Jiang Ro smiled gracefully. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Ro, and this is my father, Jiang Mian. The two men were left speechless, rooted to the spot. Su Hao wore a similarly astonished expression, and soon, Yi Xiao and the others also began to speak. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Xiao, the first in the special admissions of the Southern Province, Shin University. This is Xiao Hongchun, the second in the same program, and by Ruoyu, who ranks fourth. Though her father is by Xianqing from the provincial capital. The young girl pouted her lips, a sly expression gracing her face. She relished such pretentious displays, particularly the earlier antics of Wang Yuan and his son, reminiscent of circus clowns. Upon hearing Bai Ryu's words, even Jiang Mian cast a surprised glance in her direction. The Bai family is indeed a prominent clan in the provincial capital, far more formidable than his own Jiang family. What on earth? The Wang father and son nearly gasped for breath. What kind of influential figures are present here today? Had they disclosed their identities earlier, we would not have been so agitated. The significance of being first in Shin University's special admissions is not to be underestimated. It is noteworthy that Jiangnan High School has not produced a single student who gained admission to Shin University in 4 years. Finally, a few have emerged, and Tang Qingsong values this more than his own life. Moreover, Tang Qingsong's standing in Jiangzhou is akin to that of Jiang Mian. This implies that Yi Xiao and his peers have the backing of Tang Qingsong. Furthermore, Jiang Ro is Jiang Mian's daughter. This has undoubtedly offended two of Jiangzhou's most esteemed figures. Mayor, I was wrong. They compelled me. The Wang family forced me. At that moment, Secretary Chun finally seized the opportunity to speak, kneeling before Jiang Mian with a thud. Jiang Mian smiled coldly. My dear Secretary Chun, is there truly someone in Jiangzhou who can coerce you? You are quite formidable, often threatening to cast others out of Jiangzhou or feed them to the river fish. TSK, such bravado. Perhaps you should consider sending me to the river as well? No, Mayor. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare. Secretary Chun quivered on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. Jiang Mian scoffed. Whether you dare or not is uncertain, but your audacity is indeed remarkable. From this day forth, you shall no longer be my secretary. Furthermore, I will immediately dispatch someone to investigate your financial dealings over the years. Should any discrepancies arise, you may very well spend the remainder of your life in prison. No, Mayor. I beg for your mercy. Secretary Chen's face turned pale with fear. Have I not given you a chance? Or does Secretary Chen wish for me to execute you on the spot? As the mayor of Jiangzhou, Jiang Mian wielded the power of life and death. I Secretary Chun collapsed in terror, his face ashen. His life was utterly ruined. If Secretary Chun was in such a predicament, the Wang father and son were even more terrified. It was ruthless. The threat of execution loomed large. With a thud, the two of them fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Oh, why the two of you lost your courage? Just moments ago, you both strutted about like proud roosters. And now look at you, deflated? Xiao smirked as he strolled over to them. The two knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe a word. Ah, Leaf. Young Master Yi, we were truly blind to your greatness. It is our fault, and we are willing to make amends. Whatever you desire, we shall comply. Please, spare our lives. Wang Yuan trembled as he spoke. Is that so? Absolutely. Very well. Then I demand the entirety of the Wang family's assets. Wang Yuan's body quivered. He had not anticipated young Master Ye's ruthless resolve. However, given the current predicament, hesitation was no longer an option. All right, I shall comply. Moreover, I require you and your son to feed the fish in the river. The Wang father and son exchanged bewildered glances. Major Hian, how does this decision strike you? Xiao turned to Jiang Mian with a smile. Jiang Mian nodded. Such vermin in Jiang City deserve this treatment. Splendid. Xiao chucked it lightly. So, Su Hao, consider this matter resolved. Your assets will be restored. You need not leave. Focus on performing well in tomorrow's college entrance examination. Su Hao's expression fluctuated dramatically, akin to a roller coaster, ultimately culminating in a heartfelt, "Thank you, brother." At that moment, Zheng Yu dashed frantically to Su Hao's side, entwining her arm with his, tears cascading down her cheeks as she pleaded, "Darling, I was wrong. It was all his coercion. We have nothing together. He didn't touch me. He didn't." Xiao approached with a teasing demeanor. Oh, indeed. Merely a connection. No contact. You expect me to believe that? If not, then I must take my business to the telecommunications sector. A flicker of annoyance crossed Su Hao's face as he forcefully shook off Zheng Yu and delivered a sharp slap across her cheek. Get lost, you wretch. Gulme, let us find another place to continue our revelry, Xiao suggested with a grin. Mayor Jiang, we shall take our leave, this matter here. Jiang Mian nodded. Enjoy yourselves. I shall handle this. With that, Xiao and his companions departed the private room. Jiang Mian's expression darkened immediately. He seized Wang Jue by the collar, who trembled in fear. No one in this world dares to bully my daughter. You wretched scoundrel. You truly are despicable. Bring forth the men. Break their limbs. Toss them into the river to feed the fish. All three of them. And don't forget to weigh them down with a heavy stone, lest they float back to the surface. Such is the nature of the professional world. It is devoid of constraints, where immense power grants absolute authority. Chapter 29. Human Endeavor at a barbecue stall in the night market. Xiao raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Su Hao's. Now that the cone-shaped father and son are gone, you better put in some effort for the college entrance examination tomorrow. Cone-shaped father and son? Xiao, why do you call them that? Bairuoyu asked, her mouth full of oily lamb skewers, her words slightly muffled. One is named Wang Jue, and the other Wang Yuan. Doesn't tea that make them a cone? Xiao retorted with a smirk. I truly wonder how your mind works. Humph. Bairuoyu huffed, continuing to munch on her lamb skewers. Brother, to be honest, I don't have high hopes for the college entrance examination. Su Hao lamented after taking a sip of beer. You and Jiang Xiaohua have awakened combat professions, destined to be figures who will command great influence in the future. As for me, I've awakened a life profession, blacksmith. What use is that? My future seems almost predetermined. He sighed, feeling helpless. His family was well off, and if he had awakened even a slightly combat-capable profession, he wouldn't feel this despair. Yet, he found himself as a blacksmith. It was akin to Xiao's previous role as a lookout, a fate that felt all but sealed. Xiao pondered for a moment. Su Hao, as brothers, there are certain things I must express. You should step outside for a bit. Remaining in Jiangzhou will limit your perspective. You might as well attend university for 4 years. If it doesn't work out, you can always return. Besides, even as a blacksmith, it's not to say you can't achieve something. You could try learning the skills of a forger. Xiao, you know better than I do how fanciful it is to think of cross-profession skill learning. Su Hao replied. Xiao fell silent, then suddenly extended his hand and drew the iron sword from behind Xiao Hongshan. Cross-profession skill learning is challenging, but it is certainly not impossible. Pay attention, Su Hao. With a swift motion, Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened, and a streak of black, ethereal light flickered, creating a chasm in the ground over 10 meters away. Is that the assassin's skill, Phantom Blade Strike? Su Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Xiao Hongshan, Jiang Rou, and Bai Ryu were left dumbfounded. Yi Xiao had been utilizing the skills of an assassin all along. Indeed, that is the Phantom Blade Strike. Moreover, I can also execute the Draw Blade Slash. Thus, Su Hao, I wish to convey that nothing is impossible in this world. Everything is achievable through effort. Yi Xiao asserted firmly, gripping his shoulder. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, a spark of hope ignited in Su Hao's eyes. Moreover, the gap between the blacksmith and forger professions is not insurmountably vast. They share common ground. Yi Xiao reassured him once more. Su Hao clenched his fist. Yi Xiao, perhaps you are right. To retreat without trying is the act of a coward. Thank you, Yi Xiao. You have awakened me. I still have a bright future ahead. I possess both time and resources to attempt. The unease and hesitation in Su Hao's eyes transformed into determination. Yi Xiao similed. Let's go. He refrained from revealing to Su Hao that his professional skills stemmed from the ability of replication, for he did not wish to plunge Su Hao into utter disappointment and despair. He believed that providing him with a modicum of motivation was essential for his continuous ascent. Only by advancing could one uncover the possibility of new hopes. This could be considered Yi Xiao's benevolent falsehood. The world is exceedingly harsh, and a person's life is often dictated by their profession. If Su Hao could indeed carve out an extraordinary path for himself and alter his fate, it would be akin to opening a new realm for all workers in the world. In time, his achievements might even be inscribed in the annals of the great Xiao, enduring through the ages. The following day, at the break of dawn, Yi Xiao and his companions made their way to their alma mater, Jiangnan High School. Their purpose was twofold: to collect their graduation certificates and to fulfill their promise to Tang Song to inspire the candidates before their examinations. Upon receiving their certificates, the trio proceeded to the playground. At present, the three of them were renowned figures within Jiangnan High School. They were the top 3 special recruits from the southern province. This title was even more astonishing than that of the province's college entrance examination champion. After all, they had emerged as the top 3 from the elite pool of 300 candidates throughout the province, even surpassing the rare dual profession holders. It's Senior Yi Xiao and Senior Xiao. Senior Jiang Rou, a spirited second-year girl, gathered her courage and rushed in front of Yi Xiao. Her gaze was filled with admiration, and her fair face blushed slightly. Senior Yi Xiao, could you please give me your autograph? She held out a notebook and a pen. Yi Xiao gladly accepted the pen from her hand. Of course. Keep up the hard work. Next year, Jiangnan High will depend on you all. Let's strive to ensure that old Tang doesn't end up in tears. After signing, Yi Xiao teased. Yes, I will do my best. I want to be like you and gain admission to Zhenshin University. The girl beamed, revealing 2 adorable dimples. My name is Lin Xinran, Senior Yi Xiao. You must wait for me at Zhenshin University. She smiled sweetly. Yi Xiao chocolate akardi. All right, I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence, Xinran. He thought little of it. Children of this age generally brimmed with confidence and vitality. In fact, during his second year, he had been even more self-assured than this girl. When asked about his aspirations, Yi Xiao had boldly proclaimed his desire to surpass the sword god of Great Xia, eliciting laughter from others. Upon reaching the playground, the third-year students had gathered, forming a unified line, with hundreds of eager eyes fixed upon Yi Xiao and his companions. Come on up, Yi Xiao called Tang Song from the podium. Old Tang, I have social anxiety. Can I skip speaking? A wave of laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Absolutely not. Tang Song coldly dismissed Yi Xiao's request. You young man, have no respect. You even wish to call me Tongzi. It's time for you to face a little hardship. Reluctantly, Yi Xiao stepped onto the podium and took the microphone. He. Yi Xiao awkwardly chuckled twice, uttering just a single phrase. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and for the sake of theatricality, he activated his special effects, unleashing the golden flame eyes. Golden flames danced within his pupils, exuding an air of authority. I shall await you at Jianshan University. Those with the courage may dare to pursue me. As his words echoed, a momentary silence enveloped the crowd below. Soon, all the students erupted with fervor. Well said, Yi Xiao. Is this a declaration of war? Very well. I have never been one to tolerate provocation. Yi Xiao, await my arrival at Jianshan University. I shall come to confront you. Yi Xiao, just you wait. We shall band together and raid your home. For a group of passionate youths, nothing ignites their fighting spirit quite like the challenge posed by their peers. This is far more invigorating than any mere motivational speech. Chapter 30. The New Eye Technique. Hunter God Squad. After the conclusion of their meeting, the three companions made their way to Tang Qingsong's office. As I mentioned, should you succeed in gaining admission to the Town God University, I shall bestow upon you rewards. Behold, here are your rewards. Before him lay 3 scrolls, the illusory eye, the heart of ice, and the sword art of the fragmented cloud. These are the skills I have meticulously selected as most suitable for you. Although they are merely of blue grade, they represent the pinnacle of their category, Tang Qingsong remarked. Yi Xiao and his companions accepted the scrolls. Ding. Detecting eye technique, illusory eye blue. 10 major eye techniques have been collected. Would you like to fuse them? Fuse, Yi Xiao commanded with a thought. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the Breaking Illusion Eye, purple. Breaking Illusion Eye. See through all illusions and deceptions. The advancement path for Breaking Illusion Eye has been unlocked. Breaking Illusion Eye, purple. Eye of Nihility, red. Eye of Retribution, black. Fantasia, eye gold. Fantasia Eye. Another golden eye technique. Yi Xiao was already well aware of the formidable nature of golden eye techniques. The Martial Dao Heavenly Eye's blinding golden radiance was akin to divine punishment. What astounding effects could the Fantasia Eye possess? Currently, Yi Xiao's primary eye techniques comprise 3. The Red Eternal Flame Eye, an aggressive skill frequently employed in battle. The Orange Martial God Eye, an extraordinary enhancement technique for close combat, which he had yet to utilize. And the Golden Copying Eye, predominantly supportive. Yet its extraordinary replication ability granted it an exceptionally high level, were it not for his insufficient level. He could have replicated the Celestial Sword technique during the battle of the great Xiao Sword God. Yi Xiao pondered as he stroked his chin. These are skill scrolls. As for weapons, you may choose for yourselves. Once you have made your selections, they will be delivered to your doorstep. Tang Qingsong handed them a tablet, which detailed the characteristics and levels of various weapons. Xiao Hongchun chose a long sword resembling the stunning Hong sword, while Jiang Ro opted for a blue gown. Yi Xiao selected a black dagger. Shadow dagger. Why would you, an eye technique practitioner, choose a dagger? You might as well select an armor piece, like Jiang Ro. Tang Qingsong remarked with an expression of bemusement. Only Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongchun, aware of the truth, stifled their laughter, particularly Xiao Hongchun, who was exasperated. Yi Xiao often wielded his sword more adeptly than Xiao Hongchun himself. Quickly send him off with that dagger. To pick teeth? Yi Xiao tilted his head in response. You rascal. A profound grade weapon for picking teeth? Get out of here, Tang Qingsong exclaimed, slamming the tablet onto the table in frustration. This young man could hardly go a day without vexing him. I was merely jesting. In truth, my dagger skills are quite refined, Yi Xiao replied, scratching his head. Huh? Refined? Do you think your dagger skills rival those of a professional swordsman? Yi Xiao, I must advise you, despite being a genius, you cannot indulge in every pursuit. You must diligently study your eye techniques. Do not neglect your innate talents. Dan Qingsong ao ses stili im lot. All right, I understand, old Tang. Yi Xiao nodded repeatedly. Little did he know that Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongchun were barely holding their composure. If Tang Qingsong were to learn that Yi Xiao was battling fiercely with a sword against a swift and agile 9-tailed spirit cat, he would realize just how gravely mistaken he was. Yi Xiao's swordsmanship truly surpassed that of many professional swordsmen. He could wield a fruit knife with the finesse of a dragon-slaying blade. Tang Qingsong was uncertain whether Yi Xiao absorbed his words. He sighed lightly. Apart from these skills, I have prepared an opportunity for you. Are you familiar with the Hunter God team? The three nodded. The Hunter God team is a collective of civilian professionals who unite to venture into the wilderness, hunting demons and deities. In recent years, with the support of the authorities, these civilian Hunter God teams have proliferated rapidly. They have made indelible contributions to the great Xiao by slaying demons and deities, reclaiming occupied lands. This time, I want you to join the 100 Battles Hunter God team in Jiangzhou. Their captain is an acquaintance of mine, and I have specifically secured this opportunity for you. The exploration unit of the 100 Battles Hunter God team has discovered an abandoned village not far from Jiangzhou, beneath which lies a small energy crystal vein. The Hunter God team will dispatch a cleansing squad, and your task is to accompany them in exterminating all the demons within the village boundaries. Afterward, we will establish a defensive perimeter around the village to reclaim this territory for the Great Xiao, while simultaneously mining the energy crystal vein. This is indeed a lucrative assignment. However, your levels are still somewhat lacking. The Academy of Divine Guardians will hold a freshman competition a month after the term begins. I hope you can achieve commendable results in the competition. The benefits of energy crystals need not be elaborated upon. Those in the know understand their value. Tang Qing said with a smile. Yi Xiao and the others nodded. Energy crystals are a unique type of crystal that harbors immense power, greatly enhancing a professional's level. In the resource repository of the Academy of Divine Guardians, one energy crystal is worth 10 points. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. Any energy crystals acquired during the cleansing mission can be consumed personally. This is fantastic, Old Tang. You think of us for such good fortune. Yi Xiao exclaimed with a grin. Oof, you rascal. Never one to pass up a profit. Tang Qing shot him a glare. All right, Old Tang, we accept this mission. When do we commence? I can hardly wait to to slay demons and protect the mountains and rivers of our great Xia. Yi Xiao said cheekily, rubbing his fists together. Tomorrow morning, you shall report to the preparation town on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. The cleansing squad consists of 5 members, bringing your total to 8. The abandoned village is not large, merely about 500 to 600 acres. A small energy crystal vein can yield around 2,000 energy crystals. I can overlook up to 500 without noticing. Excellent. Old Tang, I adore you. Yi Xiao beamed, fully aware that his current level was a shortcoming. Standing at merely the 4th tier of the extraordinary, Xiao Hongxun and the others are not much different from us. However, could we possibly add one more person? Who? Bai Ryu. She is both a summoner and a magician, and her assistance would be invaluable. Moreover, her father is the head of the Bai family in the provincial city. Very well. Let us include her as well. I will speak to her later. Make sure to perform well. This is an opportunity one have fought hard to secure for you. Do not bring shame upon me. The members of the Hunter God team have always looked down upon delicate flowers nurtured in greenhouses. Yi Xiao, ensure you give them a resounding slap in the face. Rest assured, nothing pleases me more than showcasing my prowess and putting them in their place, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. Chapter 31. Flowers in the greenhouse. Early the next morning, the weapon chosen by Yi Xiao, the Shadow Blade, was delivered to Tang Yun's villa by a swift courier. At that moment, Yi Xiao was the only occupant of the villa, as Bai Ryu had gone to play at Jiang Ro's house the previous night, and Tang Yun was staying at school to lead the team for the upcoming college entrance examination. Yi Xiao unwrapped the package to reveal a pitch-black Tang Dao, intricately adorned with fine patterns and grooves along its blade. Weighing over 30 pounds, this single-handed sword was a considerable challenge to wield, even for seasoned swordsmen. Yi Xiao found it quite taxing to lift it in a normal state. It was a magnificent blade, both heavy and sharp. Satisfied, he flicked the blade lightly. He strapped the shadow blade to his back and strode out of the house. This marked his first genuine venture as a professional, stepping into the perilous wilderness. The land was a vivid crimson, a vast expanse of red earth, teeming with demons and devoid of divine presence. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and the streets were notably desolate, with significantly fewer vehicles than usual. After much effort, Yi Xiao managed to hail a cab, making his way to the previously designated gathering spot, a small maintenance town on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. This village had been specifically constructed for the hunter god team, providing equipment, supplies, and a place for professionals to recuperate. Xiao, over here, from a distance, he spotted Bai Ruiyu, clad in a flowing white dress, her slender legs adorned with white stockings, waving at him in her little leather shoes. Seriously, are you really wearing that? Xiao approached, scrutinizing her with a bemused expression. Of course. Do you think it looks good? Bai Ruiyu twirled in front of him, lifting her skirt. Thud! Xiao playfully tapped her on the head with 2 fingers. Ouch! What was that for? Bai Ruiyu exclaimed in pain. What do you mean looks good? You're going into the wilderness to exterminate demons, not off to a vacation. Xiao, you're misunderstanding Ruiyu. This dress is a piece of Shin-level equipment. Jiang Ro interjected, stepping forward helplessly. Oh, Xiao was taken aback, observing Bai Ruiyu's scrunched nose. He awkwardly scratched his head. Ha ha ha, it truly looks splendid. Quite fitting for you. Oomph. Xiao, you'll pay for that. Bai Ruiyu huffed, raising her small fist, ready to retaliate. At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby. Well, young masters and mistresses, all dressed up. A few figures approached from a distance. Leading them was a stern-faced young man clad in black, wielding a long sword on his back. Alongside him were a burly man brandishing a great sword and shield, a captivating woman in leather attire exuding charm, and a blue-haired lady in a fitted gown, proudly holding a staff. The one who spoke was a young man with tousled blonde hair, donned in a suit of silver light armor, wielding a knight's sword. He appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao and the others. I can't fathom what the captain was thinking, sending a group of sheltered aristocrats to the front lines. Isn't that just asking for trouble? The young man with yellow hair adjusted his hairstyle, reminiscent of a rebellious youth, and spoke disdainfully. The captain's decision is beyond our scrutiny. It suffices to comply with orders, stated the cold-faced youth with an air of indifference. Humph! Scoffed the young man with yellow hair, his face contorted in contempt. The 5 of them approached Xiao and his companions. The leader, a cold-faced youth, extended his hand toward them. Team leader of the eradication squad, Cold Hong, profession, swordsman, transcendent level 1. Red Ling, profession, archer, transcendent level 8. The woman clad in leather brushed her wavy black hair. Da Li, profession, sword and shield master, transcendent level 9. The burly man added. Cold Ning, profession, healer, transcendent level 8. Yin Qin, profession, knight, transcendent level 7. Among the 5, the youngest, Yin Qin, was over 20 years old. Hello, Xiao nodded. I am Xiao. Profession, a technique master, transcendent level 4. An eye technique master? Cold Hong glanced at the Tang Dao strapped to Xiao's back, his expression reflecting confusion. Do I technique masters wield swords? Xiao Hongchun, profession, sword cultivator, transcendent level 4. Jiang Ro, profession, elementalist, transcendent level 5. Bai Ruiyu, profession, summoner and mage, transcendent level 6. Upon hearing their introductions, the young man with yellow hair, Yin Qin, could not help but snort derisively. What assistance can you provide? Arriving with mere transcendent levels 4 and 5? Are you merely a hindrance? Indeed, aside from a young girl with dual professions at transcendent level 6, the others seem to be a liability. Kolming also shook her head in disappointment. De Li and Red Ling remained silent, but likely shared their dissatisfaction. After all, this eradication mission was one they could accomplish alone. To bring in 4 gilded students not only impeded their progress, but also threatened to overshadow their achievements. If I were you, I would prudently return to my sheltered life and avoid getting frightened into submission at the sight of demons, Yin Qin mocked. He had not continued his studies after high school, opting instead to join the God Hunter Squad, and now possessed 2 to 3 years of wilderness exploration experience. He truly looked down upon Xiao and the others, who had no battle experience whatsoever, merely relying on their privileged backgrounds to gild their resumes. Do you really think you can handle the wilderness? Xiao chuckled softly at the remark. I have encountered divine beings twice, even vanquished one. What are you laughing at? Have you sheltered flowers, ever hunted a demon in the wild? Have you contributed anything to the Daxia? Yin Qin sneered. Your understanding of demons stems solely from those tedious textbooks. Let me enlighten you. The genuine demons in the wilderness are capable of devouring humans. They are 100 times more terrifying than what you have read. Don't be surprised if you find yourselves paralyzed in fear when you encounter them. We will not shoulder the burden of your incompetence. Hey, you with the yellow hair, speak to me with a modicum of respect. Ryu could no longer endure the situation. As the esteemed second young lady of the Bai family, she had always been one to look down upon others. When had anyone dared to underestimate her? Having suffered defeat at the hands of Xiao, she had reluctantly acquiesced. However, this did not imply that anyone could trample upon her dignity. As for Yin Qin, a mere 7th-tier practitioner, she could easily incinerate him with a single breath of her fiery dragon. What did you say? Little girl. Yin Qin fumed with rage. How dare you call me a little girl? You, with your yellow hair, step forward for a duel. Who is afraid of whom? If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall not be called Yin Qin. The two faced each other, tension palpable in the air. At this moment, Xiao interjected with a mocking smile. Captain Lung, is this the caliber of your team? Or do you believe that engaging in verbal sparring here, wasting time, is justified? Captain Lung cast a profound glance at Xiao, an instinct telling him that this ocular practitioner was far more complex than he appeared. Enough, little Qin. No more bickering. The mission is of utmost importance. He commanded, silencing Yin Qin. Let us proceed. This task is not particularly arduous. Do not be overly anxious. Should we encounter formidable demons, we shall intervene. He addressed Xiao and the others as they set off in 2 all-terrain vehicles towards the wilderness, where vehicles were mere consumables in the harsh terrain. Chapter 32. Clearing the field? Is it not quite simple? The abandoned village lies about 7 or 8 miles away. The off-road vehicle navigates the wilderness, jolting along the rugged terrain. After half an hour, we arrive, the tires rendered useless. Despite the passage of time, the small village retains traces of its former self. Dilapidated concrete houses stubbornly stand against the elements, resembling proud, yet tragic souls gazing longingly at their homeland from foreign soil. Scattered throughout the village are the bones and remains of various creatures, alongside the myriad of demons wandering the desolate expanse. A roar echoes through the air as a shadow darts from the side. A minor demon, courting death. Cold Hong snorts, unsheathing the long blade from his back and swiftly striking with a single blow, cleaving the shadow in 2. It is a vile lizard. The others shake their heads. These demons are mostly weak, yet their numbers are overwhelming. We 9 shall divide into 2 teams, advancing for the easternmost and westernmost points of the village toward the center. Cold Hong suggests. I have no objections, I reply. Fine, I too have no objections. However, Xiao shakes his head. There is no need. We merely need to gather all the demons together. Oomph, you make it sound easy. This village, while not vast, is not small either. The demons are scattered widely. What method do you propose to gather them? Yin Qin speaks coldly. Such presumptions. Do you think the demons will obey your every command? Xiao retorts with a sidelong glance. What if it were possible? If you can truly achieve that, I shall call you father. Very well, it is settled. Ryu, did you hear that? It's up to you. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Xiao, I congratulate you in advance on finding a son. Ryu laughs, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. During the special examination, she had previously employed magic to gather demons from a radius of several dozen miles. This time, it would simply require the same technique. Buzz. A magical seal manifests in Ryu's hand. Behold my magic. She turns to Yin Qin and points. A mark spreads across his body. What have you done? Yin Qin gazes at himself, feeling no discernible change, his brow furrowing in alarm. Oomph, just a minor spell. Once ensnared by my magic, your body will exude an irresistible fragrance that attracts demons. Humans cannot perceive it, but demons will converge upon the source, as if driven mad. You are now a living embodiment of demon pheromones. Just stand here and wait for them to find you. Ryu declares, arms crossed, with a haughty scoff. You little brat. You. Yin Qin nearly draws the long sword at his waist in anger. So I am merely bait. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembles violently. They're coming. Xiao strokes his chin. The demons have been drawn in. You have lost. Now call me father. Yin Qin's mouth nearly twists in frustration. Call, call, call. The demons are coming. Wait to call. Swish. Yin Qin swiftly drew his sword from his waist. With a resounding roar, an overwhelming aura surged into the void. The knight's swordsmanship emphasized immense power, typically wielded with both hands, each strike executed with grandiosity. Jiang Ro spoke softly, and as her voice faded, Yin Qin bellowed, like Gong slash. With a single sweep of his sword, dozens of demons were obliterated. Let us strike together. Lung Hong unsheathed his long knife from behind. In a flash, he darted into the midst of the demon horde, initiating a thorough cleanup. With precision, Lung Hong wielded his blade with one hand, rendering countless demons within a few meters of him into nothing but chunks of flesh. With a mighty roar, he swung his sword, causing the earth to tremble as a shield collided with the demons, shattering their forms. From a distance, Hong Ling knocked 3 arrows, unleashing a tempest that exploded amidst the demons. Meanwhile, Lung Ning invoked the healing light, mending the wounds of her 4 companions. The 5 worked in perfect harmony, 3 engaged in close combat, 1 at range, and 1 providing support. Oomph. Now you recognize our prowess, don't you, boys? Yin Qin provocatively turned to Yi Xiao and the others. Yi Xiao smirked. You all should join in. Let my incompetent son gain some experience. Yin Qin felt as though he had struck a fist into cotton. Just then, a figure dashed past him. Xiao Hongshun, Sword Heart State activated. Residual clouds. Swalt technique. In that moment, Yin Qin and his companions beheld a wisp of clouds ascend. The next instant, the clouds were cleaved by a beam of sword light. Uft, uft, uft. A circle of demons fell as souls beneath his blade. The speed so rapid it was as if in an instant. Is this a 4th-tier swordsman? The group was left in stunned silence. Such destructive power could hardly be attributed to a mere 4th-tier swordsman. One could easily believe he was an extraordinary 7th-tier swordsman. At the very least, the force of that strike was not inferior to Yin Qin's assault. What? At that moment, Dali, engaged in battle with the demons, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. A graceful figure descended from the heavens, and within a 10-meter radius around her, all the demons were transformed into ice. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Ro held a blooming ice lotus in one hand, standing majestically amidst the ice sculptures like a frost goddess. Jiang Ro, a 4th-tier elemental mage of the ice attribute. You too, get in there. Just as their gaze lingered on Jiang Ro, a commanding voice rang out. Bairu stood atop a dragonman's back. As the dragonman unleashed a torrent of fearsome flames, incinerating many demons at first glance. A 9-tailed spirit cat also wreaked havoc among the demons, its claws slashing fiercely, blood and flesh flying. The 3 showcased their abilities, silencing all doubts with their accomplishments. Top, top, top. Then Yi Xiao approached leisurely. Hey kid, want to see the sword techniques of a flower nurtured in a greenhouse? Yi Xiao cast a cold glance at Yin Qin. Huh. He paused momentarily, then beheld Yi Xiao removing the long sword from his back, his figure flashing to the center of a throng of demons. With a thunderous stomp, the earth split apart. At his epicenter, nearly 100 demons were flung into the air. The phantom blade, flash strike. A swift sound echoed as the dark blade sliced through the void, countless black lines intertwining in the air, dense and intricate. Then, a torrential rain of blood began to pour from the heavens. The corpses of the demons fell to the ground like dumplings, thudding heavily. How could this be? This is the skill of a swordsman. Phantom blade, flash strike. Lung Hong was left dumbfounded, witnessing the fall of nearly 100 demons with a single slash. Even he, a transcendent-level practitioner, could not achieve such a feat. What manner of monster is this youth? Moreover, he is a practitioner of ocular arts, a predominantly supportive combat profession. How could his swordsmanship surpass even his own? Lung Hong felt as though he had wasted years of his life. Then they saw Yi Xiao twist his neck. All right, the warm-up is over. It's time to clear the field. He slowly sheathed his long sword and covered his eyes with one hand, speaking coldly. Golden Flame Eye, activate. Boom! Within his eyes, golden lotuses bloomed, a golden flame enveloping Yi Xiao, burning vibrantly around him. How could this be? This heat wave, Yin Qin, closest to Xiao, felt the sudden surge of heat nearly singe his yellow hair. Annihilate! At Yi Zhao's command, a resounding boom echoed. In the very center of the demon horde, a golden flame lotus erupted. Like an erupting volcano, the golden flames spread in all directions. The demons scattered in panic, yet ultimately, they were engulfed by the golden fire. The golden flames dancing upon the earth resembled a totem, blooming into the most exquisite golden fire lotus. Yi Xiao smirked, turning around and spreading his hands. Clearing the field? It seems rather simple. Chapter 33. Sudden. The Shadow God Sect. Silence enveloped the surroundings, profound and unbroken. Yin Qin's mouth hung agape, as if he had ingested poison and was now choking on it. Son, what do you think? Was your father impressive, just now? Yi Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Yin Qin's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. If they still regarded Yi Xiao and his companions as delicate flowers in a greenhouse, then they were truly deluded. Such strength could not belong to an ordinary university student. Who are you really? Yin Qin inquired in a low voice. We? Just flowers in a greenhouse. Students in an ivory tower. Yi Xiao replied with a disdainful smile. If I am not mistaken, you must be the exceptional talents specially recruited by the Town God University in the southern province. Cold Hong interjected. I should have realized it sooner. Aside from the top student of the southern province, no one could possess such strength at this age, he remarked, his face etched with bitterness. What? The top recruit of the Town God University. Yin Qin staggered, realizing that he had just been leaping and mocking in front of such figures. Wasn't that akin to the behavior of a fool? Hong Ling and Lung Ning exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from astonishment to a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Oomph. Now do you understand our prowess? Although I am merely at the 6th level of the extraordinary, you at the 9th level are certainly no match for me. Bai Ryu declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Yi Xiao is even stronger than I am. That blonde-haired fellow. Do you wish to challenge Yi Xiao? Yin Qin shrank his shoulders. Then why not promptly fulfill your promise and call me father? Bai Ryu crossed her arms defiantly. Father, Yin Qin reluctantly uttered, his voice weak. Yi Xiao shook his head, feeling indifferent. All right, Captain Lung, since the demons have been eliminated, it is time to attend to business. Business? Isn't the business merely the extermination of demons? Cold Hong replied, bewildered. No. Yi Xiao produced a large sack. The real business is to collect energy crystals. Old Tang mentioned that we can take as many as we want. He will replenish them later. Xiao Hongshun. Jiangro. Is this really what Tang Qingsong said? It doesn't sound like him, Cold Hong stammered, unable to believe that the stern and dignified Tang Qingsong would utter such words. Yi Xiao chose not to elaborate further. He dragged the large sack and walked away. This was the primary task at hand, activating his X-ray vision. Everything around him became transparent. Energy crystals lay beneath the ground, yet there were also many scattered on the surface. Red Dust, girl, Jiangro, come and assist me. Yi Xiao called out. The group busied themselves collecting energy crystals, leaving Cold Hong and his companions behind. What shall we do now? First, notify the higher-ups, urging them to send personnel over. The demons have been purged, and we can now construct a defensive line. Understood. Hong Ling took out her phone, but at that moment, a beam of light shot in from the distance. Bang! Her phone shattered in response, startling Hong Ling. In the next moment, a shadow flashed by, swiftly grasping Lung Ning by the neck and dragging her away. Ah, brother, save me. Who is it? Lengong Bilod. Swish. Two figures appeared not far away. Energy crystals are indeed precious, but unfortunately, you shall have no share in them. This energy crystal vein belongs to the Shadow God sect. The two figures, cloaked in black robes, stood atop a large rock, sneering at Lung Hong and his companions. One of them had already clutched Lung Ning's neck. The Shadow God sect. Lung Hong tightened his grip on the long knife at his back. The dark sect, worshippers of deities. Once again, these filthy, corrupted beings. Traitors of the great Xia. Release Ningya. Release her just because you ask? That would be quite undignified for me. The cloaked figure replied coldly, laughing. I know you are from the hunter's team of Jiangzhou, but what of it? In this remote wilderness, I hold all the power. The black-robed man who had captured Lung Ning chuckled. I advise you not to act rashly, or the outcome for this young lady could be dire. Look at her delicate face, so fair and flawless. If I were to make a cut, what do you think would happen? Lung Ning trembled in fear. As a healer, her combat strength was already limited, and these two black-robed figures were exceptionally powerful, on par with Lung Hong. What do you want? Ling Gong demanded. Quite simple. Come out and duel with us. With that, the other black-robed man stepped forward. Swish! He drew a long knife from beneath his cloak, identical to Lung Hong's weapon. Defeat him, and we will release your sister. Fail to do so, and you shall all perish. Is it a deal? I swear by the Shadow God. Then let it be. Lung Hong unsheathed his knife, adopting a combat stance. Hey, go on. Let him witness the terrifying power of the Shadow God. Swish! The black-robed figure's cloak billowed as he launched a decisive strike towards Lung Hong. Meteor blade technique. Lung Hong swung his knife with lightning speed, the blade glinting in the air like shooting stars. The captain is giving it his all right from start. Yin Qin clenched his fists. Captain, you must win. Clang. The two figures collided, the sound of metal ringing out as sparks flew. This is strange. Why does his blade technique mirror the captain's exactly? Hong Ling exclaimed in astonishment. What? Swish! The black-robed figure turned, and from his side emerged two more figures, each wielding long knives. He can replicate the captain's blade technique, and he has a technique of duplication. What kind of profession is this? Dolly said in shock. Boom! The three black-robed figures struck simultaneously, their blades crashing forcefully against Lung Hong's long knife. Ugh! Dolly exclaimed as Lung Hong was forced to kneel on one knee. So weak. It feels as if I am but an ant. Three figures cloaked in black simultaneously spoke, their laughter chilling. Begone! With that, they swung their blades once more. Meteor blade technique. The threefold meteor blade technique converged. Crack! Cold Hong's long sword was unexpectedly shattered on the spot. The three then struck him with their blades. Boom! He was sent flying, landing on the ground as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Captain! Brother! Cold Ning and the three teammates exclaimed in alarm. Run! Run! Don't look back! Cold Hong pushed away the teammates who rushed to support him. Captain, are you all right? Hurry and leave. Don't concern yourselves with this matter. Otherwise, we will all meet our demise. Cold Hong said, trembling lips betraying his excessive blood loss. If I am not mistaken, that fellow is a shadow warrior. Moreover, one blessed by the Shadow God. His strength is unfathomable. Cold Hong gazed in terror at the three-armed figures. An ordinary shadow warrior can summon multiple clones to battle, but a blessed shadow warrior has ascended to another level, capable of mimicking the combat techniques of their opponents. This is what makes them truly terrifying. It is akin to facing three or more versions of oneself at once. How could anyone hope to win against that? Not much strength, but your insight is commendable. Well then, now that you have lost, it is time for you to die. The three Shadow Warriors clones approached with their blades drawn. I will hold them off. You two, take the captain and flee. A robust figure positioned himself before them, gripping his sword and shield tightly, his gaze fixed on the three cloaked shadows. You, a mere waste, dare to obstruct us? One of the Shadow Warriors suddenly glided forward, his long sword slicing through the sturdy shield, followed by a brutal kick to the abdomen. Pathetic, utterly feeble. Your entire squad, including your captain, is weak. Too weak. Damn it. I'll fight you. The hot-tempered Yin Qin charged forward, sword in hand. Yin Qin, come back. On ligne shooted urgently. I will fight you all. He bellowed, wielding his knight's sword in fury. You, a worthless fool, dare to challenge me. Crack. With a swift backhand, Yin Qin was sent flying. All right, you shall all perish as well. This crystal vein belongs to our Shadow God sect. At that moment, the cloaked figure standing on the large rock spoke. Unda, leave the woman. I wish to have some fun. A splendid idea. I too desire to vent my frustrations. His eyes, hidden beneath the cloak, leered lecherously at Hong Ling's alluring figure. Little beauty, I will summon 5 clones to thoroughly satisfy you. Hong Ling's face turned pale with fear. How was this any different from a fate worse than death? Thus, you 3 bothersome flies shall meet your end. They raised their blades, targeting Yin Qin, De Li, and Cold Hong. Just then, Captain Cole, do you still have that sack? I have it filled here. Only then did Yi Xiao approach from a distance, carrying a large hemp sack, accompanied by Bairu and the other two. The movements of the figure in the black robe abruptly came to a halt. Chapter 34. Confrontation with the Shadow Warrior. A comprehensive overwhelm. Yi Xiao, you all must flee, Cold Hong urged painfully. They belong to the Dark Cult. The name Dark Cult caused Yi Xiao's gaze to narrow. Who are you? The armed Shadow Warrior interrogated him and his companions. Anda, they're the top 4 from the Divine University of Southern Province. Future paragons of the human race. Eliminate them. The cloaked figure atop the boulder compared photos on his phone. I was initially planning to hire someone to assassinate you, but it seems you've delivered yourselves to me. What an effortless stroke of luck, he chuckled. We're doomed. This is the end. Cold Hong sighed deeply, his heart heavy with despair. This time, not just their small team, but even the 4 exceptionally talented individuals were fated to perish here. It's all my fault. I am utterly incompetent. He gritted his teeth. Captain, don't move. Your wound has reopened. Hong Ling hurriedly attempted to staunch his bleeding. Swish! The Shadow Warrior, wielding his blade, charged toward Yi Xiao. Blood technique? I'm no stranger to those, Yi Xiao scoffed, unsheathing the shadow blade from his back. Martial God, SI. Activate. With a swift slash, Yi Xiao unleashed a strike that caused the surrounding air to resonate with a thunderous roar. Cold Hong's eyes widened as he witnessed the air distort around them. In the next moment, Yi Xiao's blade collided with that of his opponent. Swish! The opposing Shadow Warrior conjured 3 doppelgangers. Clash! 1 blade met 3. Bang! All 3 were sent hurtling backward by Yi Xiao's might. How can such strength exist? The Shadow Warrior's expression shifted in disbelief. His 3 strikes had felt as though they had struck against adamantine, leaving his hands numb. Yi Xiao disdainfully curled his lip. You think a tenfold enhancement of physical prowess is a joke? Even seasoned warriors would kneel before it. When strength falters, rely on skill. The 3 Shadow Warriors wielded their long blades, simultaneously executing the meteor blade technique. Figures whirled, and the blades glimmered fiercely, resembling an intricate web descending upon Yi Xiao. It's the meteor blade technique. Be cautious, Cold Hong warned, fully aware of the formidable nature of this style. With a speed as swift as a shooting star, the trio's movements were nearly overwhelming, rendering defense impossible. One could hardly even discern where their blades were. However, before Yi Xiao, this was merely childish play. Discerning Eye. Activate. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with white light, and amidst the myriad blades, he identified the sole fatal flaw. Stop jumping around. You look rather clownish. Yi Xiao commented with a hint of exasperation. In the next instant, his gaze sharpened. I have found your opening. With a swift draw of his blade. Slash. Swish. Yi Xiao transformed into a streak of light, zipping along that critical line. Thud, thud, thud. In the next moment, 3 figures were sent flying backward. How is this possible? Cold Hong exclaimed in astonishment, left speechless. In the midst of this tempest of blades, discerning their flaws proves to be more challenging than the heavens themselves. With such an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, how could he possibly be a practitioner of ocular techniques? Has the world turned upside down? Cold Hong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, uncertain whether it was due to the shock from Yi Xiao or the excessive loss of blood. Damn that little brat. As the Shadow Warrior's doppelgangers dissipated, he violently hurled his sword to the ground. I concede that I underestimated you. However, no matter what, you remain merely a 4th-tier prodigy. You cannot overturn destiny. Shadow Clone Technique. Swish, swish, swish. 10 clones. 20 clones. 30 clones. In an instant, dozens of cloaked figures materialized, surrounding Yi Xiao in a tight circle. Under my shadow clone technique, even if your swordplay is celestial, it will avail you nothing. Can you discern my true form now? The multitude of cloaked figures spoke in unison, their shrill voices echoing like a haunting melody, rattling the very eardrums. What an uncanny tactic. This endless barrage of clones is insatiable. Cold Hong and the others watched Yi Xiao with grave concern. The Shadow Warrior's profession, while not inherently powerful, becomes exceedingly troublesome when coupled with their bizarre techniques and the blessings of the shadow god. Yet before Xiao, this is mere trifling. Xiao slowly opened his eyes, the broken illusion eye illuminating all that is void, piercing through the essence of all laws. In that instant, all clones disbanded, leaving only one figure before him, posturing with feigned might. Furthermore, he discovered something even more intriguing. What a pitiable creature, plagued by profound insecurity. Xiao sighed, then stepped forward. Do not act rashly. Xiao, his clones are infinite. You cannot slay them all. Cold Hong cautioned through gritted teeth, enduring his wounds. Indeed, young man, heed the captain's wisdom. He speaks true. This clone technique is too sinister. We must strategize. Yin Qin added his voice of caution. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyu and others remained silent. Having witnessed Yi Zhao's prowess in countless battles, their trust in him unwavering. Yi Xiao would never engage in a battle without certainty. Xiao Hongchan spoke softly. Indeed, while Yi Xiao may seem carefree, he is resolute in critical moments. Jiang Ro concurred. Yi Xiao has even defeated my man. Bai Ruoyu proclaimed proudly. You all. Alas, Cold Hong sighed helplessly. They are still children, lacking the reverence for formidable professions, brimming with inexplicable confidence. Yet even so, no, I cannot stand idly by as he faces peril. Cold Hong struggled to rise. At that moment, the countless cloaked figures before him appeared as an endless abyss. And Yi Xiao was about to step into that very chasm. He could not remain a mere observer. Captain, you cannot go. Your injuries are too severe. Hong Ling implored. No, I must go. Principal Tang entrusted them to me. I cannot stand idly by as they march towards their demise. Their talents are extraordinary. They simply lack experience at this moment. Given time, they will undoubtedly grow to become the pillars of our great Xia. They cannot perish. The future of our Xia must endure. With blood dripping from his body, Cold Hong rose, clutching his sword. Yet at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Yi Xiao effortlessly traversed through dozens of avatars, approaching a figure clad in black robes. With a swift motion, he struck the figure, sending him flying. How is this possible? How could you see through my avatar technique? The black-robed man exclaimed in disbelief as he picked himself up. His avatars, if not discerned by others, function as independent entities capable of inflicting real harm. However, if seen through, they merely become illusions, incapable of causing any damage. Yi Xiao had astonishingly identified his true form among the myriad of avatars. What manner of creature is this? With a single hand, Yi Xiao reached out and grasped the man's head. You are indeed a pitiable wretch, resorting to deceit to project an image of grandeur. In truth, you are but a cowardly, shadowy creature, scurrying in the corners like a rat. With that, Yi Xiao flung the black robe aside, revealing to everyone's astonishment that beneath it was a pockmarked face, disheveled hair, and a mere height of 5 feet. A gnome. No, my robe, my robe. He cried out in terror, desperately clawing at his exposed skin under the sunlight. He scrambled towards the oversized black robe, curling himself back within its folds. Just a creature unworthy of sunlight, a hollow shell. Even if you disguise yourself as wicked and cruel, your essence remains that of a pitiful insect. No, do not say that. I refuse to listen. I will not hear it. The gnome raged in madness. Ah, since you refuse to listen, then you shall meet your end. Yi Xiao replied coldly, a golden lotus blooming in his eyes. Golden flame eyes ignite. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the black robe, engulfing the gnome in a blaze. Ah, I do not wish to die. Save me, Ma Tu. The gnome rolled frantically on the ground, his body consumed by golden flames, resembling a figure of pure fire. Wailing in agony. Useless. Ma Tu muttered disdainfully as he held the frozen black-robed figure, not even glancing at him. The only sound that echoed in the air was the gnome and his desperate screams, until his body was utterly consumed, reduced to a pile of ashes, scattered by the gentle breeze. Yin Xin shuddered involuntarily, casting a fearful gaze at Yi Xiao. What would happen if those flames were to ignite him? He dare not imagine. Ah, there is still one left. Yi Xiao tapped his head, turning his attention to the remaining black-robed figure. "Ha, young one, you possess quite the skills. Given sufficient time, you could truly become remarkable. Therefore, you absolutely cannot leave this place alive today." He gazed down upon Xiao from his elevated position. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ma-Tu of the Shadow God Cult, a professional dream weaver. Now, step into the dreamscape that I have conjured for you." With a swift motion, a cascade of violet arcs erupted from beneath his black cloak, enveloping all present in its embrace. Chapter 35. The Shadow God Possession. Witness my martial goddess fandom. The Dreamweaver, in essence, is a specialized branch of illusionists, characterized by the ability to ensnare adversaries within a self-crafted dream realm, silently orchestrating their demise within this ethereal prison, until they can awaken no more. Such a vocation is exceedingly rare, yet it is undeniably an exceptionally terrifying auxiliary role. When wielded adeptly, a single Dreamweaver can obliterate an entire legion. A violet arc of light spread forth, and in an instant, everyone was drawn into his dreamscape, collapsing into a stupor. Even Xiao was not spared. "Ha ha ha! Let yourself be eternally submerged in my dream." He grasped the neck of the frozen Ning, his laughter bubbling with excitement. "Long live the Lord of Shadows. Young lady, I offer you a chance. If you join my Shadow God sect, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall accompany them to the grave." "Bah, dream on. I will never join your dark cult. My brother and the others will surely escape your dream." Ning glared defiantly at him. "How amusing. I initially believed you to be a healer, wishing to offer you a chance to join our Shadow God sect, to become a devotee of the Lord of Shadows and attain immortality. Since you refuse to recognize this opportunity, I shall take your life first." With that, the Dreamweaver tightened his grip. Creak, creak. Ning's brows furrowed deeply, her face paling as if she were drowning. "Ha ha ha. The final struggle of an ant." A cruel smile surfaced beneath the black robe. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I thought you were a tender-hearted individual, yet you are so ruthless." At that moment, a teasing voice interrupted. The figure in the black robe flinched, nearly losing his footing atop the rock. "How is this possible? You should have been trapped in my dream." "Dreams are merely temporary states. One awakens, and all returns to normal," Xiao replied, rolling his eyes. "Dreamweaver, are you belittling my profession as a Dreamweaver? This is an affront to my craft." In truth, Xiao had indeed fallen into the Dreamweaver's realm, but as he entered, his eye of disillusion activated automatically, shattering the dream. It was not that the Dreamweaver was weak. Rather, Xiao's abilities effectively countered him. Devoid of his dream, the Dreamweaver was merely an auxiliary class, with exceedingly limited combat prowess. "Well then, the game is over." Xiao clapped his hands and approached him step by step. "Do not come any closer. If you dare approach, I will kill her." He gripped Ning's neck with unwavering resolve. "If you kill her, I will kill you in return. That would be avenging her." Xiao replied with a casual shrug. "It's not that I cannot save her, but revenge offers greater value." Ning exclaimed, "Brother, is my life not worth saving? Help me, brother. Otherwise, I will cry for you." "Haha, just a jest." Witnessing the trembling figure of the man in black, whose fear threatened to bring tears to his eyes, Xiao curled his lips in a subtle smirk. It was merely a trifling matter. Burn! Golden flames ignited in his eyes, and the man in black felt a sharp pain in his hand. To his horror, he discovered that his hand had been set ablaze by Xiao. Damn it! He quickly withdrew his hand, and in that instant, Lung Ning seized the opportunity to leap down from the stone and escape behind Xiao. "Why won't this flame extinguish? Why?" The man in black grasped his hand in desperation, frantically attempting to cover it with violet energy. "Futile. For my eternal flame, I command an indomitable golden fire that shall not extinguish until you are utterly consumed by it," Xiao remarked with a smirk. "Savor the terror of awaiting death. This is your singular opportunity in this lifetime. Bastard, I won't let you off." Ma-Tu roared, raising his other hand, which was enveloped in violet light. In a moment of sheer resolve, he severed his own arm at the root. "Quite ruthless indeed," Xiao chuckled softly. "The courage to sever one's own wrist surpasses that of the dwarf by far." Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, "All right, Enough resting. No more sleeping. His voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Coupled with Matu's severe injuries, it became increasingly difficult for him to maintain the dream, leading the others to gradually awaken. What has transpired? Am I still alive? Lung Hong gasped, her pallid face rising from the ground. Wasn't I engaged in a fierce battle with countless demons? I didn't die. She trembled, disbelief etched across her features. The others, too, appeared pale and dazed, suggesting they had undergone profound experiences within the dream. Hey, Huang Mao, why is your face so flushed? What dream did you have? White Ruyu pointed at Yanqin. Yanqin's expression changed, instinctively curling into himself. White Ruyu looked at him quizzically. Then, after a moment of realization, her face contorted in distaste. Did you have a spring dream? What nonsense are you spouting? Yanqin shrank back, resembling a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Ha ha! Who would have thought you were such a shy one, Huang Mao? A spring dream. Don't you have a girlfriend? At your age. Laughter erupted around him, and Yanqin's neck flushed crimson. What are you laughing at? What dream did you have? I dreamt of a paradise made entirely of candy, filled with countless sweets. It was simply delightful. I wish I could eat there for a lifetime. White Ruoyu's eyes sparkled with longing. Yanqin. Compared to her, his dream seemed utterly mundane. The fabric of dreams varies from person to person, yet whether sorrowful or joyous, they possess an irresistible allure that draws one into their depths. Xiao, what dream did you have? Jiang Ro inquired as she approached him. I had no dream. I entered and exited in an instant. Alas, I wish I could experience a profound dream. Unfortunately, my ocular technique is too troublesome and pulls me out too quickly, Xiao replied. Jiang Ro. Versailles, please step aside. Thank you. I suffer from envy. What about you? Jiang Ro shook her head, indicating her reluctance to speak. Damn it, you wretched souls. Do you still have time to discuss dreams? Are you oblivious to the imminent danger that looms over you? At an unknown moment, Matu, who had lost an arm, had removed his dark robe. He cradled a crystal ball in his remaining arm, murmuring incantations. O great Lord of Shadows, as your most devoted servant, I call forth a fragment of your true essence. Please, Lord of Shadows, descend upon this place. Slay these accursed heretics. I am ordained by heaven. Ignite my soul and body. Buzz. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and the crystal ball in Matu's hand erupted with a brilliant black light. An ancient aura began to awaken within him, tendrils of black mist spiraling forth from the crystal ball. The deity possesses him, Cold Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that this was merely a simple extermination mission? Yet, midway, the dark cult emerged, and now a deity is manifesting as well. This is utterly outrageous. Who calls upon me? Those who utter my true name shall witness eternity within the cycle of reincarnation, undying and unyielding. Matu's eyes flew open, a torrent of black mist surging forth, his aura escalating dramatically. Heretics shall perish. Bury them in the underworld, beyond the cycle of rebirth. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful presence bore down upon everyone, escalating at a visibly rapid pace. At this moment, the deity had yet to fully descend. If it were to do so completely, the power would likely transcend to a level of manipulation. Damn it, it's that accursed deity again. I will confront it. Xiao furrowed his brow. Act swiftly, destroy the vessel of the deity. At that moment, Cold Hong, clutching his wound, shouted loudly, no need. Leave it to me. Xiao halted several individuals. Their feeble attacks would bear no significance. Eternal flame of the sovereign. Activate. Xiao commanded Koldi. A cascade of golden flames enveloped him like a magnificent robe. The brilliance was blinding. The robe billowed, exuding an ethereal presence, utterly domineering. Martial God's eyes. Activate. Manifest the martial God's apparition. Xiao opened his eyes once more, dark golden ancient patterns unfurling in the void. At this juncture, everyone seemed to feel a divine essence, resonating with a thunderous roar from a distant time. Dong! A resounding bell tolled through the cosmos. Behind Xiao, a colossal figure of 100 meters materialized. It was an apparition radiating golden light from its eyes, emanating a terrifying aura akin to that of a mountain. It was as if an ancient god had awakened from slumber, traversing time and space to wage war in this era. Roar! The martial god's apparition let out a fierce roar, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. Chapter 36. From whence you came? Depart there. The ethereal figure of the war god loomed behind Xiao, its dark golden ancient runes intertwining in the air, effectively repelling the shadowy mist of the shadow deity. By the heavens, this skill resembles that of the golden devourer. My mana is nearly depleted. As soon as the war god's apparition was summoned, Xiao felt 2/3 of his ocular power evaporate. The remaining energy could barely suffice for a single punch from the apparition. This truly was a life-risking skill. Once exhausted, his mana would be gone. It should only be unleashed in dire circumstances. With a resounding thud, the war god's apparition stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. You dare to descend? Who grants you permission? I do not allow it. Return from whence you came. Xiao Sukofut. The massive, dark golden fist of the war god's apparition tightening in preparation. Human insect. Do you seek death? The shadowy mist morphed into a vague figure, standing defiantly against the war god's apparition. Ah, indeed. I am seeking death. I implore you to come and end my life swiftly. If you cannot, then cease your incessant prattle. At this moment, the shadow deity had not fully manifested, yet its erupted power was formidable, rivaling that of a fourth-tier transformation. A dark golden fist, akin to brass, surged forward. The shadowy figure, formed of mist, extended its hand to intercept the dark golden fist. How is this possible? However, upon contact, the black mist was voraciously consumed and expelled by a torrent of golden runes. It was a natural counter. A flicker of joy graced Xiao's face. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the war god's apparition might not be able to dispatch the entity with a single blow. Now, with this counteractive phenomenon, it was nearly indisputable. The dark golden fist pierced through the shadowy mist, which dissipated into wisps upon impact, flowing into the void. You insolent wretch! One day, I shall descend in my true form. I will slay you 100 times over and obliterate the vast lands of the great Xiao. The shadow deity bellowed in fury. How could anyone dare obstruct his path? Such insolence was intolerable for a being of his divine stature. A vast expanse of land. Do you truly dare to boast? The sword god of the great Xiao has vanquished 4 great deities of destruction. Yet where is your valor against him? Shadow deity, do you intend to live your life lurking in shadows? Xiao retorted with a cold laugh. Enough. Your presence is no longer required. You may leave. Boom! The brilliance of the war god's fist surged, draining the remaining third of Xiao's ocular power. Wait, I shall remember you. The shadow deity sect. And this god, we shall remember you. Very well, you remember me. Just ensure you deliver gifts on Christmas. Xiao Quipit. Now your time is done, begone. Boom! The dark golden fist's radiance pierced through the mist, shooting forth into the distance. A small mountain trembled violently, half of its mass concaving under the impact of the punch, leaving a conspicuous imprint upon its surface. Gulp! The sound of swallowed saliva echoed. Ryu and the others were already accustomed to such displays. Though the shadow deity appeared formidable, its actual power was merely at the 4th or 5th tier of transformation. They have witnessed with their own eyes how Yi Zhao's gaze obliterated an entire deity, a colossal divine being. That was truly a cataclysmic spectacle, a celestial eye illuminating both past and present. In comparison, this was merely a trivial affair, a mere splash of water. However, Lung Hong and the others did not share the sentiment. They were utterly flabbergasted. What manner of genius was this? Transcending to the 4th realm and dispatching a divine entity in an instant? The astonishment Yi Xiao instilled in them today far surpassed anything they had encountered in the past 3 to 4 years, particularly for Yin Qin. The recollection of his previous derision towards Xiao made him wish to dig a hole and bury himself. Fortunately, Xiao bore no grudge. Otherwise, a single punch from this golden giant would be more than sufficient to obliterate him. However, should Xiao become aware of his thoughts, he would likely remark, "A cannon is not to be used against mosquitoes. Let us report the events of today truthfully to our superiors." The sudden attack by the shadow god cult gives us ample reason to believe that there are traitors among humanity, Xiao stated to Lung Hong. Based on their previous experiences in the provincial city, it was evident that the traitors within the Great Xiao were not limited to just one individual. It was likely a considerable faction, akin to a malignant poison clinging to the bones. Yet, such matters were beyond their jurisdiction. The prominent figures in Great Xiao should have devised countermeasures long ago. Rest assured, we will report accurately. However, Xiao, about your part. Lung Hong hesitated. Since I permit you to witness it, it signifies that I am unafraid of exposure. Xiao replied calmly. By the way, Captain Lung, do you have any sacks? Huh. We need something to contain the energy crystals. One bag won't suffice, Xiao remarked, lifting the sack beside him. Lengung ist liebstweetst. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. I wouldn't want to put Old Tang in a bind. They had amassed quite a haul of energy crystals, 499 to be precise. Tang Qingsong had set a stringent limit. Following this, Lung Ning employed her healing arts on Lung Hong, but due to the severity of his injuries and significant blood loss, he still required systematic treatment. The group boarded an off-road vehicle and headed towards the supply town. Having received Lung Hong's report, Tang Qingsong and the captain of the 100 Battles Hunter team were already awaiting their arrival at the supply town. Captain Lung, are your injuries all right? Upon seeing them disembark, Tang Qingsong hurried over. Thank you for your concern, Old Tang. It is nothing serious. That's good to hear, Tang Qingsong nodded. By the way, did Xiao and the others cause you any trouble? Did they hold you back? Lengung ist liebstefend. We were the ones hindering him. We feel ashamed. Huh? Tang Qingsong was taken aback, unable to comprehend their conversation. Old Tang, Captain Lung looks like he is about to turn into a cold-blooded creature. His face is drained of color. Perhaps you should let him donate some blood first? Xiao suggested. Oh, right. You should go and receive treatment first. Lung Hong nodded and then instructed Hong Ling. Hong Ling, please report the specifics to Old Tang and the captain. Xiao wandered over to a nearby vending machine to purchase a can of soda. Could you buy me a can? A strikingly handsome young man appeared beside him, smiling as he spoke. All right. Xiao tossed him a can. The familiar taste flooded back. It had been many years since he last indulged. The young man examined the can of cola, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. I do enjoy having a bit more. He smiled but remained silent. Xiao, do you know who I am? Xiao, maintaining his calm demeanor, nodded. If I am not mistaken, you are the captain of the Battle Hunter team, correct? Oh, how did you deduce that? It was evident. Luo Qingyan? Xiao rolled his eyes, for he had indeed discerned it with a mere glance. His discerning gaze revealed the truth. Luo Qingyan, 31 years old, captain of the Battle Hunter team, graduated from the God Guardian University, making him somewhat of a senior to Xiao. Junior, what do you think of my Battle Hunter team? Quite formidable, established for 7 years. It has ventured deep into the wilderness, slaying over 100,000 monsters and 5 deities, making an indelible contribution to Jiangzhou. You seem well informed. Luo Qingyan nodded with a smile. So, Junior, once you graduate from God Guardian University, would you be interested in joining my Battle Hunter team? I will reserve the position of vice captain for you. Luo Qingyan formally extended an olive branch to Xiao. Xiao chuckled. Senior, you truly hold me in high regard. Of course, being the top recruit from the southern province carries significant weight. I believe you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Consider this my early investment. What do you say? Xiao casually tossed the cola can into a trash bin and shook his head. Senior Luo, if you are so certain of my future success, why should I not establish my own hunter team instead of serving as your subordinate? Luo Qingyan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, no doubt. The top recruit from the southern province has spirit. Honestly, Xiao, if you accepted my invitation, I would be delighted, but it would mean you would always be beneath me. On the path of a professional, If one loses the courage to strive forward relentlessly, their future becomes limited. Achievements will reach a ceiling. Rather than having one more excellent vice captain in my battle hunter team, I would prefer to see a powerful hunter team flourish in Daxia. I respect your choice. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Luo from now on. Luo Qingyun extended his hand formally to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled lightly. He understood that Luo Qingyun had come to test him, and now he had finally placed Yi Xiao on equal footing with himself. Brother Luo. Yi Xiao reached out, and they shook hands gently. Chapter 37. May we all have bright futures, Yi Xiao. I must say, you are quite the enigma. You once told me that wielding a knife was merely for dental hygiene. You deceived even me. Not a single truth has escaped those lips. At the banquet, Tang Qingsong slammed the table emphatically. All right, old Tang, Yi Xiao is simply being modest and a tad reserved. Modesty is a virtue, Luo Qingyun chuckled. Modesty? You dare claim this lad is modest? Tang Qingsong was taken aback when I called him up to address the candidates. He boldly declared that those with the capability should come after him. Is that what you call modesty? Laughter erupted throughout the room. Yi Xiao, be honest with me. Are you truly a modest person? Dan Gingseng in Guit. Yi Xiao nodded. Absolutely. A modest yet confident man is the most charming. Just look at him. Does he exude even a hint of modesty? Tang Qingsong rubbed his forehead. In my past life, I must have been your sworn enemy. Yi Xiao, tell me honestly, regarding the upcoming freshman competition, if I were to ask you to secure first place, what is your level of confidence? Yi Xiao raised a fist. 0? Are you jesting with me? Old Tang, what I mean is that the possibility of my defeat is 0. Dan Gingseng. After several rounds of drinks, Yi Xiao and the others took a special vehicle back. While Luo Qingyun's elite team planned to thoroughly investigate the Shadow God cult and attempt to unearth any infiltrators lurking in Jiangzhou. Yi Xiao, I have heard whispers of the Daxia upper echelon's plans, aiming to lure out 15 divine beings through the participation of specially recruited students and annihilate them all. The Sword God has ventured into the wilderness, slaying 4 cataclysmic deities. This time, the divine side will undoubtedly suffer immense losses. If they were to discover that all of this is part of Daxia's grand design, it would surely incite a fierce storm. Before you have fully matured, I hope you can remain low-key and not overly ostentatious. Remember, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably attract the wind. Yi Xiao nodded earnestly. Old Tang, rest assured, I will not seek trouble, but I am not afraid of it either. He had longed to utter this line, reminiscent of the protagonist in his previous life's web novels. That's good to hear. Tang Qingsong felt somewhat reassured. Although Yi Xiao often appeared rather frivolous, he was resolute when it came to serious matters, which provided a sense of security. You and your companions must support each other well in university. It is not easy to emerge from a single place. He then addressed Xiao Hongxun and the others. Old Tang, thank you. Yi Xiao solemnly grasped his hand. What is this? Why the sentiment? Tang Qingsong felt a bit uncomfortable under Yi Xiao's gaze. Yi Xiao said nothing further. He was acutely aware of Tang Qingsong's kindness, who had always looked after him, perhaps drawn by Yi Xiao as potential. However, this did not diminish the attention Tang Qingsong bestowed upon him. Moreover, Yi Xiao now referred to Tang Yun as a sibling. In his previous life, Yi Xiao was an orphan, devoid of any experience of familial affection. This lack of connection shaped his carefree demeanor in the face of adversity. However, it merely served as a protective facade, for deep within, he yearned for the warmth of kinship. In this life, Yi Xiao remains an orphan, yet he discovers a long-lost sentiment through Tang Qingsong, a feeling of being cared for, a truly delightful experience. Days later, the results of the college entrance examination were released, and indeed, no student from Jiangnan High School managed to gain admission to Jianshan University. Nevertheless, this proved inconsequential, for Yi Xiao and his companions had secured the top 3 spots in the special admissions. In light of this, the significance of their examination results diminished. Jiangnan High School thus garnered widespread acclaim. Already renowned as the premier high school in Jiangzhou, it now achieved fame throughout the southern province. Numerous affluent families from distant cities and even the provincial capital sought to send their children to Jiangnan High School for their education. It was said that during those days, Tang Ching-song remained in his office, not returning home for 4 or 5 consecutive days, inundated with incessant phone calls. He was so elated that he could scarcely contain his smile. In the days that followed, Xiao relished a particularly leisurely existence. After absorbing the energy crystals, his level ascended to the extraordinary 6th tier. In his spare time, he enjoyed outings with friends, indulging in drinks and barbecued skewers, cherishing these small gatherings. Xiao was acutely aware that such leisurely days would become increasingly rare in the future, which is why he endeavored to treasure them. Notably, Xiao, leveraging his family's extraordinary capabilities, was also admitted to a respectable university located in the capital, which brought him immense joy. That night, the air was cool and refreshing. Xiao stood atop a tall building, contemplating the morrow, the day of new student registration. What are your thoughts, Xiao? Jiang Ro's soft voice broke his reverie from behind. For now, my goal is to secure first place in the freshman competition and, in the process, exchange those 3,000 points for my own strength. What about you? Upon hearing Xiao's inquiry, Jiang Ro momentarily gazed into the distance at the city aglow with neon lights, her thoughts seemingly adrift. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Xiao, what do you think of my father? Uncle Jiang is a commendable man, both as a father and as the mayor diligently serving Jiangzhou. Xiao responded. Jiang Ro nodded, though non-committally. However, he is not a good husband. Xiao furrowed his brow. Xiao, we are familiar enough that I can confide in you. My mother is the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. Her marriage to my father was not recognized by the family, and after giving birth to me, she was taken back to her family. Subsequently, they arranged a betrothal for me with the son of another prestigious family in the capital. So your objective is to go to the capital and marry that young master? Xiao couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ro shot him an incredulous look. Do I seem like that kind of person? Not all. My journey to the capital serves 2 purposes. One, to pursue further education, and the other, to definitively resolve this betrothal. I refuse to live my life under the control of others, much like my mother. You see, Xiao, my parents share a deep affection, yet they dare not meet face to face. Each year, I witness my father isolating himself in his study, tenderly caressing my mother's photograph, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He is consumed by fear and anguish. My life shall never mirror that of my father, Jiang Ro declared with unwavering determination. Xiao remained silent. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to pass judgment on the affairs of others. However, considering Jiang Mian's years of hesitance to step into the capital, lacking the courage to confront the woman he loves, he felt a tinge of inadequacy in his masculinity. Years have elapsed, and one should realize that some burdens cannot simply be eased by the passage of time. Thus, as a man, should he not confront difficulties with bravery? Xiao, I share this with you not for any ulterior motive, but merely to find someone to confide in. Ru's indifference and cool demeanor leave me no choice but to turn to you. Tomorrow, I shall journey to the capital, and to be honest, I feel quite anxious. Jiang Ro revealed a light-hearted expression, smiling softly. She extended her delicate palm towards the luminous moon above. The moonlight shines so brightly tonight. The stars are also glowing, and I hope the moon and stars will guide us. Xiao, may we both have a splendid future. Chapter 38. Enrollment at Jinshan University, Daxia, Imperial Capital. Today marks the day of new student enrollment at Jinshan University. Countless vehicles are parked at the entrance, where numerous spirited and distinguished young men and women disembark. Gazing eagerly at the Grand Jinshan University sign, Xiao, Fadevet. I'm heading next door. Come find me later for a drink. Suhao waved goodbye as he stepped out of the car. All right, hurry back with the girl. Xiao chuckled in response, then shouldered his sword and made his way toward Jinshan University. Hello, classmate. Are you a new student? A young man approached Xiao. Yes. Please report your student ID here. 2265. Xiao, right? Your dormitory is in Building 4, Room 618. Just go to the dormitory office to collect your key. Here is your identity card. It is very important, so do not lose it. Your identity marker and the school's credits will be stored on this card. This is the new student handbook. Feel free to peruse it. It contains information about various school activities and the usage of public facilities. As he spoke, he coldly handed a booklet and a black card to Xiao. Xiao accepted them and tapped the identity card, eliciting a beep. Beep. Remaining credits, 3,000. Huh. The indifferent young man was momentarily stunned. What the? Is there an error with the identity card? He leaned in to take a closer look. Holy smokes. It's truly 3,000 credits. You're a new student with 3,000 credits? He exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, Xiao. He opened the new student information system. Let me check. Xiao. Holy cow. First in the special recruitment from Southern Province? He gazed at Xiao in disbelief. Xiao calmly nodded. Hey, Junior. How are you? The journey from Southern Province must have been long and arduous. Here, have some water. He offered Xiao a bottle of mineral water. Xiao silently accepted it and took a sip. Thank you, Senior. No problem. It's just a small gesture. Let me show you to your dormitory. My profession is thief. A thief? A thief can get into Jinshin University? That's impressive. Xiao, profession, I sorcerer. Hello, Senior. Remarkable. Junior, to achieve first in the special recruitment as an I sorcerer. A supportive profession truly marks you as a dragon among men. The future is bright. Xiao. Following Huhan, they meandered through the campus until they finally stopped in front of a quaint red brick building with black tiles. Your dormitory is on the 6th floor. I want to accompany you further. Let us exchange contact information. He lifted his phone. Xiao nodded and added him as a friend. He then proceeded to the dormitory office to collect his key. Beep. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Xiao, have you organized your things? Let's go out and have some fun. It was by Ryu, tagging Xiao in the group chat. Okay, I'll be right down. Xiao smiled and then pushed the door open. The dormitory is a double room, tastefully decorated, comparable to a 4-star hotel. Hello. Xiao pushed open the door and found a young man, as gentle as jade, seated at his desk, quietly perusing an ancient tome. Upon hearing someone enter, he lifted his head, set the book down, and adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. Greetings, classmate. I'm your roommate. My name is Lin Ru, and I'm a word spirit master. A word spirit master? Xiao exclaimed slightly, taken aback. This is indeed a rare profession. Much like his own, the eye technique master, both are seldom encounter vocations. The only distinction lies in the fact that the eye technique master is rather lackluster, while the word spirit master is extraordinarily formidable, capable of suppressing foes merely by uttering words. In the midst of a team battle, they are akin to a devastating weapon on the battlefield. Within the radius of their spoken words, they can clear the field with a single phrase. Truly, this is the Academy of Divine Guardians, where prodigies abound. Xiao, profession, eye technique master. So, you're Xiao. You know me? Linru nodded with a smile. The top recruit from the Southern Province, of course I know. Then I look forward to learning from you. Mutual growth. After leaving the dormitory, Xiao took out his phone. Where are you all? At the snack street by the north gate. I'll be there in a minute. Xiao glanced at the map and was taken aback. It was 7 or 8 kilometers to the north gate. Is this Divine Guardians University a city? He was momentarily stunned. This place is incredibly vast. With no other option, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the north gate. Eventually, he found Ryu and the others at a barbecue stall. Weren't you supposed to arrive in a minute? Ryu teased with a smile. Xiao responded. Let's see you cover 7 or 8 kilometers in a minute. As long as I summon Dahei, it's not a difficult task. Ryu scoffed. Xiao chose not to engage further, grabbing a bottle of beer and downing it. I was parched. So, have you all met your roommates? What are they like? Pretty good. She has an older sister, stands at about 178 meters. Ryu said with a grin. A maternal vibe, quite nice. Ryu. We're all fine, though Hongchan might be in a bit of trouble. Jiang Ro remarked with a smile. What happened? Xiao turned his gaze toward Xiao Hongchan. My roommate is a swordsman and a battle fanatic. The moment we met, we ended up fighting, nearly demolishing the dorm building, and then we were kicked out by the dormitory manager. Xiao Hongchan recounted, taking a swig of his drink with a sigh. You all are truly talented. This is hilarious. Xiao laughed heartily, slapping the table. Enough about me, what about you? Quite well. He's a scholarly fellow named Lin Ru, and also a rare profession, a word spirit master. Lin Ru? Jiang Ro's face lit up with surprise. Is it really Lin Ru? Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Do you all know him? Xiao Hongshun nodded in agreement. Lin Ru, the top recruit from Guangnan province, known by the moniker Dragon Language's Destroyer, is an extraordinarily formidable word spirit master. Do not be deceived by his seemingly harmless demeanor. During the recruitment examination, he achieved the astonishing feat of single-handedly defeating 100 opponents. Wherever the word spirit descends, no one can stand. With his own strength, he subdued 100 prodigies. Such terrifying prowess. He is indeed a frontrunner for the championship of the freshman competition. Yi Xiao, your roommate, is no ordinary person. He could very well be the greatest obstacle in your path to victory, Jiang Ro remarked. Yi Xiao took a sip of beer. Indeed, Jinshin University is a haven of exceptional talent. It stirs a sense of fervor within me. Yi Xiao chocolate. Just then, an ear-splitting screech of brakes pierced the air. A crimson Porsche sports car came to a halt beside the barbecue stall. From a vehicle emerged a tall, muscular young man clad in a suit, exuding an aura brimming with testosterone. Ruoyu, what brings you to such a place for a meal? What if you end up with an upset stomach? Chapter 39. Bai Ruoyus admirer Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, a dog is coming. It's so annoying. Please deal with him. I beg you. Bai Ruoyu tugged at Yi Xiao's sleeve, pouting with a pleading expression. Your admirer is quite impressive, tall and handsome. It seems rather wasteful for someone like him to pursue you. Yi Xiao replied with a smirk. Oh, Yi Xiao, I am your servant. How can you allow your servant to attend to another man? Do you truly believe this is acceptable? Bai Ruoyu retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yi Xiao merely tugged at the corners of his mouth. You really are quite unscrupulous. Hee. She tilted her head adorably. Just then, the tall young man approached their table. Ruoyu, come dine with me. I have reserved a table at the finest Western restaurant in the capital, he proclaimed, flashing a smile he believed to be charming. I'm not going. I'm allergic to Western food, she shot back. Daiyan. I've heard of food allergies, but never an allergy to Western cuisine. No witties. If you're allergic to Western food, we can have Chinese instead. I'll treat you to the capital's most renowned specialties. Sorry, but I'm allergic to Porsches. Why don't you smash yours? Bai Ruoyu quipped. Dai Lian's face twitched, and he clenched his jaw. As long as you agree to dine with me, I can smash it. I prefer to eat barbecue here, Bai Ruoyu said, pouting as she bit into a skewer of lamb. Ruoyu, that is what he just had. Dai Lian pointed at Yi Xiao. What is it to you? I enjoy imported food. I don't mind him. Right, Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao chocolate helplessly. Take your time eating. Bai Ruoyu beamed with joy, while Dai Lian stood by, fists clenched, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiao. Kid, who are you? Don't you know I'm pursuing Ruoyu? Yi Xiao leisurely lifted a beer, took a sip, and then popped a peanut into his mouth. He finally spoke, unhurriedly. You pursue your own interests. It's none of my concern. Though I am her master, I want to interfere excessively in her personal affairs. Will I? He gently patted her head. Bai Ruoyu laughed, shaking her head. Yes, he is my master. Master. Dai Lian nearly bit his own tongue in fury, his expression darker than a storm cloud. What kind of game were they playing? The thought that this adorable girl had a master made him feel as though the most beautiful, pure sanctuary in his heart was being invaded. Anger steadily eroded his reason. Kid, I want to duel with you. You are unworthy of Ruoyu, he shouted, pointing angrily at Yi Xiao. A duel? Are you sure? Do you even know who I am? Yi Xiao countered. I don't care who you are. Iam Dai Lian, 8th in the National College entrance examination. Profession, holy warrior. I challenge you. If you're a man, step up for a fair fight. Dai Lian bellowed, drawing the attention of those around them. Ha ha, Dai Lian, you dare challenge my master. Do you know who my master is? Speak of it, and you shall be astonished. He is the top recruit from the southern province. What? A look of surprise crossed Dai Lian's face. Such a young man, lounging with his legs crossed, sipping beer and indulging in skewers, appearing to be nothing more than a street rogue, is actually the foremost recruit of an entire province. Truly, one should not judge by appearances, nor should one measure the sea by a mere cup. Shall we continue to fight? Yi Xiao retorted. Fight? Why not? He is merely the top recruit from the southern province, not the national champion. What is there to fear? With the arrow on the string, it must be released. Dai Lian gritted his teeth and replied. Chapter 40. Betting on one's potential, just to unleash the eye technique. In truth, Dai Lian harbored a flicker of hope. The disparity between the geniuses from other provinces and those from the imperial capital was quite considerable. In previous years, the top 10 talents from the capital had consistently matched the caliber of the top scorers from various provinces. If Xiao, the first of the special admissions, were to prove insubstantial, indeed, he must be lacking. After all, he was merely an eye technique practitioner, a profession primarily supportive in nature, which paled in comparison to his rare vocation as a holy warrior. So let us engage in this battle. Xiao finished the skewer in his hand in one bite and rose to his feet. There could be no better day than today. Let's find an open space to settle this. I still wish to return and rest, feeling rather drowsy. With that, Xiao strode towards a dark alley near the food street. Dai Lian followed closely, his expression grim. As Xiao proceeded, Dai Lian suddenly halted. Come here, kid. Let me tell you. Swish. Xiao spun around and landed a powerful punch squarely on his face. Bang. The force of the blow sent Dai Lian reeling, crashing into a garbage bin in the corner, his expensive suit now marred with stains. You little brat, you shall pay for this. Dai Lian's hand stretched out, summoning a blade resembling a great sword into his grasp. Saint's barrier. Buzz. A golden halo enveloped them, emanating from Dai Lian's center. Is this the power of a holy warrior? Xiao stroked his chin, feeling a force converge upon him from all angles, attempting to diminish his strength by 30%. The warrior profession is divided into two rare vocations. One, the berserker, a relentless killer. In battle, they resemble madmen, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to their enemies while suffering heavy losses themselves. They may even trade their lives for the sake of vengeance. The second, the holy warrior, is defined by their group combat aura. Their supportive capabilities are unparalleled. Not only do they enhance their own strength, but they also amplify their allies' power. Most crucially, they possess healing abilities. It can be said that both of these professions are extraordinarily formidable rare vocations. Ruoyue belongs to me. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, a deep pit formed in the ground. He then swung the massive blade toward Xiao. Swish! Xiao deftly retreated a step. With a flick of his wrist, the shadow blade from behind fell into his hand. I won't even need the eye technique to deal with you. Swish! The black blade unsheathed, cutting through the air with precision. Clang! The blade struck against Dai Lian's axe. The tremendous force left his arm tingling. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes, each one landing on Dai Lian's weapon, forcing him to retreat step by step. I told you, Xiao is more than capable. I don't understand your anxiety. Outside the alley, Bairue and her companions each held a bottle of beer, sipping it leisurely. Cheers! They lightly clinked their cans together. If such a useless individual can triumph, I can only suspect that Xiao has been possessed by a deity. Jiangro. Xiao Hongchuan, the deity finds your words rather impolite. TCH. Bairue merely pouted, unfazed. She waved her small fists, bouncing with exuberance. Master, go for it. Master, go for it. Whether those sweetly uttered words of encouragement truly motivated Xiao, one cannot say, but they undoubtedly ignited a fire within Dai Lian. Listening to Bairyu's relentless shouts, he found them unbearably grating, and his anger surged ever more intensely. I will kill you. I must kill you. Great sage blade. Earth-shattering slash. Boom! A layer of golden holy light enveloped his axe blade. De Lions au Soired, ascending from the extraordinary 6th tier to the brink of the extraordinary 7th tier. Boom! The golden axe blade cut through the heavens, descending as if to split the world apart. With dual enhancements, within his barrier, the enemy's combat power was suppressed by 30%, while this skill simultaneously elevated his own strength by an equal measure. Truly a rare profession, Jiang Ro marveled. At present, the prowess Dai Lian displayed left her with no chance unless she wielded her lightning powers. Only by venturing beyond Jiangzhou could one glimpse the vastness of the world. To possess such strength after merely ranking 8th in the imperial capital's entrance examination is unfathomable. Xiao Hongquan also expressed his astonishment. Even his swordsman roommate was a formidable opponent at this stage, making it exceedingly difficult for him to secure victory without employing the sword intent of heaven slaying. Back in Jiangzhou, Yi Xiao claimed the top spot, while they ranked second and third, merely one step behind Yi Xiao. Yet upon arriving in the imperial capital, they realized the chasm between first and second. Third could accommodate dozens more. The clash between Yi Xiao and Dai Lian simultaneously placed pressure on Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongquan. If this momentum continues, the gap between them and Yi Xiao will only widen, until his very silhouette fades from view. Heh, you entered with such bravado. I genuinely believed you were formidable, yet it appears you are rather lackluster. Yi Xiao chucked lightly. So weak, so. With such feeble strength, do you dare pursue others? Do you think you're worthy? Swish! The shadow blade was drawn, and Yi Xiao unleashed the phantom blade strike. Clang! With a single stroke, he deflected that golden axe blade effortlessly. Reflect on this. Your strength does not even qualify me to employ my ocular techniques. Bang! Two streaks of black blade light whizzed past, sending Dai Lian's axe flying from his grasp. In swift succession, Yi Xiao's fist collided with his face. Bang! Dai Lian crashed into the wall, spitting blood, before collapsing helplessly to the ground. The battle concluded. Yi Xiao dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Who told you it was over? It is not. I said it is not. Dai Lian, panting heavily, surprisingly rose from the ground. He gasped for breath, his gaze ablaze with fury as he glared at Yi Xiao. I will kill you, he roared, blood seeping from his gums. Dai Lian withdrew a vial of crimson potion from his pocket, plunging the needle into his skin. That is, a stimulant? Has he lost his mind? This will drain his potential. Jiang Rou gasped in shock. He must be unable to bear such a disparity. Xiao Hongquan murmured softly. Dai Lian, a local prodigy of the capital, ranked 8th in the college entrance examination, has always been an object of admiration and reverence throughout his life. Having never encountered significant setbacks, he was today ruthlessly defeated by Yi Xiao in an almost humiliating manner. His heart must now be filled with profound discontent. With a roar, he injected himself with a crimson elixir, and the energy surrounding him began to tremble wildly. He seized his weapon and leaped into the air, swinging it down towards Yi Xiao. Come on, sorcerer. Show me your eye techniques. Am I worthy of your powers now? Where are your techniques? Dai Yan shouted. Yi Xiao's gaze fidicated. As you wish. Spirit eye activate. In an instant, Yi Xiao's strength surged dramatically. Clenching his fist, he noticed Dai Lian's eyes widening in disbelief. Why? Why aren't you using your eye techniques? Unleash them. I must defeat you. Yet, Yi Xiao remained silent, slowly delivering a punch towards the edge of Dai Lian's axe. I'm afraid this is all you deserve. Chapter 41. Breakfast cannot be without braised eggs, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem with a mighty fist. Yi Xiao struck down upon Dai Lian's weapon, resulting in a collision that unleashed a tempestuous gale in all directions. Absurd. Yi Xiao's physique was hardly that of a mere pupil of ocular techniques. How could he possess such strength? Is he made of iron? Bai Ruiyu clutched the hem of her skirt, which fluttered wildly in the wind, exclaiming in astonishment. I believe it might be a form of ocular technique, one that amplifies physical strength. Xiao Hongquan speculated. Impossible. Such a technique has never been heard of. Jiang Rou exclaimed in disbelief. Have you ever encountered an ocular technique that can obliterate deities with a single glance? Xiao Hongquan retorted. Jiang Rou fell silent. Have you ever seen one? Unheard of. The miracles Yi Xiao has created are already numerous. Or perhaps he himself is a miracle. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the blade of Dai Lian's axe shattered, leaving a gaping wound. How could this be possible? Dai Lian's eyes widened in shock. This was a profound grade weapon, shattered by mere flesh and bone? This is preposterous. You dare tell me this brawn belongs to an ocular technique practitioner? No warrior could achieve such a feat. Boom! Yi Xiao's fist, after shattering the weapon, continued its relentless trajectory to strike Dai Lian's face. The latter became a projectile, soaring through the air like a free-falling object. Bang! 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 He crashed through 3 walls, landing outside the alley. Those dining nearby and the merchants conducting business were startled by the sudden appearance of a flying figure. It was only when someone approached to investigate that they recognized the unconscious figure. It was none other than him, the 8th-ranked candidate of the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination, Dai Lian. What has happened to him? How did he end up in such a state? What? It's Dai Lian, the young master of the Dai family? It appears he has been beaten. How could this be? This is the genius ranked 8th in the Imperial Capital's entrance examination, a professional holy warrior. How could he be so thoroughly defeated? I know. Just now, I saw Dai Lian enter the alley with a young man. Could it be that they got into a fight? At that moment, several figures emerged from the alley. Xiao, I told you, you fought too fiercely. This is disturbing the peace. By Ruoyu chided. I had no choice. He was on drugs. I thought he had become quite formidable. I was even a bit afraid. I was merely acting in self-defense. Who knew he was so frail? By Ruoyu. Jiang Ro. Xiao Hongshun. Bystanders. Listen, is this even human speech? Frail? You use that term to describe a rare-class holy warrior? Are you jesting, or am I the punchline? Quickly flee. Hurry, or we'll be caught and tortured by the Academy as professors. Xiao chuckled awkwardly, hands in his pockets, as he sauntered away. After Xiao and his companions departed, a student from Zhengxin University spoke up in surprise. Is there a particularly strong warrior among this year's freshmen? Yes, but it is not him. Another person shook their head in response. Well, what is his profession? The marks on Dai Lian are clearly from a fist. At that moment, a young man on the other side silently set down his spoon and spoke softly. I know him. He hails from the same province as I do. His name is Xiao, and he is a pupil master. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes drawn to the contorted features of Dai Lian, the deep imprints of the punches on his face, leaving them bewildered. Are you certain this is the kind of injury a pupil master could inflict? Later that evening, after gathering once more, Xiao returned to the dormitory, where Lin Ru was still engrossed in her studies. Xiao, you become quite famous, she said, pulling out her phone to show him. On the screen was the forum of the Divine Guardian University, with the most popular post at the top. Shocking. The holy warrior Dai Lian has been knocked out in an alley, and the assailant is surprisingly a pupil master. Accompanying the post was a photo of Dai Lian's misaligned head. Ugh! A shadow of annoyance crossed Xiao's forehead. This is absurd. I have been trying to keep a low profile. It seemed that he couldn't escape the limelight after all. College students thrive on gossip and spectacle. Lin Ru chuckled. Actually, I've been following you for a month now. You're the only dual-class prodigy from the southern province, by Ruoyu. Initially, she was my focus, but then you emerged and defeated her, claiming the top spot in the special recruitment. Thus, my attention shifted to you. I have a feeling you will be my greatest rival in the freshman competition. I eagerly await the day we face off. Lin Ru beamed at him, exuding a refreshing charm. Perhaps there will be an opportunity, Xiao replied with a smile. The dragon language's destroyer, a single soul suppressing 100. Lin Ru's accomplishments were indeed impressive, and Xiao felt a certain kinship with her. Both relied on their respective crafts, his vision and her eloquence, each an artist in their own right. The following day, Xiao went to the cafeteria for a meal. That Xiao, the one who defeated Dai Lian. Wow, he looks harmless. You would never guess he could be so ruthless. Indeed, I heard he disfigured Dai Lian's head. He's currently hospitalized. It's likely he won't participate in this new student competition. What a remarkable feat. Such a fierce individual. As Xiao quietly enjoyed his breakfast alone, a commotion erupted in the cafeteria. He turned to see two figures confronting each other near the food counter, exuding palpable tension. One of them was someone Xiao recognized, Xiao Hongshun. That last braised egg is mine. No, I arrived first. The capable take precedence. If you dare, let us settle this with a fight. Winner takes all. With that, Xiao Hongshun drew his sword halfway from its sheath, revealing the blade's glimmer. The opponent brandished a tang knife in response. Xiao quickly pieced it together. This must be Xiao Hongshun's sword-fighting roommate. He finished his bun, placed his tray down, and approached them. Annie, how much for the braised egg? 2 coins. I'll take one. All right. After swiping his card, Xiao grasped a marinated egg and tossed it into his mouth. The egg was quite delectable, infused with rich flavors. Xiao Hongchun, Xiao Jianfeng. Damn, that's my egg. How dare you eat my egg? Where did you come from? Xiao Jianfeng turned his furious gaze towards Yi Xiao. It was merely an egg. Who cares who eats it? Yi Xiao Shuruk. I see you two are at an impasse. Wouldn't it be better for me to resolve your dispute? Xiao Jianfeng trembled with rage. I have never encountered someone so brazen. Alas, today you have. With a swift motion, Xiao Jianfeng drew his tang sword. Do you dare to duel with me? Yi Xiao clicked his tongue, glancing at Xiao Hongchun. Hongchun, does your roommate have a penchant for aggression? Does he draw his weapon at every encounter? Xiao Hongchun remained silent. After a moment, Yi Xiao, you owe me a marinated egg. Yi Xiao. Wait, are you also pulling the stunt on me? It's just an egg. Who cares who eats it? Yet, Xiao Hongchun shook his head earnestly. My breakfast cannot be without a marinated egg, just as the West cannot be without Jerusalem. Exactly. Well said. This time, I support you. Xiao Jianfeng gave a thumbs up to Xiao Hongchun. Yi Xiao stood in astonishment. Xiao Hongchun, there is nothing more to say. Apprehend him and make him regurgitate the egg he consumed. Xiao Jianfeng said coldly. Even if he regurgitates it, it cannot be eaten again. Then what shall we do? Let us buy another one outside the school. Are you afraid? I am not afraid. I am looking out for your well-being. You cannot defeat him. Ha! Xiao Jianfeng. Fear no battle. As a swordsman, one must possess the courage to draw against the divine. Xiao Hongchun. Chapter 42. Unfounded Malice. Entering the demon tower, his name is Yi Xiao. Are you certain you wish to challenge him? Indeed, I do not care what he is called. Wait a moment. What did you say? Yi Xiao. That son of a... Xiao Jianfeng was utterly taken aback. The Yi Xiao, the top scorer of the southern province? The one who defeated Dalian? Yes, that is him. Do you wish to engage him in a one-on-one duel? Xiao Hongchun inquired. Xiao Jianfeng rubbed his face. In truth, I wasn't particularly craving stewed eggs. Eating them daily has become rather monotonous. Today, I think I shall have a fried egg instead. Annie, do you have fried eggs? How much do they cost? 2 coins? Very well, I shall take one. This fried egg is delicious. I adore it. Xiao Jianfeng expressed sheer delight. Xiao Hongchun, occasionally changing up the flavor is rather nice. It's good for the palate. Auntie, please serve one to Xiao Hongchun as well. Here, let me treat you. No need to be polite. After all, we are roommates. Xiao Hongchun. Yi Xiao. My friend, you are quite amusing, Yi Xiao remarked, patting his shoulder. Let us share a drink sometime. I do not consume alcohol. I am allergic to it, Xiao Jianfeng replied with an awkward smile. Surely not. You, a swordsman, should ideally drown your sorrows with wine and revel in the world. No? Xiao Jianfeng, prejudice. This is bias. Not all swordsmen drink. Xiao Jianfeng exclaimed in indignation. By the way, Hongchun, at what time do you have class? At 7:30. Why do you ask? Oh, it is already 8 o'clock. Xiao Hongchun. Damn, we need to hurry to class. The two dashed out of the cafeteria. Yi Xiao shook his head. These two indeed complemented each other well. Both are quite the characters. Glancing at the class schedule, he noted that he had no classes today. Yi Xiao, the tower has been breached. Points are being awarded for entering the tower. Someone wishes to challenge you. Hurry to the demon tower. In the group chat, Bairuoyu was fervently tagging him. Yi Xiao is the top scorer of the southern province. He is Ruoyu's high school classmate and a berserker by profession, so be cautious. He has had his sights set on you for quite some time, Jiang Ro explained. Compared to Bairuoyu, who seemed eager for chaos, Jiang Ro appeared significantly more mature. Is the Demon Tower the facility that awards points for clearing challenges? Indeed, it simulates the wilderness through the Xiumi illusion, allowing one to battle demons. Each level offers rewards. That sounds intriguing. I think I shall take a look, Yi Xiao said with a smile. The Demon Tower, he thought as he turned to head in its direction. A moment later, he paused before a magnificent, ancient tower. Over here, Yi Xiao, Bairuoyu, and Jiang Ro waved at him. That fellow has already entered. He has reached the 6th level. Bairuoyu pointed at the score monument beneath the Demon Tower. Above, a name was rapidly ascending. Jin Chengning, freshman ranking 6th. This achievement is indeed remarkable. Someone remarked, the level of talent in the southern province is not to be underestimated within the entirety of the Great Xia. As the top scorer, Jin Qingning could rank among the top 5 even in the imperial capital. He is indeed formidable. The formidable Jin Qingning, who topped the college entrance examination, stands in stark contrast to the first-place candidate of the special admissions, whose worth seems somewhat lacking. Those of true prowess have already embarked on their quests, while the less capable are content to engage in petty rivalries and public brawls, truly tarnishing the reputation of Zhenshin University. Various murmurs arise around. Xiao, why do I sense such hostility directed towards you? Yu furrowed her brow. Envy is the lot of the mediocre, Xiao replied calmly. Do you realize that those gathered to witness Jin Qingning are all scions of prominent families? They inherently harbor animosity towards students like you, who have gained admission to Zhenshin University through sheer effort and talent. By striking Dai Lian, you have not only confronted him, but have also slapped the faces of those noble offspring. Their disdain for you is thus understandable. The notions of class and lineage are particularly pronounced in the imperial capital, Jiang Ro remarked, her brow knitted. She, along with her father, had been marred by the toxic beliefs of lineage, a malignant legacy spanning 2 generations. Even her current marriage was influenced by this, evoking genuine disdain from her. Jiang Ro, the antiquated notion of marrying within one's class is meant to be shattered. In this world, one's own hands are the mightiest weapons, Xiao asserted as he stepped forward. I venture into the tower for rewards, not to be provoked by these jesters. Indeed, to me, they are mere clowns, and their opinions hold no weight. Should they choose to provoke me, whoever they may be shall bear the consequences. Jiang Ro, I shall show you the path, as long as one possesses sufficient strength. All other issues become trivial. If there are still problems, it merely indicates a lack of strength. As his words fell, a sound echoed. Ding. His identity card chimed. Xiao entered the tower. This lad has entered as well. How intriguing. Is he set to face off against Jin Qingning? How amusing. If he were to challenge Jin Qingning to a duel, I could understand that, but to compete with him in the tower? He is unworthy. Indeed, Jin Qingning, a berserker, grows ever more formidable with each battle. While the increasing number of demons within the tower presents a challenge for us, it is far from daunting for him. In the first layer of the demon suppression tower, 10 demons of equal level appear. In the second layer, there are 100. In the third, 1,000. The fourth layer introduces 10 demons, 1 level higher than oneself. Following this pattern, Jin Qingning has already fought his way to the 6th layer, meaning he now faces 1,000 demons that are 1 level above him. The difficulty is evident, even among the elite of the great Xiao. Only a few students can achieve such a feat. What? You say someone struggles against 10 demons of equal level? Then I'm afraid you should exit to the right and handle your withdrawal paperwork there. At this moment, Xiao appeared within the tower, greeted by a vast expanse of crimson wasteland. Quite an accurate simulation indeed. Just then, a commotion arose, accompanied by the rustling sound of the breeze. Xiao turned to see 10 black wind wolves, towering at 4 to 5 meters, approaching him. The predatory gaze lingered, yearning to pounce and sink its fangs into Xiao's neck. Transcendent level 6? This challenge seemed exceedingly trivial. Xiao shook his head and drew his long blade. With a swift motion, he darted forth. Boom! In an instant, 10 black wind wolves were dispatched with a single stroke. It was hardly a challenge. Xiao sheathed his sword. Ding! Glancing at his identity card, he noted an increase of 100 points. The second level. Xiao turned and entered the teleportation portal. In the next moment, he found himself in the second level, where 100 transcendent level 6 black wolves awaited. Without hesitation, Xiao activated his golden flame eye. Boom! A surge of golden flames erupted skyward, followed by a rain of fireballs descending upon the horde of demons. Boom! The clustered black wind wolves howled in their demise. Xiao turned, not once looking back, and proceeded towards the third level. Completing this stage would yield an additional 200 points. Was there truly no greater challenge? Chapter 43. Xiao breaks into the tower. Jin Qingning in the third layer. Xiao effortlessly annihilated 1,000 foes. Generally, students capable of gaining admission to the Divine Guardian University find the first 2 layers relatively manageable, yet the third layer serves as a pivotal dividing line. It distinguishes between ordinary prodigies and exceptional talents. Facing 1,000 adversaries of equal caliber proves to be even more challenging than the fourth layer. Many students struggle through this layer, ultimately falling short of success. However, before Xiao, this posed no challenge. Activating the ever-burning monarch flame, I was akin to unleashing a volcano within this layer. The 1,000 demons writhed within the fiery depths, emitting anguished roars before ultimately disintegrating into ash. Xiao successfully advanced to the fourth layer. Outside, astonishment reigned. What on earth is this? Is this speed reminiscent of the Siberian comet? He cleared the third layer in an instant. This individual defies reason. Surely, he must be cheating. How could he possibly be this swift? Even with area attacks, annihilating 1,000 demons in one go seems implausible. Indeed, the berserker Jin Xingning took a full half-hour to clear this layer with his area attacks. How did Xiao achieve this? Is it true that sorcerers are merely support classes? Incredible. He has cleared the fourth layer as well. The fifth layer. He has surpassed the fifth layer. This consists of 100 demons of superior rank. He has now entered the sixth layer, alongside Jin Xingning. Such speed. How could this be? Is he a monster? On the ranking scale, Xiao's name ascended to the 7th position, closely trailing Jin Xingning. The sixth layer is no easy feat. It comprises 1,000 demons of a level above his own. They could easily form an army. Indeed, among first-year students, those capable of surpassing this challenge number no more than 2 hands. Look, look! At this moment, another astonished cry erupted. Jin Xingning has passed. My heavens! He has cleared the 6th layer. Remarkable. Oh yeah, truly, Jin Xingning is formidable. He must rank within the top 5 among first-year students. Excellent. Jin Xingning remains steadfast in suppressing Xiao. Ha ha ha. On the steel, Jin Xingning surged to the 3rd position, discounting those students who did not attempt the challenge. The significance of this leaderboard remains substantial. The individual at the top is a certain Wu Tongxian, the top scorer from this year's Imperial Capital entrance examination. The Divine Guardian University implements a special recruitment system across the 15 provinces of the Great Xiao, yet the Imperial Capital does not enjoy such privileges. Therefore, Wu Tongxian stands as the epitome of excellence among new students from the Imperial Capital. He is undoubtedly a contender for the championship in the freshman competition. Most importantly, his profession is fearsome, a rare job among rarities, known as the ultimate jack of all trades. The immortal cultivator. Even the great Xia sword god has deemed this profession as inherently invincible. Mastery in swordsmanship, spells, and physical prowess all fall within the purview of an immortal cultivator. Upon reaching the metamorphosis level, they can unlock entirely new abilities: alchemy, artifact crafting, formation techniques, or talisman creation, choosing one from the 4. Rumor has it that Wu Tongxian alone could dominate all the candidates from the Imperial Capital. He operates on an entirely different level compared to others. Few have truly clashed with the enigmatic Wu Tongxian, and when inquired about his prowess, they remain reticent, as though treading upon a forbidden subject. Another formidable individual hails from a family of Onmyoji in the land of the rising sun, a girl celebrated as a once-in-a-century practitioner of the art, possessing profound mastery over the yin-yang techniques and reputed to command 9 illustrious shikigami. Thus, Jin Xingning finds himself contentedly ranked behind these 2 extraordinary beings. At this moment, Xiao has ascended to the 6th level. A mere 1,000 points? Insufficient, far too scant. He shook his head, directing his gaze towards the 1,000 formidable 7th-tier demons before him. Strive once more, my diligent adversaries, and transform into my accrued points. Xiao stepped forward towards the vast ocean of demons. Among them, countless malevolent entities were poised to pounce, eager to rend Xiao asunder. Yet, the instant he advanced, a golden flame enveloped the surrounding space, ultimately weaving into an ethereal golden robe, with threads of fiery gold. The golden lotus within Xiao's eyes began to whirl and bloom, causing all demons within his sight to avert their gaze. This was the full manifestation of his ever-burning monarch flame eye. In this state, none but a few extraordinary beings could stand against him. Boom! The golden robe billowed, an ominous aura rising around him. Transformation. Celestial flame seal. Boom! A colossal golden flame seal materialized in the void, resembling a blazing sun illuminating the heavens, inducing tremors of fear in all demons. Subdue. With a single finger, Xiao unleashed the celestial flame seal, which descended with terrifying force. In that moment, whether they were 6th, 7th, or 8th tier, all demons were treated equally. Amidst the echoes of their terrified roars, they were reduced to ashes. Xiao, in his billowing golden robe, resembled a sovereign of flames, towering above the ages. With a resounding chime, his point tally surged to 1,500. Onward to the next level. He turned to exit, his ever-burning monarch flame, eye still ablaze, fully prepared to conquer this 9-tier demon suppression tower. They're out. They're out. Jin Qingning has emerged. A voice cried out at the entrance of the demon suppression tower, where a figure stepped forth. His hair blazed like fire, exuding an air of extraordinary charisma, as he strode with the confidence of a dragon. Ruoyu, did you see? I am now 3rd on the leaderboard. Jin Qingning's radiant hair danced in the wind. During this tower challenge, I earned a total of 3,600 points. How about I share half with you? However, you must accompany me to dinner later. It has been ages since we last met as classmates. He added, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. Sure, hand it over. Bai Ruoyu replied without hesitation, producing her identity card to present to Jin Qingning. He paused, clearly taken aback by her assertiveness, and a rush of joy surged within him. All right, I'll do it for you. He promptly retrieved his identity card and transferred 2,000 points to Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu contentedly tucked away her identity card, a joyous smile gracing her face. Shall we go, Ruoyu? She said, attempting to take Bai Ruoyu's hand, only to be deftly sidestepped by her companion. Wait a moment. My friend hasn't come out yet. Just then, a wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Incredible. He actually passed. He has advanced to the 6th level. How is this possible? It's only been 10 minutes. The 7th level. He has reached the 7th level. Look at the leaderboard. Jin Qingning and Xiao are tied for 3rd. A chorus of disbelief and exclamations echoed through the air. Jin Qingning, drawn by the commotion, glanced over and spotted the name that shared his rank, intensifying the dissatisfaction brewing within him. Not just anyone has the right to stand alongside me. Chapter 44. Difficulty soars. Jin Qingning breaks down creak. Jin Qingning clenches fists, his teeth grinding audibly. He had reached his limit while navigating the 6th level, rendering him unable to continue, which prompted his hasty retreat. Now, as Xiao ascended to the 7th level, Jin Qingning fervently wished that Xiao shared his predicament and would soon withdraw. He gazed longingly at the exit, yet Xiao remained unyieldingly absent, intensifying the jealousy and fury that brewed within him, his expression dark as coal. Hey, are you a mouse? Huh. Upon hearing Bai Ruoyu call out to him, Jin Qingning snapped back to reality. Stop grinding your teeth. It sounds like a rodent, and I find mice repugnant. Bai Ruoyu mimicked a retching gesture. Jin Qingning's face darkened further. My apologies for you. At this moment, Xiao had already reached the 7th level. Damn teleportation portal. It took me 10 minutes to find it. For goodness sake, Xiao muttered as he emerged from the portal. Indeed, the reason he lingered for 10 minutes on the 6th level was due to his search for the exit to the 7th. Not simply the astonishment of others who believed he had merely vanquished all the monsters in that time. In actuality, from a moment Xiao appeared on the 6th level to the instant he unleashed the eternal flame, obliterating all the monsters, took him less than 30 seconds. This level seems to be inhabited by extraordinary 8th tier monsters. 10 of them should be relatively manageable. Xiao shook his head. With a flick of his golden robe, golden flames began to swirl in the air. Boom! Just then, the ground trembled as the monsters emerged. Xiao hesitated momentarily. Was there a mistake in the proceedings? Before him stood 10 colossal titans, each as imposing as a mountain, their movements shaking the earth beneath them. Their aura was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing what one would expect from 8th tier entities. Xiao cast an appraisal gaze. 10 metamorphic 1st tier monsters? Has this true demon tower undergone genetic mutation? Xiao was utterly perplexed. This was not the expected encounter, but there was no time for contemplation. For one of the titans roared and swung a massive fist toward him. Seriously? This is outrageous. Xiao dodged to the side, the eternal golden flames erupting forth as a surge of fire surged toward the foe. Boom! The golden flames detonated upon the titan, tendrils of fire climbing its form, laboriously burning its flesh. Remarkably, the giant staggered back only 2 steps as if it felt no pain. Fire resistance? What the hell? Is this hellish difficulty? Xiao was taken aback. With a grand sweep of his hand, the golden flames morphed in the air. Flame sword. Boom! A massive sword of fire materialized in the void, swiftly slashing toward the titan. One titan was cleaved in 2 on the spot. But before Xiao could catch his breath, several other titans swung their fists menacingly toward him. Seriously? Xiao swiftly evaded, but the titan giants unexpectedly encircled him. Colossal fists descending from the heavens to strike him. Damn it! You've become addicted to this, haven't you? Enraged, the godly pupil gleamed fiercely. Boom! Xiao's strength surged dramatically as he unsheathed the shadow blade and executed a powerful upward slash. Clang! 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 The blade met the titan's arm, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Truly formidable. My hand feels numb. Xiao shook his arm. I shan't play with you any longer. Boom! He closed his eyes. The true form of the war god. Manifest. Thud. A pure, resounding echo reverberated through the realm as a dark golden giant materialized behind Xiao. A breathtaking war god apparition emerged, exuding an aura more imposing than mountains, capable of shaking the very earth. Subdue. Xiao hovered in the void, the war god apparition towering over the 9 titans. He then clenched his fist and unleashed a tremendous blow forward. A cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air. The titan roared and retaliated with a punch, only to have the war god apparition pierce through its core with a single strike. Illuminate. The war god apparition moved through the battlefield as if it were unchallenged. The once formidable transformed demons appeared feeble in its grasp, easily vanquished. It is over. Sensing the rapid depletion of his energy, Xiao resolved not to squander any more time. The war god apparition unleashed its full power, delivering a cataclysmic punch that obliterated all the titans into mere fragments. Ding! 3,000 points added. Xiao descended from the air, a frown adorning his brow. This level has issues. This demon suppression tower must be bugged. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Forget it. I'm tired. I no longer wish to fight. This performance should suffice. Xiao felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that ascending to the 8th level might present him with another abstract challenge. The demon suppression tower indeed seemed flawed. He shook his head, his thoughts stirring as the portal to the outside world opened. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Divine Suppression Academy, Ning Zhao observed the screen displaying Yi Zhao's darkened expression and chuckled, shaking his head. This lad, I might have set the difficulty too low for him. I intended to challenge him with a transformation level task, but he managed to overcome it effortlessly. Reflecting on Yi Zhao's displayed prowess, he couldn't help but marvel. This generation truly boasts numerous prodigies. An extraordinary spirit master, an unprecedented cultivator, and a dual-class genius, along with the Onmyoji from the East, known for possessing 9 Shikigami. Who would have thought there would also be a monstrous pupil master hidden among them? This cohort is indeed a treasure. The future of our Divine Suppression Academy is bright. Ning Zhao wore a satisfied expression, noting that he particularly valued Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru, and now he could add Yi Xiao to that list. Oh, and let us not forget that clever little swordsman, a disciple of Su Chang'an. How exciting! Under their leadership, where will our great Xia head towards? Ning Zhao could not help but reminisce about his former self, a time when he was merely an innocent youth brimming with fervor. Looking back, he had now ascended to the esteemed position of president of Zhengzhou University. How unpredictable the tides of life can be. In the future, these children will inevitably transform into the individuals they are today. At this moment, the atmosphere outside was rife with waves of astonishment, rising and falling in a disjointed chorus. Did my eyes deceive me? This fellow has penetrated through the 7th layer. My heavens! Jin Qingning has been subdued by Yi Xiao. Indeed, on the leaderboard, Yi Xiao ranks third, while Jin Qingning languishes in fourth. How utterly surreal. Yi Xiao can actually contend 2 levels higher. TSK, TSK, TSK. Another dark horse has emerged, without a doubt. He is guaranteed a spot in the top 10 of the freshman competition. I dare say, he might even breach the top 5. It must be the special admission. I've always asserted that those admitted through special channels surpass the conventional top scorers. After all, special admissions are the CR de la CR of genius, while the top scorers are merely the best among the ordinary. The latter statement, uttered by a disciple from a humble background, was nothing short of a decisive blow, inflicting a staggering 999 damage upon Jin Qingning. It was true damage, shattering his defenses on the spot. Jin Qingning, now consumed by rage, found himself unable to restrain the impulse to challenge Yi Xiao to a duel. Chapter 45. The Mad Berserker and the Dominant Ice Sorcerer Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, you have finally emerged. Third place not bad at all. Upon seeing Yi Xiao step out, Bai Ruoyu promptly waved his hand. Here, this is the 2,000 points I earned for you. It's a gift. Saying this, he took Yi Xiao's identification card and transferred the 2,000 points from his own account. What the hell? Jin Qingning felt an urge to utter an expletive, but restrained himself. He approached cautiously. Ruoyu, this is my gift to you. If it is indeed a gift, then I should have the liberty to handle it as I wish, correct? Jin Qingning fell silent, then bit the bullet and replied, yes. Then I intend to give it to Yi Xiao. Is that a problem? No. No problem. Jin Qingning felt as though his heart was bleeding. He felt like a boiling lamb. All right, Yi Xiao, let us go eat together. Jiang Ro and I have been waiting for you for ages. We're exhausted. Jin Qingning could no longer contain himself. Ruoyu, you promised to accompany me for a meal. Huh? Did I say that? Surely. You mentioned that you would join me for dinner, which is why I gave you the points. Oh, let's postpone it for next time. I have no time today. Bai Ruoyu waved his hand dismissively. Finally, Jin Qingning snapped. Bai Ruoyu, do you truly think I'm nothing more than a sycophant? Given how many times I have yielded to you? He angrily reached out to grab Bai Ruoyu. Bai Ruoyu swiftly sidestepped. Furious, Jin Qingning knew he could not act against Bai Ruoyu, for he belonged to a prominent family from the southern province. Therefore, he directed his anger towards Yi Xiao. You brat, step forward. Let us settle this one-on-one. He pointed at Yi Xiao with a fierce glare. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Having just been wronged in the demon suppression tower and feeling disgruntled about his insufficient points. A punching bag delivered to his doorstep for venting? I'm game. Where are the stakes? Smack. Jin Qingning flung his identification card onto a nearby stone table. This card contains 2,000 points from my college entrance exam merit award and an additional 1,800 points earned from the tower challenge. If you win, all the points are yours. If you lose, keep your distance from Ruoyu and never let me see you at the Jinshan University again. Jin Qingning declared with a distorted expression and a resolute tone. Yi Xiao similit radiantly. Just when I wanted to fight, a challenge has arrived. How splendid. I accept this duel. Boom. As soon as Yi Xiao finished speaking, Jin Qingning erupted. He could not wait a moment longer. A massive blood-red greatsword appeared in his hand. Come at me. Bloodburst. The special skill of the Berserker class, Bloodburst, temporarily increases combat power by 30%. Additionally, healing capabilities and endurance are augmented by 20%. A truly formidable skill. Boom. A streak of black sword light sliced through the air towards Yi Xiao. Clang. Yi Xiao raised his hand, drawing the shadow sword, activating the martial goddess eye, and swung his blade in response. The prowess of Jin Qingning far surpasses that of Dial Yin, while Dial Yin exhibits a balanced array of attributes. Jin Qingning has concentrated all his points in a sheer offensive power. This axe strikes with tremendous force. Without activating the martial goddess eye, Yi Xiao would truly struggle to withstand it. Clang! Yi Xiao's arm, as solid as a mountain, braced against the massive broad blade, which nearly ricocheted off the slender shadow blade. Jin Qingning stumbled and involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Never underestimate anyone, for one day you may find yourself bested by the very person you deem inferior. Yi Xiao let out a cold laugh, using his strength to shove him aside. He then launched a powerful fist towards Jin Qingning's face, a blow that nearly crushed his nasal bone. Breaking news. An extraordinary occurrence. The top talents from the southern province, the first in special recruitment and the first in the college entrance examination, have engaged in battle before the demon suppression tower. Who will prevail? The eye technique master or the berserker? Hurry to witness this earth-shattering spectacle. Eager students rushed about, spreading the news. This berserker is utterly mindless. His brain, merely a mass of muscle, posing no threat to me. However, this eye technique master is rather peculiar. It is impressive for a practitioner of eye techniques to confront a berserker in physical combat. In another direction, a graceful figure quietly observed the battle between the two. The girl, clad in a sailor suit and sucking on a lollipop, appeared as though a two-dimensional beauty had stepped into reality. Can the dream demon enter their dreams? The young lady inquired softly. A deep voice responded nearby. Miss, the berserker is no issue, but the eye technique master presents some difficulty. Is that so? An interesting eye technique master. I shall remember you, she remarked with a smile, stroking her chin thoughtfully. As for the cultivator, the word spirit master, or the eye technique master, whom shall I choose to join my Xingu family? A playful glimmer flickered in her violet-like eyes. Why not secure all three? She giggled. At that moment, Jin Qingning grew increasingly enraged and alarmed. Yi Zhao's physical combat strength exceeded his wildest expectations. What appeared to be a frail physique concealed an unfathomable power. With every movement, Jin Qingning found himself struggling to cope, a tremendous disgrace for a berserker renowned for his offensive capabilities and physical prowess. Fueled by fervor, he cast another buff upon himself. This skill, derived from a purple-level scroll, allowed him to expend a portion of his sanity in exchange for even greater strength. Should he unleash it completely, Jin Qingning would become a fool, yet his combat efficacy would surge exponentially. A haze clouded his mind as he emitted a roar akin to a feral beast. With a bellow, he lunged at Yi Xiao. Boom! He let out a series of battle cries, wielding his broad blade with an erratic style, striking wildly through the air. One careless blow could lead to death or grievous injury. He truly seemed born for slaughter. Everyone could not help but break into a cold sweat for Yi Xiao. Yet, Yi Zhao's expression remained remarkably calm. It has come to an end. The frenzied beast lacks the qualification to engage me in battle. Boom! Golden flames ignited upon his form. Eternal flame of the monarch, awaken. Celestial seal of incineration, manifest. Boom! A robe of golden patterned flames enveloped his body, and Yi Zhao's aura suddenly transformed, brimming with an overwhelming presence. How magnificent! Is this the battle state of a practitioner of ocular techniques? His eyes radiate light, spewing forth flames. Regardless of the potency of this ability, the sheer spectacle of this transformation is sufficient for him to exude an air of grandeur. Their innate charm, combined with this transformation, is simply breathtaking. I confess, in the realm of ostentation, I cannot rival Yi Xiao. A throng of spectators gazed at Yi Xiao with envy and resentment. Compared to Jin Qingning's beastly combat form, Yi Xiao indeed exudes a more imposing and regal demeanor. Celestial seal of incineration. Boom! Waves of golden flames converged in the void, ultimately coalescing into a magnificent golden seal. In the next moment, that grand seal surged forth with immense might, pressing down upon Jin Qingning. Chapter 46. What if not? Roar. Jin Qingning let out a thunderous roar, wielding his weapon and striking towards the enormous golden seal in the sky. Boom! Upon collision, Jin Qingning was violently hurled away in an instant, the great seal crashing down upon his chest. Ugh! Jin Qingning abruptly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, subsequently succumbing to the oppressive weight of the blazing seal pinned to the ground. He emitted a fierce, unwilling roar, his energy surging wildly, yet to no avail. Before the blazing seal, he resembled a monkey trapped beneath the five-finger mountain of the Buddha. So powerful, exceedingly formidable. This is nothing short of a massacre. Indeed, they are on entirely different tiers. Such strength is truly otherworldly. Yi Zhao's state is not only impressive, but also powerful, utterly dominating Jin Qingning. I believe he stands a chance at competing for a top 3 position in this freshman tournament. The top 3. If that's the case, Xiao would represent the underprivileged disciples. Disciples from humble beginnings gazed at Xiao with eager eyes, while the wealthy scions looked at him with disdain. Yet, Xiao remained unfazed. He relished the discontented glares that couldn't harm him. How gratifying! Now then, let us have the identity card. Once the blazing seal dissipated, Jin Xingning lay on the ground like a wretched dog, his face smeared with blood. Xiao reached into his grasp and retrieved the identity card. But Jin Xingning clutched it tightly, unwilling to relinquish it. Hand it over, you must accept defeat. Xiao forcefully yanked the card from his grip, subsequently transferring all the points onto his own card. Now, his points had astonishingly soared to a staggering 13,200. This was a substantial sum. Even some seniors nearing graduation lacked such an abundance of points. Observing the 5-digit score on Xiao's identity card, everyone wore expressions of greed, unable to suppress their gulping. Xiao nonchalantly pocketed the identity card. These individuals could only covet. Seizing it was out of the question, as they lacked both the strength and the courage. How should one spend over 10,000 points? Xiao's spirits were high. Let us go. Xiao, let us go celebrate with a drink. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed with exuberance. Great. I'll contact Su Hao. Once Hong Chan finishes class, we'll invite him along for a good drink today. Xiao chucked it lightly. Just as they exited the demon suppression tower, a black sedan suddenly halted before them. An elderly man with a white beard emerged from the vehicle, draped in a brown coat, leaning on a cane. His dark hair and vigorous demeanor exuded an air of immense authority. Upon seeing the elder, Jiang Ro's expression shifted. Xiao, why didn't you inform your grandfather upon arriving in the capital? If it weren't for a family member spotting you at school, I would still be unaware. The elder's deep voice resonated. I don't believe I am obligated to report to the Chu family regarding every matter. Jiang Ro replied coldly. Cousin, how can you speak to grandfather like that? A refined young man in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, furrowed his brow. Jiang Ro cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to remain silent. All right, Lian Yu, be a bit more tolerant toward your cousin. The elder spoke in a calm tone, his pair of imposing eyes fixed upon Jiang Ro. You've grown up and become quite beautiful. Good, Rower, have you met Tang Xian? After all, he is your betrothed. It would be wise to arrange an engagement banquet soon. I have no fiancé, Jiang Ro replied. The elder's gaze narrowed, and his expression finally shifted. Is this how Jiang Mian has raised you? It seems that leaving you with Jiang Mian was a grave mistake. However, it is not too late now. The elder pondered for a moment. You should move out of the dormitory and return to the Chu family. Your mother has not seen you for a long time. She misses you dearly, and I trust you feel the same. Coincidentally, Tang Xian is currently at the Chu residence. You can cultivate your relationship properly. As a daughter of the Chu family, being willful is least acceptable. Rower, you must be more obedient and not emulate your ineffectual father. The elder spoke calmly, yet his words brimmed with undeniable authority. This was the aura and resolve only those in high positions could possess. Jiang Ro clenched her fists tightly. Just a few words could determine a person's fate. The Chu family remained as domineering as they were years ago. She would never forget how her mother's own brother, her uncle, had mercilessly trampled her father underfoot, arrogantly taking her mother away, leaving her parents unable to see each other for a decade, plunging her father into sorrow, numbing himself with alcohol. This was the Chu family of the imperial capital, where a single word could dictate life and death. A single utterance could alter the course of one's existence. Now, they even sought to meddle in her life, using her as a pawn for familial alliances. A sense of desolation welled up within Jiang Ro. In such a family, where was the affection to be found? I live quite well in the dormitory. I will not return to the Chu family. As for my mother, I will one day bring her back. Jiang Ro replied coldly. You may leave now. The elder's expression darkened. Observing her grandfather's displeasure, Chu Lianyu hastily interjected, Cousin, no matter what, you cannot change the fact that you are a member of the Chu family. Your profession as an elementalist is a powerful one. With the right nurturing from the Chu family, you would undoubtedly be the top recruit in the southern province. All of this is wasted because of your useless father. Fortunately, there is still an opportunity for redemption. Cousin, grandfather is offering you sound advice. Why are you being so ungrateful? Return to the Chu family obediently. With the family's resources, you could easily place in the top 3 at the upcoming new student competition. Giuliani in seat. This was not mere boastfulness. The Chu family indeed possessed such strength. Before the advent of the era of universal awakening, the Chu family had already been a top-tier clan rooted in the imperial capital for centuries, with an incredibly long lineage. Presently, the Chu family was not lacking in rule-level powerhouses, and their trio of talents were top figures of the age. Even the renowned great Xiao, sword god, who could slay 3 deities with a single stroke, did not instill fear in the Chu family. They were undoubtedly a premier family of the great Xiao. Even the Jianshan University had to show some respect to the Chu family. The Tang family, allied through marriage with the Chu clan, enjoys a status that is nearly equivalent. When the venerable elder of the Chu family stamps his foot, the entire capital trembles. Now, as he demands Jiang Ro's return, even if she harbors reluctance, she must comply. The Guardian University will not intervene, nor does it possess the authority to meddle in the affairs of others' families. Reluctant to return? Rower, I extend to you one more opportunity. Do not be as obstinate as your mother was in her time. Otherwise, the elder's gaze turned frigid, akin to ancient glaciers, plunging one into a frigid abyss. Jiang Ro's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. The Chu family intends to take her away, and no one can stand in their way. Moreover, her worth has yet to reach a point where others would risk antagonizing the Chu family on her behalf. What then? At that moment, a figure materialized before them. Elder, what then? I find myself quite curious. Chapter 47. A transformation beyond recognition. Who are you? Do you have a say here? Chu Yinyu frowned upon seeing an obscure youth standing beside her cousin. Cousin, you are engaged. Shouldn't you maintain a certain distance from other men? What would Tang Xian think if he found out? Giuliani admonits. Enough of this. If you are so fond of Tang Xian, perhaps you should marry him? Yi Xiao retorted with a cold smile. I have never encountered such a family as yours, resorting to moral coercion without any regard for others' wishes. All under the guise of for your own good. Do you desire a marital tool or a relative? You. Chu Yinyu found herself at a loss for words against Yi Xiao's sharp remarks. Young man, you possess quite a sharp tongue. What is your name? I wonder if I'm acquainted with your family. Chu Shana squinted as he addressed Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, without parents, all alone. Yi Xiao replied with an air of indifference. Yi Xiao, so you are the top special recruit from the southern province. How intriguing. Chu Shanha stroked his beard thoughtfully. Jinshan University is a bastion of talent. It is certainly not lacking in geniuses. Your reputation as the top special recruit from the southern province may hold weight elsewhere, and it can be a source of pride for you. But before the Chu family, it bears no significance. A top special recruit means nothing to the Chu family. You might not be aware that countless graduates from Jinshan University have sought entrance into our family, including many special recruits and top scorers. Yet now, they all dutifully serve the Chu family and respectfully greet me with, "Greetings, head of the Chu family." So, what do you wish to convey? Yi Xiao similit kalmni, embodying the fearlessness of one with nothing to lose. After all, he had no vulnerabilities, no matter how formidable the Chu family was. What could they do to him at Jinshan University? What I wish to convey is this, young man. Some matters are not yet your time to address. Frankly speaking, your words carry little weight. I am in a good mood today. Hence, I have entertained a few exchanges with you. On ordinary days, you might not even qualify to engage in a conversation with me. Chu Shan had toyed with his cane, indicating that any astute young person would know how to act. Throughout history, those who forcefully sought prominence without the requisite abilities have invariably faced dire consequences. Alas, they have chosen the wrong person. Old man, I recognize your Chu family's influence, but what does it matter to me? The current situation is that my friend has been wronged, and as a friend, I must stand up for her, Yi Xiao said with an air of calm, raising an eyebrow. Are you implying that we are bullying her? Is there any other interpretation? It's evident to anyone with eyes, yet you fail to see it? Beside them, Chu Yinyu was nearly beside herself with rage at Yi Xiao's irreverent demeanor. lacking any semblance of respect. Kid, who do you think you are? Emerging from a humble background, this insolent brat dares to speak to my grandfather in such a manner after achieving but a modicum of success. With a swift motion, Yi Zhao's gaze shifted towards him. I've been thoroughly displeased with you for quite some time. How dare you interject while I converse with your grandfather? If you possess any courage, step forward and challenge me. Yi Zhao cultivators. How audacious! Chu Yinyu tugged at his tie, the scion of the Chu family. Having not encountered such blatant provocation in ages, this little wretch is utterly oblivious to the dangers he courts. You certainly have guts. Young man, during my years in the capital, you are the most brazen individual I have ever encountered. Come fort. He stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao, be cautious. Although my cousin lacks exceptional talent, he has managed to enroll in the Divine Guardian University with the support of the Chu family. He is now a sophomore, possessing a transformation-level cultivation. You must remain vigilant. Jiang Ro cautioned. Fear not. I shall render him unrecognizable. Observing the tense standoff, Chu Shanhe unexpectedly refrained from intervening. A faint, sardonic smile danced upon his lips as he leisurely observed the unfolding drama. Lianyu, be gentle. After all, he is your junior. We wouldn't want to leave him traumatized. With Chu Shanhe's endorsement, Chu Lianyu's spirits soared, and a cruel smile emerged on his face. Cracking his knuckles, he assured, Grandfather, rest easy. I merely intend to provide my junior with some practical combat experience. I assure you he will come to no harm. Yet, his gaze towards Yi Zhao was laden with malice. You insolent brat, daring to provoke me. Once we engage, I shall incapacitate you. I shall see what right a cripple has to boast. In Chu Lianyu's eyes, Yi Zhao was already as good as dead. Yi Zhao narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the hostility directed at him, thanks to his various ocular techniques. If Chu Lianyu sought to undermine him, he would preemptively render this fellow powerless. Boom! Yi Zhao activated the ever-burning monarch flame, golden flames enveloping his blade as he swiftly appeared before Chu Lianyu. Clang! The golden flames erupted like a radiant cloud, slicing through the void with blinding brilliance. Seeking death. You, a mere extraordinary level brat, dare to challenge me? How deluded! Hiss! A tempest swirled around Chu Lianyu's hands, transforming into arrows that shot towards Yi Zhao from all directions. Yi Zhao, be careful. His profession is wind sorcerer, Jiang Ro warned. A wind sorcerer, a profession not particularly formidable, specializes in manipulating gales, a rather singular approach. Yet, the overwhelming advantage of levels was enough for Chu Lianyu to obliterate Yi Zhao. He had always held this conviction. The howling winds dispersed the golden flames ablaze in the void. You shall witness your demise. The arrows, infused with the power of the tempest, surged towards Yi Zhao's limbs. Jiang Ro's expression shifted alarmingly. You're going to cripple Yi Zhao. Chu Shanhe's demeanor remained unperturbed. We are all adults here. One should be accountable for their words and actions. The disrespectful words of Yi Xiaoyan had long since provoked the ire of the elderly man in a position of power. Otherwise, Chu Lianyu would not have dared to overstep his bounds and take action. The head of the Chu family was correct. Adults must be accountable for their words and deeds. A notion Jiang Ro silently acknowledged. He was well aware of Yi Xiaoyan's prowess. A mere Chu Lianyu could not possibly cause him distress. On the contrary, it was Chu Lianyu who might find himself in greater peril. As anticipated, golden flames took shape, enveloping the shadow blade, causing its edge to expand significantly. The enormous golden fire tore through the howling winds. Is this all the skill you possess? Your words are quite bold, yet it seems your entire being is as fragile as your bravado. Boom! The massive fiery blade descended directly upon Chu Lianyu. His face turned pale with fright as he unleashed every possible means of defense. However, before the unstoppable onslaught of Yi Xiaoyan's searing golden flames, all his efforts were as insubstantial as paper. In that fleeting moment, the flaming blade ignited the strands of his hair, nearly delivering a fatal blow to Chu Lianyu. A look of sheer terror spread across Chu Lianyu's face. At that moment, a delicate white hand suddenly appeared, grasping the golden flame's blade. Chapter 48. The arrival of Wu Tongxian, a figure adorned in a flowing white robe, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, stood before Chu Lianyu, radiating warmth through his gentle smile. His alabaster arms glimmered like jade as he grasped Yi Zhao's long blade. Flames danced along the sword, fierce and unyielding. Yet they were quelled by an unknown force. Wu Tongxian, you have arrived. Chu Lianyu exhaled in relief upon the appearance of the ancient-looking youth. Brother Lianyu, in the future, should you encounter such matters, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. There is no need for you to face them alone, he advised amiably. Understood, Tongxian. Thank you, Chu Lianyu expressed, his face reflecting the fortune of having escaped peril. He had not anticipated Yi Zhao's extraordinary prowess as a sixth-tier transcendent warrior, nearly leading him to a dire fate. Had Wu Tongxian not arrived in time, he would have found himself bettered for weeks. Yi Xiao, shall we proceed? While a confrontation between us is inevitable, I believe it should be reserved for the arena of the upcoming freshman tournament, Wu Tongxian remarked with a smile. Yi Zhao's gaze flickered momentarily before he slowly sheathed his sword, the flames dissipating along with it. Ah, Tongxian, you have come, Chu Shanha greeted with a smile. My apologies for arriving late. I hope I did not startle you, grandfather, Wu Tongxian said respectfully as he bowed to Chu Shanha. Startled? It was merely a minor affair. In my youth, facing the divine spirits of the wilderness, I remained unfazed. Today is no different. Grandfather, your spirit remains undiminished. Wu Tongxian complimented. Ha ha ha. I appreciate your eloquence. Lianyu, you should learn from Tongxian. Your impulsiveness is disheartening. I expected more from you today. Chu Lianyu's expression paled at the reprimand. Yes, grandfather, I acknowledge my shortcomings. He conceded, recognizing that he had indeed faltered, almost falling victim to provocation and failing to best Yi Xiao. Had Wu Tongxian not intervened, the Chu family's dignity would have been tarnished. Rower, Tongxian is my god-grandson. He hails from an orphanage and was adopted by our family at a young age. I have always believed in his potential, and he has never disappointed me. He is exceptionally talented and capable, having achieved first place in the Imperial City's college entrance examination, thus bringing honor to the Chu family. You should seek his guidance when you have the chance. So, this is my cousin Zhang. I have heard much about you from grandfather. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Wu Tongxian said with a gentle smile. No need, Zhang coldly declined, stepping closer to Yi Xiao. I will not return to the Chu family, she asserted with unwavering determination. If Zhang wished to remain, no one could take her away. Yi Xiao equate has sentiment. Indeed, I stand by that. Bai Ryu, who had been silently observing, chimed in at the opportune moment. Let it be known that should anyone attempt to take Zhang away, I will not hesitate to ensure their early exit from the freshman tournament. Yi Zhao's gaze fixed on Wu Tongxian. Indeed, the profession of a cultivator is undeniably formidable. In his past life, he had perused numerous fantastical tales of cultivation, where practitioners wielded boundless power, transcending heaven and earth. Yet what of it? Among his peers, Yi Xiao had never known fear. He even yearned for Wu Tongxian to challenge him, seizing the opportunity to replicate the techniques of these cultivators. How splendid that would be. However, it seemed Wu Tongxian had no such intentions. Observing Chu Shanha's somber expression, he could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Grandfather, may I speak for a moment? Very well, go ahead. Despite his esteemed grandson's unparalleled excellence, Chu Shanha still respected his opinions. Thank you, grandfather. Wu Tongxian pondered briefly before continuing in a measured tone. Grandfather's intention is to assist cousin Zhang in returning to the family, enabling her to access superior resources, enhance her strength, and achieve a commendable rank in the freshman tournament. If you are unwilling to return, then perhaps you should demonstrate your capabilities. If you can secure a place in the top 10 of the freshman tournament, it will validate your resolve. At that point, I shall no longer insist on your return. Conversely, if you fail to attain a top 10 position, it may indicate limitations in your abilities, and you would then have to heed your grandfather's wishes and return. If cousin Zhang cannot agree to this, rest assured, I will take you back regardless of any opposition. Wu Tongxian's penetrating gaze settled upon Yi Xiao. Zhang, follow your heart. If you refuse, no one can take you away. Not even a mere Wu Tongxian can impede me. Yi Xiao comfortingly placed a hand on Jiang Rou's shoulder. Indeed, Sister Jiang Rou, we will certainly support you. Bai Ruoyu added encouragement. I'm a dual-career practitioner. Anyone who attempts to seize you will face my wrath. Bai Ruoyu declared, brandishing her fists. And I, too, have emerged from Jiangzhou. How could I be absent? A figure bearing a sword approached from the distance. Ong Shen. As she gazed upon their faces, Jiang Rou's eyes shimmered with moisture, perhaps moved by their unwavering support. Over the years, though perceived by others as an aloof and untouchable flower atop a high mountain, she bore the weight of burdens and sorrows that only she could endure. The pain concealed deep within her heart. Despite her resilience, Jiang Rou was still merely an 18-year-old girl. Yet now, the tide had shifted. She was surrounded by companions who had shared life and death experiences, facing trials together. With their backing, Jiang Rou suddenly felt that the Chu family was not an insurmountable peak, nor was it as daunting as she had once believed. She wiped her face and declared, all right, I agree. I will secure a position in the top 10 of the freshman tournament, and I will prove to you all that even without the Chu family, Jiang Rou is still formidable. Her words resonated with conviction. Let's hope so. Chu Shanha regarded him with a measured glance before turning towards the luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Just before entering the vehicle, he cast a profound look at Yi Xiao. Young man, you are the most audacious youth I have ever encountered. I hope your strength matches your bravado. Old man, rest assured, the one capable of defeating me, Yi Xiao, has yet to be born. He retorted defiantly. Oomph, impudent youth. Chu Shanha let out a cold snort and then slipped into the car. The luxury vehicle, carrying two individuals, sped off into the distance. Yi Xiao, I eagerly anticipate our duel at the freshman conference, and of course, Lin Ru as well, Wu Tongxian remarked with a smile directed at Yi Xiao. He then gracefully departed, his flowing white robe dancing in the wind, exuding a hint of an ethereal presence. This Wu Tongxian is rather intriguing, Yi Xiao thought, his gaze flickering slightly. The imperial capital truly is a splendid place, brimming with formidable individuals and an abundance of talents, never allowing one to feel a sense of monotony. Enough pondering. Let us indulge in some wine, Yi Xiao said as he draped an arm around Xiao Hongchun's shoulder. That might not be possible. Xiao Hongchun hesitated. What is the matter? Yi Xiao inquired with a furrowed brow. Actually, my roommate was caught soliciting, and he asked me to bail him out, Xiao Hongchun replied, feeling quite embarrassed. Yi Xiao. Chapter 49. The Sailor Suit Girl. Jingu Ningzi, how does one engage in such activities? Yi Xiao was utterly bewildered. The seemingly honest swordsman, Xiao Jianfeng, had resorted to such disgraceful behavior, bringing shame upon their prestigious Shen University. What on earth was happening? Xiao Hongchun shook his head. During class, he had suddenly raised his hand to request a trip to the restroom, and after stepping out, he never returned until the class concluded. Initially, I presumed he had overindulged in the breakfast egg and was suffering from stomach upset, but after class, he called to inform me he had been apprehended for solicitation, too afraid to confide in our teacher or his parents, and pleading for my assistance in securing his release. Yi Xiao stood in silence. This young man was engaging in such reckless pursuits. I should investigate. The fellow appears rather dull, not the type to indulge in such activities. Yi Xiao sighed in resignation. Is something amiss? Jiang Rou and another inquired with curiosity. Well, Hongchun's roommate, he was caught engaging in solicitation. Solicitation? What is that? Jiang Rou furrowed her brows, appearing utterly perplexed. Oh dear, it simply refers to engaging in prostitution. Jiang Rou, how could you not know this? Bai Ruoyu interjected with a playful grin. Jiang Rou's face flushed crimson in an instant. As a young maiden, unlike the bold Bai Ryu, who might casually browse certain websites, her understanding of matters between men and women was confined to the pages of textbooks. Yi Xiao, you must never engage in such activities. If you get caught, we shall not be responsible for you. At that moment, Bai Ryu suddenly chimed in with a teasing tone. If I were to be caught, I would claim you as my spouse, dragging you down with me. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes in response. You. Yi Xiao, how shameless. Bai Ryu's indignation left her trembling, her slender fingers pointing accusingly at him. You truly intend to engage in such activities? with a youthful beauty like me around? How could you possibly desire such trivialities? Bairuyu posed dramatically, hands on her hips in a flirtatious manner. Regardless, I am no novice. I am quite skilled in my own right. Yi Xiao smirked, casually draping an arm around Xiao Hongqian. Hongqian's physique surpasses yours in terms of development. This remark sent Bairuyu into a frenzy, launching herself at Yi Xiao like a furious white cat. I shall avenge myself upon you, you scoundrel. 15 minutes later, the duo arrived at the police station near Zhengxin University. Outside, Xiao Jianfeng stood with a long sword slung over his back, his face a mask of sorrow. Before him stood a stern-looking officer in his 30s, admonishing him gravely. Not far off, a girl clad in a sailor suit stood with a distressed expression, her violet eyes reflecting trepidation and fear. Xiao Hongqian, you have finally arrived. Come my rescue. The woeful Xiao Jianfeng's face brightened at the sight of Xiao Hongqian. You must be his classmates. This time, I shall let it slide. Fortunately, no serious incident has occurred. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to impose severe consequences. The stern figure regarded Yi Xiao and his companions with a serious demeanor. At such a young age, as an outstanding student of Zhengxin University, why engage in such activities? Look at these two lovely girls. If you desire a girlfriend, pursue them earnestly instead of taking shortcuts. Should this happen again, I shall inform your teachers and parents. The stern figure reprimanded Xiao Jianfeng, who bowed his head, not daring to utter a word. Very well. Just sign here and provide your ID, and you may leave. The officer handed over a notebook. Young lady, you too must sign. Such behavior must not be repeated. If you encounter difficulties, you can confide in us instead of resorting to undesirable paths. The girl in the sailor uniform gently wiped away her tears and took the pen to inscribe her name, Shenkong Ningzi. Upon seeing the name, Bairuyu was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed oddly familiar, as though she had encountered it somewhere before. A little Japanese girl living quite well. The officer abruptly corrected himself. There's no need for that. I understand your sentiment towards us Japanese. Although I am of Japanese descent, I was raised in Daxia. Shenkong Ningzi replied indifferently. The officer awkwardly scratched his head. Ha ha ha. Young lady, please do not misunderstand. As long as you are in Daxia, we treat everyone equally, regardless of nationality. However, since you're Japanese, such actions are even less permissible. While it may be a legitimate traditional industry in your homeland, it is strictly prohibited here in Daxia. Yi Xiao observed the officer with keen interest, noting that his life outside of work seemed quite vibrant. All right, you may leave now. The officer waved his hand, signaling that Yi Xiao and his group could take Xiao Jianfeng away. Young man, Xiao Jianfeng, I shall remember you. Let's hope our next encounter is not through iron bars, the officer remarked with a meaningful glance. Xiao Jianfeng's expression immediately fell. As Yi Xiao and his companions exited the police station, they headed towards Zhengxin University, with Shenkong Ningzi trailing behind them. Hey, I ask you, the little Japanese girl living quite well, what do you follow us for? Is it self-promotion? Yi Xiao suddenly halted and questioned. Shenkong Ningzi rolled her eyes. I am headed in the same direction. I'm also a student of Zhengxin University, she replied with an air of indifference. Oh, now I remember, Bairuyu exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Indeed, this year's freshmen include a Japanese student, a little princess from Shenkong family. Her profession is that of a traditional onmyoji. Inherited through generations, she is said to command the 9 great shikigami. The record for the second place in the Demon Suppression Tower is held by her. Bairuyu looked at Shenkong Ningzi in astonishment. What? The others were taken aback, their gazes towards the girl in the sailor uniform now tinged with caution. The Shenkong family is a prominent clan in Japan, rivaling the stature of the Chu family in Daxia. Why would a girl of such a distinguished lineage resort to selling her charms? There is undoubtedly something intricate at play here. Hey, have you had any involvement with her? Yi Xiao suddenly grasped Xiao Jianfeng's collar and inquired. No, absolutely not. I was completely unaware of what transpired. During class, I stepped out to use the restroom and then received a phone call. After that, everything became a blur. When I regained my senses, there were authorities stating that I was involved in PC, and I was subsequently apprehended. Xiao Jianfeng scratched his head. Could it be that I was deceived? Surely, the authorities would not mislead me, right? He pondered, appearing utterly bewildered. Xiao, with a resigned expression, tapped his forehead. University students are astonishingly naive. It is not the authorities deceiving you. It is she who has duped you. Hey, Xingong Berbera, you have lured Xiao Jianfeng and led us astray. What is your true intention? Xiao narrowed his eyes, glaring at Xingong Ningningzi. Xingong Ningningzi transformed from her previous pitiful demeanor. She delicately caressed her slightly upturned, luscious red lips, a wicked smile flashing across her face. Xiao, would you consider becoming my husband? Chapter 50, Marry Me. And the benefits are abundant. A chorus of greetings met the air, echoing in unison. What on earth? A husband? Truly, the Japanese, living a life so liberally, publicly professing love. You think I would be your husband? Have you lost your senses? Xiao scrutinized Xingu Ningningzi from head to toe. She donned a black sailor suit, an attire frequently seen in Japanese anime, accentuating her nearly flawless figure, devoid of any excess flesh. Her legs were long and slender, clad in black tights, rivaling Jiang Rou's own impressive stature. Most notably, her bosom was quite ample, not to mention by Ruoyu's flatness. Even Jiang Rou appeared modest in comparison to Xingu Ningningzi. A preliminary estimation suggested she must be at least a C cup. One could only say her development was exceptional. Her complexion was immaculate, radiant and pure, while her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her violet eyes sparkled mesmerizingly. She epitomized the ideal two-dimensional girlfriend. Surely, no man could resist the charm of Xingu Ningningzi. Xiao, you must not be enamored with her. By review, observing Xiao's gaze roaming over Xingu, immediately became flustered. She rushed forward and grasped his arm. Why? Are you my mother or father, dictating whom I may like? Xiao raised an eyebrow in inquiry. I will dictate. I must ensure my sister is well cared for. Moreover, Bairyu's cheeks flushed as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Moreover, you are a prodigy of the great Xiao, a national treasure, and cannot be lured away to the land of the rising sun. This statement was not uttered by Bairyu, but rather by the previously silent Jiang Rou. The group fell momentarily into a stupor. Indeed, Ruoyu. Jiang Rou gently brushed her hair aside. Bairuoyu quickly regained her composure. Exactly. For the sake of our homeland, you cannot marry a woman from the East. Precisely, she declared with conviction, hands on her hips, chest puffed out, though still modest in size. Why are you all more anxious than I am? Xingu Ningningzi merely giggled. Xiao, why are they more eager than you? She approached him gracefully, her steps deliberate. Exhaling softly, she continued, Xiao, you are a remarkable pupil of the eye arts, and I, a practitioner of the ancient and potent bloodline of the Xingu clan. Together we could bear an unrivaled child. Among the three of us, I instantly chose you. Xingu Ningningzi playfully extended her delicate tongue, gently licking Xiao's earlobe like a kitten before springing back. With her hands clasped behind her, she appeared remarkably relaxed. Should you join the Xingu family, we shall provide you with abundant resources to foster your growth. In a few short years, you could become a figure akin to the sword god of Great Xia. Moreover, in both Great Xia and the East, you would earn the respect of countless individuals. I, the most beautiful woman of the Shinkami family, Shinkami Ningzi, endowed with unparalleled talent, shall become your wife. What do you wish to do with me? Are you truly unmoved, Xiao? Shinkami Ningzi gently caressed her crimson lips with her fingers. If you're concerned about my relationship with that man, rest assured, I merely employed the methods of an onmyoji to enchant him. He has not even touched my hand. Everything about me is pure, wholly yours. Shinkami Ningzi's beauty was striking, and importantly, she possessed a femininity that surpassed the childishness of Bairyu and the coldness of Jiang Rou, capable of stirring a man's desires. Bairyu glared at her, her demeanor akin to a furiously hissing kitten. Even Jiang Rou wore an expression of wariness. Their instincts warned them that this woman was terrifying, actively so. Xiao pressed his lips together. Any normal man would find it difficult to resist such temptation. However, before we proceed further, I wish to inquire why you have chosen me. Naturally, As my future husband, you have the right to know. Shinkami Ningzi smiled softly. Initially, my targets were 3 individuals. You, a practitioner by techniques, Lin Ru, a master of word spirits, and a martial prodigy. However, upon observation, I found that the martial prodigy is half a member of the Chu family, lacking any need for the resources of the Shinkami family, and it would be unrealistic to expect him to marry into our family. Lin Ru's demeanor is far too aloof, often confined to his dormitory, absorbed in his studies, leaving no indication of a normal sexual orientation. In contrast, you meet my criteria in every regard. You are powerful, eccentric, and of humble origin, and I surmise you require substantial resources to elevate yourself. Hence, I have chosen you. How forthright of me, wouldn't you agree? Shinkami Ningzi chuckled. Ye Xiao nodded. Quite candid, a response I find satisfactory. So, does this imply your agreement to marry into the Shinkami family? Shinkami Ningzi's delight was palpable. You are thinking too much. Ye Xiao smirked lightly, raising 3 fingers. Firstly, I, Ye Xiao, am not a substitute for anyone, nor am I a fallback choice. Secondly, as a citizen of the great Xiao, I cannot marry into the Eastern Isles. Thirdly, I do not accept a relationship devoid of love, nor do I wish to be a mere vessel for procreation. That is all I have to say. With that, Ye Xiao turned and walked away, seeking out Su Hao for a drink. Jiang Ro revealed a sweet smile and immediately followed in his footsteps. Bai Ruoyu was equally joyful, sticking her tongue out at Shinkami Ningzi and playfully linking her arm with Ye Xiao's as an act of retaliation. Shinkami Ningzi narrowed her eyes slightly. Ye Xiao, unfortunately, it appears you may not enjoy that drink today. I have already contemplated a secondary plan, to turn raw rice into cooked. Buzz. A talisman suddenly materialized in Shinkami Ningzi's hand. By my blood, I command the gods. All warriors, assemble before me. Buzz. She formed a seal with one hand. A golden symbol of light manifested within the void, as behind the shrine, Maiden Ningzi, a colossal formation emerged. Ascend, serpent. Conceal. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent white serpent, resembling a dragon, surged forth from the array. It soared through the heavens, riding upon clouds and mist. It is a dragon, exclaimed Bai Ruoyu in astonishment. Nay, it is not a dragon. This is the Tengu, one of the 12 Shikigami of Abe no Saimai, the ancestral Onmyoji of the East. Jiang Ro declared gravely. Chapter 51. Yin-yang attire. Crimson Lotus. The profession of Onmyoji is exceedingly rare in other countries, yet in the land of the East, it stands as one of the revered national vocations, alongside the samurai and ninja, forming the triumvirate of esteemed careers in the East. An Onmyoji possesses the ability to wield talismans and summon Shikigami for battle, employing an array of mysterious and diverse techniques. Among them, the Onmyoji cultivated by the East Shrine of the Eastern and Western clans boasts formidable strength. The most talented Onmyoji of this generation, Shingu Nininko, has inherited the 6 revered Shikigami from the progenitor of Onmyoji, the legendary Abe no Saimai, hailed as the strongest among them. Her innate talent eclipses that of her peers, marking her as the jewel of the Shingu clan. Countless young prodigies in the East aspire to win her hand in marriage. Regrettably, few have captured her interest, prompting Shingu Nininko to journey across the seas to the great Xiao in search of a suitor who can meet her expectations and bear the most exceptional offspring for the Shingu lineage. Ye Xiao, I shall not let you depart. Clutching a golden talisman, she waved her hand gently. With a roar, the soaring serpents surged through the sky, hurtling towards Ye Xiao and his companions. Ye Xiao's hand rested on the hilt of his blade at his back, but at a critical moment, he was halted by Bai Ruoyu. Ye Xiao, this matter is mine. I have endured her for far too long. Bai Ruoyu declared with indignation. Ali, Dai, arise. She clasped her hands, and a summoning array materialized behind her. A massive 9-tailed spirit cat, resembling a small mountain, swayed its 3 tails, baring its teeth at the approaching serpent. The dragon-like entity also fixed its intense gaze upon the serpent, emitting a deafening roar. Boom! The 2 summoned beasts charged directly at the serpent. Boom! The fearsome collision of their attacks reverberated in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to churn wildly. Ha ha ha! How weak you are! You would only hinder Xiao. Xingu Naninko laughed scornfully as one of her serpents swiftly subdued Bairuoyu's two summoned creatures. The serpent twisted its body, its tail striking down fiercely, slamming the nine-tailed spirit cat to the ground, before opening its gaping maw to bite at the dragon-like entity. Even 1 against 2 proved more than sufficient. Ruoyu, be cautious. That serpent is a Shikigami of Abe no Saimai. Even if the current Xingu Naninko cannot fully unleash its power, its foundation remains formidable and should not be underestimated, Jiang Ro advised. Rest assured, I am aware. Witness my prowess, Flame Dragon's breath. Bairuoyu's eyes widened slightly as a scorching aura erupted from her petite frame. A pillar of flames shot skyward, transforming into a fiery dragon that roared as it charged toward the serpent. I am a dual-class practitioner. If my summoned beasts falter, then let my magic take flight, Bairuoyu remarked with a cold smile. Upon seeing the inferno of the flame dragon, Xingu Naninko's eyes glimmered with intrigue. There lies some strength, yet alas, you are still unworthy of Xiao. Furthermore, you remain vastly inferior when compared to me, Xingu Naninko. As she chanted, those who confront the combatants shall array before me. Yin-yang atire. Xingu Naninko's hands moved swiftly, and her entire being radiated a brilliant crimson light. Just as the serpent Tengu embodies the fire element. I shall indulge you in this game, my androgynous little girl, smirked Jin Gong Ningzi. The ambiguity of your gender only serves to provoke me further, as I aim directly at your Achilles heel. What is so remarkable about those two orbs you bear? Watch me strike them down, Bairuoyu retorted with a fierce determination. The might of the flame dragon surged dramatically, roaring with the intent to obliterate both Jin Gong Ningzi and her familiar. However, at that moment, Tengu suddenly ascended into the heavens, its pure white form ignited by crimson flames. Boom! Tengu plunged into Jin Gong Ningzi's very being. A long, scarlet battle robe enveloped her exquisite figure, with a blooming golden lotus at her chest, seemingly supporting 2 magnificent peaks. Flames coiled around her, resembling a valkyrie of unparalleled awe and majesty. This is my yin-yang attire. The red lotus, Jin Gong Ningzi softly chuckled, caressing the fiery ribbons surrounding her body. This exemplifies the power of the Onmyoji, where the Onmyoji and their familiar merge as one, sharing thoughts and intentions, ultimately culminating in a unified combat state. This is the yin-yang attire. Whoosh! The fiery ribbons shot forth, ensnaring the colossal head of the flame dragon, binding it in the void, rendering it immobile. Fire prison. Whoosh! Jin Gong Ningzi crouched low, extending her hand toward the ground. Boom! In the vicinity of Bairuoyu, flames manifested in all directions, forming a prison that ensnared her utterly. It is over. The game concludes. It has been proven that I am the one deserving of Xiao. Boom! With a powerful tug, Jin Gong Ningzi tore the flame dragon asunder in the expansive sky. The summoned beasts, too, were ensnared by her fiery ribbons. Bairuoyu, now bound, found herself devoid of any means to fight back. Gritting her teeth as she watched Jin Gong Ningzi flaunt her superiority before her. Top, top, top! Jin Gong Ningzi, in her fiery red high heels, glided gracefully towards Xiao. Let's engage in intimacy, my husband. Grant me a perfect child. She pouted her crimson lips, revealing a beguiling expression, exuding an irresistible allure. Jiang Ro regarded her with utmost vigilance. Bairuoyu, trapped within the fire prison, was on the verge of tears. Xiao narrowed his eyes. Release her. Huh? Jin Gong Ningzi blinked innocently. I do not favor disobedient women, and there are certain words I prefer not to repeat, should you continue to overstep. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiao fixed his gaze upon Jin Gong Ningzi, his irises beginning to bloom with golden lotuses, as powerful flames danced around him. Master, be cautious. His flames are exceedingly formidable. The yin-yang attire shimmered, and Jin Gong Ningzi understood that her familiar Tengu was issuing a warning. Even Tengu, a fire element fighting spirit, recognized the overwhelming power of Yi Zhao's flames. How terrifying he truly is. Contemplating this, Jin Gong Ningzi hesitated slightly, then extended her delicate hand and waved it gently. Instantly, the fire prison vanished without a trace. With a cold expression, Ning Ningzi of the Jin Gong glanced at Bairuoyu before turning to Xiao. Initially, I merely sought a husband to bear a child, but now I find myself genuinely intrigued by you, Xiao. She delicately touched her crimson lips. Nevertheless, such matters cannot be rushed. After all, to be despised by one I admire would be a great misfortune. With that, she swayed her hips and, in her high heels, gracefully walked away. Farewell, my future husband. The crimson lotus of the yin-yang robe dissipated, and the serpent transformed back into a mere slip of paper in her hand. Wait, Bairuoyu called out. Ning Ningzi's steps faltered slightly. You will participate in the freshman tournament, won't you? Ning Ningzi noted it. Excellent. Then I shall defeat you in the tournament to avenge my previous disgrace. Bairuoyu declared, hands on her hips, her demeanor serious. Ning Ningzi tuklet, amuset. How delightful. Very well, I accept this challenge. Pulling a lollipop from an unknown source, she popped it in her mouth and cheerfully departed the scene. Chapter 52. A gentle breeze from heaven caresses the restless heart. Well, this is quite a predicament. One of you aims to break into the top 10, while the other seeks to engage in a duel. The challenge has escalated, Xiao remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. I simply cannot tolerate her antics. Bairuoyu exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety. Are you concerned that I might fall victim to her tricks? I would be the one to toy with her. Xiao retorted disdainfully. No, absolutely not. You are forbidden from playing with her. Bairuoyu waved her small hands defiantly. Then who am I to toy with? You? What sort of mischief could you possibly offer me? Xiao's gaze lingered on her flat chest. Woo-woo. I am still young, and I will grow. I am of the type that develops later. Bairuoyu defended herself, clutching her chest. Hey, you silly girl. Do you genuinely wish for me to play with you? I mean you. Xiao mused, stroking his chin. Surely, you do not have feelings for me. Swish, swish, swish. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Bairuoyu. She was suddenly rendered speechless, her face reddening more than an apple. Do you truly harbor feelings for me? Xiao pressed further. Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongchun exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by the unfolding drama. EW, who would like you? How could I possibly fancy such a rogue as you? Bairuoyu turned her head away, her hands flailing in protest. Well, if you do not like me, that is fine. I myself have no affection for flatness. Xiao replied with a satisfied smile. Come, let us go drink. He then pulled Xiao Hongchun and Xiao Jianfeng away toward the horizon. I cannot drink. Xiao Jianfeng's terrified voice echoed behind them. If you cannot, you shall learn. Just 2 bottles alone will suffice. Xiao repeated nonchalantly. Bairuoyu trudged behind, her expression dejected, her eyes glistening like wilted eggplants, utterly disheartened. Bairuoyu, you do not truly have feelings for Xiao, do you? Jiang Ro inquired, observing her downcast demeanor. I am uncertain. Bairuoyu mumbled, pouting. It is just. When we are all together, my gaze inevitably drifts toward him. I feel elated when he triumphs over foes, and I cheer for him. Yet, when he stands too close to other women, a weight settles in my chest. Furthermore, I used to detest his crude jokes, yet now I find them rather amusing. He. Does this count as affection? I am not quite sure. Jiang Ro was left speechless, watching Bairuoyu's foolish smile. The girl may appear carefree, yet deep within, she is still but a child, unable to discern her own emotions. Yet how could others remain oblivious? Undoubtedly, Bairuoyu has feelings for Xiao. Given her background and talents, she is indeed worthy of him. They are a fitting pair, akin to playful rivals. But what of myself? Jiang Ro pondered, her hand resting over her heart, questioning where her own restless spirit might find solace. She gazed at the silhouette of that figure in the distance, lost in thought. It seems that unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao has become increasingly remarkable, so much so that he can be effortlessly spotted amidst the crowd. And even a distant silhouette is enough to identify him. When did this transformation begin? Was it when he boldly charged towards the giant deity? Or when he confronted the shadow god sect single-handedly? Perhaps it was when he stood resolutely before the formidable Chu family. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and come. Yi Zhao's voice echoed from afar. Oh, we're coming. The two hurriedly followed suit. Well, this is fine as it is. A fleeting breeze borrowed from the heavens. Even if it ignites a momentary spark, it is not truly his own. Ultimately, it will return to the sky. Until then, the ability to quietly observe is already a remarkable blessing. Here he comes. Ruoyu, let us hurry and catch up, Jiang Ro urged as she pulled by Ruoyu along. The two figures, one tall and one petite, following closely behind. Oh no, this is bad. I drank too much. Damn it, I'm going to be late. Last night, Xiao had indulged in drinks with his companions, neglecting to take measures to sober up. After their revelry, he hadn't returned to the dormitory, but had instead opted for a nearby chain hotel, where he spent the night in a rather haphazard manner. As a result, upon waking, he realized that the first class was already well underway. No worries, no worries. The teachers 1T recognized me in the first few days of school. I could just put on a facade and slip by, Xiao thought as he glanced at the time on his phone and rushed towards the school. Upon entering the classroom, Xiao immediately spotted Xiao Hongshun and Bai Ruyu, as today's lesson happened to be with them. Xiao Hongshun, upon seeing Xiao, frantically gestured to him. Meanwhile, Bai Ruyu appeared to be stifling laughter, her expression one of gleeful mischief. TCH, Xiao scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. He mouthed, "Watch this." The reaction from Xiao Hongshun was even more exaggerated, while Bai Ruyu clutched her stomach, laughing heartily. Infuriated, Xiao felt the urge to give her a couple of playful knocks on the head. "Excuse me, teacher. I'm late because I had an upset stomach," he boldly declared as he strode into the classroom. This tactic had served him well during his previous university days, proving to be quite effective. Generally, teachers would overlook such minor infractions. However, today, oh, is that so? You had an upset stomach? The teacher slowly lifted her gaze. The moment Xiao caught sight of her delicate features, he felt as if time had frozen. Just yesterday, Ruyu had mentioned that he had been intoxicated and would likely skip class. It turned out he had merely suffered from a stomachache. Did this mean Ruyu had been mistaken? The teacher's gaze shifted to Bairu, who shook her head vigorously like a rattle. "No, sister, I mean teacher Bai. I didn't lie. That means Xiao deceived us. Deceiving a teacher is a serious offense. You will stand for this class. After class, report to my office." Observing Xiao's stunned expression, Bai Ruoqing felt a surge of delight within her. Ah, so you too can experience a day of humility. This is what you get for your earlier antics with me. She discreetly suppressed the grin, threatening to break through, and then spoke out loud. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Ruoqing, an alumnus of Zhengxin University, which makes me your senior. I am now a new instructor at Zhengxin University, responsible for..." Xiao stood alone at the back, finally comprehending why Xiao Hongshun had signaled him. He also grasped the reason behind Bai Ruyu's apparent schadenfreude. Indeed, life is fraught with unforeseen events. He never anticipated that his new teacher would be Bai Ruoqing. This formidable figure undoubtedly harbors a grudge. Thus the class passed. After the lesson concluded, Xiao, with a dejected demeanor, made his way to Bai Ruoqing's office. "Ha ha ha ha. Xiao, look at you now. Initially, my sister intended to surprise you, but it has turned into a fright instead." "Ha ha." Bai Ruyu laughed unabashedly, clutching her stomach as she approached Xiao. Consequently, Xiao was met with a playful slap. "Xiao, let's go together. Jiang Ro is also on her way, and teacher Bai has summoned us. I believe there must be an important matter at hand." Understood. Upon hearing of the important matter, Xiao's expression grew solemn. Chapter 53. The Talents of Magic City Vocational University. The four of them arrived at Bai Ruoqing's office, where she was intently focused on her lesson plan, delicately bringing morsels of food to her luscious red lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. One might ponder if your mother lacked proper nutrition during your gestation, as the disparity between you and your peers from the same womb is quite astonishing. Observing her ample figure, elegantly encased in a white shirt that swayed enticingly as Bai Ruoqing shifted, Xiao couldn't help but marvel. It must be said that the resemblance between Bai Ruoqing and her sister Bai Ruoyu is striking, akin to that of mother and daughter. Bai Ruoqing, with her generous spirit. Stanza 1. 78 meters tall, her long legs clad in black stockings exuding an air of seduction, effortlessly captivating the attention of those with a penchant for such allure. A mature and graceful woman, She possesses an undeniable charm. In contrast, by Ruoyu, standing at 1.5 meters, resembles a young girl, her petite legs wrapped in white stockings, her cherubic face flushed like a ripe apple, embodying the essence of a youthful lowly. She appears far from university student. One might easily mistake her for a middle schooler. Xiao, cease your antics outside and come in, by watching called out, lifting her head with a hint of exasperation. Having spent considerable time together, she had grown accustomed to Xiao's playful demeanor. Hello, Teacher Bai. Xiao greeted, entering with a cheeky grin. What are you eating? Teacher Bai, are you that busy? Bai watching crossed her legs and shot him a reproachful glance. It's all well and good for you to behave like this with us, but do refrain from harassing every girl you encounter outside. How could that be? Xiao, I'm a model gentleman, he retorted dismissively. You are quite the chatterbox. She replied with a smile. In truth, I called you here primarily for this matter. With that, she placed a stack of documents before them. The freshman competition at Magic City Vocational University concluded yesterday, and a teacher from there intends to bring the top 5 students to our capital. They wish to engage with us, the foremost vocational university in the Great Xiao, to assess our respective standings and foster amicable development between our institutions. Xiao took the documents, chuckling. How charmingly worded. They merely seek to provoke us. Is Magic City Vocational University the perennial second place, feeling ennui and wishing to ascend? Watching nodded. Indeed, the intentions behind this are transparent. It is widely known that a few outstanding students have emerged from Magic City Vocational University this year, and it seems they have grown rather inflated in their self-regard, particularly a student named Tang Hao, who emerged as the top freshman, possesses remarkable strength as a dragon warrior. Accompanied by a divine dragon, it is said he hails from our capital and has specifically chosen to join Magic City Vocational University, being the younger brother of Tang Xian from the illustrious Tang family, who topped the capital's college entrance examination 4 years ago. Dan Suan. At the mention of this name, Jiang Ro's expression darkened slightly. Xiao glanced at her, to which she responded with a calm smile. Oh, I know Tang Xian. Quite the opportunist, if I may say so. And then, opportunist? Bai watching raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. Do not mind me. Teacher Bai, please continue. Bai watching nodded in acknowledgement. The esteemed Tang Hao has designated you to host the guests, and the school has acquiesced. Calculating the time, they're expected to arrive this afternoon. We're to host them? Teacher Bai, do you believe this is reasonable? Must we accommodate those from the Magic University? Xiao retorted. I find it somewhat unreasonable as well, yet this is Principal Ning's directive, and a flicker of hesitation crossed Bai Ruoqing's eyes. And what? Xiao pidisit. To be honest, I would prefer not to disclose this, but considering your resilient nature, I thought it prudent to inform you that Principal Ning specifically instructed that if they overstep their bounds, there is no need to endure it. No need to endure? Xiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Did the principal truly say that? Indeed. Over the years, Magic University has been at odds with us, and the competition for student recruitment has intensified. For instance, Tang Hao was originally meant to attend our Jianshan University, but he was unscrupulously lured away by Magic University, reportedly with 5 enchanting senior female companions assigned to him. It is utterly disgraceful, since they have resorted to such unscrupulous tactics and show us no respect. Why should we indulge them? Bai Ruoqing declared vehemently. In recent years, the principal of Magic University has adopted increasingly aggressive methods, resorting to any means necessary in the pursuit of student enrollment. Last year, I heard that a young mentor from Magic University even offered himself to a candidate. If our Jianshan University had not reacted swiftly this year, Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru would have been poached as well. Very well, Teacher Bai. We shall take charge of this matter. Xiao responded decisively. By the way, I've heard that Tang Hao has quite the lecherous disposition. You 2 young ladies must take care of yourselves, Bai Ruoqing added. Rest assured, I shall protect them diligently, Xiao assured, patting his chest. Bai Ruoqing remained somewhat apprehensive. Xiao, do be cautious, do not strike too harshly. The Tang family wields considerable influence, and if things escalate, ensure Tang Hao does not sustain any irreversible injuries. She advised once more. Fear not. I exercise great restraint. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals behind him exchanged glances, their expressions betraying skepticism. Indeed, he was quite restrained. Dai Lian and Jin Xingning were currently in the ICU, and it was uncertain when they would emerge. As they departed from Bai Ruoqing's office, Yi Xiao felt invigorated. Jiang Ro, is that Tang Xian the fiancé the old man has arranged for you? Yes, Jiang Ro nodded. Tang Xian is exceptionally powerful. Having graduated only a year ago, he has already attained the 5th-level perfection stage and commands a god-hunting team, surpassing even the renowned Bai Zhan god-hunting team in Jiangzhou. He is the most outstanding young talent of the Tang family. As Tang Hao is Tang Xian's younger brother, he frequently trains with Tang Xian's team, accumulating substantial practical experience. Even having encountered true deities, far surpassing Dai Lian and Jin Xingning, he truly embodies the phrase young prodigy. The stronger, the better. When it comes to a confrontation, I shall not hold back. Yi Xiao rubbed his hands together, a broad smile illuminating his face. Xiao Hongchun timidly chimed in. Yi Xiao, when Teacher Bai mentioned that the other party is being excessively unreasonable, we need not endure it. If the other party is not being unreasonable, though it is unlikely they would be, just observe that Tang Hao is certainly lecherous. I surmise that upon seeing Bai Ryu, he will undoubtedly pounce upon her like a mouse drawn to cheese. I'm quite familiar with such individuals. After all, in my previous life during my university years, Yi Xiao was quite the reclusive individual, spending his days in the dormitory engrossed in novels, fully aware of such scenarios. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, Yi Xiao swiftly spotted several individuals from Magic City University amidst the crowd. A middle-aged man clad in a golden suit approached them, his face beaming with delight. Following him were 5 spirited young men and women dressed in the distinctive attire of Magic University, each exuding an air of confidence. The more he observed, the more delighted Yi Xiao became. Hello, classmates. Are you students from Jinshin University? The man in the golden suit waved enthusiastically. Hello, teacher. Yi Xiao replied with an innocent demeanor. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you to all the students as well. My name is Yi Xiao, a freshman from Jinshin University, and I am here to welcome you all. These are my classmates, Jiang Ro, Bai Ruoyu, and Xiao Hongqin. Yi Xiao had transformed from his usual self, appearing exceedingly earnest, which starkly contrasted with the vibrant students from Magic University. Yet, Xiao Hongqin and the others understood that this facade of modesty was merely a prelude to something significant brewing within him. Chapter 54. The individual named Tang Hao, upon hearing Yi Xiao's self-introduction, a young man in the crowd, lifted his gaze. He was an unremarkable figure, easily lost among the throng. The singular distinction lay in his bright, haughty eyes, exuding an air of superiority that suggested he might as well have inscribed, "I am better than you," upon his visage. Students from a Magic City professional university. This way, please, Yi Xiao beckoned. We have arranged a banquet at the Jian Tower. Ah, Yi Xiao's demeanor is quite commendable. The hospitality of Jinshin University is indeed impressive, remarked the teacher in the golden suit, turning to address a few students with an air reminiscent of addressing a mere attendant. Yi Xiao maintained his radiant smile. One by one, the group boarded a business vehicle. Sister-in-law, why not join us for dinner? There's no need to be with these people, Tang Hao said, glancing back before entering the vehicle. Jiang Ro paused momentarily, taken aback. Yi Xiao's smile remained unwavering as he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Hongchun, as if silently communicating not to interfere. Xiao Hongchun's lips twitched, offering a moment of silent tribute to Tang Hao. By the way, Bai Ruoyu, you are quite charming. Would you care to join us for dinner? He inquired again, his eyes betraying a blatant and unmasked desire for possession. Jiang Ro was his sister-in-law, thus he could not overstep, but Bai Ruoyu was a different matter entirely. After all, he had yet to indulge in such innocence. The students from Magic University were engrossed in their phones, even the mentor maintaining a smile, as though they were accustomed to Tang Hao's behavior. Please, go ahead. We shall join you shortly, Yi Xiao said with a smile. I wasn't speaking to you, so why do you interject? Tang Hao coldly reprimanded Yi Xiao. Is this the manner of hospitality at Jinshin University? It seems my choice of Magic University was indeed wise. The service attitude of my 5 senior sisters there is exemplary. Yi Xiao's smile only grew brighter. Relishing Tang Hao's escalating frustration, fully anticipating an impending altercation. Bai Ruoyu, I will ask you once more, will you dine with us? Let me inform you. I am from the Tang family of the imperial capital. You are aware of the Tang family, are you not? If you accompany me, all your cultivation resources for the next 4 years will be covered by my family. You need not concern yourself with Zhengshun University, with the Tang family backing you. You can effortlessly withdraw from Zhengshun and join Magic University, Tang Hao declared with arrogance. The teacher in the golden suit, still smiling, pulled out a tablet and began to scroll. Student Bai Ruoyu, your talents are quite exceptional, a dual-class summoner and mage. Should you choose to join us at Magic University, it would be most advantageous. We would provide you with the following resources. He rambled on extensively. Yi Zhao's smile remained, yet it grew increasingly frigid. To brazenly undermine Zhengshun University in public, did they truly believe the school's mentors were absent and that they could act with impunity? Bai Ruoyu blinked her large eyes. I'm not entirely sure, and I need to consult my boyfriend. As she spoke, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, and she grasped Yi Zhao's arm with a radiant smile. Her boyfriend, Tang Hao's expression darkened. At that moment, a male classmate whispered a few words beside him. Suddenly, Tang Hao changed his demeanor. Well, if you have a boyfriend, so be it. Sister-in-law, are you joining us? Jiang Ro shook her head. We'll take another car in a while. The car window slowly rolled up, and they vanished at the end of the road. This fellow is recklessly courting disaster. Let us go see what other tricks he has up his sleeve, Yi Xiao remarked with a cold smile. Hailing a cab towards Jieyun building. Inside the vehicle, the mentor cautioned, Tang Hao, while having fun is all well and good, remember that you are a student of Zhengshun University. Let us not make a scene. Rest assured with the Tang family backing me. A provincial family can be easily managed, Tang Hao retorted disdainfully as he perused Bai Ruoyu's data and information. I find this young man, named Yi Xiao, rather remarkable. A female student interjected. Since enrollment, he has consecutively injured both Dai Lian and Jin Qingning, inflicting severe wounds. His attacks were quite ruthless. However, his demeanor today starkly contrasts the records, appearing excessively timid. The female student analyzed meticulously. Suya, you are overthinking it. He is merely a coward who preys on the weak. Comparing him with Tang Hao and the two injured fools would be an insult to Tang Hao, remarked the young man who had whispered to Tang Hao earlier. Indeed, knowing Tang Hao's strength, he can only keep his tail between his legs, another male student chimed in. Ha! The top recruit from the southern province. What a joke! Tang Hao, basking in the flattery of his peers, grew increasingly arrogant. He tossed aside his tablet. Tonight, I intend to have him obediently send his girlfriend to my room. That would certainly be more entertaining, wouldn't it? Suya furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Tang Hao's formidable strength and the vast influence of the Tang family made it exceedingly rare to navigate this circle unscathed. Suya, would you like to join us tonight? Tang Hao's piercing gaze shifted to her. Never mind. I've not been feeling well these past couple of days. She turned away, uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny. This time, she resolved to maintain some distance from them. Suya sighed. Otherwise, she might not be able to safeguard herself. Then what about you, Wang Shuer? Would you like to join? Tang Hao directed his attention to another girl, flamboyantly dressed and engrossed in her phone. Sure, Wang Shuer readily agreed. Already accustomed to Tang Hao's advances. However, I must admit, I have a bit of crush on that handsome guy. She caressed the sharp-featured face of Xiao Hongshun on the data board. Like him, if you fancy him, let Gao Jia handle it for you later, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly. Wang Shuer is a unique profession known as a seductress, characterized by unconventional methods of advancement. By engaging in intimate relations with men, she is able to absorb their vital energy, thereby enhancing her own power. During the initial period of the new semester, it is rumored that she has already been involved with no fewer than 80 male students at Magic City University, with whispers suggesting she has not gone a single night without such encounters. Thank you for your generosity, Tang Hao, Wang Shuer said with a playful smile as she nestled beside him and gently pecked his lips. Tang Hao, in turn, wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his demeanor nonchalant as he began to caress her softly. To be frank, Magic City University is rather unremarkable. The only individuals worthy of my attention are Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, while the rest are mere insects. My ambitions for this visit to the university are quite clear: to ascend by stepping over Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru, while indulging in the pleasures offered by the women of Magic City University. Jiang Ro also possesses her own merits. Yet alas, she is the fiancée of my brother, which stirs a sense of regret within me. Tang Hao's expression bore a hint of wistfulness. Chapter 55. The Madness of Intoxication. The Zhiyun Building is a relatively business-oriented restaurant, primarily used for entertaining guests. Shortly after Tang Hao and his companions arrived, Xiao and his group also made their entrance. "Please, everyone," said the male attendant as he guided them into the restaurant. Along the way, Tang Hao's gaze frequently lingered on by Ryu, while his eyes towards Xiao betrayed a mischievous grin. Noticing Tang Hao's scrutiny, Xiao turned back and offered him a radiant smile. "Tang Hao, my." This lad had no inkling of the chaos that was about to unfold. The thought of the impending drama brought an uncontrollable smile to his lips. "Hey, sister-in-law, I don't believe you've met my brother yet. I think it would be lovely for you two to go out on a date. Conveniently, my brother is on leave at the moment, allowing you to engage in a deeper conversation, especially since we will all be family in the future." Tang Hao emphasized the word deeper with exaggerated flair. "I'm afraid I'm quite busy lately," Jiang Ro replied, taking a sip of her drink with a nonchalant demeanor. Tang Hao chuckled awkwardly, then lifted 2 wine glasses and approached Xiao. "Ah, brother, I must apologize for any offense earlier. Allow me to toast to you." With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one go. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, the top recruit from the southern province. Within less than half a month of school, you famously defended a beauty by confronting the talented Dai Lian and Jin Xingning. Truly, you have earned my utmost admiration. Let's drink to that." He handed one glass to Xiao, then poured himself another. Xiao cast a casual glance at the swirling liquid. Indeed, something was amiss. Tang Hao had spiked his drink. It was a potent sleeping drug, capable of rendering even a transformed-level practitioner into a slumbering beast. Xiao grinned subtly, accepting the beverage with composure. "Of course, the Magic City University and Jinshin University are brothers. I shall drink to that. Brother Tang, please indulge yourself." With that, Xiao downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. "Excellent wine." Xiao wiped his chin clean, wearing a satisfied expression. Tang Hao's grin widened, as he silently counted down 3, 2, 1. However, after a moment, Xiao showed no signs of intoxication. Tang Hao was bewildered. Had he miscalculated the dosage? His gaze shifted towards Wang Shuer, from whom he had obtained the drug. She was completely enamored, nearly glued to Xiao Hongchun, entirely oblivious to Tang Hao's scrutiny. Furious, Tang Hao cursed under his breath. He then turned his attention to Gao Jia, who quickly caught on. He approached with 2 more glasses in hand. "Brother, you have quite the capacity for alcohol. Let's share a drink. I'm Gao Jia." He handed Xiao the spiked drink. "Names are of little consequence," Xiao replied with an impassive expression as he accepted the glass. "Indeed, what matters is that we are brothers after this toast." Gao Jia replied with a grin. Xiao wore a slight smile. Names were indeed inconsequential, as they would soon all become mere punching bags, indistinguishable from one another. Xiao drained his cup once more, yet remained unaffected. With the enhancement of the martial goddess Eye, his physical constitution had been augmented tenfold. Not even the meager amount of alcohol infused in his drink could impair him. Even if he consumed an entire bottle of potion, it would be of no consequence, as it would swiftly be metabolized upon entering his system. The two continued to pour wine for Xiao, but he remained entirely unperturbed. Gao Jia and Tang Hao were left bewildered. "You must cease feeding him alcohol. Xiao becomes quite unruly when intoxicated," Jiang Ro remarked with a look of exasperation. "Unruly?" Gao Jia paused momentarily, and in the next instant, a fist the size of a sandbag flew toward him. Bang! Xiao's fist landed squarely on Gao Jia's eye, transforming it into a panda's gaze. "You swine-like demon! How dare you infiltrate the realm of the great Xia human race? Prepare to meet your end." With a swift motion, Xiao drew forth his shadow blade and slashed. "Damn it!" Gao Jia, caught off guard, barely managed to evade the blade, only to have his belt severed, revealing his bright red undergarments. A pig-like demon attempting to mimic human attire, How utterly ludicrous. No matter how you disguise yourself, that pig's head you bear cannot be concealed. Yi Zhao's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Gao Jie, bringing his blade down with lethal intent. Do you truly believe I lack temper? Gao Jie bellowed as his upper garments ripped apart, revealing his powerful physique adorned with dark patterns, exuding an aura of ferocity. Little handsome, your friend is in grave peril. Gao Jie is an extraordinary 8th-tier demon warrior. Do you see those demonic patterns? With them, his flesh is as resilient as iron. Your friend's drunken antics will surely bring him suffering. Wang Shui leaned against Xiao Hongchun's chest, her voice sweet and alluring, her delicate fingers tracing circles. However, if you spend a joyous night with me, I can persuade Gao Jie to spare your friend. She leaned in closer, her breath warm against his ear. Xiao Hongchun furrowed his brow and shifted his chair aside. I apologize, but women only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Wang Shui was taken aback, only to hear Xiao Hongchun continue. Moreover, there is an unpleasant odor of decay emanating from you, possessing a clear and discerning sword heart. Xiao Hongchun could perceive the essence of those around him. Wang Shui was indeed reeking of a strong, putrid scent. Her face flushed crimson with indignation. She glared at Xiao Hongchun with a mix of shame and fury, wishing she could drain him of life. At that moment, Gao Jie's eyes were bloodshot, his demonic patterns glowing ominously. You dare strike me. Whether you are truly drunk or merely pretending, you shall perish, he roared, unleashing the horizontal river fist toward Yi Xiao. Gao Jie ranked 4th in this year's Magic City Vocational College freshman competition. As a magic warrior, his strength far exceeds that of ordinary fighters. With a single punch, Yi Xiao would either perish or be left severely injured. Instructor Xiao, will you merely stand idly by while Gao Jie assaults someone? Jiang Rou questioned the instructor. To her surprise, he nonchalantly swirled his wine glass. Alas, classmate Gao is merely acting in self-defense. It is evident that classmate Ye's poor alcohol tolerance led him to strike first. This is beyond my jurisdiction, he remarked, wearing an expression of amused detachment as he sipped his drink. Does Instructor Xiao truly not care? Indeed, I do not. In that case, I shall rest easy, Jiang Rou said with a serene smile. The instructor was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Why have you suddenly relaxed? Shouldn't you be pleading for mercy? At that moment, he noticed Bai Ruyu trembling with laughter, covering her mouth in delight. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Had he fallen into a trap? Just then, a figure flashed before Gao Jie, startling everyone present, and grasped that imposing fist with a firm grip. With a swift twist, there was a resounding crack that echoed throughout the venue. In the next instant, Yi Xiao retaliated with a sharp slap to the face, sending Gao Jie crashing against the wall as if he were a painting embedded in it, firmly stuck and unable to escape. Chapter 56. A double kill, frustrating a group instructor Xiao. What is this? It's not at all what I had envisioned. He opened the data panel and meticulously examined Yi Xiao's profile. Indeed, a pupil practitioner. This is not a profession known for close combat. In his recollection, pupil practitioners are primarily support or ranged fighters. Yet, could a pupil practitioner truly wield their physical strength to grasp Gao Jie's fist and send him flying with a single slap? Even a martial artist would struggle to accomplish such a feat. At that moment, he noticed a small string of light-colored text in the corner. Important note, previously defeated Dai Lian and Jin Xingning with a long knife. Possesses formidable close combat abilities, suspected of having a secondary profession as a swordsman. Damn! Instructor Xiao nearly smashed the tablet. Who decided to print important notes in such faint ink? Shouldn't it be bold and prominent? What kind of professional standard is this? As he watched Yi Xiao stride towards the hanging Gao Jie with fists raised, Instructor Xiao could no longer remain seated. Stop! He exclaimed, rising to intervene, only to be halted by Jiang Rou. Did you not say you wouldn't interfere, no matter the circumstances? Instructor Xiao's expression darkened, and he shrugged dismissively. Who told you that? I never made such a statement. Is that so? Jiang Rou pressed her lips together, and Instructor Xiao suddenly felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Ruoyu, where's the recording from earlier? Right here. Bai Ruo, you pulled out her phone and tapped it lightly. Instructor Xiao's face instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. As a mentor, one cannot speak as if releasing flatulence, can they? Jiang Ro inquired with a smile. Instructor Xiao could only sulkily return to his seat. At that moment, a young man who had been silently seated beside Suya stood up and strode towards Yi Xiao. His figure suddenly transformed into a wisp of smoke. Reappearing behind Yi Xiao, a dagger materialized in his hand, swiftly slicing towards Yi Xiao's neck. Yet, Yi Xiao seemed to have anticipated this, as if he had eyes on the back of his head and retaliated with a kick. Fortunately, the opponent's reflexes were equally swift, vanishing in a puff of smoke. This is Chun Tao, the runner-up of our freshman competition. His profession is shadow assassin, moving with an eerie grace, a true challenge to capture. Your classmates are in for a rough time. Wang Schwetter giggled, covering her mouth. Shadow assassins indeed exhibit bizarre movements and excel in decapitation tactics. During the freshman competition, even Tang Hao nearly fell victim, saved only by summoning his companion divine dragon to envelop the arena with its breath, which forced Chun Tao out into the open for defeat. I'll give you another chance. Serve my sister well, and I might persuade them to spare your classmates. Wang Schwerer cast a flirtatious glance at Xiao Hongchen. Have you slept with all of them? Otherwise, how could they be so obedient to you? At this moment, Bai Ruo, you leaned in to inquire. You, Wang Schwerer, shot an indignant glare at the young girl. For Bai Ruo, you had spoken the truth. Not only had he been with each of them, but he had even been with 3 at once. EW, that's so filthy. You might catch something. I need to keep my distance. I am indeed a young lady, fearful of contagion. Bai Ruo waved her small hand, creating distance between herself and Wang Schwerer. Xiao Hongchun also took the opportunity to retreat further, infuriating Wang Schwerer to the brink of overturning the table, her expression twisted with rage. At that moment, Chen Tao's figure had completely vanished from the scene. Mentor Xiao, with a satisfied smile, lifted his cup for a sip. What do you think, classmate Jiangro? If I had intervened earlier, perhaps classmate Yi Xiao would have remained unharmed. Alas, as a mentor, I must adhere to my word, having stated I would not intervene. I cannot do so. It is indeed regrettable that a student of Jinshan University has been injured. Mentor Xiao beamed, eagerly anticipating Jiang Ro's troubled expression. How dare they attempt to outsmart him? Such recklessness. Now, let us see how she maintains her composure. Yet, Jiang Ro merely took a casual sip of her drink. Oh. This simple exclamation held profound significance. Mentor Xiao felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton. Let us see how long you can keep up this fade. He snorted disdainfully, taking a sip of his wine, prepared to relish the spectacle of Yi Xiao's torment. At that moment, Yi Xiao, without a hint of hesitation, reached out toward a particular space. Then, with a resounding slap, he pulled forth a figure. With 2 crisp slaps, Chun Tao was left utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? He asked himself 3 existential questions. It was truly perplexing. Despite hiding so well, how had Yi Xiao so easily unveiled him? What the devil? Is this some sort of game of hide and seek? Apologies, but it is my absolute favorite. Bang! Yi Xiao seized him by the collar, swiftly disarming him of his dagger. Then, with a swift motion, he plunged the blade into Chun Tao's hand. Chun Tao emitted a piercing scream. Which hand did you strike? This hand. Chun Tao raised his uninjured left hand. Stop your nonsense. It was clearly your right hand. With a swift extraction, Yi Xiao stabbed into his left hand. Chun Tao cried out again, squealing like a pig in agony. I shall ask you once more, which hand? Right hand. So it was the right hand. Was it? Swish. Yi Xiao thrust the blade back into the wound. The sensation was excruciating. Chun Tao felt as if he were spiraling into oblivion. It hurt so much. I was wrong. Spare me. He sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Yi Xiao, expressionless, seized his collar and hurled him toward Gao Jia. Boom! The walls of Jian building were remarkably sturdy, as the two collided and became embedded within the wall. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Xiao dusted off his hands. A perfect work of art. Wait. Let me take a picture. I must share this on social media. The artistic vibe is simply overwhelming. I have never seen anything like it. By Roy, you exclaimed, springing forth to snap photos from every angle. This scene nearly caused the barely conscious Xiao Jia to faint from the shock. Enough. Clap. At that moment, Tang Hao forcefully slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. You little rascal. You are not drunk at all. You are toying with us. Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders in response. Who was the first to administer the soporific? Tang Hao's expression darkened. You detected it early on? Then why did you continue to drink? Are you foolish? If I hadn't indulged a bit more, what reason would I have to unleash my drunken fury upon these two imbeciles? Yi Xiao regarded Tang Hao with an expression of amusement. Tang Hao trembled with rage. All right. This is the first time I have encountered someone as audacious as you. You are courting death. His brows furrowed, and his eyes blazed with an intensity that seemed capable of utterly consuming Yi Xiao. Chapter 57. The Eye Sorcerer Versus. The Dragon Warrior, do you know what happened to the last person who dared to provoke me? Tang Hao's icy gaze pierced through Yi Xiao. I shattered his limbs and cast him into the depths of the river. His entire family was dispatched by the Tang clan to toil in the wilderness. By now, he has likely become the excrement of some beast, rotting away in some forsaken corner of the wild. You and T wish to be the second, would you? He stepped closer, leaning in to whisper into Yi Xiao's ear. A powerless wretch like you. I wonder how I shall bring about your demise. Once you are gone, your little girlfriend will be mine. I shall cherish her well, and not only that, I will summon 10 burly men to do the same. I just wonder if her frail form can withstand it. Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Tang Hao was undoubtedly the most depraved and vile individual he had encountered since his rebirth. Ironically, this scoundrel was also a prodigy, a member of one of the most formidable families in the Great Xiao. In an instant, Yi Xiao acted without hesitation, his hand moving like lightning to grip Tang Hao's throat. Your presence is a disgrace to the Great Xiao, and the prestigious Jidai University in Magic City shall forever be branded with the shame of your existence. Yi Xiao's eyes shimmered with a golden flame, his aura transforming drastically, contrasting sharply with his previously carefree demeanor. With you, I fear you shall not dare to strike at me. Tang Hao, ensnared by Yi Xiao's grasp, exhibited no sign of panic. A brazen smirk adorned his face. I have the backing of the Tang family, wielding immense power and strength. What can you possibly do to me? Even if I were to kill you today, no one would come to your aid. With a thunderous roar, a savage aura erupted from Tang Hao, forcibly breaking free from Yi Xiao's grip. He retreated a couple of steps, creating distance, and coldly declared, Azure Battle Dragon. A dense blue mist enveloped him, morphing into a colossal beast nearly 10 meters tall, its form nearly brushing against the ceiling of the hall. You truly possess remarkable patience. Tang Hao, I can hardly wait to tear this wretch apart. Within the blue mist, a blood-red light pulsed ominously, revealing a gruesome beast's eye, exuding a violent aura that spread outward. This was Tang Hao's accompanying divine dragon, the Azure Battle Dragon, a presence akin to that of a demon. Wang Shuer gazed at the Azure Battle Dragon with profound terror. The first time she had witnessed it was during the quarterfinals of the freshman tournament, where Tang Hao's Azure Battle Dragon had left the audience in shock. The brutal and grotesque scene remained etched in her mind. His opponent, a local prodigy from Magic City, had nearly been torn to shreds by the Azure Battle Dragon. All the freshmen present had been thoroughly frightened by the dragon's ferocious roars, blood gushing forth, icy fangs bared, and the horrifying sounds of flesh being ripped apart had haunted many students with nightmares. If it weren't for the intervention of the mentors, that opponent might have been devoured whole, skin and bones alike, by the Azure Battle Dragon. Tang Hao is truly serious this time, Jiangrou. You are in grave danger. However, you may rest assured, for I shall intervene to preserve his life. After all, both the Shanghai Vocational University and the Guardian University are essentially one and the same. Yet, beyond that, I cannot guarantee anything, given that he instigated the provocation against Tang Hao first. Wasn't it Tang Hao who administered the drug initially? Jiang Rou retorted. Administered a drug? Do you have any evidence? I do. At that moment, Xiao Hongquan suddenly interjected. In a swift motion, he drew his sword and held it against Wang Shuer's throat. Seizing her handbag, and extracting a packet of drugs from within. Then, Bai Ryu quickly reached for the wine glasses positioned near Gao, Jia, and Tang Hao. Damn it! Suya! Hurry, stop them! The mentor, taken aback, had not anticipated that these students would possess such sharp reflexes and decisiveness, instinctively knowing to preserve evidence without succumbing to panic. This was indeed troublesome. However, Suya merely sat quietly in her seat, unmoving. She shook her head at the mentor. Mentor-san, I do not wish to be complicit in wrongdoing. You. Mentor-san's expression darkened with fury. Hand over those items. He bellowed, exerting his commanding presence upon the students, intent on seizing the evidence. Mentor-san, I have already notified Mentor Bai and Principal Ning. They are en route. Do you truly wish to escalate the situation? Jiang Ro displayed the chat records on her phone. Upon hearing the name Ning Xiao, Mentor-san's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Ning Xiao, the principal of Guardian University, was a formidable figure, one not to be trifled with, even by the most established families in the capital. Moreover, Ning Xiao had numerous influential friends across various sectors in Great Xia, including the famed sword god of Great Xia, who counted him as a close ally, earning the admiration even of the Grand Chancellor. He adjusted his glasses, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. With Ning Xiao coming, he dared not maintain his arrogance. His only hope now rested on Tang Hao managing to incapacitate Yi Xiao. Should Tang Hao emerge victorious, all would be manageable. A battle cry suddenly commanded everyone's attention. A deep blue mist began to take form, revealing a dragon-like creature adorned with icy scales and clad in formidable armor, exuding an imposing aura with its crimson gaze, reminiscent of a character sprung from shonen manga. Tang Hao, to what extent shall I incapacitate him? Maim him, or shall I kill him? The voice of the battle dragon resonated. As long as he does not die. Do as you please, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, then I shall not hold back. I am famished. Let me feast on his 2 hands first. With a thunderous roar, the azure battle dragon shot forth towards Yi Xiao like a brilliant meteor. With a swift motion, it raised a claw and struck towards Yi Xiao. Tang Hao's level stood at the pinnacle of the extraordinary 9th tier. However, the overwhelming output of the azure battle dragon would be difficult to withstand, even for someone at the 1st tier of transformation. Observe closely, should one engage the azure dragon in a direct confrontation. It would take no more than 3 moves before its bones were shattered. The mentor, perched with an air of confidence, exuded an undeniable might, exerting a pressure far greater than that of the renowned Cold Hong from the 100 Battles Hunter Squad. Yi Zhao's gaze narrowed as he beheld the azure dragon surging forward like a shooting star. Under normal circumstances, its extraordinary 6th tier prowess would render it nearly invincible. Even soaring to the heavens would not suffice to evade its lethal grasp. Yet, he was no ordinary 6th tier being. His level merely skimmed the surface. True power lay within. In an instant, Yi Xiao activated all his ocular techniques, a terrifying surge of eye power coursing through his limbs and bones. With the martial god, eye activated, his physical strength surged tenfold, and the shadow blade he wielded felt as natural as an extension of his own arm. The void-breaking eye unveiled the air flow, rendering the azure dragon's rapid movements replete with countless vulnerabilities. With the eternal flame monarch, eye awakened, 9 golden lotus flames encircled him. A golden flame robe draping over his towering form, and his eyes radiated a divine brilliance reminiscent of a deity. Apart from his most formidable trump card, the martial goddess illusion, Yi Xiao was nearly at full battle capacity. This strike would sever your professional journey. His aura transformed into something immensely fearsome, akin to a dormant volcano erupting and dispelling all shadows. At this moment, Yi Xiao seized control of the battlefield. The initiative was firmly in his grasp. Chapter 58. Ruining your career blades, swords, spears, halberds, clubs, axes, shields. The golden lotus transformed into 9 formidable warriors, standing resolutely before Yi Xiao. At that moment, the azure war dragon crashed into Yi Xiao like a shooting star. Yet, the 9 warriors steadfastly blocked its path. Like a wall of flames, the azure war dragon roared, desperately attempting to tear through this layer of defense but to no avail. Yi Xiao observed its frenzy with a cold gaze. As the resonant battle cries echoed throughout the expansive chamber, this powerful roar, when heard for too long, inevitably evoked a sense of impotence. Bai Ryu tilted her head and obediently remarked, "You are not alone in feeling this way." Xiao Hongquan replied expressionlessly. Yi Xiao watched as the dragon thrashed violently, sneering. "Stop shouting, it's rather irritating." Boom! He raised his hand, conjuring a fiery long sword, flames engulfing his entire being. The shadow blade ignited as well. With a swift motion, he executed a dual strike, the ghostly blade flashing. Whoosh! Yi Xiao vanished from sight, and in the next instant, a pungent scent of charred flesh filled the air. Bang! The azure war dragon let out a pitiful cry, sent flying by Yi Xiao's blade. "Aren't you quite formidable? Weren't you going to kill me? If you wish to devour me, then I shall feast upon you first." With a flick of his wrist, the 9 warriors dissipated, and he activated his copy eye, thoroughly analyzing the structure of the azure war dragon. Then, flames coalesced before him into a 10-meter tall monstrosity, identical in form to the azure war dragon. However, it was ablaze with golden flames, obscuring its features, a mere amalgamation of fire. Roar! This fiery creature emitted a battle cry identical to that of the azure war dragon. Yi Xiao gently patted it and chuckled. "Let's name it the Golden Flame Dragon. What do you think? It possesses far more prestige than yours." Tang Hao's face quivered with fury. "My azure war dragon is a true being of dragon blood. What is yours but a mere imitation? Easily vanquished. If it is truly so feeble, we shall see." Boom! The Golden Flame Dragon lunged at the azure war dragon, pinning it firmly to the ground. It unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. The unquenchable flames began to spread over the azure war dragon's body, causing its wide, bell-like eyes to flash with fear. "This cannot be. Your dragon pales in comparison to mine. It is far too weak, and you are inferior to me. Yi Xiao Sukolfutkoldi. You, a dragon warrior, are merely a decoration. You are no different from a beast tamer." He charged towards Tang Hao, brandishing his sword. "Arrogant. I concede you possess some skill. Defeating Gao Jie and Chun Tao is noteworthy. Thus, I grant you the opportunity to witness my true power. Esha va dragon. Return. Dragon armor." Whoosh! The azure war dragon hastily shoved aside Yi Xiao's golden flame dragon and retreated. "Tang Hao, kill him. I must slay him. It hurts so much. I am in agony." "Ah!" It roared in fury, the golden flames still burning atop its form. The azure dragon bore numerous severe burns, with many of its scales torn away. "Rest assured, you shall pay dearly for this," Tang Hao declared coldly. "Come forth. Let the Divine Guardian Academy tremble under your command." Azure armor. Roar. The azure dragon, standing behind Tang Hao, unleashed a deafening roar. A colossal beam of blue light enveloped the two. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Tang Hao was seen clad in deep blue battle armor, wielding a massive sword, with a flowing dark cloak billowing behind him. Quite intriguing. Reminiscent of a sailor's uniform with a yin-yang motif, Yi Xiao mused, stroking his chin. Tang Hao lunged forward, swinging his great sword towards Yi Xiao. In this state, Tang Hao's combat power had already reached the level of a second-tier metamorphosis. Minter Sun's expression brightened. "I never anticipated he harbored such strength. Our magical capital university has truly struck gold." As Tang Hao and Yi Xiao clashed, Minter Sun wore a look of astonishment. This young man must have exhausted his tactics by now. This battle is secure. However, Yi Xiao's gaze flickered. It seemed he had gained new insights. This golden flame robe was far more than mere decoration. If I could manifest the flames. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao began to harness the golden flames from the cosmos. As he stepped forward, golden lotus flowers blossomed in his wake. Gather, sizzle. All the flames converged upon Yi Xiao, forming a striking set of golden battle armor around him. He appeared as a blazing deity, exuding an aura of terrifying might. "Your abilities are commendable. Allow me to make use of them." Yi Xiao flicked his wrist, relishing the exhilarating sensation of donning a warrior's armor. Bam! He engaged Tang Hao in combat, and Minter Sun watched in awe. Yi Xiao grew increasingly fervent in battle. With a final strike, he sent Tang Hao's sword flying. Discarding the shadow blade, he charged forward with a punch. Boom! His fist struck Tang Hao's head, followed swiftly by a kick. Bang! 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 Every part of his body seemed to transform into a weapon, delivering blows with such precision that Tang Hao resembled a mere punching bag, entirely ensnared in Yi Xiao's rhythm. You toy with my girlfriend? You think you can? Kill me? By what right? The Tang family is formidable. You, Tang Hao, are strong. I'm afraid in my eyes. You amount to nothing. In the heat of battle, Yi Xiao appeared to have truly lost his sanity, gradually stripping the armor from Tang Hao's body. I warned you. Your career will end here. I do not deceive. I, Yi Xiao, am a man of my word. Clang, clang, clang. The pieces of armor were smashed to the ground. With Yi Xiao pressing down on him, Tang Hao was pummeled ruthlessly, blood and flesh becoming a gruesome spectacle. Enjoying playing with women? I'm afraid you shall have no chance in the future. Yi Xiao directly thrust his foot beneath his opponent. Bang! From a moment Tang Hao discarded his weapon. He had relinquished all control. A series of relentless strikes rendered him utterly foolish. The discarded armor lay scattered on the ground, transformed into the battered form of the azure battle dragon. Tang Hao, witnessing his master reduced to such a pitiful state, the azure battle dragon was filled with both shock and fury. Do not scream. Your turn will come swiftly. Hearing the cry, Yi Xiao callously tossed Tang Hao to the ground as if he were refuse. His entire being ablaze, he charged toward the azure battle dragon. Who taught you to consume the flesh of others? Those who devour are but demons. You too shall meet your end. Boom! With a single hand movement, a tempest of flames surged forth, and a 3-meter-long blade materialized in his grasp. Then, Yi Xiao leaped into the air, descending like a comet with his blade poised to strike. Under the gaze of the terrified azure battle dragon, the blade drew ever closer. At that moment, several figures burst into the chamber. All that could be seen was the silhouette of a colossal azure beast, cleaved in two by a youth engulfed in flames. Descending from the heavens, with Tang Hao's piercing scream echoing through the air, the azure battle dragon was completely consumed by the golden flames. Chapter 59. No one dares to step forward? I, Ning Xiao, will, upon her late arrival, by rewatching gasped in astonishment at the scene before her. Didn't I advise you to tread carefully? You've utterly incapacitated him, with a fierce grip on the 3-meter-long sword engulfed in golden flames. Yi Xiao brought it down with a tremendous force, creating a vast chasm that surged towards Tang Ruoqing and her companion. Suddenly, a figure beside Bai Ruoqing stepped forward, effortlessly extinguishing the flames with a mere gesture. Teacher Bai. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Xiao's face. He dissipated the fiery blade, the stars of intensity in his eyes gradually fading. As the golden flame robe slipped away, it revealed a well-defined torso, showcasing 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, his physique contradicting the frail appearance he had projected. Teacher Bai, what brings you here? He inquired. If we hadn't come, you might have killed this fool. Bai Ruoqing reproached, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Xiao. At that moment, Tang Hao lay on the ground, clutching his groin and writhing in agony. Em ruined. It hurts. His face contorted in pain, tears and snot mingling in a pitiful display. Yi Xiao had left Tang Hao's younger brother in a state of utter destruction beneath his foot, while his accompanying spirit dragon had met its demise at Yi Xiao's blade. This meant that Tang Hao was now rendered a physical and professional invalid. A dragon warrior without their spirit dragon was even less formidable than an ordinary martial artist, leading to the depths of despair in Tang Hao's heart. Your methods are rather excessive. Bai Ruoqing sighed, uncertain of what to convey to Yi Xiao. Teacher Bai, didn't you say I could defend myself? This scoundrel attempted to drug me. Yi Xiao protested, wearing an expression of grievance. You have no idea how potent that drug was. Had I fallen victim to it, you might never have seen me again. Bai Ruoqing shot him a sidelong glance. While others might be unaware of Yi Xiao's true nature, she certainly was not. Attempting to gain the upper hand against him was nothing short of a dream. Yi Xiao is correct. Tang Hao initiated the drugging and the threats followed. His actions can indeed be deemed self-defense, a previously silent middle-aged man beside by watching spoke, his gaze towards Xiao reflecting a hint of approval. Young man, your methods are quite adept, and your strength is commendable. Thank you for the compliment, principal. I merely employ minor tactics. Nothing of significance, Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively, ever the humble individual. Huh, you are quite intriguing. Do visit my office for tea sometime, Ning Zhao chuckled. Yi Zhao's expression turned sour. I might prefer something stronger than tea. We have that as well. In fact, the taste of cola is even more enjoyable. Whatever you wish to drink, we can provide, Ning Zhao replied. Yi Zhao, what does this mean? Is there no way to gracefully decline? All right, he reluctantly agreed, his face still a mask of discomfort. Very well, let us proceed to take a look. Yi Zhao led the two towards Jiang Rou's dining table. Principal Ning, upon noticing Ning Zhao striding in, the humble minter's son hastily approached with a servile demeanor, extending both hands for a handshake. However, Ning Zhao did not even spare him a glance, brushing past him with indifference. Minter's son, undeterred, merely wiped the hem of his trousers, maintaining his obsequious smile. Is it confirmed that this matter was instigated by Tang Hao? Ning Zhao directly inquired of Jiang Rou and the others. Indeed, this is the cup that Tang Hao and his associates used to serve Xiao, containing a potent sedative identical to the drug discovered in Wang Shueter's belongings, Jiang Rou affirmed as she handed the substance to Ning Zhao. Vermilion Doom? This is a deadly narcotic employed by humans to ensnare demons. An excessive dosage could indeed result in death. Ning Zhao's expression turned grave. Subsequently, Jiang Rou presented a recording to Ning Zhao. In addition, Bai Ruiyu and Xiao Hongchen had summoned personnel from the Lanyu building to retrieve the surveillance footage hidden in the corner. Witnessing this, Minter's son's countenance soured to a degree beyond distaste, his face reflecting a pallor akin to that of a corpse, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. He had not anticipated that these students would possess such meticulous foresight. From the very beginning, they had fallen into Yi Zhao's trap, a labyrinth of schemes designed to ensnare them utterly. Recalling his initial encounter with Yi Xiao, with that seemingly honest smile, a chill crept into Minter's son's heart. That smile had been so deceptively disarming, lowering their guard. How could a young man possess such mature cunning? It was utterly terrifying. Footage? Allow me to see, Ning Zhao commanded as he activated the video. On the screen appeared Tang Hao's haughty visage. Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who crossed me? A powerless little brat. Watch how I bring about your demise. Once you're gone, your little girlfriend will be mine. I shall cherish her well. And not only that, I shall gather 10 strong men to adore her too, though I wonder if her frail frame can withstand such attention. I am backed by the Tang family, wielding immense power and strength. What can you do about it? Even if I were to kill you today, no one would dare to stand up for you. The camera, a cutting-edge development from the Daxia Institute of Technology, was capable of capturing even the faintest sounds, and thus, every word spoken by Tang Hao and Minter's son was recorded without exception. Ah, splendid. What a Tang Hao. What a Tang family. So powerful that no one dares to intervene. Is it? Today I, Ning Zhao, shall take a stand. Contact the Tang family. I demand they come to retrieve their own. Ning Zhao's eyes were icy cold. In the current state of Daxia, besieged by demons and deities while internally plagued by these noble families, who preyed upon the weak and exploited the vulnerable, it was utterly outrageous. Was Ning Zhao and the might of Daxia merely fighting in the wilderness to protect these parasitic noble families? It was nothing short of an abomination. If not for the deep-rooted heritage and formidable strength of these noble families, Daxia would not withstand such turmoil today. Ning Zhao insisted on proposing to the supreme leader, asserting that it was imperative to take action against these prominent families. Moments later, a commotion erupted outside the private room. 2 figures burst in. One bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hao, distinguished and handsome. Unlike Tang Hao, however, there was a profound hidden defiance in his eyes, instead exuding an air of composure. The other was a middle-aged man, emanating an aura of authority without anger, undoubtedly a person of high standing. Heir, upon their arrival, the two were met with the pitiful sight of Tang Hao. Principal Ning, what has happened to Heir? Tang Chenlu's expression darkened as he beheld his son's wretched state. Father, My brother's accompanying divine dragon has been slain, and that thing of his has also been shattered. Tang Xian examined Tang Hao's injuries and spoke gravely. What? Tang Qianlu's eyes widened in fury. Who did this? Who was responsible? His gaze fell upon Jiang Ro, who stood coldly amid the crowd. Jiang Ro, tell me who did this, he demanded, his eyes reddening with rage. First, do not concern yourself with who did it. Look at this instead. Your son's conduct. As Tang Qianlu's fury erupted like a lion, Ning Zhao swiftly thrust the audio recording towards him. Chapter 60. Tang Xian's Resolution. Yi Zhao's bottom line upon watching the video. Tang Qianlu gradually regained his composure, albeit with a grim expression as he stepped back 2 paces. This was undeniably Tang Hao's distinctive manner of speaking. Yet, could this be acknowledged? If it were, Tang Hao would undoubtedly find himself imprisoned in the daxia, facing the prospect of celebrating the new year behind bars. Furthermore, the official investigation bureau of daxia would likely launch an inquiry into the Tang family. The Tang family could hardly withstand such scrutiny. Principal Ning. I believe the authenticity of this video is open to debate. After all, in this day and age, even a novice hacker with a modicum of computer knowledge can easily manipulate video content. At this moment, Tang Xian spoke with a sense of calm. Indeed, you are right. Xuan'e, Hauer is inherently good-natured. He would never engage in such deeds. I firmly believe this video is fabricated. Someone seeks to tarnish Hauer's reputation. Do you take me for a fool, or do you consider yourselves foolish? We are all professionals. Cannot you discern the alterations? Moreover, with so many witnesses present, do you presume they are all blind? Ning Cao retorted sharply. These illustrious families, when faced with adversity, instinctively attempt to disassociate themselves. Should daxia encounter a crisis, would they act similarly? They exhibit no sense of responsibility. I can attest that the video is genuine. So can I, me too. Bai Ruoyu and others raised their hands in agreement. Jiang Ruoyu. Even Jiang Ro has voiced her stance, which only deepened Tang Qianlu's distress. After all, she is the daughter-in-law of the Tang family. How could she align herself with outsiders? Even if the video were authentic, it would merely reflect Hauer's verbal expressions, which will no weight. Perhaps Hauer was merely attempting to intimidate him. Yet, he has rendered Hauer incapacitated. Not only has he destroyed his career, but he has also stripped him of his chance to carry on the family line. In contrast, Yi Xiao bears the greater culpability, Tang Xian asserted with righteous indignation. What crime have I committed? I may have engaged in a brawl, perhaps in excessive self-defense, but your brother, if I am not mistaken, the use of poison must surely count as a form of toxin. He is endangering the pride of daxia. This is tantamount to undermining the future of daxia. Such actions obstruct the progress of daxia. This constitutes treason. Your brother is guilty of treason. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao retorted, hurling accusations back. You, what a sharp-tongued little brat. Tang Xian was infuriated. Accusations of poisoning transformed into treason. Truly, the verdict relies solely on the words of one. However, Yi Zhao's assertions were not without merit. Should the full weight of their respective transgressions be examined, Yi Xiao would likely face a mere fortnight of confinement, and with Ning Zhao's influence, perhaps even less. Yet for Tang Hao, the charge of endangering the pride of daxia, compounded by Ning Zhao's interference, could very well result in his execution. The Tang family would endure the repercussions. What do you intend to do? Tang Xian squinted at Yi Xiao, demanding an answer. Why do you ask me? You should consult the laws of daxia, or inquire with Principal Ning. I am but a student, insignificant and powerless. When faced with challenges, I can only seek to protect myself. What more can I do? Yi Xiao gazed at him with an impassive demeanor. Very well, very well. Dan Suan not that VP then. The young man has become impervious to reason, hasn't he? Yi Xiao, you are quite remarkable. I shall remember you. With that, he turned away. Father, let us depart. However, Xin'er, what about your brother? Tang Qianlu inquired, his countenance darkening. The laws of the great Xiao are clear. If a brother errs, he must bear the consequences. A noble family must not receive preferential treatment. Guilt knows no class. From this day forth, Tang Hao is no longer a member of the Tang family. As the heir of the Tang clan, hereby declare Tang Hao expelled from the Tang family. With those words, he unceremoniously pulled Tang Chenlu out of the private room. Hearing his brother's resolute statement, tears streamed down Tang Hao's cheeks, his face ashen. He understood that, in a conflict between family and himself, his brother had chosen the family. After Tang Chenlu departed, Ning Zhao's expression grew grave. What a formidable Tang Xian! Severing ties with such decisiveness. He truly is a hero among men. Even Ning Zhao could not help but marvel at Tang Xian's unwavering stance. The Tang family has indeed produced a dragon. Yet he glanced toward Xiao. You must be cautious of Tang Xian. The Tang family is vengeful. And I doubt this matter will end here. Xiao nodded. I was prepared for this outcome before making my choice. I shall meet force with force, and allow the waters to flow as they will. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency surged within Xiao. Tang Xian is no ordinary foe. His prowess surpasses that of any adversary I have encountered since my arrival in this realm. Following this incident, it is time to bolster my own strength. Very well, let us summon the authorities to address this. Those in need of medical attention must be sent to the hospital. Ning Zhao gazed at the two paintings on the wall, his expression twitching. This fellow indeed possesses a rich artistic sensibility. You too, should you wish to remain in the imperial capital for a while longer, I shall arrange accommodations. If you wish to return, I will ensure you are escorted home. He then turned to Wang Shuer and Suya. I wish to return. Wang Shuer's pallor rivaled that of a corpse. Even Tang had been rendered incapacitated. If she dared to linger here, her fate would surely be no better. That Xiao is nothing short of a monster. Better to return to the Magic City and find those young men to amuse myself. I wish to stay here. Suya replied softly. After this incident, she feared she had irreparably severed ties with Wang Shuer and her group. Wang Shuer and her upperclassmen indulge in extravagant pursuits. Returning could prove perilous for her. Suya even contemplated transferring directly to Jinshin University. Very well, let us be off, Ning Zhao nodded, striding toward the exit of the private room. Xiao and the others followed suit. Phew! Once everyone had departed, Minter's son let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ning Zhao had forgotten about him. Otherwise, he too would face trouble. Just then, Minter's son's phone rang. You are expelled from this moment forth. You have no ties to Magic City Vocational University. All consequences shall be borne by you. The voice on the other end was unmistakably that of the president of Magic City Vocational University. He instantly crumpled in despair. Moments later, the inspector arrived and led both Tang Hao and the pallid Minter's son away. After the departure of Jie Yunlu, Ning Zhao left due to pressing official duties. Baira Watching opted to entrust her time to Xiao and others for their arrangements. Xiao, you acted rather impulsively this time. If Tang Xian intends to perish alongside you, you would gain nothing. Jiang Ro expressed her concern. I wager that the Tang family's foundation is tainted. He would not dare to challenge me. Xiao replied nonchalantly. After all, he is unencumbered, a life devoid of value. Anyone who seeks to confront him must first sacrifice a piece of themselves, be it divine beings or illustrious clans. Xiao, please refrain from such recklessness in the future. You cannot fathom how anxious I was at that moment. Jiang Ro gazed at Xiao, her eyes softening. Had Xiao dared to take Jiang Ro's hand then, he would have felt it drenched in sweat, a testament to her tension. Rest assured, Jiang Ro, I will take good care of myself. Upon seeing the seriousness in Jiang Ro's eyes, Xiao retracted his indifferent demeanor and stated earnestly, however, if anyone dares to harm those close to me, I will stop at nothing to ensure they regret it for a lifetime. Even if it is a deity, I shall demonstrate my resolve. This is my bottom line. Chapter 61. Enhancement of Strength and New Eye Techniques. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao found Lin Ru engrossed in her studies. Xiao, you've gained quite a reputation, Lin Ru remarked with a smile as she set her book aside. Really? Xiao responded, puzzled. Lin Ru pulled out her phone and navigated to the school forum. TSK. The first-year student from Magic City Vocational University has been sent in by you. Everyone is now saying you are one of the contenders for the Freshman Competition Championship. Congratulations, Xiao. Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to congratulate me on? I'm not the champion. Even if I were, What does it matter? They're SA champion every year in the freshman competition, right? Linru looked at him curiously. I find you quite different, Xiao. What kind of honor would truly bring you joy? If it were an ordinary person from a humble background achieving what you have, they would surely be ecstatic. Xiao paused momentarily while removing his outerwear. I'm so thrilled. A candidate for the championship. I've never experienced such an honor in my life. I'm practically vibrating with excitement, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What were you doing? At that moment, Linru watched as Xiao finished removing his jacket and began to take off his pants. Her smile froze instantly. I'm taking a shower. It's still September, and the weather is quite warm. Care to join me for a cold shower? Xiao formally invited Linru, now clad only in a pair of boxers, his well-defined muscles on display. I haven't worked up a sweat, so I don't need a shower, Linru replied, turning her back to him and resuming her reading. True, you do spend all day in the dorm studying, so you probably haven't sweated much. However, my friend, Xiao said as he unexpectedly positioned himself behind Linru, resting a hand on her shoulder, staying cooped up in the dorm all day isn't healthy. You should go out and stretch your legs. Who knows? You might just encounter a lovely junior and engage in some of the most primitive scholarly discussions in a quaint little grove or pavilion. After all, you're quite handsome and have fair skin. What's your secret to maintaining it, my friend? As he spoke, Xiao playfully poked Lin Rue's cheek. Wow, your skin is even better than by Rue US. She would be so envious. Yay. Xiao, you might want to take a shower first. I'm trying to read, Lin Ru suggested timidly. Yes, of course. Xiao turned, scratching his head as he headed toward the bathroom. Lin Ru let out a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to her, for distinct sweat stains had formed under her long, slender fingers resting on the book. 10 minutes later, as Xiao emerged from the bathroom, Lin Ru had already drifted off to sleep. This guy, who doesn't smoke, drink, stay up late, or hang out at bars, and only knows how to study, truly is a model student. I wonder which girl will be lucky enough to discover such a treasure of a boy. If I were a girl, I might just fall for him. Xiao dried his hair and lit a cigarette in the corridor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have checked in today. Myopia. It dawned on Xiao that it was past midnight, marking the beginning of a new day. It seems I have once again gathered a complete set of ocular techniques. Hey, you myopic fool. How can you claim this is an ocular technique? You are merely instilling ailments in my eyes. Xiao couldn't help but scoff. Over the past few days, he had gradually collected numerous ocular techniques. Cataracts, hyperopia, red eye. They all sounded like various eye diseases, yet the system insisted on calling them ocular techniques. How can myopia be considered an ocular technique? If this is an ocular technique, then surely billions of people worldwide must be ocularists. Please refrain from doubting the system's professionalism. This is indeed an ocular technique. Then tell me, what is the utility of this ocular technique? Ding. The system presented a panel. Myopia. Aside from myopia, you shall not suffer from any other eye diseases. When paired with hyperopia, you will attain extraordinarily healthy eyesight. Xiao. All right, fine. We shall play this way. I shall not waste my breath with you. Ocular technique fusion. Ding. Congratulations, host. The ocular technique fusion is complete. You have acquired the wood spirit eye, purple. Wood spirit eye, purple possesses formidable healing and restorative effects. When activated during combat, the host will be immune to all non-lethal damage, with an inexhaustible supply of ocular power. Evolutionary path, wood spirit eye, purple, divine wood eye, red, eye of life, black, everlasting green eye, gold. It feels as though another professional path has reached its zenith. Xiao stroked his chin, knowing that his eternal flame had already reached its peak. The ultimate form of the martial god eye, the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, is the culmination for martial professions. The everlasting green eye could very well represent the pinnacle for healers, and perhaps even beyond that. After all, the name everlasting green leaves much to the imagination. It is essentially an auxiliary divine skill, quite impressive indeed. Setting aside the healing effects, the inexhaustible ocular power alone is formidable. Xiao had always utilized the martial god illusion, but often found himself unable to unleash its full potential due to a lack of ocular energy. However, with the wood spirit eye, Xiao asserted that from this day forth, the martial god illusion would serve as his basic attack. If I do not claim the championship in this upcoming grand tournament, it would be a grave injustice. The next morning, Lin Ru left for class early. Xiao awoke late, well past noon, and requested a leave of absence from Bairu watching. He then accessed the official website of Jinshin University, specifically the Treasury module. Let us not forget, he still had over 10,000 points lying dormant in his account. Moreover, at his current extraordinary 6th-tier level, he truly felt it was insufficient. Almost a month into the term, the students had been leveling up, and he heard that Jiang Rou and Xiao Hongchun were nearing extraordinary 9th tier. Xiao had fallen too far behind. Crystals are a valuable commodity. Let us begin with 500 of them. A single crystal holds a value of 10 points. And with this maneuver, Xiao has directly expended 5,000 points. There remain 8,200 points. Let us see what treasures can be acquired. Xiao navigates through the treasury. What is this? The Eye of the Void Sea Beast. 8,000 points? How remarkably inexpensive. I recall this being a domain-level fiend, its combat prowess surpassing that of many deities. It dwells in the depths of the ocean, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt. Wait a moment. Oh, it's a juvenile. That explains the low price. I shall procure one. Half an hour later, all the resources Xiao purchased have arrived. Ding! Congratulations. Host. The breaking illusion Eye, purple, meets the advancement conditions. The next stage is the Eye of the Void, red. Indeed. A smile plays at the corners of Xiao's lips. The conditions for advancement have been fulfilled. Chapter 62. The Strange Roommate. The inauguration of the freshman competition, Xiao absorbed nearly half of the 500 energy crystals, propelling his level to an extraordinary 9th tier. The next phase awaits, transformation. The remaining 300 crystals shall be reserved until he reaches this transformative stage. As practitioners advance, the energy crystals required for leveling up multiply exponentially. Relying solely on the peculiar energy present in the air for enhancement would leave him waiting for an eternity. Thus, harnessing external forces becomes imperative. Nevertheless, it is likely that these 300 crystals will only elevate him by a single tier in the transformative stage. Next, the Eye of Nullity, here I come. Xiao retrieved the Eye of the Null Sea Beast. It was a pair of orbs as pure and transparent as gemstones, emanating an extraordinary aura. Fusion. As Xiao chanted silently, the eyes of the Null Sea Beast exploded into a cascade of starlight, surging into his own pupils. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eye of Nullity, red. Eye of Nullity. Pierce through all illusions, uncover the weaknesses of foes. The host may utilize spatial powers in battle, including spatial coordinates, spatial shattering, spatial blades, and the ability to vanish into the void. Impressive indeed. Anything related to space is exceedingly powerful. Marvelous. Xiao nodded in satisfaction, particularly at the spatial coordinates, which were rather cunning. If he set a coordinate at the Divine Guard University, he could instantly teleport back from elsewhere. This was nothing short of a life-saving technique, a real-life version of teleportation. Especially during missions in the wilderness, it was akin to granting him an extra life. At noon, the principal summoned all new students to gather at the playground for the commencement of the freshman competition. Xiao, having squandered considerable time on various distractions, suddenly realized it was already midday. Lin Ru returned to the dormitory after a class. I lost track of time. Xiao glanced at the clock, 11:30. Rubbing his head with a complex expression, he realized he had skipped breakfast and lunch. It was too late to eat now. The cafeteria was swarming with ravenous students. He couldn't possibly disperse them all with a mere shadow of a martial deity. Unable to snatch a meal, would he have to endure hunger? At that moment, Lin Ru quietly returned to her desk and opened her lunchbox, taking measured bites. Gurgle. She turned to see Xiao eyeing her with a longing expression. Would you like to share? She hesitated. Is that appropriate? Oh dear, I wouldn't want to impose. As she spoke, Xiao retrieved chopsticks from his lunchbox. This might not be suitable. I believe such matters it's all right. I can't finish this much. I'll share half with you. The portions at the Divine Guard University cafeteria were quite generous. After all, as practitioners tended to have larger appetites due to their greater consumption. The lady serving the meals was steady-handed, and the rice piled high, like a small mountain. Each time, Bai Ruoyu and Jiang Ro had to share a single meal to finish it completely. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer you. No need, we're roommates. Lin Ru smiled, continuing to eat her lunch. Then I shall not hold back. Next time, allow me to treat you to a drink. Yi Xiao remarked as he took the meal and began to eat heartily. In no time, he had finished his portion. While Lin Ru had barely touched half of his meal, the rice scarcely disturbed. Yi Xiao, could you please stop staring at me? Lin Ru said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yi Xiao's unwavering gaze made him uneasy. Oh, my apologies, Yi Xiao responded, retreating to the balcony for a cigarette. However, as he turned back, a wave of curiosity washed over him. Initially, he had perceived Lin Ru as merely shy, yet his behavior from the past 2 days had been exceedingly peculiar. Yi Xiao was no fool. He had read numerous novels in his previous life. A sudden thought struck him. He stepped back indoors, where Lin Ru was still nibbling at his food. Hey, Lin Ru. Lin Ru looked up. You're not a girl, are you? What? Lin Ru froze, then erupted into a fit of coughs. He set his lunchbox on the table, patting his chest. How? How could that be possible? Ye Xiao, your imagination is running wild. I have an Adam's apple. How could I possibly be a woman? Lin Ru chuckled. And my voice doesn't sound feminine, does it? Don't misunderstand me. My smooth skin is simply due to my reclusive lifestyle. I spend most of my time at home reading, and I'm not accustomed to being too close with others of my gender. I have my own rhythm of life. You need not overthink me, Yi Xiao. Oh, fine then. Yi Xiao reclined on the bed, hands behind his head, his intrigue about Lin Ru growing. Curiosity clawed at him like a cat's paw. Just as he contemplated whether to use his eye technique for a little investigation, Lin Ru's soft voice interrupted. Yi Xiao, please don't use your eye technique on me. Instantly, Yi Xiao's thoughts were dispelled. Rest assured I won tea. He closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Zong! As the resounding chime of the school bell echoed through Zhanshan University, Yi Xiao's eyes flew open. He understood. The freshman competition had commenced. Yi Xiao, let us go. Hurry to the playground. Today will be divided into groups. Yi Xiao, if we end up in the same group, I'm definitely going to give you a good beating to settle the score from last time. Yi Xiao will be waiting for you at the playground. Opening his phone, he was met with a flurry of messages from Bai Ruoyu and others. Let us go, Yi Xiao, Lin Ru stated, having neatly packed away his lunchbox. Quietly observing Yi Xiao. Let us. The two exited the dormitory. Throughout, Lin Ru clutched an ancient tome in his hands. What is that for? It's just a habit, Lin Ru explained. The two walked side by side toward the playground. Look, they're coming. It's Yi Xiao and Lin Ru. I've never seen Lin Ru at school before. Turns out he looks like this. He is quite handsome. Is that really Yi Xiao beside him? He doesn't resemble the rumors at all. What were the rumors about Yi Xiao like? I heard from a classmate that Yi Xiao stands an astounding 3 meters tall, with a physique reminiscent of a mighty tiger and an imposing bear. He is said to possess 6 arms, a visage adorned with greenish skin and sharp fangs, his voice resonating like thunder, and his back intricately tattooed with the image of the king of hell, while his chest bears the emblem of the 10 Yama kings. He is described as a walking demon among mortals. Yet, how is it that he appears so ordinary now, even somewhat handsome? The person posing the question fell silent in disbelief. My friend, the Divine Guardian University does not permit the admission of otherworldly beings. Thank you. In another direction, gasps of astonishment erupted. A young man clad in a flowing white robe, with long, inky hair cascading down his back, approached Yi Xiao and his companions, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of an otherworldly immortal. A gentle smile graced his face, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Once again we meet, Yi Xiao. I eagerly anticipate our duel. And of course you too, Lin Ru. Chapter 63. Jiang Ro's determination. Yi Xiao enters the fray Wutong Xian. Is this command from that old fellow of yours? Yi Xiao retorted. No, it is my own volition. Engaging in combat with the strong offers boundless benefits. This is what my grandfather has always taught me. One must aspire to match the strength of the formidable and then surpass them. Huh. That old man possesses quite the insight. Yi Xiao chuckled with Wu Tongxian before taking his leave. Lin Ru was more straightforward, lacking in eloquence. She merely nodded and brushed past him. Lin Ru, let us return to our respective homes and seek out our mothers. Yi Xiao patted her shoulder. Very well. See you at the finals. Indeed, see you at the finals. Upon arriving at the designated location, Bai Ruoyu and the others had long been waiting for him. Yi Xiao, you have finally arrived. Yi Xiao scratched his head as he stepped forward. What is the matter? I'm not late, am I? We've drawn lots. The preliminary round is divided into 10 groups, each consisting of around 100 participants. The first round will determine the top 100, and we completed our draws. Bai Ruoyu raised her lot. I am in Group A. This is clearly a good omen. I'm also in Group A, Jiang Ro said with a smile. Oof. With Jiang Ro and I teaming up, our entire group will be utterly dominated. Ha ha ha. Bai Ruoyu laughed exaggeratedly. I am in Group C. Xiao Hongchun raised his lot. I am in Group E. His roommate, Xiao Jianfeng chimed in. Hurry up and draw, Yi Xiao. It's just a lottery. Given your strength, it should be no problem regardless of the group you end up in. Just look at how many eyes are on you. Bai Ruoyu gestured around. Why do I feel like they want to kill me? Yi Xiao scratched his head, sensing the murderous gazes of numerous male peers directed at him. It must be because of our 2 stunning beauties. They are filled with envy. Ha ha ha. Bai Ruoyu laughed heartily, hands on her hips. You may not know, but I am now one of the 4 campus beauties among the freshmen. By the way, one of the others is Jiang Ro, another is Shun Gong, and the last one is someone you don't know. Bai Ruoyu flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Yi Xiao, your shirt is wrinkled. At that moment, Jiang Ro stepped forward, gently smoothing out the creases on Yi Xiao's t-shirt. Her hand was icy. Through the fabric, he could feel the chill, even in the blazing summer sun. Are you nervous? Yi Xiao inwitted. Not really, just a bit excited. Jiang Ro withdrew her hand. For years, my father has been looked down upon by the Chu family. They believe his genes have tarnished their noble bloodline. To them, I am merely an attractive pawn for marriage. But now, I can finally slap them in the face. The blood that flows through my veins, my father Jiang Mian's blood, is not inferior. I am more outstanding than the disciples of the Chu family. Jiang Ro proclaimed emphatically. The usually gentle girl spoke passionately today, her words resonating with conviction. Excellent. Seeing you so spirited puts my mind at ease, Yi Xiao replied with a smile. Go on. Let the frogs at the bottom of the well from the Chu family witness the excellence of Jiang Ro. With unyielding determination, seize the throne among the top 10, and I shall undoubtedly cheer for you. Yi Xiao, you are mistaken. We all will cheer for Jiang Ro. Xiao Hongchun interjected. Exactly. This is a matter for everyone. Why has it become solely about you and Jiang Ro? Such a lack of team spirit. Bai Ruoyu reproached, stepping forward. Let us set a modest goal then. Everyone in the top 10. What do you say? Yi Xiao inwitted. Certainly. I have no objections. Isn't that evident? Xiao Jianfeng, you should join us as well. Me? Sure. No problem, but my greatest ambition is to battle against you, Xiao Hongchun. As for the rankings, they are of little concern. By the way, Yi Xiao, you must not settle for merely the top 10. You must strive for first place, do you understand? Jiang Ro suddenly declared. Absolutely. We must not bring shame to the southern province. First place must be secured, especially that Wu Tongxian. I want to give him a sound thrashing. Just looking at his pretentious face infuriates me. Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, shaking her fists with a cynical demeanor. Fear not. I shall beat him so thoroughly that even his grandfather won't recognize him. With that, Yi Xiao made his way towards the drawing area. Oh, my husband. We meet again. A figure beside him greeted him with a smile. It was the enchanting Xingong Ningzi, clad in a sailor outfit and black tights. Husband, please go ahead. Hee hee. Xingong Ningzi playfully clasped her hands behind her back. I'll go first. Yi Xiao approached the lottery system. Name, Yi Xiao, student ID. After announcing his name, the lottery system's supervisor recorded it with an indifferent expression. The system then activated, and Yi Xiao drew Group G. I'm done, husband. Let me see. Group G. It's my turn now. Xingong Ningzi giggled as she stepped forward, peeking at Yi Xiao as slip, and then began her draw. I've won. I'm also in Group G. Ha ha ha. Husband, we are so fated. Would you mind having another certificate? Xiao blinked, reflexively asking, what certificate? A marriage certificate. And a big, chubby child. Do you want one? Xingong Ningzi exclaimed, her face brimming with delight. I have no inclination to become an unexpected father. Thank you very much. He then turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I didn't say I'm pregnant right now. I'm in after we get married. Oh, Xiao, don't walk away. I have something to tell you. At this, Xiao finally paused. Speak quickly, don't dawdle. What S with the cold attitude? Good thing I'm your wife. Anyone else would have been offended by now. Xingong Ningzi pouted. Just as Xiao was becoming impatient, her tone shifted abruptly. Do you know, Xiao, that the lottery system S supervisor has been bribed? Bribed? By whom? The Tang family. How do you know? Because I've been bribed too. Huh? Oh, what is this? The Tang family has bestowed upon me 3 million, instructing me to eliminate you in the elimination round. Moreover, all the students in Group G, save for you, have been bribed by the Tang family. Xiao, what does that mean? It means precisely that the Tang family has tasked me, along with the remaining 98 students, to ensure your journey ends at the elimination round. Shinto Ningzi shrugged casually. No, my inquiry pertains to why you would divulge this information to me. Because you are my husband, and I have betrayed them. Did you not accept their 3 million? Are you still betraying them? Accepting the money is one matter. Fulfilling the task is another. At worst, I could flee back to the east. And would the Tang family dare come after me there? Xiao, I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Well, now you have. So what do you think? Am I beautiful? Shinto Ningzi blinked her large eyes, exuding an air of enchantment. Chapter 64. I shall make but a single move. After that, those who can stand will proceed through the elimination round. Xiao, I am heading to the arena. Without further ado, Xiao turned and departed. This woman possesses an uncanny ability to entice. Is it a trait inherent to all women from the eastern lands, or is it merely the exceptional charm of Shinomiya Ningzi? Each of her advances strikes like a direct shot, utterly overwhelming, truly overwhelming. Xiao, I can assist you. How about it? There are 98 students, all distinguished scholars from the Guardian Spirit University. You must feel quite the pressure. Allow me to help you. All I ask is that you accompany me to a hotel off campus tonight. No need, I can manage on my own. Oh dear, man, must you put on a brave face? What good does it do to strain yourself? Xiao chose to feign deafness. Shinomiya, you brazen hussy, are you once again flaunting your allure? You possess no sense of propriety or decorum. At that moment, Bairuyu sprang forth, blocking Shinomiya Ningzi's path. It is none other than Miss Bai. I nearly mistook you for a wall and collided with you. How terribly sorry. As she spoke, Shinomiya Ningzi tossed her raven locks, slightly arched her chest, and her assets swayed enticingly, capturing all attention. You. Shinomiya, I challenge you. I shall contest you in the freshman tournament. Very well. Bring on, Miss Bai. With that, she sashayed away. Shinomiya Ningzi and Xiao were in the same group, naturally destined to remain together. Guardian Spirit University had specially established a formation, isolating the 10 competition platforms, allowing students to engage in chaotic skirmishes within a common space. Ultimately, the last 10 standing would qualify for the top 100. Once all participants had gathered, the referee for Group G activated the formation. Xiao, though I lack evidence, it is highly probable that this referee has also been bribed by the Tang family. Is the Tang family truly that ruthless? Can they corrupt the faculty of Guardian Spirit University? Money can indeed move mountains. Wouldn't you agree? That is true. You're the only one who would accept money and fail to deliver. Xiao cast an exasperated glance at Shinomiya Ningzi. TCH, it's all for you. My dear husband. As she spoke, she attempted to embrace Xiao, only for him to deftly evade her. All right, now that everyone is present, I shall activate the formation. It will remain open until the top 10 are determined. Remember, no killing. Do not inflict irreparable harm. After the referee recited the rules, the crystal in his hand glimmered slightly. Whoosh! The elimination round thus commenced. Before Xiao and the others, the scenery transformed, revealing a colossal stone suspended in the boundless void, surrounded by drifting white clouds and howling winds. It was the sort of sight that would terrify anyone afflicted with acrophobia. It is merely a virtual mode of the formation, intended to enhance the atmosphere. Such theatrics are standard in the freshman competitions of professional universities, Xiao Ningzi explained. At that moment, an impudent voice echoed from afar. Xiao, do you intend to withdraw voluntarily, or shall we beat you down until you cannot rise? A throng of students began to encircle Xiao and Xiao Ningzi. The leader among them bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hao. Which side are you on? How is Tang Hao related to you? Xiao inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. I want to change my name or alter my lineage. My profession is that of a swordsman, Tang Quan declared with pride, gazing at Xiao as though victory were already assured. He felt confident of his triumph. After all, over 90 students were rallying against Xiao, no matter how formidable Xiao might be. He could never prevail against such odds. The group he faced was not the same as the one Lin Ru had bested during the special recruitment examination. Every individual who gained admission to the Divine Guardian University was nothing less than the cream of the crop, each possessing no less than transcendent fifth-tier capabilities. Among them, Tang Quan boasted an impressive 8th-tier prowess, ranking within the top 30. Ningzi of the Divine Palace. Make your move. Hurry over here. Tang Quan called out to the enchanting Ningzi, who stood beside Xiao. His gaze was filled with fervor as he regarded her. Such an extraordinary beauty, particularly one of Eastern descent. How delightful it would be to share a night of passion with her. After all, she was willing to confront Xiao for monetary gain. Who has to say she wouldn't do the same for him? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, almost wishing to claim Ningzi right then and there. Yet unexpectedly, she merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction before linking her arm with Xiao's. In a soft, delicate voice, she said, "What are you discussing? How could I possibly assist you in dealing with my husband?" You. Tang Quan's mind spun at her words, as if a heartfelt sentiment had been devoured by a dog. This Ningzi had actually been entangled with Xiao all along. How dare you still demand the 3 million from my family? Take it if you want. What can you do about it? Where would I find the funds to support my husband? Diapers, formula, clothing for the child. None of it comes free. You actually have a child with her. Tang Quan's face contorted in rage. The mere thought of the woman he coveted being intertwined with Xiao, possibly even having a children, ignited a murderous rage within him. Charge. Eliminate both of them. Disqualify them entirely. Wretched woman, you have deceived my affections. He roared, his fury palpable. How absurd. This is our first encounter, and yet you claim I have deceived you. You are unappealing and lack talent. Why would I ever be interested in you? What do you possess that could compare to my husband? With that, she drew even closer to Xiao, their intimacy striking Tang Quan with the force of 1,000 blows. Charge. He bellowed, wielding his blade and lunging at Xiao, while the other 90 students surged forward in a united front. They were professionals in the art of taking money and executing tasks. Xiao regarded the throng rushing toward him with a disdainful smile. No matter how many ants there are, they remain ants, easily crushed underfoot. My dear husband, how about we have a contest to see who can defeat more opponents? The loser will have to let the winner take a bite. Ningzi teased, batting her eyelashes. To you, it is all a reward, isn't it? She winked playfully, feigning innocence. Yet, it is unnecessary. I am sufficient on my own. He gently brushed aside the arm of Shun Gong Ning and stepped forward. The school has regulations that require a group to consist of 10 individuals. Eliminating all of you is simply unattainable. What a pity! Therefore, I shall employ only one technique. After this single maneuver, the first 8 individuals to rise will advance through the elimination round, while the rest may take their leave. With that, Xiao slowly raised his hand. Chapter 65. The preliminary round concludes the fiery seal of obliteration. Manifest. With Xiao's current prowess, he was sufficiently capable of instantaneously activating his eye technique, transforming within the span of a second. As his words resonated, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless golden flames surged towards Xiao's hand, coalescing into a grand seal ablaze with golden fire. Bang! Yi Xiao hurled the fiery seal forward with great force. You think a mere seal can subdue us all? Yi Xiao, you overestimate yourself. Tang Quan bellowed, fury igniting within him as he brandished his blade. 9 layers of shadow blade. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a flurry of dark blade lights shot forth with a piercing howl. Follow my lead. The other students unleashed their full might in unison. It was a testament to their integrity. University students were generally earnest in their endeavors, while those who took money without delivering results were exceptions. The majority were fully committed to the fray. Goodness, with so many adversaries, even clad in my yin-yang attire, I would surely be overwhelmed. Sighed Ning Ning Z from the Divine Palace, covering her crimson lips. Her exquisite violet eyes were fixed upon Yi Xiao, brimming with curiosity. She too yearned to uncover how Yi Xiao intended to suppress them all. Go! Yi Xiao, expressionless, tossed the fiery seal ahead. Whoosh! The fiery seal expanded immensely, engulfing everyone within its fiery embrace, akin to a meteor ablaze, with flames plummeting from the heavens. Crack, crack, crack! The various assaults crumbled before the fiery seal, shattering upon impact. How was this possible? How could Yi Xiao be this formidable? This is the combined might of the 98th. Even a transformational level adversary would be reduced to dust. Yet, upon contact with the golden flames, all efforts were consumed, failing to raise even a ripple. The searing heat surged forth. Tang Quan let out a wretched scream. Yi Xiao, just you wait. The Tang family will not let this go. Boom! The seal decisively subdued all. Now let me go. Tell Tang Xian to await my arrival. One day, I shall sever his head and use it as a chamber pot. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Xiao dispersed the fiery seal. The students present lay scattered upon the ground, dazed and disoriented, many with their garments singed. The boys fared somewhat better, while the girls screamed in terror. Hee hee hee. Yi Xiao, do you find it pleasing to behold? Ning Ning Z inquired, hands clasped behind her back. Not particularly. His gaze remained fixed on the students sprawled on the ground. Gradually, a figure began to rise. Soon after, several more figures followed suit. At this moment, 7 individuals had regained their footing. The remainder were either unconscious or still struggling. Then, another figure, 2 figures slowly ascended. One was unmistakably Tang Quan, propping himself up with his broken blade, half his body raised. The other student lagged, slightly behind him. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow and swiftly appeared before the latter. Who allowed you to use a knife? You have cheated and are no longer qualified. Leave. With that, a resounding slap sent Tang Quan flying. Yi Xiao, you are taking personal revenge. How despicable. Earlier, someone with a long spear was allowed to pass. Yet you target me. Yi Xiao merely scoffed, is that so? Who told you to bear the surname Tang? All those with the surname Tang should just get lost. Thank you very much. The only reason you're still alive is to save face for the school. Someone like you would have been incinerated in the wilderness, your ashes scattered. Yi Xiao wore an expression of disdain, relishing in the chaos. As for the remaining few who barely managed to rise and enter the top 100, he paid them no mind. That earlier blow would keep them bedridden for days. Having reached the top 100, their journey ended there, rendering them ineligible for the subsequent rounds. Judges, Group G assessment complete, Yi Xiao announced, raising his identity token towards the sky. Once 10 students raised their tokens, the array would automatically dissipate, signifying the completion of the assessment. The waiting mentors, upon witnessing the glowing array, were momentarily taken aback. Wow, that was swift. Within mere minutes, 10 individuals have been determined. It seems Yi Xiao was indeed quick to secure victory. 100,000 seemed effortlessly within reach. With just a little assistance, it was practically guaranteed. The Tang family was truly generous. If such opportunities arise again, I shall partake. The judge maintained a stoic expression, yet internally, he was elated. I wonder who will be the first to emerge. My guess is Shinomian Ningzi and Tang Quan. Both are remarkable among the students. The judge rubbed his hands together, silently anticipating. As a foot stepped out of the array, he noted a man shoe. Is it Tang Quan? Impressive, as expected of a disciple from the Tang family. The judge nodded in acknowledgement. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The figure that appeared before him wore a broad smile. Yi Xiao. Ah, old dang. Are you disappointed to see me? Yi Xiao asked with a sardonic grin. You've all surrendered, Haven to you? As a mentor of the Divine Guardian University, you've accepted 1 million from the Tang family, right? Quite commendable. You must have made Principal Ning invite you for tea. What kind of tea do you fancy? Life-ending tea, soul-slicing tea, or eternal rest tea? Choose as you wish. The judge trembled in fear at Yi Xiao's words. Yi Xiao, it's a misunderstanding. Please listen to me. It's actually, spare the explanations. Principal Ning will indeed invite you for tea. Yi Xiao interrupted, dismissively waving his hand as he strode away. Just as Shinam Ningzi's direct approach came flying back. Moments later, the judge, with a face full of despair, along with the head of the previous drawing system, were escorted by campus security for tea. Later, Yi Xiao seemed to hear that Ning Zhao had specifically visited the Tang family, and thereafter, the head of the Tang family nearly broke his son Tang Chenlu's legs. In other groups, the situation was also quite favorable. Jiang Rou and Bai Ruoyu collaborated, becoming invincible, smoothly progressing. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongshan wielded the remnant cloud sword technique, leaving no one daring to approach within a 10-meter radius of him. The antics of Qiu Jianfeng are utterly outrageous. It is said that he brandished a knife, challenging anyone he encountered to duels, nearly falling victim to a throng of dozens intent on assaulting him. Yet he ultimately passed the assessment. As for Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, it goes without saying that upon their arrival, others voluntarily reduced the participant quota to a mere 9. After spending an entire afternoon, the top 100 contestants for the freshman competition were determined. That evening, Yi Xiao and his companions gathered in the dining hall for a meal. Yi Xiao, why did you purchase 2 portions? Bai Ruoyu inquired, her gaze fixed curiously on the tray in his hands. One is for Lin Ru. I had his meal at noon, so I'm returning the favor tonight. Where is Lin Ru? I heard he was called to the back of the teaching building, but I'm not sure, she replied, her mouth full of food, her words somewhat indistinct. Since arriving at Jianshan University, Bai Ruoyu seemed to have become less picky about her food. Aside from peanuts, she devoured everything in sight, her appetite swelling to exceed even that of Yi Xiao. Oh, thanks. By the way, Yi Xiao cast her a disdainful glance. Eat less. You don't want to gain too much weight. With that, he turned to leave. TCH, Yi Xiao, you really don't understand. I want to gain weight. As she spoke, Bai Ruoyu pulled out her phone. Yes. If girls eat more, their chests will grow larger as the nutrients accumulate. Little Bai Shu would never deceive me. Chapter 66. Unveiled and embarrassed Yi Xiao, carrying his meal, approached the rear of the teaching building when he heard a trembling female voice. Lin Ru, I must confess that I fell for you the moment I laid eyes on you. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Yi Xiao abruptly halted in his tracks. Astonishing. This fellow is truly popular. It has barely been any time at all, and already a girl has confessed her feelings. He reflected on this with a sense of admiration, particularly because Lin Ru, clad in a crisp white shirt and adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, perpetually immersed in books, exuded an air of refined elegance that was undeniably captivating. I'm sorry, but I cannot be your boyfriend, Lin Ru's calm voice responded. This individual certainly knew how to refuse with decisiveness. However, what took him by surprise was the girl's immediate tears. She sobbed while speaking. I knew it would turn out this way. This is my first time confessing, and my roommate always said I was too timid to express my feelings. I finally mustered the courage, only to be rejected so completely. It's clear that someone like me is better off gone. How could I possibly deserve someone like you? You possess such talent and are so handsome. It would be a waste for someone like me, an ordinary girl, to pursue you. It's my fault for confessing. Perhaps I should just end it all. The girl's weeping voice echoed in the air. Goodness, this girl seems to possess a rather dangerous disposition. Yi Xiao grimaced, silently mourning for Lin Ru for a moment. Observing the girl's sorrowful demeanor, a flicker of conflict crossed Lin Ru's face. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and crouched down. I shall share a secret with you, but you must promise never to disclose it. The girl lifted her tear-stained eyes, weakly inquiring, what secret? Actually, Lin Ru hesitated, touching her neck with a hint of embarrassment. I have been disguising myself as a boy. I am, in fact, a woman. Thus, I cannot accept your confession. How is that possible? You have an Adam's apple, and your voice is. It is merely a simple vocal transformation technique. In the next moment, Xiao was enchanted by the melodious voice of a girl. Like this, I can easily switch my voice. Therefore, my inability to accept your confession stems from my own circumstances, not from any inadequacy on your part. Wow. Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had inadvertently uncovered Lin Ru's secret. She truly was a girl. This was a significant revelation. He decided to feign ignorance. Surely, there were compelling reasons for her masquerade. I cannot expose her. She is, after all, an inadequate roommate. Xiao discreetly departed from the scene, holding his tray, standing at the dormitory entrance. He felt a twinge of awkwardness. He was uncertain about what his first words should be upon entering. Hey, Xiao, why are you standing there? Why don't you come in? A familiar voice called out as Lin Ru approached from a distance, carrying a lunchbox and a book. I forgot to bring my keys. Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. Then what is that you're holding? Huh? Xiao reflexively raised his hand, revealing a key in his grasp. Ah, how could I have made such a blunder? My sincerest apologies. Perhaps I've been rather fatigued of late. With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. Lin Ru followed closely behind, settling into her seat and preparing to enjoy her lunch. Have I truly cohabited with a girl so swiftly? And in her presence, I acted so brazenly. What a scenario reminiscent of an anime from an island nation. Are those who traverse realms truly this extravagant? Images of various harem narratives from my past life flashed through Xiao's mind. Such a dramatic occurrence has genuinely unfolded in my reality. Chapter 67. The contest for the 10 heroes the following day, Xiao arrived at the assessment venue, bearing the unmistakable marks of sleeplessness beneath his eyes. Hey, Xiao, what happened to you? Have you transformed into a panda? Bairuoyu approached him, gently patting his shoulder. I had a terrible night's sleep, Xiao replied, a look of despair etched across his face. The previous night he had tossed and turned, unable to find rest as he listened to Lin Ruyun's rhythmic breathing, which only intensified his insomnia. One restless night had led to half a box of cigarettes. Despite knowing she was a girl, the necessity of maintaining a normal interaction while sharing a dorm felt exceedingly peculiar. Ha ha ha. Have you exhausted yourself? Don't let yourself be easily eliminated today. Bairuoyu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. With a decisive gesture, Xiao raised a finger and tapped it against her head. If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall post the recording of you calling me master on the campus forum. I'm curious to see how they would perceive you. The campus bell. Eek. Bairuoyu's face paled, and she quickly clung to Xiao's arm in a playful manner. I'm sorry. It was just a joke. You're a big man. You must forgive this little woman. It is indeed difficult to nurture both the petty and the feminine. Just as they were exchanging banter, the crowd in the assessment square began to swell. What is that? A student exclaimed, pointing toward a distant high platform. What? Xiao's gaze sharpened as he observed 10 towering stone pillars gradually rising into the sky. Atop these pillars rested 10 magnificent golden seats, radiating an opulent brilliance that was simply breathtaking. The 10 heroes' throne. A student shouted, excitement coursing through his veins. Xiao tilted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. The top 10 of the freshman competition would define the 10 heroes of this entire cohort. This ranking would remain unchanged for a year, barring any significant events. Moreover, the 10 heroes would receive preferential resources compared to their peers, ensuring that those who ascended to the throne would likely remain among the 10 heroes by the time of graduation. It was said that the senior ranked first in the 4th year had once claimed the title of the top hero in the freshman competition 4 years prior, dominating the scene and maintaining his position for 4 consecutive years. Students gazed at the throne atop the pillars, their eyes sparkling with aspiration. If I could become one of the 10 heroes, it would bring glory to my family. Indeed, upon graduation, the 10 heroes become the elite talents of the daxia. Whether joining the official ranks, prestigious families, organizations, or the hunting god squad, they would receive exceptional treatment. For those from noble families, it could even secure their status as the next heir. The throne hovered majestically, with golden seats reflecting the heavens like 10 radiant suns. One could only imagine the remarkable presence of the young prodigies seated upon the 10 heroes' throne, exuding an air of dominance that overshadowed the world. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was none other than Principal Ning Xiao of the Divine Guardian University, accompanied by a striking figure clad in white, with silver hair and a long sword slung across their back. The principal is here. That is, oh my heavens, it's an idol. The sword god Adashia. It's the sword god Su. My idol. Wow, the real deal. The sword god Adashia. I'm meeting the sword god in person. Should my high school classmates ever learn of this, I could boast for an entire century. How magnificent. The sword god is truly a paragon of masculinity. I long to wed the sword god. Su Changhen bore an expression of serene indifference, his gaze somewhat dazed, murmuring incantations that revealed his immersion in a world of his own. Fellow students, Ning Xiao called out as he brought Su Changhen before the stone pillar. Addressing all the students, today's competition will be straightforward, the contest for the 10 elite seats. If you believe you are worthy of a place among the top 10, take your seat upon the chairs atop the stone pillar. Those who can maintain their position until sunset shall be deemed the 10 elites. All 10 elites will receive rewards. You will have the opportunity to be mentored by a gold medal instructor, and should any sword cultivator rank among the top 10, they will directly become a disciple of the sword god. Furthermore, the top 3 will be granted access to the realm of guidance for a duration of 12 hours. The first to secure a seat will earn the esteemed title of chief student. Their authority within the academy will rival that of a silver medal instructor. Additionally, they shall receive a reward of 30,000 points and an internship opportunity with the Xiao hunting team. With this proclamation, the students erupted into a frenzy. Merely placing in the top 10 grants won the privilege to select a gold medal instructor, individuals who are powerful 6-tier professionals. The Cr de la Cr of the province. To apprentice under the great Xiao sword god is the lifelong aspiration of every sword cultivator in the realm. Moreover, access to the realm of guidance, a unique space within the Divine Guardian University, offers an energy concentration several times that of the outside world. Spending 12 hours in the realm could elevate one's level to the transformative stage or even beyond. The privileges of a silver medal instructor are recorded in the Great Xiao archives. Under normal circumstances, one need not even attend classes. And should one face adversity outside, the Divine Guardian University stands as your staunchest ally. The Xiao hunting team is one of the 4 premier hunting teams of Great Xiao, led by an 8th-tier rule-level professional, known as the Son of the Mortal Realm. His strength is rivaled only by that of the Great Xiao sword god. Becoming a member of the Xiao hunting team is a dream cherished by many professionals throughout their lives. The students were ablaze with enthusiasm, their spirits significantly ignited. All right, I hereby declare the competition open. With Ning Xiao's command, he and the great Xiao sword god stepped aside. The students surged toward the stone pillar, their eyes fixed intently on the 10 golden thrones above, as if they were the rarest treasures in the world. In a swift motion, a figure clad in white surged forward through the crowd, his demeanor calm, as though the very heavens could shatter without affecting him in the slightest. Strangely, none of the surrounding students could approach within 3 feet of him. Wu Tongxian formed a singular hand gesture, summoning his sword. A silver light materialized before him. A sword, lacking a hilt, merely a blade. It appeared as if this sword was not meant to be wielded by human hands. Wu Tongxian stepped onto the silver longsword. In an instant, the sword propelled him into the skies. With a flourish of his long robe, Wu Tongxian gracefully settled into his golden throne. As he took his seat, the students perched upon the stone pillars, all wearing glum expressions, leaped down one by one, rushing towards the other 9 pillars. What ist? This was Wu Tongxian. Who would dare to contest with him? Such folly could cost one their life. Meanwhile, Lin Ru, holding a scroll, spoke softly. Translocate. In an instant, his figure appeared on an adjacent stone pillar next to Wu Tongxian, where he leisurely seated himself. Consequently, his former pillar was left devoid of contenders, while the competition for the remaining 8 pillars intensified dramatically. Chapter 68. The intense contest unfolds. The competition for this position has become quite fierce. Xiao has observed that several stone pillars are already stained with the chaos of battle among the students. One unfortunate soul managed to ascend only to be unceremoniously cast down by a coalition of 6 or 7 others. Those very 6 or 7 were subsequently sent flying by an even more formidable contender. This contest, while seemingly straightforward, is anything but simple. It demands an extraordinary level of strength from the students to assert dominance over the ravenous competitors, with instances of collective aggression being commonplace. Xiao noticed Xingu, Ningxi draped in her yin-yang robe, seated regally like a princess of flames, her slender, elongated legs crossed elegantly. The robe enveloped the stone pillar in a torrid sea of fire, deterring any challengers from approaching. He also saw Jiang Ro standing valiantly before her seat, exerting every ounce of her strength against wave after wave of advancing competitors. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongchan stood alone, wielding his sword as if he could halt an army. Bairuyu summoned a 9-tailed spirit cat and a dragon man to guard her side, poised to unleash her fiery dragon breath magic. In this battle, every student is wholeheartedly vying for the coveted seat among the 10 exemplars. Well, it's nearly my turn now. Xiao's gaze swept across the scene, ultimately settling on the 5th stone pillar. That one shall do. As he stepped forward, a robe of golden flames enveloped him, and a staircase formed from shimmering gold fire appeared in the air, extending from his feet to the apex of the golden throne. He ascended this fiery staircase, moving at a deliberate pace. Truly, my husband possesses remarkable ingenuity to devise such a stunning method of ascent. Xingu Ningxi lightly touched her crimson lips, a smile gracing her face. Beside her, Wu Tongxian observed Xiao's ascent with an inscrutable glimmer in his eyes. Lin Ru seemed lost in his own world, silently engrossed in his studies. For him, the absence of distractions presented an excellent opportunity to read. As Xiao traversed the fiery staircase, he waved his fingers, causing an array of 18 weapons to float around him. With a gentle flick, he dismissed wave after wave of students from the stone pillar as effortlessly as swatting flies. Eventually, he reached the summit and settled into the golden seat. Eye of the void, blade of the abyss, Xiao intoned softly as the surrounding space trembled slightly, invisible blades swirling around him. Indeed, an anomaly was afoot. Suddenly, a dagger sliced through the air towards Xiao. Xiao, down you go. Blame your own carelessness. A misstep in the shadows. Ha ha ha. A sinister voice echoed in his ear. Xiao remained expressionless. Without needing to direct them, the surrounding invisible blades surged forth. Amidst the cacophony of screams, a figure plummeted from the stone pillar. A final glance revealed to Xiao that he recognized this individual. He was a top scorer from a certain province, with a profession as an assassin. Moments ago, she may have concealed her presence, lurking behind a chair, awaiting the opportune moment. However, this was rather laughable for Xiao. Gaining entry into the top 10 was not a daunting task. The challenge lay in them. Xiao's gaze shifted towards several other pillars. Jiang Ro's ice attribute abilities had reached their zenith. Yet she was not only contending with a throng of students, but also faced the onslaught of a pair of striking sisters. Xiao recognized them as the 9th and 10th place candidates from the Imperial City's entrance examination, Chu Ro and Chu Xian, hailing from the illustrious Chu family. Perhaps they represented the most formidable obstacle for Jiang Ro's ascent. Both sisters were elementalist mages. One wielded the power of fire, while the other commanded water. Jiang Ro found herself in peril under their relentless assault. Apologies, Jiang Ro. Grandfather has decreed it. You absolutely cannot enter the top 10. Indeed, Jiang Ro, you are utterly ungrateful. Grandfather is willing to bestow you upon someone as exceptional as Tang Xian, and yet you remain so choosy. What right do you have? A scion of such humble lineage. The two looked at Jiang Ro with palpable envy. Tang Xian was indeed remarkable, a leader among the younger generation of the Tang family, naturally drawing admiration, and the sisters were no exception. Thus, their jealousy towards Jiang Ro ran deep. Jiang Ro, you are far too weak. You do not deserve to be in the top 10. The sisters joined forces, intertwining their water and fire powers, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught towards Jiangro. Watch as we sisters cast you down. A surge of fiery light, entwined with rushing water, burst through the crowd, surging towards Jiangro. She bit her lip in trepidation. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Yi Zhao's encouraging gaze. He mouthed words of support, as if to say, "Keep going. Yes, you can do it. Jiangro, believe in yourself. You are no longer alone." As the attack bore down on her, Jiangro slowly closed her eyes. Zzz. Arc after arc of violet electricity crackled around her, signaling a profound transformation in her essence. "Sister, something is strange about Jiangro. Jusin et galim in astonim. Something's amiss. She is concealing a second elemental power." The element in question was lightning. Chu Ro's eyes widened in realization. Sure enough, with Jiangro opening her eyes, a resplendent violet lightning cleaved through the heavens. Violet thunder, illuminating the skies. Boom! The violet lightning, akin to a long whip, collided with the tempest of water and fire. The elements reacted violently. The water element confused the lightning, which then clashed with the fire element. Boom! A tremendeuse explosion reverberated, sending a thick mist soaring and propelling everyone atop the stone pillars away. In the final moments, a violet lightning whip extended from Jiangro's hand, ensnaring the golden throne. She strode towards the top 10's position and took her seat, the violet thunder swirling around her, casting her as a queen of lightning. "This position is mine. Does anyone object?" Jiangro's beautiful eyes darkened slightly, exuding an air of dominance. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction, seemingly assured that Jiangro would be just fine. Meanwhile, on another pillar, Xiao Hongchun. Now, the stone pillar stands desolate, devoid of any presence, save for two figures clashing with the ferocity of lightning. One clad in white wields a sword, while the other, draped in black, brandishes a knife. The dance of blades has escalated into a wild frenzy. These two individuals. Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead. Is this considered an internal conflict? How could roommates engage in such a frantic duel? Xiao Hongchun, today, I shall surely defeat you. Threefold black light blade. Qiu Jianfeng erupted with a roar, raising his long knife high. A surge of dark energy enveloped him. Boom! 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 Three massive black knife lights swept forth. The wind howled like a tempest. Xiao Hongchun, wielding his long sword, executed several strikes to deflect one of the knife lights. Yet, the remaining two advanced ominously towards him. Just as the onlookers began to sweat for him, Xiao Hongchun's aura abruptly transformed. I am neither self nor other. Only the sword remains. Sword slash. Chapter 69. The next round, the championship battle. Xiao Hongchun's mastery of the sword heart was commendable. Su Changhen observed the focused stance of Xiao Hongchun as he wielded his sword, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. What's this, Changhen? Have you taken a liking to this young lad? Planning to take him on as a disciple? Ning Zhao inquired with a smile. Su Changhen demand saident, merely shaking his head with a smile. Unbeknownst to Ning Zhao, the year during which Su Changhen had vanished was spent teaching Xiao Hongchun the art of the sword. He was already a disciple of Su Changhen. Is that so? I have surveyed the contenders, and this child possesses the purest swordsmanship. If he doesn't meet your standards, it seems the sword god of the great Xiao will have no successors. Ning Cao Siket. Su Changhen was too preoccupied to entertain Ning Zhao's prattle, who seemed endlessly intent on introducing him to potential disciples or romantic interests. It was utterly unnecessary, especially when he was separated from his wife and could barely see his daughter once a year. Yet, here he was, fretting over Su Changhen's affairs. At this moment, as Xiao Hongchun entered the sword heart state, his sword technique soared in power, overpowering Qiu Jianfeng. Why does this lad's swordplay seem so familiar? Ning Cao bunded, stroking his chin. It resembles the sword path you followed in your university days. Could he possibly be your clandestine disciple? Not at all. You are mistaken. Suchangan Diplaivkuli. Is that so? Ning Zhao maintained his skepticism. At that moment, Xiao Hongchun's sword wind shifted, unleashing the heaven-splitting sword technique. Boom! A brilliant sword light erupted, dimming even the blazing sun in its radiance. This strike seemed to cleave the sky asunder. What the heck? This is your heaven-splitting sword technique, and you still claim he is not your disciple. When did you take him under your wing? You sly fellow, Ning Xiao exclaimed, his astonishment evident. Xiao Hongshan's talent for the sword is exceptional, even surpassing mine, Su Chonghen responded calmly. With the emergence of the heaven-splitting sword technique, the outcome of the battle was evidently sealed. Xiao Jianfeng was sent flying by the strike. Double blade mode. Activate. Xiao Jianfeng was enveloped in dark smoke, his eyes turning pitch black as a terrifying aura surged forth. Oh! He let out a roar reminiscent of a wild beast, wildly brandishing his Tang Dao, unleashing formidable blade energies towards the heaven-splitting sword intent. Yet, even with such ferocity, he could not withstand the heaven-splitting sword technique, being struck away once more. Nevertheless, he continued to howl defiantly, unleashing an indomitable will with his blade. Just as the sword light and blade energy were about to collide again, a figure appeared between them. Ning Xiao, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, dispelled the sword light and blade energy into the void. That's enough. With Ning Xiao's intervention, Xiao Hongshan gradually withdrew from the sword heart state, while the demonic energy surrounding Xiao Jianfeng dissipated. The devil blade body, a genius of the blade path. Ning Xiao mused as he regarded Xiao Jianfeng. Perhaps entrusting him to that individual would be quite fitting. With this battle, Xiao Hongshan firmly secured his position among the 10 elite. As we reach this moment, the selection of the top 10 contenders is nearing its conclusion. Among them are Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru, Yi Xiao, Bai Ryu, Xiao Hongshan, Zhang Ro, and the enigmatic Ning Ningzi from the Divine Palace. Additionally, 3 other young individuals stand out. A robust man named Shi Jiao, whose vocation is that of a guardian. He has erected a shield upon his throne that withstood relentless assaults from a multitude of students. Then there is a member of the Chu family, known as Chu Yan, a metamorphosis sorcerer whose transformation grants him formidable destructive power, leaving ordinary students gravely injured in their encounters with him, thus deterring any further challenges. Lastly, there is a frail girl, a caster of curses, who has cast a collective curse upon all students, causing them to fall from the climbing pillars for various reasons. Thus far, the top 10 have been determined. The remaining contestants will engage in more intricate ranking battles at a different venue. Next comes the moment you have all eagerly anticipated, the championship battle. The rules are as follows. Ning Xiao's figure hovers in the void. The thrones of the top 10 are arranged from left to right, with the first on the far left and the 10th on the far right. You may challenge the opponent seated before you, starting from the 10th position and proceeding in succession until no one remains to fight. Yi Xiao currently occupies the 5th seat, signifying his provisional rank. To his left is Wu Tongxian, the provisional 1st. Those positioned behind may challenge those ahead. The 10th contender, Shi Jiao, the guardian, stands and shakes his head. My vocation is that of a guardian. While my defense is commendable, if it comes to offense, I must forfeit my challenge. The 9th contender is the caster of curses, a girl named Shui Yifang. I forfeit. Her curses prove effective against average students. Yet against opponents of comparable strength, their impact is negligible. It is evident that both the caster of curses and the guardian are ill-suited for solitary combat, better suited for teamwork. The 8th contender is the metamorphosis sorcerer, Chu Yan, whose level is impressively high at the 9th tier of the extraordinary. I shall challenge. A strange smile curls upon his lips. His gaze shifts to the 7th contender, Zhang Ro, with a glint of bloodlust in his eyes. Come fort, Zhang Ru. I shall take great pleasure in your defeat. Zhang Ro rises with an expressionless demeanor. They step to the center of the arena. Zhang Ro, I can see that you are indeed formidable. Perhaps your family has underestimated you. However, you must not bring shame upon them. Thus, here, I shall utterly incapacitate you. A woman should simply adhere to her family's wishes and marry. The pursuit of dominance is a man's domain. With that, Chu Yan lets out a shriek and lunges toward Zhang Ro like an arrow released from a bow. Hell's Claw. Boom! His 10 fingers slice through the air like blades, tearing towards Zhang Ro. Freeze! Zhang Ro swiftly gestures, summoning 5 icy pillars from behind her to collide with him. Too slow. Too slow. Chu Yan let out a sinister chuckle, effortlessly evading Jiang Rou's icy pillar. Do not squander any more time. Unleash your lightning attribute. Otherwise, you shall miss your chance. Jiang Rou retreated a step, her voice slow and deliberate. As you wish. Purple lightning illuminating the heavens. Crackling sounds erupted as violet thunder tore through the sky, encircling her form. Now, this is more like it. Engaging like this is exhilarating. Chu Yin delicately licked her sword-like nails. The hallmark of a demonized sorceress lies in her ability to transform herself through the blood of demons. Presently, Chu Yin had acquired her powers from the blood of a creature known as the Night Demon Wolf. Elusive in movement, ruthless in action, and insatiably bloodthirsty. The purple lightning surged forth, dense and overwhelming, resembling an enormous net that cloaked the arena. To the ordinary observer, it would induce sheer terror. Yet, Chu Yin charged straight through the violet bolts, heading directly for Jiang Rou. Why does the lightning have no effect on him? Bairuoyu furrowed her brow. The might of Jiang Rou's thunder was undeniably formidable. Even someone of the 9th tier of transcendence would hesitate to confront it head-on. Why did Chu Yin appear unfazed? Chapter 70. I won't leave you crippled. I'll share your surname. Behold the surface of his physique, a manifestation of the petrifying beast's prowess. This demon's hallmark is formidable defense and an exceptional immunity to lightning. Xiao furrowed his brows and spoke. This Chu Yin is not limited to a singular demon's ability. He has come prepared. Jiang Rou is in peril. With a swift motion, the thunderous barrier was breached by Chu Yin. Ha ha ha. Perish. He lashed out with his claws towards Jiang Rou. Boom. An ice wall rapidly ascended before Jiang Rou, thwarting the attack. Yet in the next instant, Chu Yin's figure had already reappeared behind her. Too slow. Can your ice-manipulating speed rival mine? He grinned, his claws brushing against Jiang Rou's hair. No, the true fullness lies within you. Jiang Rou's lips parted slightly. Icebound realm. Whoosh. Countless icy crystals radiated outward from Jiang Rou's core. What? Crackle. Crackle. Chu Yan's form was ensnared in ice. No, it should be said that the majority of the arena was engulfed by Jiang Rou's frost. Chu Yin was rendered rigid in the void. It is over. Jiang Rou turned, her long hair billowing, scattering shards of ice. She summoned an ice sword into her hand and thrust it toward the immobilized Chu Yin. Victory! Splendid. Sister Jiang Rou is incredible. Bairuoyu exclaimed joyfully. Not yet. The battle is not won. This fiend, Xiao activated his ocular prowess, perceiving a fervent power rising within Chu Yan's body. Indeed, he realized that with the petrifying beast's abilities countering Jiang Rou's lightning attributes, how could he not devise a strategy to neutralize her ice attributes? Certainly, Jiang Rou's reflexes were swift. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of her lightning against Chu Yin, she had baited him and prepared this lethal maneuver. However, she had underestimated the Chu family's intelligence network. Chu Yin had long since devised a countermeasure against Jiang Rou's ice. Ha ha ha. You rejoiced too soon. The previously frozen expression of Chu Yin transformed into a sinister grin. Detonation. Boom. He opened his mouth, unleashing a fierce blaze that erupted midair. The tremendous force hurled Jiang Rou away. Ha ha ha. Jiang Rou, you have greatly underestimated me. You have severely underestimated the Chu family. Whoosh. His claws sliced through the dense fog. Lunging toward Jiang Rou. Jiang Rou's complexion paled. The recent explosion had already sent her blood surging, leaving her defenseless against Chu Yan's attack. She conceded. Xiao abruptly rose, declaring, ha ha ha. Concede? She did not voice it. How can it be deemed a concession? I refuse to acknowledge it. Chu Yin laughed heartily, mercilessly clawing at Jiang Rou. You seek death. Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself before Jiang Rou. Boom! With a sweep of his hand, a surge of golden flames erupted, propelling Chu Yin away. Principal Nink. He has unilaterally intervened in the match. Please revoke his eligibility. The forceful impact sent Chu Yin flying as she shouted at Ning Zhao. Ning Zhao furrowed his brow, acknowledging that Yi Zhao's actions had indeed disrupted the rules of the competition. Yi Zhao, do you have anything to say for yourself? Yi Zhao's expression darkened. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhao, You have violated the competition rules. According to the regulations, you will be disqualified from the top 10. You should just go back home. This is not a matter for someone of your stature. Chu Yin taunted while licking her nails. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes at Chu Yin. Those who knew him understood that he was on the brink of fury. Principal, Nink. Yi Xiao is merely concerned for the safety of his companions. I believe his actions are justifiable. Xiao Hongqian interjected. Indeed, Principal Ning, Chu Yin's actions were excessively ruthless. He aimed to severely injure Jiang Ro. Bai Ruoyu anxiously chimed in. I concur that Yi Xiao's concerns are valid. Xin Gong Ning Ningzi added. Principal Nink, please grant him another chance. Even Lin Ru voiced her support. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity, but it comes with conditions. Ning Zhao gazed intently at Yi Xiao. If you fail to secure the championship, I will disqualify you from the top 10 and penalize you for disrupting the freshman competition. Can you meet this condition? Yi Xiao nodded resolutely. I can. Good. Then let the competition resume. In this round, Chu Yin emerges victorious. He rises to 7th place, while Jiang Ro claims 8th. Next, we have a 6th contender, Xin Gong Ningmingzi. She raised her hands. I forfeit this round. Excellent. Next, in 5th place, Yi Xiao. Who do you wish to challenge? Yi Xiao slowly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with golden flames. I challenge. Chu Yin. Yi Xiao pronounced each word deliberately. Chu Yan's complexion turned pale as he exclaimed in panic, Yi Xiao, you are in 5th place? How can you challenge me, who is ranked higher? He pointed accusingly at Yi Xiao. It's merely a provisional ranking. There is no rule against challenging someone ranked higher, Yi Xiao retorted coldly. Indeed, there's no such regulation, Ning Zhao stated calmly. However, should you win this battle, you will gain no advantage. If you lose, your position will be forfeited to Chu Yin. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this challenge? Absolutely, Yi Xiao affirmed. Very well, Ning Zhao waved his hand. The second match begins now, with Yi Xiao facing Chu Yin. With Ning Zhao's command, flames erupted into the air, forming a blazing suit of armor that enveloped Yi Xiao. He stepped forward, the golden flames spreading through the void as if igniting the entire world. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Principal, I admit. Chu Yan's face turned white with fear as he hurriedly shouted. Yet before he could finish, Yi Xiao's fist had already struck him. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying. Yi Xiao advanced once more, seizing Chu Yin by the collar and slamming him brutally onto the arena. The arena suddenly sank. Gritting my teeth. Boom! Boom! Yi Xiao knelt, pressing against Chu Yan's neck, as golden flames blazed fiercely, resembling a golden ancient deity emerging from the flames. Under Yi Xiao's terrifying aura, Chu Yin was utterly immobilized. Bang! Bang! With each mighty blow, Yi Xiao's fists rained down upon Chu Yin. Chu Yin could utter not a single word, unable to even concede defeat. He was akin to a punching bag, mercilessly struck by Yi Xiao. Unless I render you utterly defeated today, I, Yi Xiao, shall not share your surname. Chapter 71, Declaration of War, a duel between two women with a resounding crack. Yi Xiao exerted his strength, reducing Chu Yan's hand bones to mere fragments. His arm dangled limply, resembling two pieces of decayed flesh. You wish to incapacitate her? Then I shall first render you powerless. Yi Xiao declared menacingly. Flames enveloped his body, and with each successive punch, Chu Yan's form was nearly scorched beyond recognition, her body bereft of any unblemished flesh. She attempted to utter a word, but Yi Xiao silenced her with a brutal slap that left her mouth in ruins. Yi Xiao, you have vented your ire. It is time to release him. Wu Tongxian finally stood, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, Chu Yin remained a direct descendant of the Chu family. As the grandson of Chu Shanhe, Wu Tongxian was duty-bound to prioritize the interests of the Chu clan. You demand that I release him? When I ordered him to cease earlier, he refused. Now you request my leniency? It is too late. With a thunderous stomp, Yi Xiao brought his foot down with force upon Chu Yan's leg. The arena trembled as a deep crater formed, and her limb was reduced to a state of utter ruin, held together only by a thin layer of skin. The pain. My hand. My leg. Wu Tongxian. Save me, please. Chu Yin cried out, yearning to clutch her leg, but her hands were already crushed by Yi Xiao's merciless grip. She could only tilt her head back, gazing at the azure sky while emitting heart-wrenching screams. This scene sent chills down the spines of the observing students. How ruthless! Yi Xiao was undeniably merciless. Even if Chu Yin were to recover, the ordeal she faced today would haunt her for a lifetime. Perhaps simply uttering the name Yi Xiao would drive her to the brink of madness and terror. Principal Ning. Yi Xiao's actions suggest a cruel treatment of his opponent. I demand that he cease immediately. Wu Tongxin's face was grim. If I stop, will you come down and fight me? Yi Xiao interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Tongxian. I am here to accept the challenge. Though it was not my turn, you have invited me to battle, and I can hardly refuse such an offer. With that, Wu Tongxian slowly rose to his feet. Very well. If you wish to confront Yi Xiao, it shall be after this round. It is now by Ryu's turn. Ning Zhao interjected, raising a hand to halt their confrontation. The cost for Chu Yan's medical treatment will be covered by Zhanshan University. As for Yi Xiao, should he fail to secure first place, severe penalties will be unavoidable. Ning Zhao raised an eyebrow. Young men should not harbor such animosity. A more composed demeanor is advisable. Taking a sip from his thermos of goji berry tea, Ning Zhao attempted to restore order. Crack! Yi Xiao stomped down again, shattering Chu Yan's leg once more. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he shrugged his shoulders. Principal Ning is correct. I, Yi Xiao, have always believed in the power of strength. Yi Xiao, your behavior hardly embodies the principles of reason. Wu Tongxian was nearly left breathless by his exasperation. To speak such falsehoods with open eyes, even his typically placid temperament could no longer endure. Ignoring him, Yi Xiao returned to his position, his expression inscrutable. He extended his hand, forming a gesture resembling a pistol towards Wu Tongxian. Baiyu, knocked down. The countenance of Wu Tongxian was as dark as charcoal. At this moment, Bai Ruiyu slowly rose to her feet. Standing upon the arena, she placed her hands on her hips, her gaze coldly fixed on Xingu Ningningzi. Come down. Do I need to call your name? Xingu the saucy vixen. Hee hee hee. Xingu Ningningzi chuckled lightly, rising to pat down her skirt before leaping into the arena. Here I come, my dear Bai Ruiyu. Her eyes fell upon Bai Ruiyu's remarkably flat chest, emphasizing the last word with a mocking tone. The surrounding audience erupted in laughter. They were all seasoned veterans, well-versed in the nuances of language. How could they fail to comprehend the implications behind Xingu Ningningzi's words? You are finished, Xingu Ningningzi. I shall make you regret this. Inferno Dragon's breath. Boom! With a flick of her wrist, Bai Ruiyu summoned a crimson fire dragon that soared into the air. Yin-yang government. Scarlet Lotus. Xingu Ningningzi stepped forward, her body enveloped in a flawless crimson attire. Perfect, since we both wield fire attributes. Let us engage in a contest of flames. My dear Bai Ruiyu. Whoosh! A fiery serpent rose into the sky. Clash! The serpent and the fire dragon entwined in midair. Ali. Dai. Go! Bai Ruiyu gestured, and two magic circles materialized behind her. The nine-tailed spirit cat and the dragon man surged forth. Hua hua! Go! Thus, a third summoned beast appeared, a fearsome three-headed hellhound. Yet, Bai Ruiyu had bestowed upon it an adorably whimsical name. Clash! The three-headed summon charged towards Xingu Ningningzi from various angles. By my blood, I command the deities. All combatants, take your positions. Three talismans materialized in Xingu Ningningzi's hands. As the talismans ignited, three distinct magic circles emerged behind her. SHT. Queen. Gaochen. Conceal. Clash. Three Shikigami stepped forth from behind Xingu Ningningzi. The queen was a white-haired woman clad in green attire. Gaochen was a man dressed in purple. SHT was a handsome figure with crimson hair, wielding a great sword. Can Shikigami take human form? Yi Xiao stroked his chin, curiosity flickering across his face. Indeed, Shikigami can transform at the whim of the Onmyoji. They can be beasts, or they can be human. Agreed. They may also take on the form of yin-yang garments. Jiang Ro nodded in affirmation. Boom! The arena was now engulfed in utter chaos. The fire dragon clashed with the fire serpent above. Below, The three great summons battled against the three formidable Shikigami. The Queen and Gauchin were once Shikigami of a legendary Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. It is said that in this lifetime, all 12 of Abe no Saimai Shikigami have manifested in the present world. Half are here with Shingu Ning Ningzi in the Eastern Shrine, and the other half with a young man from the Western Yamakato family. Jiang Ro explained to Xiao, there has long been a rumor in the East. If one gathers all 12 of Saimai Shikigami, perhaps it could lead to the resurrection of the legendary Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. That would be a being of immense power. A resurrected being at the pinnacle of its journey has the potential to profoundly alter the trajectory of humanity. As Jiang Ro and Xiao engaged in conversation, Bai Ruoyu and Shingu Ning Ningzi were locked in an intense battle. If this continued, the struggle would extend into the night without a resolution. Xiao rubbed his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face. Bai Ruoyu effortlessly conjured a myriad of magical spells, while Shingu Ning Ningzi unleashed formidable fire-based attacks with her yin-yang attire, creating a standoff of equal strength. Enough. I declare this round a draw. Sutendi, ning Xiao interjected. Principal, I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. Bai Ruoyu protested with a charming tone. Ha ha ha. Dear child, do you truly believe I have given my all? I still have 5 powerful Shikigami yet to summon. Shingu Ning Ningzi covered her lips, a playful glint in her eyes. Continuing this fight will yield no favorable outcome for you. It would be wise to know when to retreat. Little one, you, Shingu Ning Ningzi, one day, I shall remove those 2 ample mounds that adorn your chest. Bai Ruoyu fumed as she glared at Shingu Ning Ningzi's voluptuous form, her anger boiling over. Chapter 72. Sword Against Sword. Xiao versus Wu Tongxian. Ultimately, the battle concluded in a stalemate, and next up was Xiao Hongchen. I challenge. Wu Tongxian. Xiao Hongchen rose, his long sword unsheathed, aimed directly at Wu Tongxian. You seek to challenge me? We bear no grievances against one another. Wu Tongxian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Hongchen. Indeed, no grievances, only a desire for combat, Xiao Hongchen declared, his focus unwavering, as if the sword was the sole object of his existence. A valiant swordsman. I accept your challenge. With a swift motion, Wu Tongxian formed a sword seal and descended onto the arena upon his flying sword. This will be interesting. Wu Tongxian's flying sword and Xiao Hongchen's swordsmanship. What do you think of your disciple's chances, Su Changhen? Ning Zhao inquired of Su Changhen. Red dust cannot win. Wu Tongxian has already transcended to the transformation level, Su Changhen replied coolly. However, should their levels be equal, I hold faith in red dust. It was rare for Su Changhen to voice his opinion, yet deep down, he harbored great trust in his soul disciple, who might very well remain his only one in the future. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair between Xiao Hongchen's brows, facing Wu Tongxian. He dared not be careless. Thus, he immediately entered a state of sword intent, cultivating the heavenly severing sword technique. Heavenly sever. With a swift motion, his long sword was drawn, radiating a brilliant light akin to a rushing galaxy, surging towards Wu Tongxian. Control the sword. Wu Tongxian executed his hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. 5 flying swords whistled forth. Crack, crack, crack. The 6 swords collided with the torrent of sword energy. Again, control the sword. 8 swords unite, the 8 pagoda sword. Wu Tongxian casually gestured with his sword finger. 2 more flying swords shot out, merging with the other 8 in the void. A massive flying sword, entirely black and adorned with golden patterns, emerged, faintly echoing the murmurs of demonic deities and celestial beings reciting scriptures. Boom! The 8 pagoda sword collided with the heavenly sever sword intent. As expected, after a brief moment of resistance, the heavenly sever was shattered, sending Xiao Hongchen flying. The pagoda sword slashed towards Xiao Hongchen, yet he never uttered the words of surrender. For a swordsman, to yield is to accept defeat, and such words would never escape his lips. At that moment, a voice resonated, and as it did, the 8 pagoda sword halted at Xiao Hongchen's brow. The speaker was none other than the seemingly distracted sword god, Su Changhen. Impressive swordsmanship. When red dust level rises, we shall duel again, Su Changhen remarked, observing the 8 pagoda sword with approval. He then flicked his fingers. The pagoda sword retreated, transforming back into 8 flying swords that circled around Wu Tongxian. I'll take this one with me. You all may continue your competition, he said, placing a hand on Xiao Hongqian's shoulder before vanishing into the void like a beam of sword light. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Wu Tongxian wore a look of surprise. Xiao Hongqian was, after all, a disciple of the sword god. Alas, this fellow has no regard for rules. It was clearly stated that disturbances during the competition were prohibited. Truly, there was not a shred of decorum among the elders. What was this nonsense about rules being made to be broken? Did he truly think everything could be sliced through with a sword? In this round, Wu Tongxian emerged victorious. Next up is Lin Ru. Whom do you wish to challenge? He asked. I shall challenge Wu Tongxian. Lin Ru replied, rising with a scroll in hand. What? The audience erupted in astonishment. Wu Tongxian had just completed a match, and now Lin Ru sought to challenge him again. And soon, it was likely that Yi Xiao would issue a challenge too. Did they regard Wu Tongxian as a mere machine? Would this relentless barrage not wear him down? Lin Ru, perhaps you should forego this round. Yi Xiao suddenly interjected. Let me determine the victor against Wu Tongxian first. The winner will then face you. Is that agreeable? Lin Ru pondered for a moment before nodding slowly and sitting back down. I forfeit. With Lin Ru's concession, the second round commenced. Contestants 9 and 10 also forfeited, while Jiang Ro, ranked 8th, withdrew as well. The 7th, Chu Yin, she was likely still in the ICU. The 6th, Shingu Ningzi, also chose to forfeit. Thus, the spotlight naturally fell upon Yi Xiao, the 5th contender. Amid the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yi Xiao rose slowly, his eyes igniting with a golden flame. I challenge Wu Tongxian. Whoosh! From beneath Yi Xiao's feet, a staircase of golden flames materialized, allowing him to descend step by step. At that moment, Wu Tongxian remained on the stage, not yet departed. 8 flying swords encircled him, his white attire ethereal, black hair dancing lightly. He appeared as a celestial being. Yi Xiao, I accept your challenge. Wu Tongxian smiled subtly. I have longed for this battle, not only for familial reasons, but for my own as well. With a flick of his fingers, he sent the 8 swords hurtling toward Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stood his ground, his expression unwavering, watching as the swords charged towards him. Yi Xiao, be careful, Jiang Ro exclaimed in alarm. Yi Xiao, are you daft? Why are you just standing there? Bai Ruoyu shouted urgently. Even Shingu Ningzi could not comprehend Yi Xiao's actions. Standing idly, neither attacking nor defending, was he merely offering himself as a target? Onlookers in the audience, supporters of Wu Tongxian, erupted in laughter at the sight. Has Yi Xiao been frightened into a stupor? No way. Is Yi Xiao really this cowardly? He entered with such flair. I thought he was a champion. Turns out he is just a novice. Oh dear, Yi Xiao is finished. A mere spectacle, a complete jester. No need to watch anymore. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Swoosh! Amidst the cacophony, a sword pierced through Yi Xiao's shoulder, blood spraying forth. A gaping wound appeared on his shoulder. Yi Xiao, why? Jiang Ro and the others were left bewildered. But soon, Yi Xiao finally reacted. He glanced at the injury on his shoulder, a flash of green light flickering in his eyes. An incredible event was about to unfold. The gaping wound on Yi Xiao's shoulder began to shrink at a visibly astonishing rate. It was hoped that it would return to its original state. Only the torn fabric of his clothing remained as a testament to the fact that Yi Xiao had indeed been struck by Wu Tongxian's flying sword. How could this be possible? Everyone was taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces at the sight of such a significant wound healing so rapidly. Were they witnessing a phantom? Yet, Yi Xiao merely rotated his neck and gently moved his arm. Indeed, the restorative effect of the wood spirit was remarkable. A satisfied smile graced his features. This was precisely Yi Xiao's intention, to assess the healing capabilities of the wood spirit eye. Nothing more than that. He clenched his fist and turned his gaze towards Wu Tongxian, who appeared equally perplexed. Very well, Wu Tongxian. The match has officially commenced. Chapter 73. The Hidden Techniques of Wu Tongxian. Look. What is that? Goodness, it's incredible. How has Yi Xiao's wound healed so quickly? That's against the rules. Is there a healer assisting him from the shadows? This is a violation. Principle. Yi Xiao is competing with a healer. He should be disqualified. The noble disciples who had supported Wu Tongxian and anticipated Yi Xiao's misfortune were left utterly astonished, their faces reflecting pure disbelief. What a breach of expectations. Do you think I, an 8th level practitioner, am blind? Can I see whether a healer is aiding him or not? Perhaps you'd like to take on the role of the judge? I would grant you that opportunity. Ning Zhao surveyed the flustered students, his voice steady. Have you been so pampered at home that you've lost your ability to think independently? Is this the kind of foolishness you dare to utter? It appears that our Zhanshan University needs to reassess the caliber of its students, particularly in terms of intelligence. Thoroughly scrutinized. Under Ning Zhao's stern admonishment, all the students obediently fell silent. Upon reflection, they realized how foolish they had been. Attempting petty tricks before an 8th level practitioner was akin to courting disaster. Their slander against Yi Xiao was, in essence, a slight against Ning Zhao himself. I assure you, no one is assisting Yi Xiao from the shadows. He has not consumed any restorative potions. All of this is his own doing. Do you understand? Everyone nodded obediently. Let the competition continue. I do not wish to hear any more of such intellectually degrading remarks. The youth of Xia shall not be so foolish. With a wave of his hand, the match resumed. Wu Tongxian's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Yi Xiao. This is the technique of a healer, Yi Xiao. Could this also be a manifestation of your ocular abilities? If this power of yours can be sustained, it would indeed be terrifying. Yi Xiao could easily wear me down in a battle of attrition unless I can incapacitate him in one decisive strike. Such petty maneuvers are beneath consideration. Yi Xiao remarqued nonchalantly. Wu Tongxian, you may flaunt your prowess, but I acknowledge your strength. I underestimated you. Henceforth, I shall unleash 120% of my capabilities in this contest. Wu Tongxian's demeanor grew grave. 8-step floating pagoda sword. With a swift motion, he summoned a massive black blade adorned with golden patterns, cleaving towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's body tensed as he activated his divine eye in an instant. He then propelled himself forward like an arrow. With a swift gesture, golden flames coalesced into a great sword in his grasp. Having mastered the transformation technique, he no longer needed to carry a weapon while venturing outside. The freedom of his spine was finally liberated. I knew you would attempt a close-range assault. Your strategy is transparent to me. As Yi Xiao's form flickered and he unleashed the golden flame sword, countering the 8-step floating pagoda sword and advancing towards Wu Tongxian. A smile crept across Wu Tongxian's lips. Glazed treasure body. With a hum, he formed a seal with one hand, enveloping himself in the shape of a glazed treasure pagoda. Like skin of purest jade, a layer of iridescent light began to shimmer. With a resounding crash, Yi Xiao's blade struck the form of Wu Tongxian, only to be met with an impenetrable defense. Truly, the prowess of a cultivator is remarkable. Mastery in both close and range combat renders Wu Tongxian nearly invincible. Yi Xiao is destined to lose. Indeed, he is merely a support class, a commoner. What right does he have to dominate us? Wu Tongxian crushed Yi Xiao, obliterate his wretched head. The clamorous shouts from outside grew increasingly fervent. Yi Xiao, do you hear them? They demand my victory over you. Wu Tongxian raised the glazed pagoda, casting a gentle smile towards Yi Xiao. I cannot disappoint them. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Yi Xiao. Yet, the fabric of space distorted, and with the activation of the void eye, Yi Xiao vanished in an instant. I apologize, but you shall indeed let them down. Boom! A calm voice resonated from another direction as Yi Xiao appeared elsewhere. The spells of cultivators are formidable. However, your weaknesses are all too apparent. A flash of white light gleamed in Yi Xiao's eyes. The void blade surged towards a specific point. Crack! 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 A series of strikes landed on the same spot. Under the effect of Yi Xiao's broken illusion eye, he discerned a minuscule fissure. Your glazed body cannot protect you forever. With a decisive step, Yi Xiao summoned flames that coalesced into a fiery gauntlet upon his hand. He then unleashed a punch toward that very location. Snap! A crisp crack echoed, as tendrils of golden flame engulfed Wu Tongxian's form, igniting fervently. Thus, the glazed body was utterly shattered. In that instant of destruction, Yi Xiao seized the moment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 9 flaming blades materialized in the void, encircling Wu Tongxian. Subsequently, all 9 blades were swung in unison. Boom! 9 blazing arcs of golden fire surged towards Wu Tongxian. Everyone held their breath, anxiously watching Wu Tongxian's perilous situation. The advantages of the cultivator had been neutralized. Both melee and range support had been dismantled by Yi Xiao. Wu Tongxian was in grave danger. Yi Xiao, you are truly formidable in both close and range combat. Your skills are astonishing, even surpassing my own. Yet, you underestimate the path of a cultivator. I am Wu Tongxian. Though I practice the celestial arts, I embody martial prowess, with divine talent and the physique of a martial sage. Boom! A colossal rune manifested in the void, imprinting itself onto Wu Tongxian's form. With a flourish, his white robes billowed, and his once raven hair transformed into a cascading white mane. He stood proudly, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a transcendent being. The form of a martial sage, martial fists, celestial arts. Boom! He lifted his hand and unleashed a punch that shattered the air, hurtling towards Yi Xiao. A torrent of white energy surged forth, striking at Yi Xiao with overwhelming force. This punch, all eyes widened in astonishment. Its power was extraordinary. It has transcended the realm of the extraordinary. Yi Xiao, to inform you, I have ascended to the transformation level. The body of a martial immortal is merely one of my trump cards. I possess another. Array arise. The 5 Thunder Formation. As Wu Tongxian extended his hands, a myriad of runes intertwined above the arena. A formidable formation enveloped Yi Xiao entirely. Within the array, flashes of lightning flickered, resembling whips that tore through the void. Practitioners at the transformation level can choose and elect a profession: alchemist, blacksmith, talismonger, or array master. One among 4. It appears that Wu Tongxian has opted for the path of the array master. The combat prowess of the martial immortal body surged dramatically, and the intricacies of the formation were unfathomable. Yi Xiao is in peril. All eyes were riveted on this fierce confrontation. At this moment, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Even Zhang Ro and Bai Ruyu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Yi Xiao. Chapter 74. The shadow of the martial god suppresses all. A torrent of formidable punches surged forth, accompanied by the crackling thunder that enveloped him. Yi Xiao found himself in a precarious situation. Yet, even in the face of such adversity, his countenance remained devoid of panic, exuding an unwavering calmness as if everything lay within his grasp. Martial Master Wu Tong, your hidden prowess is indeed formidable. Even a 3rd-tier metamorphose practitioner could suffer greatly if they are not cautious, Yi Xiao remarked with a smile. What was Yi Xiao up to? Did he acknowledge his inability to overcome Wu Tong and simply resign himself to defeat? The blows were landing right before him, yet he maintained a nonchalant air, engaging in idle conversation. Regardless of his strength, one had to admit he possessed an audacious heart. The onlooking students murmured among themselves. Yi Xiao, your insights are astute, but alas, your opportunity has slipped away. The game is over. Wu Tong nodded in affirmation. At that moment, with but a mere thought, the twin assaults would descend upon Yi Xiao. No matter how potent his enigmatic flames or outrageous regenerative abilities, Wu Tong held unwavering confidence in his capacity to vanquish Yi Xiao within this very strike. Is that so? Yi Xiao shuruk. There was one truth he had yet to express. He had achieved the 3rd-tier metamorphosis even before his enrollment. Fall! With Wu Tong's command, the force of his punch descended upon Yi Xiao. The thunder roared, obliterating any avenue of retreat and striking towards him. Wu Tong, you are correct. The game has indeed concluded. Yi Xiao revealed his signature smile, causing hearts to tighten in unison. Wu Tong, in particular, felt an inexplicable wave of trepidation. Was Yi Xiao about to unleash that technique? Jiang Ro gently covered her lips in awe, for it was a maneuver she had never witnessed him display before. In the past, During his 6th-tier extraordinary phase, Xiao had utilized this very technique to send a being comparable to a 3rd-tier metamorphosed deity back to its origins. Martial God, manifest. Boom! The arena shook violently, and a resplendent dark golden light erupted, soaring toward the heavens. What is that? A terrified cry escaped the lips of one observer. That is... The students trembled, pointing in disbelief at the silhouette emerging behind Xiao. A colossal dark golden figure materialized, its feet planted firmly on the earth, its head reaching for the sky, exuding unparalleled majesty and authority. It resembled a deity surveying the mortal realm from the heavens, instilling abject fear within their hearts. What was this apparition? Wutong gazed up at the shadow of the martial god, feeling an unsettling tremor within his own heart. The spectacle was utterly astonishing. Suppress. Xiao uttered the word with a calm demeanor. Boom! His entire being surged with an overwhelming force. The martial god swung his fist forward, and in an instant, Wutong's assault was rent asunder. The thunderous array shattered into fragments. This unstoppable punch hurtled towards Wutong. Just how powerful is your martial immortal form? I am genuinely curious to see how many of my punches you can withstand. As the words fell, the fist was already upon him. Puff! Wutong Xian's complexion turned pale, and his body was sent hurtling through the air. In an instant, the form of a martial immortal was shattered. He felt as though his internal organs were being crushed by an enormous hand, his entire being akin to having been run over by a truck. Even a revolving carousel of images appeared in his mind. Boom! A figure shot forth, like a meteor, hurtling towards the dormitory building several kilometers away. Just as Wutong Xian's body was about to collide with the teaching edifice, Ning Zhao manifested behind him, deftly dissipating the force of the impact with a single palm. Even this seasoned observer's expression shifted dramatically. The potency of that punch was comparable to a 5th-level transformation. This little monster. The most unfortunate was Wutong Xian himself. Having received that blow, his consciousness wavered. When Ning Zhao returned with a nearly unconscious Wutong Xian, the arena fell into a profound silence, a hushed stillness enveloping the crowd. Moments later, however, an explosive uproar of astonishment erupted. This Xiao is a true marvel. What on earth was that golden figure? It nearly made me wet myself. Absolutely terrifying. Just a glance felt like it could take my breath away. Wutong Xian was knocked out by a single punch. This is simply outrageous. The students could not suppress their awe, especially those from humble backgrounds, who erupted into ecstatic cheers. After all, Xiao and Wutong Xian symbolize the clash between the humble and the aristocratic. Yigot, damn, that's my Yi father. Incredible. You have truly brought pride to us from humble origins. One fervent young man gazed at Xiao, who stood resolutely in the arena. Hey, do you mind if I have multiple mothers? A pretty girl, adorned with heavy makeup, approached him and batted her eyelashes. As if my Yi god would ever be coveted by you commoners. He scoffed disdainfully. Suddenly, he added, however, I could grant you an opportunity to be my Yi father's daughter-in-law. You better seize it. He appraised the girl from head to toe. She was not bad at all. Although her makeup was a bit excessive, she certainly knew how to present herself. Most importantly, she exuded a captivating allure, clad in a black camisole paired with stockings, little leather shoes, and a super short skirt that was utterly enchanting. The girl, taken aback by his words for a moment, quickly regained her composure. Get lost. Have you looked in the mirror to see what you are? She flicked her long hair disdainfully and turned away. Now, I declare, in this battle, Xiao emerges victorious. Ning Zhao announced loudly. Xiao, with an impassive expression, descended from the arena. As he walked past Wutong Xian, he momentarily paused. I apologize, but among my peers, Xiao, have never tasted defeat. I had hoped you could provide me with that experience, but alas, you have disappointed me. I apologize for being too harsh. Next time, I shall ease up, so as not to turn you into a free fall. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Wutong Xian, seething with anger, nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. This was a grievous blow to the heart. To win, and then deliver a final stab. He struggled to catch his breath, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. The medical personnel hurriedly transported Wu Tongxian away. The dignified and elegant young noble lay upon a stretcher, being taken to the same ICU room as Chu Yan. Well, the next battle should be between us, Lin Ru, Yi Xiao inquired from his position, addressing Lin Ru from a distance. To his surprise, Lin Ru shook her head. There is no need, Yi Xiao. I'm not your match. I concede. Indeed, even though Lin Ru, as a speech sorceress, possessed formidable prowess, her strength was comparable to that of Wu Tongxian, with little disparity between them. Yi Xiao's martial deity avatar had effortlessly defeated Wu Tongxian, and he estimated that he could achieve a similar outcome against Lin Ru. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was his fear of revealing his true gender during the confrontation. That was of utmost importance. Chapter 75, Champion. Achieving a transformative level without engaging in battle, Lin Ru emerged second, while Yi Xiao basked in victory, ultimately securing the top rank. The final standings revealed Yi Xiao in first place, Lin Ru in second, and Wu Tongxian in third. Ning Ningzi and Bai Ruiyu shared the fourth position, followed by Xiao Hongshan in sixth, Chu Yin in seventh, Jiang Rou in eighth, the Cursed Master in ninth, and the Guardian in 10th. Yi Xiao, Lin Ru, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow I shall escort you to the land of guidance, Ning Zhao announced. You may each seek mentors of your preference. Turning to the others, he remarked, Yi Xiao, you truly managed to clinch first place. Quite impressive. Bai Ruiyu teased, swinging her arms behind her back in front of him. Congratulations, Yi Xiao, Jiang Rou added with a smile. Indeed, congratulations to you as well for making it into the top 10. You are no longer bound to the commands of the Chu family, Yi Xiao responded. Do you have any thoughts regarding mentors? I already have a candidate in mind. Jiang Rou nodded. Yes. I have someone in mind too. My mentor is an absolute beauty. Bai Ruiyu laughed heartily. Besides learning about my profession, I intend to seek her advice on enhancing my feminine charm. I cannot allow myself to be outshone by those from the divine palace, she declared with an air of pride. Yi Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. I believe some inherent flaws are rather challenging to change. Inherent flaws? What flaws? Bai Ruiyu blinked her innocent eyes. After a moment, she comprehended, following Yi Xiao's gaze and suddenly hugging her chest. Ha! Perverted rascal. Who is the rascal here? What is there about you that warrants such attention? Yi Xiao sukolfu dismissivity. You simply do not understand. There's a saying that goes, Lolas have 3 merits: soft voices, delicate bodies, and are easily toppled over. She posed with her hands on her hips, her expression radiating pride, as if urging him to compliment her. However, after a lengthy pause, she found herself still awaiting Yi Xiao's praise. Upon regaining her senses, she noticed Yi Xiao had already paired up with Jiang Rou, walking away into the distance. Let us go out for dinner tonight with Hongshun and the others, Yi Xiao suggested cheerfully. This weather calls for some cold beer. Wait, Yi Xiao, don't ignore me, Bai Ruiyu exclaimed, chasing after him with flailing arms. The following day, Yi Xiao and Lin Ru arrived at Ning Zhao's office together. Principal, we have arrived. Oh, you are here. Here, this is the cola you requested. Ning Zhao placed a cup of cola before Yi Xiao. Principal, you remember. Yi Xiao scratched his head awkwardly while reaching for the cola. I'm not teasing you. Here is your title of chief student. From now on, at Zhanshun University, you will enjoy privileges akin to those of a silver medal mentor, a private villa, a monthly salary of 80,000 Daxia coins, and regular training resources. All of this will be yours. Additionally, your access to the treasury will be enhanced, granting you an extra 5,000 points each month. Ning Zhao elucidated the myriad benefits associated with being the chief student to Yi Xiao in great detail. Now, let me guide you to the place of transition. You have a mere 12 hours, a precious commodity. You must seize the opportunity to absorb the energy that resides within this realm, he remarked with a smile. He then picked up a quill and began to conjure images in the air. It dawned on Yi Xiao that Ning Zhao's profession was indeed rare, a divine painter. With ink, he crafted landscapes, and with a stroke of his pen, he commanded the mountains and rivers. As he finished his incantation, a magical array gradually took shape in the air. Step inside. I have faith in you both, he said, casting a warm smile at Lin Ru and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao stepped into the array. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a void-like space. The air was thick with visible particles, which, with each gentle breath he took, surged into his being. Instantly, he felt an exhilarating surge of power within him, and his eyes even grew warm. These particles were akin to energy crystals. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with determination. He needed to elevate his professional rank. Like a water buffalo, he opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. With a rush, countless particles flooded into his nose and mouth, filling him with an ever-increasing reservoir of power. Ding! Host is on the verge of breaking through to a second-tier professional. Transformation level. Promotion rewards are being issued. The host may choose to advance a mastered ocular technique, excluding the golden eye technique. Current ocular technique advancement paths: golden flame, eye, purple, ever-burning sovereign flame, eye, red. Already advanced. Martial spirit eye, purple, martial god eye, orange, martial Dao Heavenly Eye, golden. Cannot advance past this stage. Copy eye, golden, void eye, purple, eye of judgment, red, eye of retribution, black, illusory demon eye, golden. Can advance. Wood spirit eye, purple, divine wood eye, red, eye of life, black, eternal evergreen eye, golden. Can advance. Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. The only techniques available for advancement at present were the wood spirit eye and the void eye. Soon, Yi Xiao made his choice. I choose to advance the void eye. Clearly, advancing the void eye from tier 2 to tier 3 offered superior value compared to the wood spirit eye's progression from tier 1 to tier 2. Ding! Selection successful. Advancing the void eye. Congratulations, host. The void eye has been upgraded to the eye of judgment. Eye of judgment. Gaze like divine retribution, punishing the wicked. With your sight, all can be judged. At this stage, you have attained the extraordinary ability to slay with your gaze, capable of summoning the sword of Damocles to punish evil, locking onto a target, and delivering fatality in one strike. Cooldown time: 3 days. Yi Xiao inhalet sharply astonished. The concept of delivering death in a single strike at the same level was monumental. Currently, being only at the first tier of transformation level, it meant he could already eliminate adversaries at the 9th tier of transformation level. Goodness, what an extraordinary ocular technique, Yi Xiao thought, as he prepared to activate the Eye of Judgment. His gaze fell upon a certain void, flickering slightly. Countless flashes of blades and swords whirled into existence within that space. An innumerable array of particles was shredded into nothingness. Yi Xiao inhaled sharply, contemplating the horror that would ensue if such strikes were to land upon a tangible target. How many practitioners could withstand that? Excellent. Having experienced the might of the ocular technique, Yi Xiao felt thoroughly satisfied. He commenced the elevation of his level. 12 hours swiftly passed, and Yi Xiao transformed into a relentless force, forcefully raising his level to the 3rd stage of metamorphosis. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in Ning Zhao's office. Observing their expressions, he could tell they had garnered significant rewards. Let me see, Ning Zhao remarked, scrutinizing the two. Linru, you have done remarkably well. Indeed, you have broken through to the metamorphosis level. Excellent. Now, let me take a look at you. Yi Xiao, if you have not achieved the metamorphosis level, I shall invite you to my office for cola every day. A mischievous smile adorned Ning Zhao's face as his gaze fell upon Yi Xiao. Upon doing so, his expression abruptly solidified. Chapter 76, Journey to the Xiao Hunter Team. Wait, is that a transformation to the 3rd tier? Am I seeing things? No, let me take another look. Huh, it's indeed a transformation to the 3rd tier. I wasn't mistaken. By heavens, it truly is a transformation to the 3rd tier. I cannot believe my eyes. Ning Zhao gazed at Yi Xiao in astonishment, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Finally, he managed to utter, "What on earth did you consume to grow like this?" With an earnest expression, Yi Xiao replied, "The rice grown by farmer uncle." Ning Zhao stroked his face in disbelief. 12 hours. The highest record among the students heading to the place of initiation in previous years was merely breaking through to the peak of the 1st tier. Your transformation to the 3rd tier is utterly unheard of. Ning Zhao shook his head, astonished. How on earth did you absorb that energy? Yi Xiao pondered for a moment. I utilized the power of the void, and when I opened my mouth to swallow, I cleared out a whole realm of energy. Moreover, due to the advancement of my technique, I wasted several hours. Otherwise, I would have already surged to the 4th tier. Huh, isn't that just normal absorption? Normal Ning Xiao was left speechless. Here, this is your token, the internship token for the Xiao Hunter team. Coincidentally, they have a new mission recently, so off you go. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Ning Xiao waved his hand, signaling Yi Xiao to leave. Truly, the disparity between individuals is infuriating. Back in my day, at the place of initiation, I rushed to absorb energy every second, and I only managed to break through to the transformation level due to time constraints. And here you are, with your so-called normal absorption leading to a transformation to the 3rd tier. The disparity is maddening. I am already exhausted. Xiao Hunter team. As Yi Xiao looked at the radiant token in his hand, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. One of the top 400 teams in the Great Xiao. He intended to head directly to the Xiao Hunter team for an exploration. The Xiao Hunter team was stationed in a location known as the Sun Palace within the Great Xiao. The security at the Sun Palace was exceedingly stringent, preventing ordinary individuals from approaching. As soon as Yi Xiao entered the vicinity of the Sun Palace, he was intercepted. Who goes there? This is the heavily guarded Sun Palace. I am Yi Xiao, the top scorer of this year's freshman assessment at the Divine Guardian University. I am here for an internship at the Xiao Hunter team. Here is my token. Yi Xiao presented his token to the guard. It is indeed authentic. You may enter. Once inside, someone will guide you. The guard smiled. Youngster, are you mentally prepared? Yi Xiao paused for a moment. What kind of mental preparation? He countered. The guard merely smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. You will understand once you get there. With his token in hand, Yi Xiao stepped into the Sun Palace. The Sun Palace was vast, resembling a colossal silver labyrinth, bustling with various staff members scurrying about. Although the Xiao Hunter team was referred to as a team, it comprised over 3,000 individuals. It was divided into various departments such as logistics, investigation, security, hunting, and reserves, each performing its duties like a gigantic machine composed of countless components. The likes of Yi Xiao, as an intern, find themselves in the reserve department. This department is predominantly populated by youth, many of whom have recently graduated from university or, having completed high school, opted not to pursue further studies but instead joined the god hunting team. Such individuals are not uncommon, and among them are several who share a similar age with Yi Xiao. The reserve department serves as a nurturing ground for fresh talent within the Xiao god hunting team. Tasks are typically scarce, but on this occasion, a mission to eradicate deities has been issued, aimed at assessing the capabilities of the young recruits. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the reporting location for the reserve department? Yi Xiao inquired at the front desk. Hello, may I see your identity token? Came a soft voice. Yi Xiao looked up, momentarily taken aback. Is it you? You're not. It is I. Suya replied, equally surprised. Didn't you return to Magic City? Yi Xiao asked with a furrowed brow. I dropped out, Suya said, brushing back her long hair, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Some matters are rather unpleasant to discuss. The incident had irrevocably alienated her from Tang Hao. The Tang family had even taken out their ire on the Su family. After Wang Shui returned, their little clique united to ostracize Suya. Moreover, her family was pressuring her to return and apologize to the Tang family, even contemplating marrying her off to a young man from the Tang family as a form of atonement. Thus, she decided to leave without looking back and withdrew from her studies. I am currently volunteering with the Xiao god hunting team, Suya added with a gentle smile. Are you headed to the reserve department? I can take you there, she offered. All right, thank you, Yi Xiao nodded. However, your presence here suggests you must have secured first place in the freshman competition, correct? By luck, he replied with a chuckle. You didn't seem so modest when you incapacitated Tang Hao. Yi Xiao remained silent. He adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. The atmosphere in the reserve department. Be cautious. They're not delicate flowers like Tang Hao and his ilk, Suya cautioned. The atmosphere? Is it truly that poor? After all, it is the pinnacle of the Great Xiao as god hunting team, Yi Xiao remarked with a frown. No, It's not that the atmosphere is poor, but rather that the competitive spirit is intense. To put it simply, it is rife with tension. You'll understand once you step inside. This coincides with their training period, Suya stated, leading Yi Xiao to a metal wall. Beep! With a swipe of her identity token, the metal wall opened. A wave of fervent energy surged forth, akin to that of a restless volcano. Her brow furrowing as she even covered her nose. The mingling sense of sweat, heat, and hormones enveloped them, reminiscent of being engulfed by a volcano. As the door swung open, the young individuals exercising with various training equipment turned their attention toward them. Lilia has arrived. A red-haired man with a scruffy beard approached, a broad smile on his face. He clutched a military-grade metal flask in his hand, and a strong scent of alcohol wafted from him. Suya took 2 steps back, instinctively covering her mouth and nose. Minister Montak Xian. This is the top performer of the new student assessment at Jianshan University. His name is Yi Xiao. Minister Mo Tian. This lad is Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Oh, the top newcomer of Jianshan University. Quite impressive, my boy. Do you indulge in drinking?" "Of course. Just a little." Mo Tian shook the wine jug in his hand. "Certainly." Yi Xiao took the jug and without hesitation, gulped down a generous mouthful. The young onlookers watched with keen interest, seemingly eager to witness Yi Xiao's reaction. At the very moment the liquor slid down his throat, Yi Xiao's brow furrowed. 96 degrees of the water of life. This fellow intended to serve it neat, harboring no good intentions. He attempted to harness the power within him to counteract the alcohol. Yet, Mo Tian brought his palm down firmly upon Yi Xiao's shoulder. "This wine is delightful. I assent it." With that slap, Yi Xiao's internal energy felt as if it had been obstructed at the dam, difficult to mobilize. As the water of life settled in his belly, a searing sensation surged upward. The wine is exquisite. Yi Xiao took a second sip from the jug, his demeanor remaining composed. Finally, Mo Tian's expression shifted. He released his grip from Yi Xiao's shoulder. "Young man, you are quite intriguing. I find you likable." Chapter 77, Teammates Combined. This lad is quite remarkable, intriguing indeed. No need for your commentary. The minister has already sealed the power within him, yet he still nonchalantly drinks the elixir of life as if nothing were amiss. Horan, had you consumed that liquor back then, had it not been for the minister's timely unbinding of the seal, you would have surely faced a perforated stomach and found yourself in the ICU. By 2 heavy lifting machines, 2 young men clad in black vests were exerting themselves in their push-pull exercises. He is the 5th member of our group this time, Horan, and I find him rather dependable. Yet, I cannot be certain. Perhaps he merely possesses a robust physique, as the combat prowess of a professional cannot be gauged solely by physical strength. The young man named Horan shook his head. All right. I understand you, Horan. You seem eager to brawl with anyone you see. Do show some restraint, at least for the sake of being a newcomer and working together on this mission. If you send him to the ICU again, the minister will surely be unable to protect you." "I know," Horan coldly replied, his gaze fixated on Yi Xiao with a hint of intensity. Seemingly sensing the attention directed at him, Yi Xiao turned to meet Horan's lively eyes. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Xiao's gaze, followed by a smile. Oh. At that moment, Minister Mo Tian finally reacted. Kulme. Allow me to introduce you." Mo Tian beckoned to Horan and Han Ci in the distance. "This is Horan and Han Ci. Your internship will involve completing tasks alongside them. Hello, I am Horan, a gunner by profession." Horan offered a slight smile and extended his hand towards Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, popilmastiv," Yi Xiao responded, their palms clasping together. With a swift motion, Horan applied pressure, for as a gunner, he wielded long spears and halberds, boasting remarkable wrist strength that rivaled that of any ordinary warrior. However, as he gripped Yi Xiao's hand, he felt as if he were clutching a piece of iron. Too hard. Too heavy. He exerted all his strength, yet Yi Xiao's hand remained unchanged, even retaining its pallor without a hint of crimson. "Have you had enough?" Yi Xiao smiled slightly, then applied his own force. Horan was about to retort when, in the next moment, a crack echoed. His hand bones were crushed by Yi Xiao, the pain, penetrating to the marrow, contorted Horan's face into a grimace of agony. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Horan," Xiao said, releasing Horan's arm with a smile. Horan discreetly placed his arm behind him, his entire hand now distorted from Xiao's grip, bent at an exceedingly odd angle. "Horan, you." Han Ci, having noticed Horan's injury, was taken aback, ready to speak, but was halted by Horan's gesture. "Brother Xiao possesses remarkable strength. I am in utmost admiration." Horan gritted his teeth as he spoke. "I have training duties to attend to, so I shall take my leave." He then turned, nonchalantly placing his arm in front of him, and swiftly walked away with Han Ci. How peculiar. Why is Horan's temper so unusually mild today? A peculiar expression crossed Su Ya's face. Typically, when he brings newcomers here, Horan mercilessly torments them. Yet today, a mere handshake sufficed before he departed. Nothing strange about it. If he lingers any longer, he might end up losing a limb. Xiao remarked with a faint smile. Motion cast a penetrating glance at him. "Xiao, let me introduce you to your other two teammates." Alrit, Xiao nodded, subsequently returning the wine flask to Motion. Reflexively, Motion attempted to pour the liquor into his mouth, only to be astonished to discover that Xiao had drained the entire flask. It should be noted that this flask contained 500 milliliters, enough for Motion to last 2 days under normal circumstances. Minister Mo, while this liquor is potent, it lacks a certain depth of flavor. It tastes almost like water. Xiao remarked, smacking his lips, his demeanor unruffled. Montag tians gaza momentari di forza. Haha, Xiao, your capacity for alcohol is commendable. Little did he know, a tempest was brewing within him. 500 milliliters of strong liquor had been consumed in one gulp by Xiao, and just moments ago, his strength had been sealed. In such circumstances, Xiao remained composed. What terrifying physical strength he must possess. During the earlier confrontation with Horan, Xiao had emerged victorious. His physical prowess was astonishing. Yet he claimed to be a practitioner of ocular techniques. Motion's expression grew more serious as he regarded Xiao. This freshman from Zhanshan University is no ordinary talent. Far from it. Minister Mo, I shall take my leave now, Suya said, bowing respectfully to Motion. No need to rush. Let's go together. Afeng hasn't seen you in quite some time, and he wishes to meet you, Motion replied. Well, all right. Suya acquiesced after a moment's hesitation, biting her lip. They exited the training room and proceeded in another direction, stopping before a door after traversing several corridors. This is the battle room. At this hour, they are expected to engage in combat here. With that, Motion used his identification card to unlock the door. Inside the expansive battle room, two figures were locked in fierce combat. One, clad in a black jacket and combat boots, stood with hands in pockets, a smile gracing his face, surrounded by an array of gleaming weapons. The myriad blades sliced through the air like ethereal dragons, hurtling towards the other figure. One punch to shake the mountains and rivers, shouted the tall, crew-cut youth opposite him, swinging his fist toward the airborne weapons. The clash of metal rang out as the weapons transformed in shape and angle, launching a relentless series of attacks against the crew-cut youth. Yet he was undeterred, inching closer to his opponent with each defensive maneuver and collision. One punch to shake the mountains and rivers. One punch to shatter the heavens. He sent the weapons flying with a powerful punch, then charged toward the young man in the jacket. Afeng, I can see this round. Boom! A fist struck toward the jacketed youth's face. Shuehan, you have lost. The jacketed youth smiled faintly as a circular shield unfurled before him. He blocked the punch, and then a flying dart transformed into a streak of light, grazing past Shuehan's face. Excellent. Motion clapped his hands and approached with Xiao. Zhang Feng, Shuehan, allow me to introduce your fifth teammate for this mission. The top freshman from Zhanshan University, Xiao, Motion said with a smile. A university student? A freshman? Shuehan's gaze fell upon Xiao, momentarily stunned. Zhang Feng, however, did not even spare a glance at Xiao. Xiao ya, I achieved first-class merit in this mission. I personally slayed a cultist from the dark sect. Look, this is my reward, the celestial arc shield. Zhang Feng boasted while dragging a round shield. Congratulations, brother Zhang Feng. No big deal, Xiao. Since I have some free time, would you join me for dinner tonight? Zhang Feng smiled, extending the invitation. Suya paused for a moment. Brother Zhang Feng, I already have plans this evening. I might not be able to make it. A male or female? A male. Impossible. Do you know anyone in the capital? Zhang Feng frowned. He was aware that Suya had dropped out, alone in the capital, volunteering with the Xiao hunter team. He also knew she had no acquaintances there. Is it him? Zhang Feng pointed at Xiao. Huh? How could it be him? Suya shook her head. In truth, she had no plans at all. She simply did not want to dine with Zhang Feng and found an excuse. To her surprise, Zhang Feng misinterpreted her words. It must be him. How could I not know if you have male friends in the capital? Zhang Feng questioned coldly. Suya's expression darkened. Do I need to report my friendships to you? No, Xiao, that's not what I meant. Zhang Feng appeared somewhat flustered. Zhang Feng, yes, I admit that when I first joined the Xiao hunter team and was bullied, it was you who helped me, and I am grateful. However, gratitude does not equate to a romantic obligation. That is impossible. To be frank, I do not like you, at least not now. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed. What would it take for you to like me? I don't know. That depends on time. Perhaps I may grow to like you, or perhaps I never will. Suya shook her head. I'm tired right now. I simply wish to be an ordinary volunteer in the hunter team, seeking a little comfort in my life. I do not wish to complicate matters with the intricacies of romantic relationships. A shadow of melancholy crossed Zhang Feng's face. After a moment, he lifted his head and stated firmly, I will strive to make you like me. There is no need for that. As a scion of a prominent family, you truly ought not to waste your time on someone like me. No, Suya, to be honest. Although I was born into the Zhang family and have been surrounded by many women, I have never engaged in any improper relationships, nor have I ever had a girlfriend. I devoted the first half of my life to my career, yet what I truly yearn for is a genuine love. In this city brimming with desire, I wish to find sincerity with sincerity, irrespective of identity, status, or any other trivialities. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Feng turned and departed. Alas, what a troublesome teammate. A sycophant. Xiao rubbed his nose, feeling abandoned on the sidelines, having witnessed such a melodramatic scene. However, to his surprise, Zhang Feng, midway through his exit, turned back. He gazed at Xiao and said, Young man, are you our fifth team member? Xiao nodded. Brother, you finally remembered the important matter. Excellent. I am currently in a foul mood. Engage me in combat, and should I feel better, I shall acknowledge you as a teammate. Xiao replied hesitantly. After our fight, your mood might worsen. Impossible. I refuse to believe that the freshman champion of Zhanshan University could be so weak as to be defeated by a single move. What I crave now is a vigorous battle to vent my frustrations, Zhang Feng declared, waving his hand. Mentalist Zhang Feng, I seek your guidance. With that, he and Xiao distanced themselves. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blades hovered in the air. Zhang Feng held the heavenly arc shield in one hand while manipulating the weapons with the other. Come on, kid, don't lose so quickly. Strive to entertain me. Zhang Feng looked at Xiao with pride. Go. With a command, blades of all kinds whistled toward Xiao. A fifth-tier metamorphosis level, quite impressive. Xiao's gaze flickered. Zhang Feng was merely a year older than him. He had enrolled in college for a year, but found it uninteresting and dropped out to join the god-hunting team. Zhang Feng, be careful. He is a student of Zhanshan University. Qian quoted. Rest assured, I shall hold back. Zhang Feng responded with an okay gesture. Kid, if you truly cannot withstand it, shout out, and I shall come to your aid. The minister is here too. Actually. Xiao scratched his head, pondering that they might have misunderstood something. At that moment, the blades were already upon him. Xiao stood still, motionless. Alas, a flower in a greenhouse. The attacks are right before him, yet he remains foolishly stationary. Shuehan lamented, his body tense and mentally prepared to intervene at any moment. But in the next second, a burst of golden fire ignited in Xiao's eyes. His dark pupils were instantly enveloped by the golden flames. Explode, he uttered softly. Boom! A fierce golden flame surged forth like a dragon, devouring all the weapons in its path. Xiao stepped forward, traversing through the inferno, transformed into a golden dragon. What I mean to say is, you shall be defeated swiftly. Boom! The golden dragon erupted explosively, showering the ground with sparks. Zhang Feng's blades have been melted into magma amidst the flames. Behold, it is concluded. Have you managed to vent your frustrations? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Suddenly, the air shimmered with an unsettling disturbance. Zhang Feng, who stood at a distance, cradling the celestial arc shield, felt a chill creep down his spine. It seemed as though he was ensnared by something exceedingly sharp within the surrounding atmosphere. A single movement on his part would render him a mere pincushion. Is this a mental manipulator? No, who exactly are you? Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Yi Xiao stepped forward, vanishing into the void. When he reappeared, it was right before Zhang Feng, playfully toying with a button on his jacket. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Xiao, the top freshman of Jinshin University, and my profession is that of a pupil of ocular techniques. Boom! At that moment, the door to the room swung open. Two figures strode in with purpose. Zhang Feng, let me tell you, we have encountered a peculiar individual. It's as if he was raised on pesticide. His strength is beyond belief. Suddenly looking up, he caught sight of Yi Xiao and the others observing him. Yi Xiao's gaze lingered on his hand, which was wrapped in bandages. Swiftly, he concealed his hand behind his back. Oh, Yureolier. Were you engaged in? Shui Han twitched his lips, exchanging a glance with Han Ci beside him. Both shared a look of exasperation. Brother Hua, have you completed your training task? Yi Xiao teased with a smile. Damn it. Hua Rant's expression shifted dramatically. Why must you bring that up? Do you not understand the concept of discretion? Chapter 78, The Perilous Ridge. Deity codename Phantom Ho Ran is your hand. Injured from being hit by a car? Shui Han inquired, observing Ho Ran's hand wrapped in bandages. This hand. It's for cosplay, haha. Do you understand? It's the latest trend among the youth, cosplay. Enough. Stop pretending. Trying to test others has left you in this state. How embarrassing. Emotion mocked upon witnessing this. That, minister, you shouldn't be so harsh on me. Ho Ran said, his face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his cheek. At that moment, Yi Xiao flicked a button in his hand. Here, this is yours, he said, returning the button to Zhang Feng, who accepted it with an awkward expression. Your prowess is remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. You are the strongest university student I have encountered. Zhang Feng remarked, scratching his head. Thank you for showing mercy. Well, weren't you planning to vent your frustrations? Aren't you going to do that? Yi Xiao retorted. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. There is no need for venting. My capabilities do not permit me to act recklessly. Zhang Feng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. You are one of the few noble scions I have found somewhat commendable. Oh, what were the noble scions you encountered like? Well, if you exit here, take a right, walk for 1,000 meters, then turn left and proceed for another 2,000 meters. You will arrive at the first central hospital of the imperial capital. You can check it out there. Why should I go there? Do they work there? They're all lying in the ICU. I'm serious. Zhang Feng. I'm quite relieved I did not go in. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The surrounding people erupted in laughter. All right, this marks your team's first meeting, Emotion said, clearing his throat gently. Next, I will outline the details of this mission. Pay close attention. According to the latest intelligence from the investigation department, we have discovered a deity of hazardous classification in a mountain range called the Perilous Ridge, codenamed Phantom. This deity has already been injured by the formidable members of the God Hunting Department, and its power has diminished to that of a first-tier manipulator. Your task is to eliminate this deity. However, it will not be solely your team. We'll dispatch 3 teams. Regardless of the process, only the result matters. The team that can slay Phantom will obtain qualification for formal status. Yi Xiao, this applies to you as well. Joining the God Hunting team does not conflict with your university studies. Do you all understand? Montag Xian question staunli. However, even though the deity's combat strength has significantly declined, it is still a deity. The risk remains. Therefore, this mission carries the potential for casualties. According to the estimates from the logistics department, There is approximately a 25% mortality rate. If you are afraid, you may withdraw now. Nevertheless, the expressions of the five remained exceedingly calm. I do not have a habit of retreating midway. Zhang Feng stated matter-of-factly. I crave for battle. Will this deity satisfy my desire for combat? Ho Ren shrugged his shoulders. The other two remained equally stoic. Before we suffer any casualties, I shall slay the deity first. Xiao flashed asimile, which unexpectedly sent a chill down Mo Tian's spine. Excellent. Such audacity. This is the spirit I expect from my Xiao god hunting team. Prepare for day. We depart tomorrow. Mo Tian commanded with a wave of his hand. After leaving the Sun Palace, Xiao returned to school. Xiao, I heard you're heading to Anan Ridge to hunt deities? Lin Ru inquired curiously, clutching a book as she settled into the dormitory. How do you know? Xiao was taken aback, intrigued by her knowledge. He had only just learned this news from Mo Tian. How could Lin Ru be aware of it? It's a secret, she replied with a smile, returning her attention to the book. Huh? Xiao was left in confusion. At that moment, the group chat was abuzz with mentions of Xiao. Xiao, have you returned? ISNT, it exhilarating? You're going to the god hunting team. How thrilling. I want to join too, to slay those wicked deities of the Xiao dynasty. I aspire to be a heroine. Bai Ruoyu's colorful array of emojis flooded the chat. Indeed, we are going to slay deities soon. Wow, we're really going to kill deities. How wonderful. Can I join Xiao? Of course. But I heard that the deities specifically target girls with small chests. Are you sure you want to go? Never mind. Xiao. I suddenly remembered that my mentor scheduled a breast enhancement exercise with me. I must leave. Bai Ryu hurriedly logged off in fright. Silly girl, Xiao scoffed dismissively. Xiao, stay safe. I await your return. I have something I wish to tell you. Xiao noticed Jiang Ro's message, though it was overshadowed by Ryu's vibrant emojis. All right, don't worry, I will be cautious. You also keep up the good work. R&T, you carrying a destiny on your shoulders? Xiao replied. Yes, let us encourage each other. Meanwhile, Xiao also received messages from Xiao Hongchen and Su Hao. Xiao, you have no idea where I am right now. I am currently undergoing intensive training in the wilderness with my master. When we meet again, you will be astonished. I look forward to battling you one day. Yes, I look forward to it as well. Su Hao's message was considerably more mundane, indicating that he was living quite well lately. Xiao, I've developed feelings for a girl. How should I pursue her? Do you have any experience? Perhaps you could win her over with your financial prowess. But she seems wealthier than I am. How does she feel about you? She says I'm a warm-hearted guy. Oh, Suao, send me a selfie. What is up? Before long, a selfie of Su Hao arrived. On a sweltering day, he was daydreaming on the playground, looking as dark as a charcoal. Su Hao, girls prefer handsome guys. A good-looking guy is called a warm-hearted fellow, while an unattractive one is dubbed a fiery goblin. Do you think I'm handsome? I don't want to be a goblin. What is your height? 188 centimeters. With diligent effort, if you reach a height of 1.90 meters, you shall no longer be a fervent goblin. What shall you transform into? Su Hao sent an expectant emoji. A fervent giant troll. Suo. Xiao turned off his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lying on his bed, he gazed at the ceiling, gradually drifting into slumber. My journey has only just begun. The following morning, Xiao awakened from his dreams, only to find that Lin Ru had already departed from the dormitory. He tidied his gear, slung the shadow blade over his shoulder, and left the dormitory, making his way directly to the Sun Palace. Outside the Sun Palace, 5 off-road vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the Xiao hunter team were lined up in perfect order. Xiao, over here. Hua Ran waved his hand, wrapped in white bandages, beckoning to Xiao. Good morning, everyone. Xiao greeted them as he approached. Take a look at this, Xiao. Also, here is the composition of the opposing team. And this is the information on the Divine Phantom, a deity of the illusionary arts. Its abilities include enchantment and seduction. Han Si handed a stack of documents to Xiao. Xiao, observe the opposing team's composition. They have illusionists on this side and charmers over there, yet our team lacks such targeted roles. Our classes are all focused on offensive power. I'm a gunner. Hua Ran is a spearman, Shui Han is a warrior, and Zhang Feng is a psychic. The situation is not in our favor. Chapter 79. The Mysterious Perils of Elnan Ridge. So, concerning my profession, what do you think? Xiao, we must hasten to formulate a strategy. Otherwise, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage from the very outset. We lack practitioners with the ability to break illusions. Well, I've already stated that I am. Xiao, I believe we can follow in the wake of other teams. The minister has mentioned that the process is inconsequential. Only the outcome matters. Thus, why not simply pick up the spoils? It would surely be less taxing. Actually, it is. At that moment, Han Ci rambled on, but Xiao did not absorb a single word. There was, however, something he desperately wished to convey. His profession was that of an illusionist, a practitioner with the ability to dispel illusions. Speaking of which, why on earth do they classify illusionists as offensive combatants when they are clearly a supportive role? Years later, as he reminisces about the events of this day, Xiao cannot help but feel exasperated. He often finds it frustrating that people mistake the supportive role of illusionists for that of pure offensive classes. Xiao could only peruse the member information of both Team 1 and Team 2. Team 1 comprises an illusionist, a healer, a sword master, a guardian knight, and an archer. It is a rather balanced team, though it lacks any outstanding features. Team 2 consists of a charm breaker, a mage, a summoner, a mechanic, and a linguist? A linguist? Linru? What nonsense! Xiao's face twitched as he gazed at the list. Why on earth was Linru included? Hey, Xiao! Upon lifting his head, he found Linru standing before him, cradling a book. This girl also had an underwhelming figure. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Surprised. Aren't you, Xiao? In fact, I have been an auxiliary member of the Xiao Hunter team for quite some time. Linru raised the identity token in her hand, which prominently displayed. Linru, auxiliary member of the Xiao Hunter team. Join date, October 15th, 2018. October 15th? 5 years ago. She was merely 13 at that time. Hold on. The Xiao Hunter team was established 5 years ago. Wait a moment. The captain of the Xiao Hunter team is named Lin Xiao. Linru, Lin Xiao. Good heavens. Xiao nearly spat blood in disbelief. So, this sister has powerful connections. Thus, we shall be rivals this time. Xiao, I look forward to your guidance. Linru said with a slight smile, leisurely departing with her book. Xiao, do you know this pretty boy? His profession is that of a linguist, which is quite a perilous vocation. Although his level is not high, the strength of such a rare profession cannot be measured solely by conventional means. Moreover, he is the second best freshman at Zhenshin University. Have you battled him? Please tell us about his capabilities. Suddenly, someone approached Xiao, squinting inquisitively. Well, he is my roommate. In truth, I have not fought him, Xiao replied, shaking his head. Roommate, a victory without a fight. Xiao, your first place is not quite above board, is it? Are you suggesting that he has taken a liking to you and wishes for you to take on a subordinate role? It is indeed perplexing. Just look at his delicate and fair complexion. He would be more suited to be a zero. Zhang Feng pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Xiao. Half an hour later, they boarded an off-road vehicle heading toward the wilderness. From the moment they departed the capital, the five maintained a heightened state of vigilance. The journey to the Yinan Ridge would take at least 2 hours. There would undoubtedly be numerous wild demons along the way. Let's take turns clearing the path. Han Ci proposed. I'm a gunsmith. I shall go first. Whoosh. He leaped from the window of the car and landed atop the roof. 9. Thunderfire. Transform. A pistol materialized in his hand, and with a gentle touch, it transformed into an imposing machine gun over 1 meter long. Tot. Countless energy bullets poured forth from the muzzle. Han Ci's 9 Thunderfire was the weapon he received upon awakening his profession, capable of 9 transformations, freely switching between sniper rifles, handguns, cannons, machine guns, and assault rifles. The gunsmith is a profession heavily reliant on weaponry. This characteristic remains unchanged until reaching the mastery level. Moreover, 9 Thunderfire is an exceptionally remarkable weapon, one that even Minister Mo Tian praises highly. Horan explained. Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was formidable. The hail of bullets unleashed by Han Ci's single-handed firepower rivaled that of an enhanced armed battalion. Look, What is that? That is. Holy cow. At that moment, Zhang Feng suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted. Yi Xiao and Hua Ran followed his gaze. They beheld another black off-road vehicle racing nearby. Just a few hundred meters away, on its roof stood a delicate young man with fair skin, holding a bundle of ancient texts, his face adorned with a serene and gentle smile. They watched as his lips moved rhythmically. The demons blocking the way ahead would burst into pieces upon his utterance. Yi Xiao observed Lin Ru's lips, as if he were saying, I speak, explode, blood spills, perish. Just a few keywords were like a curse unleashed. Whether they were first-tier, transcendent beings, or second-tier, metamorphosed demons, all exploded into a mist of blood in the vast expanse. The power of this word spirit master is truly monstrous. The potency of language. With just a flick of the tongue, he could take lives. Truly impressive. I always thought that a single word could determine life and death was a myth. I never expected it to be real. Hua Ran and the others exclaimed in awe. At that moment, Xuehan abruptly turned the steering wheel. A sharp turn ensued. Squeal. The tires screeched against the rugged terrain. Holy cow! What are you doing? Qiryang, are you driving with your feet? The others cried out in frustration as the sudden turn made them dizzy. Something is amiss. We have already entered the Yinan Ridge area. Hua Ran suddenly exclaimed. What? How is this possible? We have only been driving for half an hour. Zhang Feng and the others' expressions changed drastically. A fluctuation in space. Only Yi Xiao, with a flicker in his gaze, sensed the subtle spatial disturbance caused by Xuehan's abrupt braking. Though not immediately apparent, he is the eye of nihility, wielding the power of space. He can undoubtedly sense it. The surrounding environment, the blackened rocks, indeed belongs to the abyssal ridge, and he finds himself deep within its confines. Zhang Feng flung open the car door and stepped out, running his hand over the soil, which was stained with sand. The barren land was crimson like blood, while the earth of the abyssal ridge was as dark as ink. What on earth has transpired? Just then, a shadow darted swiftly from afar. Be cautious. Something approaches. Xuehan bellowed, stepping forward to shield Zhang Feng. A single punch capable of shattering mountains. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating blow toward the shadow. Qiryang, do not strike. That is Han Ci. Hua Ran's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 80. The conspiracy revealed what? Han Ci. Xuehan's expression shifted dramatically as he released his clenched fist, transforming it into an open palm to catch the shadow. Indeed, it was Han Ci. Yet, Han Ci was already deceased. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, marred his chest, his heart completely excised. Clatter! The 9 thunderfire fell from his pocket. The once exquisitely crafted weapon now lay in tatters, electric currents flickering ominously from the jagged edge. Han Ci. Hey! Hua Ran let out a frantic roar. You rascal! Speak! Come back to me! He shook Han Ci's lifeless body with desperate fervor. How could this happen? Xuehan clenched his fists, struggling to comprehend the situation. Everything had been progressing smoothly. Their plans were meticulously arranged. Yet, an unforeseen calamity had shattered their preparations from the outset, claiming a crucial ally. Something was terribly amiss. Yi Xiao opened his ocular technique, and within his sight, the entire wretched ridge was shrouded in a layer of violet mist. Strange. Ever since we departed from the imperial capital, everything has taken on an eerie quality. He sought to penetrate the fog, to unveil the essence of all things. However, his eyes throbbed with a dull pain, as if an overwhelming force was thwarting his scrutiny. Creak! A sudden scream pierced the air. The group immediately tensed, akin to startled birds. Zhang Feng unfurled the celestial arc shield, weapons swirling around him. Hua Ran summoned a spear into his grasp with a swift motion. Xuehan's demeanor turned grave, his muscles coiled tightly, blood coursing through him, poised for action at any moment. It was a crow. A large black bird emerged from the thicket. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Ever since their arrival at this peculiar wretched ridge, following Han Ci's bizarre demise, they had grown increasingly anxious. After all, they were merely youths, their combat experience rather limited. Something is not right. That crow. Shoot it down. Suddenly, Yi Xiao caught sight of the crow's blood-red eyes as they glanced back at them. a glimmer of human-like amusement flickering within them. What? Here! The only long-range attack was Zhang Feng's mental prowess. He commanded a flying knife to strike the crow. Yet, the crow's speed suddenly surged. You won't escape. Swish! Xiao stepped forward, harnessing spatial power, vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared high in the air. His gaze sharpened, punitive energy coalescing into a tangible force, delivering a lethal blow to the crow. Someone is spying on us. Is it that spectral deity? Xiao pondered it. But when he turned around, he was astonished to discover a mountain looming behind him. Indeed, a great mountain had materialized where his comrades once stood. How is this possible? This is a formation, a barrier. Xiao activated his ocular technique, yet he could not penetrate it, given his current ocular prowess. He should have been able to discern even the barriers set by dangerous deities. Yet this barrier eluded his understanding entirely. A sense of foreboding surged within Xiao, a disquieting intuition taking root. Could it be? This mission is a conspiracy? In the imperial capital, at the Divine Guardian University. Ning Xiao si Batistea. Oh, Lin Xiao truly knows how to orchestrate events. He has tasked these youngsters with hunting an injured deity, which presents a splendid opportunity for growth. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Lin Xiao. Old Lin, long time no see. Where have you been lately? Spit it out. I am Busa. I'm currently in the East Japan, hunting a deity codenamed Amaterasu. Amaterasu? You dare to take action against that? It is among the most formidable deities in East Japan, a cataclysmic entity of peak destruction. What is there to fear? In the land of the rising sun, I can unleash my full power. This time, I have mobilized 4 of the 5 department heads from the God Hunting Division. The entire God Hunting Department is also on full alert. I have invested heavily to capture Amaterasu. Lin Xiao exclaimed urgently. The elite combat forces of the Xiao God Hunting Team are within the God Hunting Department, and the captain of the department is a level 7 Calamity class professional. Do you have no one left in your department? I do. The reserve department is currently under the temporary command of Motion. 2 months ago, I withdrew the elites of the God Hunting Department and the 4 department heads to hunt this Amaterasu. Ah, I see. Ning Zhao nodded, but then he paused, perplexed. Wait a moment. If all your elites have been withdrawn, then who injured the dangerous level deity codenamed Phantom in the Abyss of Misery? What Abyss of Misery? What are you talking about? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Old Ning, how long has it been since you reviewed the deity archives? Who told you that the codenamed Phantom is a dangerous level deity? It is, in fact, a Terra level entity. Moreover, it is quite troublesome even among Terra level beings. This deity's full name is WNM is Ying, abbreviated as Phantom, possessing dual abilities in illusion and space, with combat prowess comparable to that of a master-level professional. What did you say, Lin Xiao? Are you serious? Ning Zhao sprang to his feet. Am I joking with you? Damn it, your Sun Palace has a traitor. Ning Xiao curset vehemently. He summoned his domain, his phone slipping from his grasp as a beam of light enveloped him, making him vanish from the office. Hey, what did you say? I have a traitor in the Sun Palace? Ning Zhao, speak clearly. Lin Xiao's bewildered voice echoed from the phone. Boom! In the next instant, Ning Zhao appeared above the Sun Palace. Where is Motion? Get him out here. Ning Zhao commanded with a calm, yet furious voice, his pressure nearly dominating half the imperial capital. Principal Ning. A middle-aged man from the Sun Palace timidly stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands. What brings you here, Principal Ning? Enough chatter. Where is Motion? Call him out to see me. Principal Ning. Minister Mo left early this morning. Where did he go? The minister mentioned that a nightmare-level deity was causing chaos in the wilderness, threatening the cities of the great Xiao, and he specifically went to slay it. The man replied earnestly, Slay my foot. This is disastrous. Ning Zhao's expression changed dramatically. He vanished into the void, hastening towards the wilderness with astonishing speed. A figure streaked across the sky above the desolate expanse, akin to a shooting star. Ning Zhao's face was etched with urgency. It was all his fault. He had failed to investigate thoroughly. However, It was quite customary for first-year students of the Divine Guardian Academy to join the Xiao Hunter team for training, and he and Lin Xiao, being long-standing friends, shared a profound understanding, hence the lack of elaboration. Who could have anticipated that today he would fall victim to someone's cunning? Mo Tian, a minister of the Hunter team, was in fact a traitor to the Great Xia. How many traitors were concealed within the realm of Great Xia? A fierce intent to kill flickered across Ning Zhao's face. At that moment, he spotted two off-road vehicles below. Was that Linru? Boom! Ning Zhao descended rapidly. Linru, where was Yi Xiao? Chapter 81. I shall save the mortal and slay the divine. Principal Ning. What brings you here? Linru was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ning Zhao's figure. Where has Yi Xiao gone? Yi Xiao? Their team has already departed. Someone in the vehicle remarked with confusion. Ning Zhao's profurovet depli. A black and white brush materialized in his hand. Manifest. With a gentle tap of the brush, it became evident that both vehicles were enveloped in a purple mist. They had all been ensnared by that divine entity. The power of that deity was akin to that of a master-level practitioner, easily beguiling a group of metamorphosed children. Return at once. Ning Zhao waved his hand decisively. There was no time for idle talk. Every second wasted meant greater peril for Yi Xiao and the others. Principal Ning. Is something amiss? Nothing to worry about. We shall discuss it upon your return. Boom! Ning Zhao soared into the sky, intent on racing towards the distance. Just then, a golden fist descended from the heavens. The river and mountains resemble a dragon. Ning Zhao unleashed ink, his brush sweeping across the firmament, crafting a majestic landscape that stretched like the Great Wall, resembling a divine dragon. This deft maneuver intercepted the unexpected strike. Principal Ning. Where are you headed? A figure clad in golden armor with 6 arms hovered in the void. The ancient god of Shura. You yet live. Ning Zhao pronounced each word with deliberation upon recognizing that familiar silhouette. Huh. Since you and Su Changhen have not perished, how could I bear to succumb? The ancient god of Shura, adorned in resplendent golden armor, traversed the air, emitting the clang of colliding metal. It resonated like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of the onlookers. Ning Zhao, I am the ancient god of Shura of the 6 paths. My life is bound to the 6 realms. Su Changhen severed one of my life sources, and today I shall reclaim it from you. Boom! The ancient god of Shura swung his 6 arms, divine energy flooding the heavens, casting a suffocating pressure upon Lin Ru and the others, nearly rendering them breathless. The terror of a destruction-level deity could only be truly comprehended through first-hand experience, revealing the staggering might that could shake the very earth. Yet, that would lead to cataclysmic disaster. Moreover, I know you wish to save that boy. However, he must perish, a prodigy wielding the power of the end of the path. Should he reach his full potential, he would become a nightmare for us divine beings. Boom! The ancient god of Shura unleashed golden fist strikes that fell from the sky. A magnificent landscape. Ning Zhao wielded his brush, conjuring a breathtaking scene that enveloped Lin Ru and the others entirely. He is my student. I am determined to save him. Divine beings shall perish before me. The dragon and tiger clash. Ning Zhao struck forth once more, a crimson flame dragon and a white ferocious tiger materializing in the void. Ancient god of Shura, should you dare to impede me again, I shall sever your remaining 5 life sources. Ning Zhao cried out to the heavens. Meanwhile, after Yi Xiao had become separated from his teammates, the immediate priority was to reunite with them. Given the strangeness of this place, I shall break through with sheer strength. With this thought, Yi Xiao stamped his foot. Manifest the illusion of the martial god. Boom! 100-meter ethereal figure emerged behind him, exuding an overwhelming divine might. Clear the way for me. Boom! The dark golden war god clenched his fist and struck towards the void. Boom! The space trembled. Yi Xiao felt his vision being completely drained. He activated the wood spirit eye to restore his sight, while the war goddess phantom relentlessly punched towards a specific point in space. Boom, boom, boom. The earth roared. How could Yi Xiao, with a single blow, suppress a metamorphosed practitioner. Yet, he could not pierce through this expanse of void. His expression grew increasingly grim. Enough. Stop striking. Human, if you seek your companions, come here. A faint voice echoed from all directions. In the next moment, a force of space enveloped Xiao. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle. Should you resist, your companions shall suffer. Xiao ceased his movements, only to find himself in a desolate wasteland littered with bones. In the center of this wasteland stood a white skeleton piercing the heavens. Above the skeleton, 3 figures were bound and gasping for breath. Welcome to my divine arena, the bone graveyard. The space rippled, and a tall woman clad in purple emerged from the void. As a greeting, whoosh, with a flick of her hand, a head soared into the air. Here, S1 companion back to you. As he caught sight of the severed head of Shui Han, Xiao trembled with rage. It was not as convoluted as in novels, with numerous conditions. The choice was clear. Upon meeting, the first act was to kill. For this game was fundamentally unequal. The power of this deity was undoubtedly beyond the dangerous level. Its might even triggered a warning from Xiao's ocular technique. System, activate super eye mode. Ding. Unable to activate. Host's life is secure. The cold voice sent a chill down Xiao's spine. You truly want me to be on the brink of death before activating, don't you? Yes, unless the host is on the verge of death. Super eye mode cannot be activated. The system advises the host to flee this place immediately. What about them? Abandon them. These are my teammates. You expect me to just give up? The host does not share a particularly close bond with them. They're merely teammates. The host should prioritize fleeing to preserve his own life. Your life is of utmost importance. It seemed as if they could see the struggle in Xiao's eyes. Ho Ran and Zhang Feng weakly managed to smile. Xiao, you must go on your own. You are a prodigy, the hope of the great Xia. Your life holds greater value than ours. Indeed, Xiao, do you understand? Countless practitioners of great Xia may perish, but the top-tier warriors must not. They are the guardians of great Xia, and when disaster strikes, only they can uphold the skies. With your talents, as long as you survive, you will undoubtedly become one of the pillars of great Xia in the future. Hurry and leave. We shall die with honor. 2 lives exchanged for the future of a remarkable individual. We do not lose. The 2 spoke with great difficulty. It is just a pity that I have fate, but no share with Suya. In this life, I have always yearned for sincere heart. I perceived a glimmer of hope in Suya, yet ultimately, I cannot bestow my genuine feelings upon her. If you encounter Suya, please convey my apologies. Zhang Feng let out a bitter smile. Xiao, you must depart at once. If you do not leave, we shall remain in turmoil. Ho Ran closed his eyes. If you do not leave now, we will be engulfed in fear, for we truly do not wish to perish. I have family, parents who await my care in their twilight years. Yet, for the sake of the great Xia, I would face death 1,000 times without regret. Xiao, get out of here. Otherwise, I shall never find peace in death. Ho Ran's entire being surged with a tempestuous energy. He was prepared to self-destruct. Host, your future path lies in becoming an unparalleled master of ocular techniques, invincible across all realms. Your journey is destined to be fraught with partings and solitude. You must learn to adapt. Adjust to the death of those around you. Adapt to your mother. Yixiao's form flickered as he charged directly towards the enchanting shadow. I tell you, I will slay the gods, and I shall also save the people. Chapter 62, Everlasting Gluri Xiao. Have you lost your mind? Stop. What are you planning to do? As Xiao lunged toward him, both individuals felt a surge of desperation. Is this how you intend to squander your life? Yixiao's eyes gleamed with a cold intensity, betraying an unsettling calmness. System, you promised me. You said that when I faced a life and death crisis, you would save me. You must not go back on your word. A smirk played on Yixiao's lips as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. How dare you act with such impudence before my very eyes? Do you think I am inconsequential? With a swift motion, the ethereal beauty of the spirit shadow revealed a hint of frost upon her face. With a flick of her delicate hand, a torrent of purple mist surged toward Xiao, obstructing the path before Hua Ran and himself. However, she failed to anticipate that Xiao was not aiming for Huoran, but rather for her. Clench your teeth. With a thunderous roar, Xiao's fist ignited with golden flames that blazed across the sky, striking the woman's face with tremendous force. The impact reverberated as half of her visage was engulfed in the golden fire, brutally smashed against the rocks. Gasping for breath, Xiao realized that this blow had been his utmost effort. Suddenly, a mountain erupted violently. Well, I underestimated you, kid. You truly are the pinnacle of genius in the great Xiao, mastering the breath of the ultimate path. From now on, I shall not allow you even the slightest opportunity to touch me. In a flash, the spirit shadow vanished, leaving behind ripples in the air where she once stood. The next moment, a pale, bony hand reached toward Xiao's head, intent on crushing it. System, can you remain calm now? Remarkably, Xiao felt no fear. Instead, a smile graced his lips. He relaxed his limbs, offering no resistance, stunning even the spirit shadow with his composed acceptance of fate. Xiao, no! Huoran and Zhang Feng shouted in unison at that instant. Ding! Life safety of the host compromised. Activating Super Eye mode. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. And instantaneously, a refreshing power coursed through Xiao's entire being. With a slight flicker of his gaze, the spirit shadow was sent flying several miles away. How is this possible? What is this aura? As she rushed back in a frenzy, she beheld Xiao's pupils glowing with an emerald radiance, as if they contained the very essence of life itself. Everlasting glory! A resonant voice reverberated across the heavens, reminiscent of a distant, primal era. The aura of the ultimate path. The spirit shadow stood in shock, witnessing this extraordinary scene. Within the depths of Xiao's eyes, she perceived a colossal tree stretching toward the heavens, upholding the very fabric of existence, a primordial entity that transcended time and space, eternal and indomitable. The tree of creation. Reaching the heavens, as Xiao whispered softly, the world trembled in response. The earth trembled as an immense towering tree surged forth from the depths of the ground, its robust trunk entwined with emerald-hued rays of light, which dissipated into the air, causing the flora and fauna of the surrounding mountains to flourish at an astonishing pace. The essence of life itself, it heralded the emergence of a different kind of apex. On a distant mountain, several dozen miles away, a crimson-haired figure cradled a wine jug, pouring its contents into his mouth sip by sip. What secrets does this lad harbor? Two distinct auras of apex have already manifested upon him. Could there be a third? From whence did he acquire such powers? Mo Tian ran his fingers through his disheveled red hair, a sense of perplexity washing over him. Unable to fathom the situation, he decided to take solace in drink. He poured the liquid into his mouth. It's gone? Mo Tian, with a look of disappointment, secured the wine jug at his waist. The act of killing, especially one as unprecedented as slaying a prodigy of the great Xiao, will be dreadfully unrefined without the aid of alcohol. Mo Tian shook his head, resigned. Let me observe how long this aura of yours can endure. He squatted upon a massive stone, quietly gazing at the towering tree in the distance. Boom! The towering tree reached for the heavens, a true embodiment of its name, continuing to grow. It had already breached the clouds, its sprawling canopy capable of enveloping the entire mountain range. What is that? The power of Xiao? How could a mere metamorphosis-level being wield such terrifying might? Huoran and Zhang Feng wore expressions of shock. It was truly hard to fathom that Xiao possessed such formidable strength. No wonder the divine beings sought his demise. The power he wielded had instilled trepidation even within the gods. Luster, Ming coldly reprimanded, stepping forth, and dozens of phantoms appeared in her wake. Each phantom appeared both real and elusive, difficult to grasp. Space folding? Xiao furrowed his brow. It was merely an illusion created by the simple manipulation of space folding. Go! Xiao scoffed with disdain, lightly waving his hand. The branches of the tree shot forth like a tempest. Swoosh! The branches pierced the void, ensnaring the surrounding space. With a scream, a figure was impaled by the branches and dragged forth. How did you find my true form? Mei Ying exclaimed, desperately gripping the branch that had pierced her abdomen, her voice laced with fury. Yishao Chakit Koldi. The towering tree is the bridge between heaven and earth, connecting worlds. It is but a trifling matter to unravel the folds of space. Enough said. You, a diminutive malevolent deity, would not comprehend further. Just know this. Your time to exit has come. Boom! At the tip of the branch that pierced Mei Ying's body, countless smaller twigs extended outward, morphing in the void into a colossal hand that grasped her firmly. Her form was entirely enveloped, akin to a vast maw engulfing its prey. No! The wraith emitted a harrowing cry, its entire being consumed by the branches. With a rustle, a purple blossom unfurled upon the branches of the ancient tree, and moments later, it transformed into a succulent fruit that fell into Yi Zhao's hand. He opened his mouth and devoured the fruit, its fragrance rich and lingering upon his lips. A stream of pure energy coursed through his body, elevating his level to the 5th stage of metamorphosis. This was the power of the everlasting eye, immortal and indestructible, yet capable of devouring the life force of all beings for its own benefit, a true balance of gain and loss. It was indeed terrifying. Such astonishing power. Even Mo Tian felt a tremor at the corners of his mouth. The might of this colossal tree was nothing short of cheating. With a great rustle, the ancient tree receded, and Yi Zhao's aura diminished accordingly. Ding! Supervision mode has ended. Cooldown time, 1 month. Yi Zhao gasped heavily. Phew! Fortunately, victory was his. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned his gaze towards the 2 figures on the skeletal remains. Do not fret. I shall rescue you momentarily, he said, a slight smile curving his lips as he proceeded towards their direction. Chapter 83. The Emergence of Mo Tian. A surge of malice Yi Zhao. As Yi Zhao gently set the 2 individuals down from their skeletal bindings, their faces were etched with astonishment, a blend of confusion and disbelief washing over them. The individual they had just witnessed was akin to a master-level practitioner. How could you have dispatched him so effortlessly? Was that your trump card? The towering trees of the heavens. Absolutely magnificent. Zhang Feng exclaimed, his fists raised in excitement. Hua Ran nodded in agreement. Yi Zhao, with such prowess, you could easily form your own God Hunter team. It was merely a trump card. I kindly ask you to keep it confidential, Yi Zhao replied with a smile. Rest assured, we will certainly uphold our promise. Not a single word shall escape our lips, Zhang Feng asserted, nodding vigorously with unwavering determination. Let's depart from this place. Yi Zhao agreed with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. Alas, it is a pity for Han Xiai and Shui Han. We should find a place to bury their remains, Hua Ran said, clenching his fists, his nails digging deeply into flesh, blood trickling down from the arc of his hand. Indeed, let us go, Zhang Feng acknowledged. Just then, Hua Ran suddenly seized Zhang Feng's arm. Oh, Zhang Feng, what is that on your face? What do you mean? Zhang Feng replied, perplexed as he touched his head. Take a look for yourself. Hua Ran pulled out a mirror from his pocket. This is... Zhang Feng glanced into the mirror, astonished to find a skull-like pattern adorning his face. Hey, you have it on your face too, Zhang Feng exclaimed, pointing at Hua Ran. It turned out that, unbeknownst to them, the same pattern had manifested on Hua Ran's visage. What on earth is this? Yi Zhao, do you have it as well? Not at all. Yi Zhao shook his head in confusion. That is indeed strange. The deity has perished, so could it be that? Boom! A head exploded. Red and white matter scattered through the air. A headless corpse fell straight to the ground. Yi Zhao and Hua Ran stood frozen in place, until Hua Ran abruptly snapped back to reality. Zhang Feng. But before he could finish his sentence, boom, Zhang Feng's head erupted as well, a spray of blood splattering across Yi Zhao's face. His body collapsed onto Zhang Feng's. How about that? Does it resemble fireworks? Isn't it beautiful? A figure with crimson hair emerged from the distant void. Fortunately, I returned swiftly. Otherwise, you would have escaped while I was busy pouring wine. Montak Xian vola an enigmatic smile. Montak Xian, it's you. Mo Tian nodded with a grin. Indeed, it is I. I find it quite amusing to personally extinguish the flame of a genius like you. It greatly satisfies my vanity. From the outset, your target was indeed me. Wasn't he it? Naturally. Did you think I went through all this trouble for nothing? Motion raised an eyebrow. Were it not for certain constraints, I would have relished the opportunity to dissect you and uncover the secrets hidden within your being. The presence of two ultimate auras within you is truly unprecedented, both in the past and the future. Montaxian exclaimed. Fortunately, I orchestrated the special examination from the very beginning. Otherwise, you might have truly deceived us. A character of your caliber, should you fully mature, could perhaps pose an even greater threat than the sword god of the great Xiao. The special examination? Was that your doing? You were responsible for the invasion of the divine beings in the 15 examination arenas? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Zhao's face. Indeed, my profession is that of a barrier master, and I was most suited for this task. However, it was ultimately the formidable powers of great Xiao that discovered the means to break the deadlock. They actually utilized the flower of time, which I had not anticipated. It caused significant losses of divine beings on my side. Nonetheless, discovering your prodigious talent does not render it a complete loss. After all, the loss of a few divine beings pales in comparison to the potential of someone who can influence the future of Blue Star. Motion took a sip of wine. Yi Xiao, your capacity for liquor is truly commendable. Were it not for our opposing factions, I would genuinely wish to share a drink with you. I must apologize, but I do not have the habit of drinking with traitors of great Xiao. Yi Xiao replied calmly. Oh, Montaxian responded non comitati. Yi Xiao, your perspective is ultimately too narrow. Once you have experienced more, you will understand that everything is merely a matter of different choices, devoid of right or wrong. With a swift motion of his hand, Motion conjured a barrier that ensnared Yi Zhao's being. I know what you are thinking. You hope that Ning Zhao will come to your rescue, do you not? Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Ning Zhao is currently preoccupied with her own affairs and has no opportunity to save you. This place is sealed by my barrier, and none can come to your aid. Motion slowly raised his hand, intent on obliterating Yi Xiao entirely within it. Wait, Yi Xiao suddenly interjected. I have one last question. Trying to buy time? It matters not. I grant you this opportunity. What do you wish to ask? After all, as a prodigy, one must extend the utmost respect. Why did you betray great Xiao? Why? Because I am not human. Motion replied with a cold smile. If you're not human, then what is there to betray? Not human, then what are you? Yi Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. He is a demigod, the fusion of humanity and divinity. A clear voice resonated. A figure clad in white appeared before them. The newcomer, dressed in snow-white garments, exuded an ethereal presence, wielding a sword that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth asunder. The sword god of great Xiao. Suchangin, Montaxian frowned. How did you come to be here? There are clearly formidable divine beings. What does the presence of divine beings attempting to stop me have to do with my appearance here? Suchangin retorted indifferently. Or do you believe that a fallen god can obstruct my path? The Jinghong sword danced in Su Chang'an's hands, resonating with a series of melodious sword cries. It is fortunate for you fallen gods, or else I would have overlooked such an exceptional prodigy hidden within the ranks of great Xiao. Su Chang'an no oferta yintelismai. As a token of reward, I bestow upon you a sword, the sword technique of the celestial slash. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the air. As Su Chang'an wielded his sword, a stream of sword energy materialized from the void, its resplendent might illuminating the heavens and casting light across vast stretches of land. Damn it! Motion's expression shifted dramatically, yet his eyes widened in realization. This power, so it is. You, Su Chang'an, are not here in your true form, merely a manifestation of your sword soul. I had thought you truly invincible in this world. Excellent, excellent. Heaven is indeed aiding me. Witness as I sever the sword soul of the sword god of the great Xiao today. Motion erupted into laughter, brandishing his magical seal as he soared into the sky, charging towards the beam of sword light. As long as this sword soul manifestation of Su Chang'an remained within the realm level, he was not without the strength to contend. If he could vanquish this manifestation, the true form of Su Chang'an would also suffer, and with a stroke of fortune, they might even eliminate this sword god of the great Xiao entirely. Chapter 84. United against Emotion's prowess is indeed formidable. He forms intricate seals with his hands, embodying both offense and defense. The sword god finds himself in a stalemate against him for a brief period. Su Chang'an, how long can your sword's soul avatar endure? Once your avatar's power is depleted, I shall see what means you have to save this little spirit. Emotion conjures a floating diagram of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams, enveloping Su Chang'an in a duality of Tai Chi, as if an inexorable yin-yang mill seeks to obliterate his very being. Sky-slaying sword technique. Break. The sword god makes a swift motion, and a beam of sword light pierces the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. That is sufficient to end you. With a flick of his hand, the sword god forms a sword gesture, summoning the stunning Hong sword to hover before him, from which countless sword shadows emanate. Celestial sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of sword energy surge forth like roaring silver dragons in the void, ensnaring Emotion and completely sealing off his space. Freeze. Great Abyss 9 Extremities Seal. Emotion rapidly weaves his hands into intricate seals. As a master of barriers, he conjures various formations with ease. Black seals are hurled into the void, binding the swirling sword energy with his incantations. A total of 9 seals grant him dominion over the sword god's sword energy. Whoosh. The sword energy unexpectedly reverses course, now aimed at Su Chang'an. Taking the initiative, Montauk Xian declares. Su Chang'an, as the sword god of the great Xia. Have you ever tasted your own blade? The sword energy darts towards Su Chang'an's limbs and his brow, intent on utterly subduing this sword soul avatar. Whoosh. Su Chang'an's white garments billow as he evades one strike, raising the stunning Hong sword to counter. Yet a subsequent attack rends his attire. With merely an avatar, Su Chang'an's sword techniques are severely limited. Senor Su, I shall assist you. Yi Xiao's gaze sharpens as he calls out to Su Chang'an with unwavering determination. What? Su Chang'an glances sideways, meeting Yi Xiao's resolute nod. Senior Su, believe in me. After a moment's hesitation, Su Chang'an nods in agreement. Sword, rise. Long rainbow, sword shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More sword energy bursts forth, akin to a radiant rainbow piercing the sun, dispelling the tainted sword energy. Kulme. Su Chang'an performs the lamentation sword, attempting to draw Yi Xiao closer to him. Not a chance. Emotion's eyes gleam with cold intensity as he unifies his fingers, slicing through the air, causing 2 massive rifts to materialize in the void. Deep within the rifts, molten lava churns ominously. Boom! The sky is engulfed as torrents of lava erupt from the fissures, submerging the realm in fiery chaos. As reality reasserts itself, the entire space transforms into a sea of lava. The ground fissured and the scorching black earth capable of searing anyone who dares tread upon it. The surrounding void appears as an endless ocean of lava, poised to erupt and consume all in its path. Go! Emotion harnesses the sword god's sword energy, which traverses the lava, ignited with roaring flames as it hurtles towards Su Chang'an. Domain unleashed. Stuning ongswartrim. Su Chang'an rolls us out toivet. Though half of his sleeve is entirely devoured by flames. His gaze turns icy as he murmurs softly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Su Chang'an stood resolute, an innumerable array of silvery sword energies hovered behind him, saturating the world with their presence. Wherever one gazed, it was but swords, encircling him in concentric formations. These sword energies forged the most formidable shield, capable of offense and defense alike. With a thunderous crash, torrents of magma crashed against the divine ring of sword energies, only to be repelled by their fierce brilliance. At long last, Su Chang'an reached Yi Xiao's side, cleaving through the barrier that had bound him. Su Chang'an, truly skilled. Then allow me to unveil my next move. King of the Abyssal Black Flames. Montauk Xian in taunt, weaving a finger seal as a wisp of black light blossomed at his fingertips. It was as if a drop of ink fell into the vast ocean of magma, rapidly spreading in all directions until the entire sea of lava transformed into black flames. With a resounding roar, the ascending black flames seemed capable of scorching a hole in the very sky. Arise! With a thunderous tremor, a figure emerged from the molten depths, entirely cloaked in darkness. Its upper body exposed and ensnared by chains like steel. Its body was adorned with runes and barriers, while its eyes were cavernous voids, flickering with violet flames within. Roar! As the King of Chains appeared, an aura of malevolence permeated the space. Suchangin, you may withstand for a moment, but I do not believe you can endure for eternity. Crush the both. With Emotion's command, the king let out a fearsome bellow. With a single swing, the ocean of magma was cleaved in two, hurtling towards Su Changhen. Sizzling sounds echoed as countless sword energies were extinguished, the King of Chains advancing step by step, letting out monstrous roars. Predecessor, I come to aid you. My ocular technique pierces through all illusions. I shall seek his vulnerabilities while you strike. Xiao exclaimed urgently as he witnessed Su Changhen's sword barrier begin to falter. Very well. Su Changhen nodded. With a wave of his hand, a sword energy enveloped Xiao, lifting him into the void. Xiao activated his ocular technique, pushing the art of disruption to its zenith. His ocular strength waned continuously, yet the regenerative power of the wood spirit, I replenished it. He sought to discern two things, the King of Chains' weakness and the flaw within Emotion's domain. Observing a 6th-level practitioner posed a daunting challenge. As he fully engaged his ocular technique, blood began to trickle from his eyes. His vision blurred intermittently, and the piercing pain from his eyeballs caused his temples to throb violently. Even the wood spirit, I could scarcely keep pace with the rate of his ocular exhaustion. Warning, warning, host is overexerting their eyes. Immediate cessation is advised. Otherwise, irreversible damage may occur. Yet Xiao remained undeterred, even if he were to lose his sight. It mattered not. As long as he could survive and vanquish Emotion, it would be worth it. His 4 companions, innocent souls, had perished at the hands of Emotion and the divine, their deaths fundamentally tied to his own existence. This account must be settled. Grant me this. Xiao roared with a fierce countenance. Boom! Blood flowed in torrents from his eyes, staining his garments, with crimson streaks adorning his face, adding to his menacing appearance. At last, Xiao beheld the silhouette of the great rope king merging slowly with the sea of magma amidst the swirling black flames. So it is. I see now. Senior act. The weakness of this domain lies within the great rope king. The great rope king embodies the sea of magma. His vulnerability resides in his eyes. Extinguishing the flames within them simultaneously is the key. Xiao cried out urgently. Senior, I have reached my limits. The rest is in your hands. Su Changhen nodded silently, supporting Xiao and carrying him upon his back. Young one, you have endured much. Rest well now. I shall bring this to a conclusion. Chapter 85. Xiao is dead. Boom. A grand Mount Tai hovered in the void, seemingly suppressing an entire world. Suddenly, Mount Tai exploded, and a figure clad in golden battle armor surged forth, radiating brilliance like the blazing sun. Ning Xiao, how long have we been fighting? I trust your beloved student has perished by now. Ha ha ha. The Shura, ancient god, laughed maniacally. They had felt the resonance of the towering ancient tree that pierced the clouds. But now, with the tree dissipated for a quarter of an hour, it was too late for any intervention. Shura, ancient god. Ning Zhao's face was suffused with a heavy aura of murderous intent. He slowly removed his golden-rimmed glasses and placed them upon his collar. If anything has happened to Xiao, I will ensure you pay dearly for it. As if our current relationship is harmonious. Ning Xiao, continue weeping for your incompetence. Just as you failed to save your senior brother back then, you cannot save your student now. Boom! The Shura, ancient god, stepped forward, his golden hair billowing as he swung his fist towards Ning Zhao. Principal. Below, Lin Ru and others, hiding at a distance, looked at Ning Zhao with concern. He had fallen into a prolonged silence until the moment the Shura, ancient goddess fist was about to strike him. He moved. Ning Zhao took up his brush. The strokes danced with the swiftness of thunder, delineating the cosmos. Heavenly Court. His entire aura suddenly transformed into an imposing seriousness, and a voice, akin to celestial music, emerged from his lips. Boom! A golden lightning manifested in the world. The Shura, ancient god's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? His gaze trembled violently. Fallen god, today, I, Ning Xiao, shall sever 5 of your lives. Ning Xiao roared it. As his final stroke fell, a magnificent heavenly palace revealed itself from the depths of the clouds. Though not entirely solidified, the overwhelming celestial majesty that suppressed all was impossible to conceal. Ning Xiao, you have lost your mind. You dare to replicate such a forbidden thing. The Shura, ancient god, howled in rage. What is there to fear? The heavenly might has manifested. If the fallen god does not fall, the heavenly might cannot dissipate. Ning Xiao replied calmly. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the Shura, ancient god. On another front, as Su Changhen's sword ring was completely cleaved by the great rope king, the last sanctuary was engulfed in a sea of black flames. Yet, Su Changhen, bearing Yi Xiao upon his back, with one arm bared, wielded the stunning swan sword. He softly uttered a few words. Evans the yin sword technique. Draw the sword. God, falls. Swish. One sword divided yin and yang, slicing through dawn and dusk. Swish. The sword energy grazed past the great rope king's fiery blade, then aimed directly at his head. Boom! The great rope king raised his other enormous fist, crashing down towards Su Changhen like a warhammer. Yet, in a flash of sword light, that arm was sent flying. Su Changhen stepped upon the void, retreating as he held the sword with one hand, his eyes brimming with icy sword energy. Heaven-slaying sword technique, one sword. Open the heavens. Swish. A simple yet profound sword light erupted, devoid of any distinctive features, embodying the utmost lethality. It moved with a speed almost beyond description. The brilliance of that sword light was blinding, illuminating the dark infernal realm, vast as the heavens, sparkling like a myriad of flickering lights. Not good. The great rope king. Retreat. Motion finally sensed the impending danger. Yet it was too late. The sword god was simply too swift. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the great rope king's form. The violet flames in his eyes were scattered by the sword's aura, which surged forth unabated, cleaving through the boundless realm of darkness. With one strike, the storm clouds parted. The domain shattered. Crack! Crack! As the great rope king roared. Flames erupted from his body, consumed by the void. The domain that enveloped this space crumbled as well. With the domain breached, Motion suffered the backlash of power. Damn it! Su Changhen, how did you discern the weakness of the domain? Motion clutched his chest, roaring in frustration. All credit was due to Yi Xiao. Su Changhen raised his hand, the Jinhong sword aimed at Motion's head. Yi Xiao. Once again, it's Yi Xiao. Damn it. I cannot find peace until he is dead. Motion glared fiercely at Yi Xiao, who lay on Su Changhen's back. This fellow had thwarted their plans time and again. He truly possessed an ironclad fate. No matter how many times they tried to kill him, he always escaped. Even with such a meticulously woven net, he still managed to survive. Motion's visage twisted with rage. Su Changhen, you all wait. One day, we shall extinguish your entire Xiao territory. Millions shall serve as our divine sustenance. Motion bellowed, then swiftly turned to flee into the distance. You cannot escape. Sword realm. Rise. Swish. Countless sword auras once again ensnared this space. At some point, aside from the circle of sword rings enveloping himself, Su Changhen had also covered this space with another layer of sword rings. Perhaps he had long predicted Motion's trajectory. Slash. As he spoke the incantation, a cold light shot upwards. An innumerable array of sword auras surged toward Motion. PFFF. 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 Motion was impaled by thousands of sword lights, pinned in the void like a hedgehog. A wine jug fell from his waist, crashing to the ground, its contents fully drained. On the road to the underworld. A farewell toast. As Motion beheld the flowing wine, it was as if he glimpsed his own demise, a tumultuous life culminating in a solitary grave standing amidst the wilderness. I'm not reconciled. Boom. His body shattered entirely in the void. Su Changhen waved his hand, dispersing the sword rings. However, his aura had also become tenuous, for the power of the sword soul clone was nearly exhausted. He glanced at the unconscious Yi Xiao, frowning. Kid, your identity has been exposed. It is no longer safe. The only course of action is to ensure that Yi Xiao disappears entirely from this world. Su Changhen shook his head. He cradled Yi Xiao, ascending into the heavens with the divine sword Hong. As the sword descended, the entire mountain range was laid to waste by his strike. Subsequently, he vanished from the spot with Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, 8,000 miles away, the sword god himself severed the head of a divine being. It was only upon the return of his sword spirit avatar that they merged into one. He bore grave injuries, particularly to his eyes, which were perilously close to being irreparably damaged. Had it not been for a potent life force safeguarding his vision, he might have lost his very eyeballs. The sword god frowned, channeling his inner strength into Yi Xiao's body. Gradually, Yi Xiao began to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he could see nothing at all. Ding. Congratulations, host. Awakening of the eye technique. Double vision. Just as Yi Xiao was taken aback, the system's voice resonated once more. The double vision had awakened, yet his eyes remained incapable of perceiving the world around him. In astonishment, he could only resign himself to the fact that he had seemingly become blind. As a practitioner of eye techniques, how could he now be afflicted with blindness? Chapter 86. I am Red Knight, profession. Overlord, I declare that I would take 5 lives. And so I shall. Under the serene expanse of a tranquil sky, Ning Xiao brushed past the ancient golden deity. Ning Xiao, I concede you are my superior. Subsequently, the ancient deity's form erupted violently, shattering even the armor that adorned him. Ning Xiao remained unfazed, his expression unaltered. After he landed, he was approached by Principal Lin Ru. You all should return. I must rescue Yi Xiao. Ning Xiao gestured for Lin Ru and the others to depart hastily, while he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing on the horizon. Upon Ning Xiao's arrival at the Desolation Ridge, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The entire ridge had been obliterated by a formidable force, leaving nothing behind. Life seemed a distant memory. Even the complete remains of Yi Xiao were nowhere to be found. Ning Xiao stood in place for what felt like an eternity. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where the sky was an enchanting blue, almost surreal in its clarity. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the sword god were situated in an arid wilderness, far removed from this desolate place. Yi Xiao was examining his newly awakened ocular ability, the double eye. Double eye, red, capable of growth, no advancement required the innate emperor's gaze. When fully realized, it can cleave through the heavens, vanquish celestial beings, and patrol the 9 skies. With a mere thought, it can seal realms. The capabilities of the double eye were remarkably comprehensive. It allowed one to perceive the weaknesses and trajectories of opponents, to see through illusions and penetrate barriers, and even to unleash astonishing innate divine light from within its dual gaze. Moreover, the double eye could directly imprison a space, forcibly refining adversaries within that realm. However, Yi Xiao found himself unprepared for such power, as his current level was insufficient for full utilization. At this stage, the double eye could only grant him 2 enhancements. The first was the automatic convergence of peculiar energies from the world, ensuring that Yi Xiao would be in a constant state of advancement, 24 hours a day. The second was the Overlord's divine might, imposing a gravity 100-fold greater upon his foes, compelling all who beheld him to kneel in submission. This was the extent of Yi Xiao's current double eye capabilities. Yi Xiao, I must impart something of great importance, the sword god suddenly spoke. Your existence has drawn the attention of the divine. Therefore, I have deliberately crafted an illusion of your demise. From this moment on, it would be wise for you to refrain from appearing as Yi Xiao. Instead, you shall live under my tutelage. Choose a name for yourself. The sword god advised. Yi Xiao rose, casting his gaze upon the blood-red earth. He covered his eyes with a white cloth, which was soon soaked in crimson. Let it be Red Knight. And your profession? Profession. Overlord. Yi Xiao lifted his head, activating the power of the double eye. A distant mountain was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Boom! Half of the mountain's structure caved inwards. Pressure? An impressive ability, the sword god remarked. A flicker of astonishment crossing his face at the realization that despite Yi Xiao's severe injuries, he possessed such formidable skills. To ensure the authenticity of your disciple status, you must accompany me to the East Sea, Su Changhen casually stated. Why to the East Sea? In the East Sea, a malevolent deity wreaked havoc, severely impacting the coastal cities. I set out to vanquish him. The sword god casually waved his sleeve, as if proclaiming a task of utmost simplicity. Regarding Hongshen, you need not worry about him. I've already made arrangements. With that, the sword god and Yi Xiao transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing into the heavens. The fierce wind swept past Yi Xiao's brow, and this time he fell into a profound silence. The recent battle had catalyzed significant growth within him. Perhaps, compared to his peers, he had become remarkably strong. Yet in this vast world, he remained woefully inadequate, so weak that he could not even protect himself. Yi Xiao sat calmly atop the sword, facing the tempest. When we arrive in EC City, there is another matter that requires your attention. What is it? Within EC City lies a dark cult, likely followers of that deity. Assist the practitioners of EC City in locating the cult's hiding place. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Yi Xiao nodded. In a matter of hours, propelled by the sword god's speed, they reached EC City, a sprawling coastal metropolis bustling with formidable individuals. The strongest practitioner in this city was a level 6 domain master. With a swift flourish, the white-clad sword light descended upon the city. We are truly honored by the presence of the great Xia sword god in EC City, beamed the mayor, Fong Qingnan, accompanied by a host of officials. There is no need for such formalities. Simply direct me to the location of that deity within the East Sea, Su Changhen replied indifferently. As the sword god, he loathed the petty machinations and insincerities of human interactions. What is there that cannot be openly discussed? Why must one resort to cunning calculations? At the very least, one could resolve matters with a single strike. The coastal region of the East Sea frequently experiences tumultuous waves and tsunamis. Fishermen have reported sightings of massive shadows gliding beneath the waves. We dispatched practitioners to investigate, but none have returned. That day, I ventured forth to explore. Fong Chengnan began to reminisce. Chapter 87. The Divine Being, Kunpeng. I beheld the formidable half-body of that divine entity. Merely its upper half was enough to leave me in utter astonishment. Its colossal form loomed like the abyss, resembling a gigantic bridge spanning the ocean's surface. The mere act of its stirring could unleash a cataclysmic wave, akin to the roaring of the sea. The shock it imparted upon me was profound. I understood that this was not a force I could confront alone, and thus I hastened back to report this matter to the capital. Fong Chengnan, while struck by awe, also bore a hint of trepidation. From our observations over the past few days, it appeared that this divine being was in a state of slumber. However, the increasingly frequent sea expeditions by fishermen had disturbed its repose, leading to its awakening. A mere shift of its body nearly obliterated the coastal defenses of Donghai City. Su Changhen's sword-like brows furrowed slightly as he took the tablet from Yi Xiao. If I am not mistaken, this slumbering divine being near Donghai City must be it. A cataclysmic deity, codenamed Kunpeng. The image depicted a colossal fish stretching thousands of miles, with a mouth so vast it could swallow the waters of the four seas. Its immense wings, when stirred, could ascend to the heavens, traversing vast distances in a single day. This divine entity had drawn the attention of the capital over 30 years ago. During our observations, Kunpeng had remained peacefully asleep in the East China Sea, showing no harmful intentions towards humanity. Thus we had refrained from taking action against it. I speculate that Kunpeng had been resting in the depths of the ocean and, by a twist of fate, drifted near Donghai City due to the currents. Its awakening, influenced by fishermen, triggered the tsunami. If this is indeed the case, addressing the situation will prove exceedingly difficult. Fong Qingnan's expression darkened. Sword God, though this Kunpeng harbors no malice, its mere shift nearly caused the collapse of our coastal defenses. resulting in the death of over 300 civilians and more than 50 professionals. These are tangible sins it has wrought. What is Mayor Fong's intention? Su Chang'an inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Fong Qingnan's eyes glinted with determination. I propose that while this Kunpeng remains in slumber, we strike it down. The practitioners of Donghai City shall lend their full support to the sword god. Su Chang'an fell silent. Mayor, this is unthinkable. There are followers of the Kunpeng sect in Donghai City. If we attack Kunpeng, the sect's devotees will likely force its awakening. At that point, when Kunpeng unfurls its wings and stirs the waves, the entirety of Donghai City will be submerged. The leader of the Ocean Observation Group, Deng Lin, interjected urgently. Then what do you suggest? We cannot allow it to slumber beside us. Is the ocean to belong to humanity or to this malevolent deity? How many lives has Kunpeng already claimed in Donghai City? Fong Chengnan pounded the table vehemently. Mayor, I propose that we request the capital to dispatch powerful array masters to relocate Kunpeng. It is not imperative that we kill it. Deng Lin spoke up. Director Deng, are you suggesting that we expend our resources to gently escort away a malevolent deity that has harmed the beings of our great Xiao? On what grounds do you make such a statement? Fong Chengnan rebuked. Deng Lin's expression shifted several times before he ultimately fell silent. I implore the sword god to take action. Fong Chengnan once again clasped his hands in respect towards Su Chang'an. Sighing, Su Chang'an nodded, indicating his agreement to the request. However, prior to that, Mayor Fong, you must first resolve the issue with the Kunpeng cult in Donghai City. Rest assured, I have long harbored disdain for the Kunpeng cult hidden in Donghai City. This time, I shall ensure their complete eradication. Fong Chengnan asserted. Very well. Then, Hongya, you will assist Mayor Fong in locating the hideout of the Kunpeng cult. Understood. Yi Xiao acknowledged with a nod. This gentleman is... Fong Chengnan inquired, momentarily taken aback by Yi Xiao's unusual appearance. My disciple. Oh, I see. The esteemed disciple of the sword god. My apologies. Fong Chengnan quickly offered a respectful salute. Mayor Fong, no need for such formality. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to search for the Kunpeng cult. Indeed, indeed. Then, sword god. Fong Qinnan's gaze shifted towards Su Chang'an. I will remain in Donghai. Once the Kunpeng cult is eradicated, I shall immediately strike down the deity. With a swish, Su Chang'an transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing from the scene. Yi Xiao, though his eyes were closed, could perceive the sword light soaring far away, ultimately hovering above Donghai, like an immortal overseeing the world. Young hero Hongya, this way please. Fong Chengnan guided Yi Xiao out of the mayor's hall. This time, I have assembled over 300 professionals of the manipulation level and above. We shall scour every street and alley of Donghai City in search of the Kunpeng cult, ensuring none escape. Outside the mayor's hall, a group of individuals clad in standard uniforms stood in orderly formation. Upon seeing Fong Chengnan emerge, they all respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Mayor. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Chengnan responded with a smile. There is no need for so many. Yi Xiao shook his head. Mayor Fong, having too many people can attract undue attention. A few formidable individuals will suffice. Please disperse them, Yi Xiao stated calmly. But this, however, a flicker of hesitation crossed Fong Qingnan's face. Have faith, Mayor Fong, trust in me. Besides, with you overseeing, how could a mere dark cult hope to escape? Indeed, indeed. Ha ha ha. Fong Chengnan laughed heartily. Then we shall follow Brother Hongya's advice. Yi Xiao nodded, and then, as if recalling something, he inquired, if I may ask, Mayor Fong, what is your profession? Haha, of course. My profession is not a secret. Fong Chengnan replied with a nod. I am a beast tamer. Oh, a rather commendable profession. I have a friend who is a summoner, and your profession shares a certain resemblance. Yi Xiao remarqued gestually. There are indeed similarities, but a summoner contracts beasts from other realms, while I forge contracts through the subjugation of demons. There are distinctions. Fong Chengnan laughed. It is as follows. Might I inquire, Mayor Fong, if you would be so kind as to disclose the number of demons you have enslaved? For indeed, how intriguing. These demons must possess a considerable appetite. I presume. What do you typically use to nourish them? I often take them to the wilderness to hunt demons for sustenance. Or I procure large quantities of fine meat from the market to feed them. Do you have any further questions, young hero Hongya? If not, shall we embark? None. Let us proceed. Yi Xiao shook his head and took the lead, stepping out of the courtyard. Moments later, under Feng Qingnan's guidance, he arrived at the pinnacle of the tallest tower in Donghai City. This is the Donghai Tower, the loftiest structure in the city, standing at an impressive height of 468 meters. Feng Qingnan elaborated. Standing atop the Donghai Tower, Yi Xiao activated his ocular technique. My dear Feng, the hallmark of the Kunping cult is that all members bear the Kunping tattoo. Am I correct? Indeed, young hero Hongya, could it be that? I've already discovered it. Let us go. Yi Xiao turned and made his way down the tower. Chapter 88. The Peculiar. Is this the direction towards the Eastern District? Let's proceed. Yi Xiao led Feng Qingnan to a prominent street in the Eastern District, where a bar club awaited them. With a sudden crash, Yi Xiao forcefully kicked the door open, startling the men and women who were lost in the throes of music and intimacy within. Who are you? Someone shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Xiao and Feng Qingnan. You cannot even recognize me? Feng Qingnan stepped forward, his expression darkening, as the light illuminated his face. The individual who had spoken froze momentarily, his countenance shifting to one of sheer terror. Mayor Feng, brothers of the Red Knight. Which among these are members of the Kunping cult? The one singing, the one with his pants half down, and that one with his hand in the girl's trousers. What on earth is he doing? As Yi Xiao casually indicated several individuals, Feng Qingnan wasted no time, with a series of resounding slaps. Those marked by Yi Xiao were reduced to mere fragments. Blood sprayed into the air, saturating the atmosphere with a pungent metallic scent. The remaining patrons screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Brothers of the Red Knight, are there any more? Yi Xiao inquired, shaking his head. None left. He turned to leave the scene. Brothers of the Red Knight, are these the only members of the Kunping cult? They seem rather weak. I believe there must be formidable individuals within the Kunping cult. Feng Qingnan frowned. Indeed, they are all that remain. But why is Mayor Feng so certain that there are strong figures among the Kunping cult? If the deity they worship is inactive, the abilities granted to believers would be scant, thus their strength would inevitably be lacking. The Kunping has slumbered for ages. Its followers cannot possibly be strong. Feng Qingnan fell into silence. Mayor Feng, are you suggesting that you're acquainted with the powerful members of the Kunping cult? How could that be possible? Your imagination, brothers of the Red Knight, is truly vivid. How could I possibly be connected to the forces of darkness? I am an official of the great Xiao, the mayor of Donghai City. Such claims must not be made lightly. Feng Qingnan firmly denied, his demeanor resolute. It was merely a jest. Mayor Feng, do not take it to heart. Yi Xiao replied, shaking his head. Now that the task is complete, if there is nothing further, I shall report back to my master. Very well, brothers of the Red Knight. Go ahead, Feng Qingnan nodded. Yi Xiao then turned to leave. Feng Qingnan lingered for a moment, contemplating. What a farce. The successor of the sword god, utterly useless. In the end, I must seek out the individuals myself. Silver Moon Wolf King, Crimson Flame Pegasus, Meteor Phantom Beast, Azure Sky Blackhawk. Go. With a grand gesture, for beams of light burst forth from his being, soaring into the heavens. Search for all who bear the Kunping tattoo. Eliminate them all. Leave none alive. Understood. A deep voice replied, as several beams of light vanished back into the void. Donghai Tower. Indeed, there is something amiss with Feng Qingnan. Yi Xiao stood atop the tower, his ocular technique unfurling, revealing the entirety of Donghai City with striking clarity. Though he harbored doubts about my credibility, he displayed no hesitation in mercilessly eliminating members of the Kunping sect when I pointed them out, indicating that he had long been entangled with the sect, perhaps even as an old adversary. Dingling. Yi Xiao's phone chimed. Sir God, what is the situation on your end? The Kunping remains in slumber. How are the members of the Kunping sect faring? In truth, Sword God, I have a favor to ask of you. What is the extent of the destruction caused by the tsunami? Sir God paused. Let me take a look for you. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xiao received images sent by Sword God. The images depicted a landscape of ruins, unmistakably the coastal defenses that Fangcheng claimed had been ravaged by the tsunami, along with nearby towns. Xiao, with his exquisite ocular technique, scrutinized the devastation with remarkable attention to detail. He discerned that the level of destruction in the images did not reflect a complete annihilation by the tsunami. Rather, it appeared to have been subjected to some form of attack. Each structure bore signs of partial ruin, with remnants still standing defiantly. Most notably, there were no traces of water damage on the buildings. There remained one last location to investigate to confirm his suspicions. Xiao departed from the Donghai Tower, making his way to the largest meat wholesale market in Donghai City. Half an hour later, as he perused the documents in his hand, a smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, what a remarkable mayor Donghai City has in Fangcheng. Xiao turned to leave. An hour later, in the mayor's hall, Mayor Fang. Since the Kunping sect has been eradicated, my master will promptly initiate the Kunping hunting plan, Xiao declared to Fangcheng. Very well, Fangcheng replied absently. Xiao smiled slightly. Master, I appreciate your assistance. No problem. Moments later, a surge of sword energy ascended high above Donghai, illuminating much of the city with its brilliance. Fangcheng's demeanor grew increasingly anxious as he fiddled with his left-hand ring. Mayor Fang, you seem somewhat unsettled. Are you perhaps concerned that my master lacks the necessary strength? If so, why not summon your cherished beast to aid him? Xiao visited. Haha, no. My meager abilities could hardly assist the sword god. Fangcheng chuckled awkwardly. What, then, is troubling you, Mayor? Are you worried about when your beasts will locate the leader of the Kunping sect? If that is the case, fret not. For the leader of the Kunping sect is right here. Xiao asserted confidently. Instantly, Fangcheng's complexion paled. The expressions of all the influential figures present shifted dramatically. One cannot speak without evidence. Young hero Hongya. A voice interjected with concern. I'm not speaking without basis. Am I, Director Dang Lin? Xiao's gaze shifted to Dang Lin, who had remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. You are the leader of the Kunping sect, the very individual that Mayor Fang has long sought to eliminate, are you not? Dang Lin clenched his fist tightly, then gradually relaxed it. How'd you come to know this? The answer is quite straightforward. Your Kunping tattoo, regardless of how well you attempt to conceal it, remains inconsequential. Xiao, being a master of ocular techniques, can perceive through any disguise. Others would never suspect the leader of the Kunping sect to be among the upper echelons, nor would they dare to employ observational abilities against Dang Lin. The most perilous places often offer the utmost security. So it is true, Dang Lin. You are indeed the leader of the Kunping sect, a follower of the fallen deity. Prepare to meet your demise. Fangcheng erupted in fury. He rose and, without hesitation, raised his hand to strike at Dang Lin. The assembled crowd remained seated, offering no intervention. Wait! At that moment, Xiao's voice rang out as he stepped protectively in front of Dang Lin. Mayor Fang, revealing the identity of Director Dang, was merely the initial step. The crux of this incident does not lie with him, but rather with you, Mayor Fang. How cleverly you have diverted the blame, nearly deceiving both me and my master. Xiao spoke coldly. Chapter 89. Unveiling Fangcheng and Brother Hongya, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a word. Fangcheng furrowed his brow. My dear Fang, will you continue to conceal the truth? Very well. Allow me to unveil the entire sequence of events. Everyone present possesses the right to know the truth. Xiao calmly rose to his feet. The truth of the matter is, Fangcheng, you have been nourishing your pet beast with the citizens and professionals of Donghai City. What? Upon hearing Xiao's declaration, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Brother Hongya, surely, there must be some misunderstanding. A voice rose hesitantly from the crowd. Indeed, Mayor Fang has always served the people diligently. How could he possibly commit such an act? This matter requires careful consideration. Various voices of disbelief echoed throughout the assembly. It seemed that none were inclined to accept Xiao's words. Brother Hongya, one may indulge in gluttony, but not in slander. How dare you indiscriminately tarnish my reputation? Fangcheng scowled. Even if you were a disciple of the great Xiao sword god, You cannot irresponsibly spout nonsense. This has caused significant harm to my reputation. He pointed emphatically at Xiao. Xiao sneered. Allow me to meticulously dissect the events for you all. My dear Fang, previously I inquired how you typically feed your pet beast, and you responded that you hunt demons outdoors or purchase copious amounts of lean meat. However, upon examining the meat wholesale market's procurement records and the entry-exit documentation of Donghai City, I discovered that you have not left Donghai City in the past 3 months, nor does the wholesale market possess any records of substantial meat supplies. Then, from where did your pet beast acquire its sustenance over these 3 months? Xiao scoffed. I. Fang Qingnan's complexion paled immediately. Who told you that I have not left Donghai City? I have indeed departed, just not registered. Fang Qingnan retorted defensively. Departed? Mayor Fang, our great Xiao has strict laws. Regardless of identity, anyone leaving their city must register, including mayors. Do you dismiss this regulation as mere nonsense? Moreover, if you merely went to hunt demon beasts, why risk disciplinary action by failing to register? Do you think me a fool? Or do you believe yourself clever? Fang Qingnan's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. You cannot see, can you? How could you think I would not verify the records? Xiao coldly remarked. But I am merely blindfolded. Who told you I am incapable of seeing? It appears this FAAD is quite deceiving. He continued with a mocking smile. You can see yet you blindfold yourself. Are you out of your mind? Fang Qingnan erupted in fury. I take pleasure in it. Xiao retorted coldly, then continued, over the past 3 months. You have been feeding your pet beast with the ordinary citizens of Donghai City. The situation escalated not long ago, if I am not mistaken. On that day, when you were discovered hunting ordinary people by the coastal defense professionals, you resorted to slaughtering dozens of them. The tremendous commotion roused the Kunpeng from its slumber deep within the ocean, triggering a tumultuous tsunami. Seizing a moment of inspiration, one audaciously decided to shift all blame onto the Kunpeng, demanding that this slumbering deity bear the consequences. Am I mistaken? Soon, the matter regarding the Kunpeng escalated, with some even suggesting reporting to the imperial capital in search of formidable warriors to quell this restless menace. Unable to suppress it, one could only let events unfold naturally, awaiting the arrival of my master, the sword god, to eradicate this threat. Conveniently, having previously clashed with the Kunpeng cult, one intended to utilize our strength to eliminate this looming crisis. This explains why, upon my mere mention of the Kunpeng cult, you did not hesitate to strike them down, for you were already intent on their obliteration. Little did you anticipate that I would merely identify a few insignificant figures, causing you to retreat, while you, having engaged in multiple battles with the Kunpeng cult, were aware of their leader's formidable power, and thus concluded that the cult had not been entirely vanquished. In truth, I had also consulted my master, the sword god, regarding the environment where the tsunami occurred. I discovered that the collapsed structures appeared not to have been ravaged by the sea, but rather seemed to have been crushed as if by the paw of a colossal beast. Most significantly, the buildings bore no signs of water damage. Fang Qingnan, you truly are remarkable. You artfully shifted all blame onto the Kunpeng and the Kunpeng cult, while conveniently allowing us to resolve your entrenched dilemma. Your calculations are indeed astute. Xiao remarked coldly. What you assert is merely your perspective. You possess no definitive evidence to prove that my pet has harmed anyone. Have you witnessed it devouring a human firsthand? Present your proof. Fang Qingnan retorted disdainfully, his gaze burning with a burgeoning intent to kill. Evidence. Xiao was about to speak. Evidence, indeed, exists. A figure materialized from the distance. Bang, bang, bang. Su Changhen cast several shadows onto the ground. Is this not evidence? Fang Qingnan, your pet is feral beyond measure, daring to injure others in broad daylight. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise, more innocent lives would have been at stake. Su Changhen pointed at the several demons on the ground. That was the light just now. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was the light of my sword that subdued these vile creatures. Su Changhen stated coldly. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Immediately, someone pointed an accusatory finger at Fang Qingnan, denouncing him. How outrageous! You scoundrel! As the mayor of EC City, you actually condone your pet harming humans. You are utterly unworthy of your position. Upon realizing he had been exposed, Fang Chengnan cast aside the facade. Unworthy? Do you think you are deserving? A bunch of mediocrities like you? EC City has flourished under my stewardship, and now, for the mere slaying of a few inconsequential ordinary people, you turn against me? You are obstinately misguided. Their faces were contorted with ire at Fang Chengnan's words. Fang Chengnan remained unfazed. The law of nature is survival of the fittest. Why must we protect those ordinary individuals deemed without value? To me, these ordinary people possess no worth beyond procreation. They are nothing more than a herd of livestock. They ought to serve us rather than us protecting them. Fang Chengnan disdainfully remarked, when one's rights are stripped away, if we measure a person solely by their value, then according to your reasoning, my worth surpasses yours. Thus, I may freely take your life? The sword god spoke coldly. Fang Chengnan was rendered speechless. Is this not the very essence of your theory that the weak serve the strong? Fang Chengnan, how are you any different from a demon for uttering such words? The sword god shook his head. He slightly raised his hand, a beam of sword light flickering at his fingertips. Sword god, you intend to kill me. Fang Chengnan's expression changed dramatically. If I do not kill you, shall I keep you for the new year? Your cherished beast has perished. As its master, should you not accompany them? Go. The sword god pointed, and a streak of sword light shot forth. Su Changgen, if you wish to kill me, you shall not have an easy fate either. Boom. Fang Chengnan exerted every ounce of strength to lunge towards Xiao. Chapter 90. Returning to the imperial capital. Compassion, you wretched boy. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, I would not have fallen into such a plight. If I perish, you shall not find solace either. Fang Chengnan bellowed as he lunged towards Xiao. Xiao, maintaining his composure, stepped back effortlessly, exhibiting no signs of anxiety or fear, as if he had already mastered the situation. Boom! Just as Fang Chengnan's fingers were about to grasp Xiao's, a formidable force of gravity enveloped his body. Boom! Fang Chengnan's speed abruptly diminished, his form contorting into a shrimp-like posture. Devoid of his familiar beast, his combat prowess was rather feeble. Confronted with the sudden, overwhelming weight, he nearly stumbled and fell. What kind of ability is this? Fang Chengnan exclaimed, his face pale with shock. Under the immense pressure, his veins felt as though they might burst, and his blood threatened to reverse its flow. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Hong Yi, occupation, conqueror, Xiao stated coldly. A true conqueror. How tyrannical. Fang Chengnan ground his teeth in resentment. To command one to kneel without a movement was indeed a display of sheer dominance. Master, I humbly request your intervention, Xiao said nonchalantly as he withdrew the gravitational force. Just as Fang Chengnan let out a sigh of relief, the sword god's piercing sword light descended. Swish! Fang Chengnan's head was swiftly severed from his body. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Fang Chengnan has committed treason against his own kind. The sentence is death. Deng Lin, you are to be confined to the dungeons pending trial, the sword god declared with indifference. Immediately, other practitioners entered to escort Deng Lin away. The Kuanpeng, while often in slumber, poses little threat to humanity. I shall drive it to the depths of the ocean, and this matter will be resolved, the sword god remarked, gently brushing off his sleeves before turning to depart. Xiao followed closely behind. Sword god, is it truly safe to leave the Kuanpeng be? Xiao inquired. Indeed, the Kuanpeng is a neutral deity, inherently benevolent and non-aggressive. As long as humanity refrains from provoking it, we shall remain safe, the sword god assured, summoning a beam of sword light that enveloped both him and Xiao as they vanished from Donghai City. Before long, they found themselves hovering above the East Sea. Xiao, I assume you have yet to witness the Kuanpeng. Allow me to present it to you, the sword god proclaimed. With a gesture, he chanted an incantation. Raising his sword, with a powerful shout, rise. Swathes of sword energy suspended in the heavens surged downward like a cascading river, plunging into the depths of the ocean. Clang, clang, clang. As the sword energy resonated, the sea erupted in tumultuous waves. At that moment, the surface of the water suddenly parted. Xiao beheld a colossal entity, buoyed by the sword energy, coming into view. It was an island, a floating island upon the sea, larger than an aircraft carrier, its mass rivaling that of half of Donghai City. The Kunpeng's wings hung low, its eyes shut, emitting only faint breaths. With each inhalation and exhalation, its enormous maw vibrated, creating a terrifying pull that drew the surrounding air in and then expelled it back. Xiao, what impression does the Kunpeng leave upon you? The sword god inquired. Xiao concentrated intently. Inclusiveness, warmth, and a serene detachment from worldly affairs. Indeed, the Kunpeng is a neutral deity. As long as humanity does not provoke it, it poses no threat. The Kunpeng possesses formidable strength, particularly in its remarkably resilient physical form, impervious even to the might of an atomic bomb. To forcibly slay the Kunpeng is a daunting task, fraught with significant cost. Thus, I have chosen to coexist peacefully with it. With a flourish of his sleeve, the sword god unleashed a river of sword energy, carrying the Kunpeng into the distant horizon. Let us return to the imperial capital, he declared. Upon our return, you must assume your identity. I am aware of my identity. Hong Yi, the newly accepted disciple of the sword god, Xiao affirmed with a nod. My friends, it has been a long time. How have you fared? A flicker of nostalgia crossed Xiao's face. In a flash, the sword light enveloped the two, whisking them away from the scene. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, 2 days had passed since Ning Zhao's return. Naturally, many had learned of Yi Zhao's demise. At the martyrs' cemetery, Xiao Hongchan approached, sword in hand. I knew you would be here. Time passes swiftly. When Principal Ning brought the news of Yi Zhao's death, disbelief and sorrow enveloped us all. That girl, Ruoyu, insisted vehemently that Yi Xiao could not possibly be dead. Yet as 2 days slipped by, it seemed we were gradually reconciling with this painful reality. In these days, Ruoyu has ceased her musings over that breast-enhancing tea, dedicating herself to diligent study under her mentor, reportedly having gone 2 days and nights without sleep. Since our acquaintance, I do not recall her ever applying herself so fervently. And you, Jiang Ro, when shall you emerge from this sorrow? At the sound of Xiao Hongchen's voice, Jiang Ro slowly turned her head. Her face was pale, her exquisite features devoid of color, and she appeared utterly bereft of spirit and vitality. Anyone in this world may accept Yi Zhao's death, but I cannot. Yet he is truly gone. Even Principal Ning has acknowledged this truth. He overturned the entire Yinan Ridge and could only recover a piece of Yi Zhao's clothing. We have collectively erected a tombstone in his honor, have we not? The departed are gone, yet those who remain must strive to be strong, Xiao Hongchen urged, his fists clenched. Yi Xiao would not wish to see us in such a state of despair, would he? We once vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of our professions together. Jiang Ro lifted her gaze. I believe Yi Xiao is not dead. He must still be alive. If he truly were to perish, what would you do? I would expel all deities from this world. Are you capable of such a feat? Are you willing to gamble your entire life on it? Jiang Ro gently caressed the gravestone before rising to depart. Where are you going? I intend to enter the divine void realm. You are mad. Jiang Ro, you are risking your life. That realm is accessible only to those of the highest tier professions. I must grow stronger, stronger than Yi Xiao. I refuse to allow history to repeat itself. Hongchun, do you not realize? We are a burden. We have been dragging Yi Xiao down all along. When shall we stand on our own? Conventional methods are undoubtedly ineffective. Thus, one must resort to desperate measures. With that, Jiang Ro resolutely turned away, departing from the martyrs' cemetery. As night gradually descended, Xiao Hongchan gently caressed the inscription. Can you hear me, Yi Xiao? Everyone is striving with all their might, holding onto a breath, seeking vengeance for you. If you are indeed still alive, if you can hear us, please watch over us. Yi Xiao, then I shall take it upon myself to bring an end to this era, hoping you gaze down from above, guiding our path. Soon after, Xiao Hongchen also left the place. From the shadows, a figure shrouded in red cloth slowly emerged. Chapter 91, Goodbye, Assistant. One day, when I no longer need to hide in the shadows, I shall personally bring an end to all of this. Until then, my friends, I hope to continue watching over you from the darkness, Xiao murmured softly before turning to leave. He currently resided in a villa prepared for him by the sword god. After departing from the martyrs' cemetery, Xiao returned to the villa located in the Yunding Villa district, a relatively expensive residence in the capital, gifted to the sword god by someone seeking favor during earlier years. The villa, building number 1, had remained unoccupied until now, and with Yi Zhao's arrival, it was finally put to use. It was indeed a rare occurrence for the number 1 villa to have a resident. In the adjacent now, 2 villa, a girl was practicing yoga in her courtyard. Upon noticing Yi Zhao's figure enter the villa, her eyes flickered with surprise. A young man with a disability living alone in a villa must face numerous inconveniences. Being neighbors, she thought it permissible to offer him assistance. The following day, Yi Zhao was practicing his sword techniques in the small courtyard of the villa. It must be said that the effect of his dual pupils was nothing short of remarkable. After a night's rest, he had ascended to the 4th level of transformation as a practitioner. This level of efficiency was truly impressive. One could level up simply by eating and sleeping. Hello. I made too much breakfast. Would you like some? The girl called out from across the courtyard. Yi Zhao halted his movements and turned to see her. I made some buns. Would you like to have some? She asked, holding out a white porcelain plate with several buns. Yi Zhao was momentarily taken aback before accepting the offering. Thank you, he replied. You're welcome. We're neighbors after all. Observing Yi Zhao enjoying the buns brought a smile to the girl's face. By the way, what is your name? She inquired. Red Knight, he responded. Red Knight, is it? I'm Lin He. It's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, we are neighbors, she said with a smile. Yi Zhao nodded. Thank you for the buns. They are delicious. If they are tasty, eat more, she exclaimed. Just then, she glanced at her watch. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. In a flurry, she dashed back to her villa, quickly donned her coat, and hurried out the door. Yi Zhao watched her retreating figure, feeling somewhat puzzled. Does living in a villa require one to have a job? Hey, Yi Zhao, have you had breakfast yet? Came the voice of the sword god. Yi Zhao picked up his phone. I have. Is there something you need, sword god? He replied softly. Yes, Yi Zhao. I was considering that you have some free time, and a new bronze-level instructor at Jinshin University is in need of an assistant. I have recommended you to her. Please go and assist her well. Su Changhan's voice rang out. Yi Zhao was momentarily stunned. An assistant to a bronze-level instructor? He was a chief disciple, with authority comparable to that of a silver-level instructor. Now, he was being asked to serve as an assistant to a bronze-level instructor? Yi Zhao found the experience quite intriguing. An unprecedented encounter. All right, I concur, though I remain unaware of what this mentor teaches. Geography. Yi Zhao. An assistant instructor is one thing, but is it truly a superficial subject? Are you serious? Geography, while often considered an easy course, is a mandatory subject for all first-year students at Jinshin University. This course not only imparts knowledge about the topography of the Dragon Nation, but also explores various terrains and landscapes found in the wilderness and other countries. It is, in fact, a rather practical course. Very well, I accept, Yi Zhao acquiesced. After finishing his steam buns, he hurried directly to Jinshin University. Oh dear, there's a class in the first period today. Thankfully, I brought the lesson plan. It would be quite embarrassing to be late on the very first day. Lin He rushed in her office, hastily preparing the lesson plan and teaching materials before sprinting towards the lecture hall. Oh, by the way, Teacher Lin, you have an assistant instructor. Has he arrived yet? At that moment, the office director spoke up. Huh, assistant instructor? He hasn't come yet, Lin He replied, utterly perplexed. Young people these days have no sense of time, the office director sighed, sipping on his goji berry tea, resigned. Lin He felt her face flush with embarrassment. How humiliating. She felt as if she had been reprimanded herself. This assistant instructor, he would surely hear about it when he arrived. Lin He thought to herself as she dashed toward the classroom, her urgency palpable. Since the geography class was attended by several cohorts, it was held in a lecture hall. By now, nearly 300 students had gathered. Facing such a large audience for the first time made Lin He feel somewhat anxious, as if the air around her had grown considerably heavier. Breathe, breathe. Lin He took a deep breath. Classmates, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin He, and I will be your geography teacher. Today Bang! The classroom door was swung open forcefully. Linny nearly bit her tongue in shock, suppressing her anger. She turned to see Xiao standing there, momentarily taken aback. She then composed herself, smoothing her chest, and offered a smile. "Student, you are late. Please take your seat. Class is about to commence." Upon recognizing Lin He, Yi Xiao also froze for a moment. He then raised the identification badge on his chest. I am the assistant instructor, not a student, Teacher Lin." "Assistant instructor? Assistant instructor. You are the assistant instructor." Lin He's expression darkened. "Yes, I am indeed your assistant instructor." As Yi Xiao approached Lin He, she instinctively thought to warn him to be careful on the steps in the lecture hall, but to her surprise, he navigated them effortlessly, reaching her without a hitch. Is your eyesight all right?" Lin He inquired, astonished. "Eyesight? It's perfectly fine." Yi Xiao shook his head. He had grown accustomed to such questions, even from the security personnel at the villa. "Since your eyesight is fine." Lin He tightened her fist, feeling the veins on her forehead throb. She sensed that Yi Xiao had taken advantage of her kindness. Had it not been for the intention to prepare breakfast today, she would not have made an extra portion for Yi Xiao. She would not have arrived late. Had she known that Yi Xiao's eyesight was fine, she would not have taken such unnecessary action. Lin He glared at Yi Xiao with a fierce expression. Yi Xiao, touching his face, wore a bewildered look. Why did he suddenly feel hostility emanating from this woman? Had everything not been fine before? She even brought breakfast. Let us commence with the roll call," Lin He declared angrily. As she called out names one by one, Yi Xiao sat idly by, observing the students below. He spotted familiar faces: Lin Ru, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hanchun, Jian Xiufeng, and even Shun Gongningzi was present. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Yi Xiao's eyes. His fists clenched and then relaxed. However, they could not acknowledge one another now. "Jiang Ro, is Jiang Ro present?" "Jiang Ro." Lin He called out twice without receiving a response. "Teacher, Jiang Ro is ill and has taken leave." Bai Ruoyu raised her hand. "Oh, she is ill, is she?" Lin He was about to mark the attendance list when a disdainful voice interrupted. "What do you mean by taking leave? She is clearly skipping class." Jiang Ro has already missed class for an entire week, taking advantage of her position as one of the top 10 in the freshman competition. Now skipping classes whenever she pleases. You all are covering for her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a lack of integrity. An unpleasant voice resonated throughout the classroom. Chapter 92. The pain in my heart roars the speaker. Tang Si is a young man from the Tang family in the imperial capital. You can eat whatever you like, but you cannot speak recklessly. Bai Ruoyu rose abruptly, glaring at him. "What? Are we not allowed to speak the truth anymore? You few, a nest of snakes and rats." Were the most arrogant when Yi Xiao was still alive, bullying classmates and slandering others before the principal. Now, Dai Lian, Jin Xingning, and Wu Tongxian are still lying in the ICU. What deeds are beyond your reach? Tang Si scoffed disdainfully. "Well, it seems you've received your comeuppance. You bullied your classmates. And when Yi Xiao was on a mission, he met his end. Yet, you still refuse to learn your lesson. Deceiving teachers. Do you think it's so easy to fool the new teachers?" You. Bai Ruyu's chest heaved with anger. With a swift motion, Xiao Hongchun placed a sheathed long sword on the table without uttering a word. "Stop using your mouth here. If you're not satisfied, let's step outside and settle this." Resorting to violence when you cannot argue. Do you have any regard for school rules? Tang si retorted coldly. The teacher is still present. You rely on your strength to bully others. Tang Xi's actions were deliberately aimed at tarnishing Jiang Ro's reputation in the eyes of the teacher. There should not be any major repercussions, but it would certainly be satisfying to annoy them. As for taking further action against them, that would have to wait until Wu Tongxian returned, or until the senior student from the second year intervened. After all, with Yi Xiao now deceased, there was no one left to protect them. To be honest, facing someone of Wu Tongxian's caliber would still pose a significant challenge. Bai Ruoyu, is what Tang Si said true? Did Jiang Ro really skip class? Lin He's expression grew grim. Subjectively, he had already begun to side with Tang Si. If it was confirmed that Jiang Ro had indeed missed class, what awaited her would be. But Jiang Ro had been in the Void Realm during this time, and had long since lost contact with the outside world. They could not reach her. "Mr. Lin, shall we proceed with the class?" Xiao suddenly spoke up. Before I enrolled, I had heard of Jiang Rou's reputation. She's an exemplary student. Moreover, she ranked in the top 10 in the freshman competition. I believe she is not the type to skip class frivolously. There must be some compelling reason. Compelling reason? What compelling reason? Jiang Rou has a chronic habit of skipping class. Students like her rely on their strength and talent, completely disregarding school rules. Tang Xi said sarcastically. Yi Zhao's gaze lifted slightly, revealing a cold intensity beneath the fabric. This student seems to harbor deep-seated grievances against Jiang Rou. Impossible. I hardly know her. I am merely standing up for the teacher's sake. On the very first day of class, someone was skipping her lessons. Tang Xi maintained a moral high ground in his response to Yi Xiao. Perhaps his strength was not particularly formidable, but his eloquence was indeed commendable. Tang Xi spread his hands, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Unless Jiang Rou appears here right now, he can firmly stand on the moral high ground, and no one can lay a finger on him. This is the consequence of offending the Tang family. From this moment forth, in any circumstance, you shall not benefit from us. A cold expression surfaced on Tang Xi's face. Lin He's countenance had already turned unpleasant. I will contact the school authorities. Zhengshun University has stringent regulations, and the penalties for unexcused absences are particularly severe. All right, to speak candidly, Jiang Rou indeed skipped class. Just then, Bai Ruoyu cried out. However, her absence was not without cause. She did not skip class for leisure. Jiang Rou. She ventured into the realm of illusory deities. We have completely lost contact with her. The revelation stunned everyone present. What? She went to the realm of illusory deities. She dares to go there at her transformation level. Is she mad? Isn't living enough? She wants to go to the realm of illusory deities. How reckless! Is Jiang Rou insane? She is committing a form of alternative suicide. Voices of disbelief echoed throughout the room. Lin He's face was also filled with shock. Everyone present, including the teachers, was well aware of the realm of illusory deities associated with Zhengshun University. The deities slain by students and faculty throughout history have their souls suppressed within the realm of illusory deities. Slaying the remnants of these deities grants one immense power. Both rank and combat prowess would undergo